Chapter 80. The Goddess of Fortune, Qinwei. Although the circumstances in the village affected his mood, Liang Zhenguo was not a person prone to indecision and soon regained his composure. Before he could return home, upon noticing that the door of Sister Qin's house was not securely closed, Liang Zhenguo realized she was at home. At this moment, little Lan'er and little Yuer were either at their own home or playing at second uncle's, so he had a clever idea and stealthily slipped inside, ensuring the door was tightly shut behind him. In no time, a series of peculiar sounds emanated from within. After more than half an hour, the strange noises ceased in the kitchen. With a flushed face, Qinwei tidied her clothing beside the table, and then turned to glare reproachfully at Liang Zhenguo behind her. In broad daylight, "You are causing such a ruckus," she pouted playfully, then turned around to tenderly assist him in donning his clothes. Liang Zhenguo, with a mischievous grin, pecked her rosy lips and left without adjusting his trousers. After they had tidied up the remnants of their recent activities, he watched Sister Qin continue her household chores, engaging her in conversation and occasionally lending a hand. Both found great pleasure in this warm moment together until Sister Qin finished preparing the meal, at which point he took his leave. He wished to share the meal with Sister Qin. However, even though their relationship in the village would soon be that of sister-in-law and brother-in-law, it was still inappropriate for him to dine alone with a widowed sister-in-law. Nevertheless, there were many days ahead. Once he began working in Siju City, he would secure a larger residence and find a reason to bring Sister Qin over. After all, by that time, their relationship would not merely be that of neighbors, but would also encompass familial ties, providing ample reasons for her to join him. However, he needed to prioritize fulfilling his work obligations first. As a new day dawned, Liang Zhenguo finished his breakfast and ascended the mountain. The arrangements for the wedding were being managed by his grandparents and second aunt, leaving him feeling relatively unburdened, especially since rural weddings did not adhere to the plethora of customs and formalities common in later generations, or perhaps they simply lacked the means for such elaboration. This time, he did not venture towards the northeastern direction he had explored the previous day, but instead headed towards the area where he had previously rescued Old Qin. According to Old Qin's account, there were not just the small group of wild boars they had encountered, so today he sought to test his luck once more. Upon entering the deep mountains, although his target was the wild boar herd, the first creature to enter his detection range was a lone wolf, one larger than the average wild wolf. Such solitary wolves typically leave their packs after failing to become the alpha. Despite being a failure, it remained fiercely formidable. As Liang Zhenguo spotted it, the wolf stealthily approached from the side. Most hunters, with a lower level of vigilance, would likely fall victim to its cunning. However, Liang Zhenguo possessed an advantage. Regardless of how cautious the wolf was, every movement was laid bare under his mental detection, resulting in him losing a bullet while the lone wolf lost its life. After claiming the lone wolf, Lady Luck seemed to smile upon him once more. Liang Zhenguo arrived at the site where he had rescued Old Qin and Qin Wan, and after walking several hundred meters north, he astonishingly discovered a cave. Even without entering, the pile of pig droppings at the cave entrance indicated the presence of a wild boar herd. Within his mental detection, he observed a group of wild boars of all sizes lying inside, with a total of 12, a number surpassing any he had previously encountered. The cave entrance was substantial, and capturing them all at once would require more than just a firearm. However, he was now experienced in such matters. Taking advantage of the boar's undisturbed state, he retrieved 2 sizable branches from a large tree. He then cautiously approached the cave entrance and placed the branches outside, angling one toward the interior to block the entrance. Regardless of which direction the wild boars chose to flee, they would inevitably come into contact with the branches if they attempted to exit. It was a method that, while simple and even rudimentary, proved exceedingly effective. Liang Zhenguo could detect the pungent stench of pig manure from the outside, prompting him to hurriedly clap his hands and place his foot upon a branch, serving as a conduit to the spatial realm. The sound of applause instantaneously startled the herd of wild boars, and upon noticing an uninvited guest on their territory, the largest of them snorted and charged aggressively towards Liang Zhenguo. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. "Ha ha! Little Peppa, come quickly." Although the sudden disappearance of his companions left the remaining wild boars momentarily bewildered, their simplistic minds could not fathom the cause. Witnessing the audacious laughter from the outsider, the adult wild boars immediately launched an assault against him. Meanwhile, the 4 young wild boars scampered about in a frenzy, but ultimately, they too disappeared one by one at the cave's entrance, rendering the entire cavern silent. Liang Zhenguo's face blossomed with joy, as if he could hear the announcement. Ding. Farm space credited with 12 wild boars. Today I have once again been favored by the goddess of fortune, or rather, I have favored Sister Qin, the goddess of fortune. Liang Zhenguo murmured to himself. If his memory served him correctly, every time he engaged in intimacy with Sister Qin, his subsequent hunting expeditions yielded remarkable results. What else could it be but the goddess of fortune? This time, a direct yield of 12 wild boars, and alive at that. Previously, he had captured young wild boars, but they all turned out to be males. Thus, he never contemplated establishing a wild boar breeding farm. Now, however, there were both males and females, large and small. This pig farm could indeed be realized. After all, selling wild boars would raise no inquiries regarding their origins. But if he were to rear domestic pigs, he would only dare keep them for his own consumption, never to sell. Resolute in his intentions, Liang Zhenguo gathered some timber from the woods and utilized the planks from his spatial realm to enclose a 2-acre pig farm on the open grassland. He then released the 12 wild boars into the enclosure, restricting their movements to the confines of the pig farm. The wooden planks merely served to separate them. They would not withstand the wild boar's fierce onslaught. With this bounty, he no longer felt the need to continue hunting. The wild boars were sufficient. He had no interest in smaller prey. However, he did harbor an interest in tigers and bears. But despite numerous excursions into the deep mountains, he had yet to encounter any traces of them, merely hearing village tales of a mountain deity, which he suspected might be a mere scare tactic for children. Upon returning to the rear mountain, he placed 2 wolves and a deceased wild boar on a frame, while holding a live young wild boar bound by its legs in his hands. He took the usual route home, anticipating a chance encounter with the women foraging for wild vegetables, but was met with an absence of any human presence. The reason he had brought 2 wolves was to share with the village, as he had no desire for them himself. The other 2 would be delivered to the steel mill, conveniently processed in due course. Fortunately, he encountered a familiar face at his doorstep. Lin Zhu, a member of the groomsmen for the upcoming wedding, affectionately known as Zhuzi, sparing him the trouble of seeking out the village chief while toting the gray wolves. Spotting Lin Zhu, he called out, "Zhuzi, come here for a moment. Zhenguo, you managed to hunt so many." Lin Zhu approached, astonished and envious as he beheld Liang Zhenguo's ample haul. Nevertheless, he was aware that such a feast was not meant for everyone. Should he encounter the 2 wolves on the frame, it would be uncertain who would become the prey. This conundrum was not easily answered, so Liang Zhenguo merely smiled. In the midst of Zhuzi's astonishment, he placed the skinned gray wolf and the solitary wolf he had hunted today into his hands. "Here, these 2 wolves are for the village. Take them to the village chief. He can decide whether to prepare a stew for everyone in the cafeteria or do something else." This. Zhuzi instinctively accepted the offering, his mouth agape in surprise. Chapter 81. The thickness of one's skin is still insufficient. Zhuzi glanced at the 2 wild wolves in his hands, then lifted his gaze to see Liang Zhenguo's silhouette as he returned home, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Ultimately, it crystallized into a singular thought. "Brother, I may be older than you, but from now on, you shall be my brother. My brother is truly grand." With that, he tossed the wild wolves behind him and jogged off towards the village chief's residence, his steps buoyant. While Liang Zhenguo may have regarded the wild wolves with disdain, the villagers held them in high esteem, even if the fat content was less than that of wild boar meat. The simmering broth made from the bones would be a source of immeasurable comfort. Not to mention, there was meat to savor. Just as Zhuzi recalled that the village chief was not at home at this hour, he dashed off towards the fields, turning heads at an extraordinary rate. Why was Zhuzi running so fast? Is there a wolf in the village? The toothless old man who had previously cut Liang Zhenguo's hair mused aloud. Meanwhile, another elder gaped at the quarries Zhuzi carried. Surely, a wolf must count as having entered the village, right? Is there really a wolf? Where is it? The toothless old man shouted, scanning the vicinity. The other elder pointed to the already vanishing figure of Zhuzi, who had just sprinted past. Upon hearing this, the toothless old man smacked the elder beside him, exclaiming, "You must be bored out of your mind to jest with me. If your eyesight is failing, perhaps you should refrain from cutting hair in the future, lest you accidentally sever an ear." The elder retorted with a slap back. "Did you not see what Zhuzi was carrying on his shoulder? That is indeed a wolf, not a mere dog. People are half-starved. Which household raises dogs around here? That lad just passed by us. Where could a wolf possibly come from?" Zhuzi, panting heavily as he ran, realized he was not merely holding one wolf. He was reveling in a moment of triumph. 5 minutes later, Lin Kuei surveyed his breathless nephew with a mix of astonishment and incredulity. "I ask you, why the haste? And where did this wolf come from? You must clarify. as you have merely presented it before me. His nephew was no hunter and had never hunted before. Yet here he was, presenting 2 wolves right at his feet. Finally managing to catch his breath, Zuzi acknowledged his sturdy physique. The skinned wolf was relatively small, weighing around 60 pounds, the smallest Liang Zhenguo had caught. However, the lone wolf was significantly heftier, certainly around 100 pounds, perhaps even 101. The fact that he could run while half-carrying nearly 170 pounds was a testament to his strength and stamina. These 2 wolves are from Zhenguo for the village. Zuzi finally managed to say, drawing in a deep breath. From Zhenguo? Lin Kuei suddenly understood. Indeed. The only one capable of distributing meat to the village was this young lad. However, while he felt tempted, he was acutely aware that hunting wild wolves entailed considerable risks, leaving him uncertain about whether to accept the offering, especially since they had only recently received a wild boar. Pondering this, Lin Kuei asked, "Did Erwei not say anything when he sent you with the wolves?" At that moment, the villagers working in the fields also took notice of the village chief and his nephew, their eyes naturally drawn to the wild wolves on the ground. Scratching his head, Zuzi replied, "He didn't say much, really. Zhenguo had just returned from the mountains and saw me. He called me over and handed me 2 wolves to give to you, mentioning it was for the village, for the communal soup, or something along those lines." Zuzi recounted the scene as it had unfolded, relaying Liang Zhenguo's words verbatim to Lin Kuei. "Oh, and he also has 2 wild boars, one large and one small," Zuzi added as an afterthought. Lin Kuei shot him a glance, aware that the lad was certainly eager for some meat, worried that he might not be inclined to accept. "Very well, you go fetch someone to help you carry the wolves to the communal kitchen. Since the boy has extended such goodwill, we shall graciously accept it. After all, the villagers are indeed in need of nourishment, and we shall all enjoy the soup and meat together tonight." Lin Kuei subsequently informed the villagers in the fields of this delightful news, which instantly sparked a chorus of cheers, followed by fervent praise for Liang Zhenguo. Only in a corner where a group of women worked did Ma Lan mutter under her breath, cursing the spendthrift. Unbeknownst to Liang Zhenguo, the old man saw his grandson dragging a wild boar inside and immediately rushed to lend a hand. "Grandfather, could you fetch me a rope? We shall raise this small wild boar until the day of my wedding. Aside from 10 pounds for the betrothal gift, we can invite Erda's family, as well as Sister Qin and Xiaolan, to enjoy a feast of pork." The smallest wild boar weighed at least 60 to 70 pounds, and Liang Zhenguo dared not ask his grandfather to carry it. "Ah, splendid. With so many villagers, we cannot invite everyone. Having this small wild boar for our own family is quite satisfactory. This pork feast is no less delightful than braised meat." The old man found a rope. Recalling the past when the village shared a communal feast of pork, his eyes glistening with nostalgia. "Today, I also hunted 2 wild wolves to offer to the village. So there shall be no complaints," Liang Zhenguo added. "Encountered a wolf, did you?" The old man's expression tightened, but upon noticing his grandson was unharmed, he advised, "Next time you encounter a wolf, if you sense danger, you must run. Wolves often travel in packs, which is exceedingly perilous." "Grandfather, I merely stumbled upon them. One was barely alive from its injuries, and I was able to take down the other." Understanding his grandfather's concern, he resorted to a benevolent fib. "That is acceptable. Just be cautious." The grandfather nodded, then returned to the prior topic. "As for the wolves, you may handle it as you see fit. Though your grandmother will surely be concerned, she will not voice any complaints." The old man knew his wife all too well. Indeed, when the grandmother returned home for lunch with her 2 younger sisters, she only muttered a brief remark without further commentary. "Ergua, it is quite ugly," she remarked after observing the small wild boar from a distance for a while. "Ha ha ha, it is indeed quite unattractive. But tell me, will you eat it in a few days?" "Absolutely," Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, showing no reluctance. Whether it is ugly or not does not prevent her from enjoying meat. The household was well stocked with meat, both salted and smoked, of decent quality. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu preferred fresh meat, as did he. However, it mattered little. Xiaoyu was unfazed and ate heartily. Each time she dined, her grandparents' appetites improved significantly. Not long after the afternoon labor ended, Lin Kuei arrived at their doorstep, carrying a freshly skinned wolf pelt and a wolf's hind leg. Elder Lin Kuei greeted Liang Zhenguo's grandfather before addressing Liang Zhenguo, "Erwei, Uncle Kuei wishes to extend the village's gratitude for the wild wolves you provided. The communal kitchen will soon commence preparing the soup. Would you care to join us for a meal?" "Uncle Kuei, please do not be so courteous. It makes me feel unaccustomed. You all enjoy the communal kitchen. We shall refrain from intruding." It was not that he did not wish to partake in the festivities, but he feared the villagers' exuberance. Moreover, the soup prepared in the village would undoubtedly be a hodgepodge of wolf meat and bones, the taste left to be desired. While others might adapt, he certainly could not. "Very well, I anticipated you would decline, so do take this wolf leg for your own cooking. The pelt is of excellent quality. And I brought it back for you as well. Lin Kuei shook his head, knowing Liang Zhenguo's character and that he could not endure the villagers' fervor. Indeed, one's skin is still not thick enough. When one performs a good deed, one should graciously accept and revel in the warmth of the people's appreciation. Chapter 82. Back to the steel mill. Agreed. Liang Zhenguo accepted the wolf pelt and leg, intending to reserve the leg for Erda and his family, as he had previously forgotten. When he visited Sister Qin's home yesterday, he had brought a wild rabbit, so they had no need for it. The household of second uncle frequently invited Xiaohua and others to dine, seemingly overlooking the scarcity of meat in their home. All he could recall was that Grandma had previously distributed some dried sea fish. Next time, he would request Grandma to share some salted and smoked meat with them. Considering the large number of people over there, after conversing with Lin Kuei about his marriage, he returned home, as his presence was required at the communal dining hall. Liang Zhenguo, having set aside the wolf pelt, took a wolf leg to second uncle's house. However, upon entering, he discovered a throng of people in the yard, all with bowls and chopsticks in hand, preparing to head to the dining hall for meat. Even two of his sisters-in-law, each carrying a child, were ready to leave, alongside the elderly lady and her two daughters. Particularly, Xiaoyu, holding her bowl, wore an expression of eager anticipation. She had never encountered such a bustling dining scene before. Second brother, are you going too? Xiaoyu and Xiaohua, stationed at the entrance, spotted Liang Zhenguo as soon as he arrived. I won't be going. You and your sister should accompany Grandma and eat a bit before coming back for dinner, Liang Zhenguo replied, ruffling Xiaoyu's hair before stepping into the yard. Second aunt, please take good care of this wolf leg. The entire hind leg of the wolf weighed around 7 or 8 pounds, sufficient for several meals. Given the dietary habits of most people during this era, it would last them for at least half a month. Quickly put it away. Your nephew has already sent 2 heads to the village, so you can rest assured about receiving 1 leg. Once it's stored, we will also enjoy some soup, Grandma stated. And Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement, smiling. All right, thank you, Erwa. With that, second aunt ceased her insistence on politeness, beaming as she went to store the wolf leg, leading the way out alongside Grandma. As for second uncle and several cousins, they were likely already at the dining hall assisting. Second brother, I'm off to eat meat. Before departing, Xiaoyu chirped brightly at him, her adorable demeanor eliciting smiles from the crowd. Liang Zhenguo waved back at her with a grin before returning home to prepare his own meal. The communal dining hall lacked other staple foods. Each family brought their own. So when Grandma and the others returned, they would undoubtedly still need to eat. Upon his return, Liang Zhenguo found Grandpa absent from the yard. So he slipped into the kitchen. After surveying the ingredients, he momentarily pondered what to cook. However, upon noticing leftover rice in the pantry, inspiration struck. He retrieved the rice, sliced a piece of smoked meat, cracked a few wild chicken eggs, and gathered some scallions from the pantry. Then he heated the oil in the pan. After a flurry of activity, a fragrant stir-fried rice dish with eggs and lean meat was ready, topped with scallions, a perfect creation. Seeing that Grandma and the others had not yet returned, he decided to take his time, knowing that fried rice would lose its flavor if allowed to cool. Just when he thought he would be waiting for an eternity, Grandma returned with the 2 younger sisters, with Grandpa following closely behind. Second brother, that meat was not tasty. The little girl exclaimed as she dashed in. Huh, it's rare for her to express disdain for meat, he chuckled. Aren't you the one who loves meat the most? Why are you back so soon? Liang Zhenguo teased, pinching her cheek. At that moment, Grandma chimed in. This little girl dislikes sour flavors. She only took a few bites before giving her food to Xiaohua, fearing others would notice. She insisted on returning quickly to eat with us, which is why she only had a sip of soup before coming back. Liang Zhenguo looked down at the little girl, who was burying her face against his thigh, and couldn't help but smile. However, it was understandable. The pot of stewed meat was undoubtedly sour and likely carried a strong gamey scent that would not bother those accustomed to meat, but the little girl, who had no shortage of meat lately and preferred sweeter flavors, naturally found it unpalatable. Moreover, judging by Xiaoyu's expression, she shared her sister's sweet tooth and likely disliked wolf meat as well. Well, if you don't like it, there's no need to force it. Second brother has already prepared a meal. Let's eat first, he said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair, emphasizing that there was no need to endure something unappetizing. He then returned to the kitchen, serving the fried rice and retrieving bowls and chopsticks. Grandma lifted the pot lid, and upon seeing the golden fried rice, her mouth twitched. How much oil did you use for this shiny concoction? And the eggs and meat? She glanced at Liang Zhenguo, who was cheerfully serving rice. Next time, perhaps it would be best to let him refrain from cooking. Second brother, this smells divine. This dish made by second brother is truly delicious. The 2 younger sisters applauded, and Grandpa nodded in approval, making Liang Zhenguo beam with delight. As long as you enjoy it. Second brother will cook for you again next time. Ahem. Grandma cleared her throat. Although it was delicious, she suggested that perhaps next time they should refrain from such indulgence, as the household's grain would not suffice if this continued. The following day, Liang Zhenguo prepared to head to the fourth Nine City. But this time, he would not be pushing a cart. Instead, he tied the wild boar to the rear of his bicycle. Grandpa tightened the ropes while Grandma inquired, "Erwa, is this wild boar sufficient to secure the work quota?" "It's enough, Grandma. Wait for me this afternoon, and I will bring back the quota." Liang Zhenguo nodded, confident that Grandma generally wouldn't disclose how much meat was exchanged for the work quota. Even if she did, it would not matter, as the steel mill would not publicize such matters. These transactions were understood among the community without explicit discussion. "All right, be careful on the road, Erwa," Grandma urged excitedly. "Understood," Liang Zhenguo replied, then set off on his bicycle. By the time he reached the steel mill's entrance, more than 2 hours had passed, and he had an additional bag with him. Peering inside, he fortuitously found that it was Deng Haihua manning the gate today, this time without needing to speak. Deng Haihua smiled broadly and opened the gate upon seeing him. "Brother Zhenguo, you've arrived so swiftly. Yesterday was quite fortuitous. I see you've brought just enough to come right away." Although Liang Zhenguo was unsure why this Deng Haihua fellow was so familiar today, he nonetheless smiled and offered him a cigarette. Deng Haihua beamed even brighter, stepping forward to assist him in pushing the bicycle forward, heading in the direction of the logistics department. Along the way, he inquired about the proficiency of the flying stone technique, leaving Liang Zhenguo somewhat bewildered. However, recalling that it must have been old Sun who mentioned the matter of capturing spies to Section Chief Huang, who then brought it up with him, he could only fabricate a few vague responses. "Brother Zhenguo, what prey did you bring this time?" "Similar to last time, 2 gray wolves and 2 wild boars. Just 1 large and 1 small." Deng Haihua chatted incessantly, and Liang Zhenguo casually replied, glancing at his colleague Deng, who was nearing the logistics department. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Haihua, is Section Chief Huang not at the factory today?" "He is." Deng Haihua instinctively nodded before realizing, "Oh no, I forgot to inform the section chief. I'll go call him right away." Liang Zhenguo watched as Deng Haihua dashed off, feeling somewhat helpless. He had come specifically for the quota, and without Huang Fei, it would be unachievable. Deng Haihua had not gone to summon Huang Fei and had taken him straight to the logistics department, under the impression that the section chief had briefed him beforehand. Instead, it turned out that the fellow had forgotten to notify him and had let him inside. Chapter 83, The Work Quota Secured. Liang Zhenguo glanced at Deng Haihua's retreating figure, internally lamenting, "If you forgot, at least take me to the logistics department first before running off. Leaving me stranded here while I'm still an outsider in such an important state facility. It's not as if I'm not concerned about someone slipping in to do something." He immediately labeled Deng Haihua as unreliable. After contemplating for a moment, Liang Zhenguo decided to wait at the logistics department with his bicycle. Fortunately, the colleague who had weighed the meat last time was still present and recognized him, sparing him the need for lengthy explanations. Idly passing the time, he assisted his comrade in weighing 2 wolves and 2 wild boars. Afterward, he offered a cigarette, and the two squatted down to smoke it to completion. Just as Deng Haihua arrived with Huang Fei in tow. "Zhenguo, you said it would take 2 or 3 days, and indeed, it has been accomplished in that very time frame," Huang Fei remarked, patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder. Observing the bounty on the ground, he surmised it must have exceeded expectations. The efficiency displayed was truly remarkable. Moreover, such prowess was indeed commendable. He suddenly felt it a pity for Liang Zhenguo to serve as a guard. He seemed far better suited for the role of a procurement officer. However, he quickly dismissed this fanciful notion. A person of such capability ought to remain in their security department. It would be much more convenient to seek his assistance when craving meat in the future. Of course, we have procured some as well. I shall inquire about the specific price later. I doubt there are any higher rates in the city of Sijio, Huang Fei added after regaining his composure. No need. Let us just forget about purchasing," Liang Zhenguo insisted, waving his hands dismissively. It was indeed certain that they had exceeded expectations. The large wild boar combined with the 2 wolves already weighed over 400 pounds. However, he considered that the number of wolves could not exceed that of the boars, as wolf meat was decidedly inferior to that of the boar, so he added 1 last small deceased wild boar to the count. Naturally, he had another reason as well. "Chief, let us not discuss money." Liang Zhenguo pulled Huang Fei aside and whispered, "You know I have no accommodation in Sijio, and I have 2 younger sisters who are still quite young and depend on me. I need to bring them over to care for them. And I also have a wife. Thus, I cannot reside in the factory dormitory. Could you possibly arrange for me to have a place to stay at the factory? It doesn't have to be luxurious, just spacious enough." "Goodness, are you attempting to bribe and jump the queue so brazenly?" Huang Fei cast a puzzled glance at Liang Zhenguo. He had just noted the total weight of the wolves and wild boars was 508 pounds. Coupled with the previous total of 1,136 pounds, that amounted to an excess of over 130 pounds. All this offered to the factory, merely to secure a larger living space? This fellow was indeed extravagant. As for Liang Zhenguo's two sisters, he was already aware of that, having familiarized himself with his family dynamics, as it was prudent to understand the interpersonal relations of a candidate before admitting him to the security department. After confirming there were no issues, he did not delve deeper, showing little concern for the source of the game. Are you certain? That's over 100 extra pounds. Our factory's prices are certainly much higher than Old Sun's. Nearly 200 more, Huang Fei remarked sympathetically. Regarding your accommodation, I can certainly put in a good word for you. Liang Zhenguo nodded, his words inciting a grimace from Huang Fei. It's no big deal. Just a little over 100 pounds. Can the factory really arrange it? 100 pounds of meat was certainly of concern to him. He simply felt a twinge of embarrassment as this transaction involved a significant quantity of wolf meat, so to foster a favorable impression, he decided to contribute a bit more. Additionally, asking Huang Fei to advocate on his behalf felt like incurring a favor. A favor, after all, is worth far more than mere meat. It was better to owe less. Arranging living quarters was the responsibility of the street office, but a heads-up from the factory would certainly not be an issue. Huang Fei, observing Liang Zhenguo's demeanor, ceased his persuasion. Rest assured about the meat. I will now take you to obtain your work assignment. When do you intend to come in? Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment. He was to be married the day after tomorrow and had several matters to attend to afterward. Perhaps in about 5 or 6 days, he responded. That is perfectly fine. At that time, bring your assignment and the introduction letter from the village to the factory to report in. I will find someone, perhaps Deng Haihua, to accompany you to the street office for registration, and we'll take care of your grain book and household registration. Then lead you to your designated accommodation. Huang Fei, knowing that Liang Zhenguo was somewhat unfamiliar with these processes, provided detailed guidance. All right, thank you, Chief. Liang Zhenguo acknowledged, glancing toward Deng Haihua in the distance and nodding. But hasn't Chief Huang yet communicated with the factory? Is the decision finalized? Liang Zhenguo cast another sideways glance at him, questioning if there were higher authorities involved. Subsequently, Huang Fei led Liang Zhenguo to acquire the work assignment without any hurdles. It proceeded quite smoothly. He also communicated the accommodation needs to the factory, indicating that Huang Fei was indeed a person of influence within the establishment. Had it not been for his knowledge of Huang Fei's position as a chief, Liang Zhenguo might have believed he was the director of the security department. After expressing his gratitude once more and shaking Huang Fei's hand, Liang Zhenguo took his leave from the steel mill. Outside the mill, he squeezed the envelope in his hand, within which lay the work assignment he had exchanged for 1,000 pounds of meat. Storing it in his space, Liang Zhenguo pedaled away swiftly on his bicycle. The assignment was not tied to a specific individual. Generally, any bearer of the assignment could commence work, provided there were no issues. However, the security department differed somewhat from the workshop workers. The assignment he had obtained might not guarantee entry if presented by another person. Nonetheless, Liang Zhenguo harbored no such concerns. Being the sole adult in his household, the assignment was rightfully his. If he had several brothers at home and a more selfish disposition, the sudden availability of an assignment could lead to fierce competition. Moreover, one must be cautious of outsiders. If it were to be stolen or robbed, one could only lament their misfortune. Hence, some individuals would sleep with a knife clutched in hand at night, too fearful to truly fall asleep, merely to guard against potential midnight thefts. These tales he had heard from his grandparents seemed exaggerated at first, but upon reflection, they were not at all far-fetched. That small piece of paper could indeed alter the fate of an individual or even an entire family. Though labor is esteemed, the disparity between workers and farmers is immense. Just the promise of a grain book is enough to entice many. After all, not everyone is like Liang Zhenguo, who has an abundance of grain at hand. Yet, Liang Zhenguo felt no anxiety. Once he tossed the assignment into his space, who could possibly snatch it away? Although he was eager to return home to share the joyous news with his grandparents, he had yet to inform his elder sister of his impending marriage. Thus, he first sent a telegram to his sister and brother-in-law, informing them of his marriage and employment to alleviate any worries his sister might have. Upon completing the telegram, he could already envision the excitement on his sister's face upon receipt. Had it not been for the tender age of her youngest child, she might have rushed back on the train. With that settled, Liang Zhenguo hurried home. This assignment was easy for him, but it held tremendous significance for his grandparents. The sooner he returned, the sooner they would be at ease. Chapter 84, Major Life Events. After an hour and a half, Liang Zhenguo returned to Xiling village, albeit with a sore backside from the bumpy ride. Airway, is this the work assignment? His grandmother inquired, grasping the envelope and extracting the paper within, her hands trembling slightly. She recognized enough characters to read the assignment word for word, fearing it might be a forgery. Though his grandfather could hardly read, he remained beside her, watching with eager anticipation. This is real. In a few days, we can take it to report. That is wonderful. Make sure to keep it safe. Don't let anyone find out. Upon seeing her grandson nod, the old woman hurriedly returned the paper to the envelope and handed it back to him. Liang Zhenguo accepted it and placed it into his backpack, though he truly stored it in his space. He felt it was safer with him than with his grandmother, and he feared she would lose sleep over it, worrying about theft. With the pressing matter resolved, his grandparents felt significantly more relaxed. Their spirits lifted further by the approaching wedding. Liang Zhenguo did not rush to seek the village chief for the introduction letter. Instead, he focused on the myriad details related to his marriage. Due to the pressing nature of time and the matters concerning work targets, he did not wish to delay proceedings. Thus, he often relied on his grandparents and his uncle for assistance. Now that the work-related issues were resolved, it was only natural for him to get busy. Amidst the hustle and bustle, 2 days swiftly passed, and the moment for the wedding had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Liang Zhenguo donned a new outfit he had purchased earlier, not a flamboyant red ensemble, but rather a dignified blue zhongshan suit, adorned with a small red flower on the chest. Interestingly, his 2 younger sisters wore the dresses he had bought for them, exuding a charm that was both adorable and festive. The house was decorated with red double happiness characters, and a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. "Ergua, doesn't Xiaoyu look lovely?" Inquiring with a bright face framed by 2 pigtails, Xiaoyu skipped over to Liang Zhenguo, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Haha, indeed. Xiaoyu is the most delightful," Liang Zhenguo replied, bending down to affectionately ruffle her cheek. The little girl had been up early, frolicking with Xiaoyu, adding a significant dose of joy to this celebratory day. Many familiar faces from the village came to lend a hand, creating a lively atmosphere, though the absence of a banquet lent a slight void to the occasion. Adhering to local customs, one cannot merely act on personal whims. Previously, he had suggested to his grandmother the idea of hosting a feast with the little wild boar, but she had promptly dismissed the notion. Firstly, it would be too ostentatious. No one in the village hosted weddings in such a manner, so he should not entertain the thought of doing so, especially with a considerable quantity of wild boar meat. Arranging for such a feast would imply an expectation of lavishness, which could lead to unwelcome speculation about one's wealth. Furthermore, hosting a banquet would obligate others to reciprocate with gifts, thereby adding an unwarranted burden onto them. Thus, his grandmother preferred to keep matters simple, and Liang Zhenguo did not press the issue further, finding the notion of a grand feast cumbersome himself. However, what she did not anticipate was that her grandson had developed a reputation for being formidable among the villagers, while he often wore a friendly demeanor. Those who dared to offend him would find themselves on the receiving end of his sharp tongue. When the time came, amidst the cheers of a group of children, Liang Zhenguo pushed his bicycle, accompanied by his village companions, towards Qiaomu village to fetch his bride. On the way, Liang Zhenguo patted the bicycle seat, enviously remarking, "If I had a bicycle for my wedding, how impressive it would be. What's so difficult about it? When it's your turn, just let me know, and I'll help you borrow one." Liang Zhenguo replied, effortlessly pushing the bike with one hand while playfully patting Liang Zhenguo's shoulder. "Will that really work? Do you think the elder will lend it to me?" Liang Zhenguo was intrigued, yet slightly apprehensive. The elder referred to was, of course, Sun Jianwen. Everyone in the village knew of his acquaintance with an elder who was generous enough to lend out bicycles. Liang Zhenguo confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Elder Sun hardly uses the bike anymore. I'm the one riding it most often, so borrowing it will be no issue." "All right, I'll be counting on you then," Liang Zhenguo replied, visibly relieved. His grandmother and parents were also scouting for a young lady for him, though he had yet to meet her. Should she prove suitable upon their meeting, he would naturally consider marrying her. Initially, his grandmother had planned to find a bride for Liang Zhenguo after Liang Zhenguo's wedding. But with Sun's daughter presenting herself, the opportunity was too good to pass up. Seeing this unfold, a hint of envy crept onto the faces of the others, who were still unmarried and naturally hoped to experience such grandeur themselves. Liang Zhenguo, noticing their expressions, smiled and said, "Don't wear such faces, everyone here. If any of you are getting married and wish to borrow the bike, just let me know in advance. I will certainly assist." After all, it was his bike. And with just a few people, what was the harm in lending it out? The others' eyes lit up at this unexpected boon from the groom's party. With laughter and joviality, they soon arrived at Qiaomu village. Upon entering, they noticed that the villagers had gathered in equal numbers to witness the spectacle. "This must be the young man Xiao is to marry. He seems quite handsome, a perfect match for her. Oh, you only notice such things. But did you not see he arrived on a bicycle? That alone suggests a substantial bride price." Indeed, The sight of the 10 pounds of pork hanging from the bicycle was enough to raise eyebrows, especially when compared to the 6 pounds that had been offered for Ying's marriage. The villagers began to murmur excitedly upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, some praising his auspicious prospects while others envied the fortune of old Qin's daughter. To this, Liang Zhenguo merely smiled faintly, nudging Liang Zhenguo with his arm, signaling, "Brothers, snap to it. Distribute the candy." Oh right. They quickly took out the sweets to pave the way, while Liang Zhenguo greeted the villagers. Upon arriving at Qinwan's home, his smile nearly froze in place. The groom has arrived. With the enthusiastic shouts, old Qin's family welcomed Liang Zhenguo back after several days. Upon seeing him with the bicycle, their eyes gleamed with delight. Qinwei had not mentioned the bicycle when she visited her family, so they were pleasantly surprised by his resourcefulness. This lad truly possesses talent. Old Qin and Wushi thought to themselves, their satisfaction evident. Having been through the process before, Liang Zhenguo felt a bit anxious amidst the excitement. Yet he maintained his composure. After presenting the pork and monetary gifts to Wushi, he followed the traditional procedures taught by his grandmother, before finally bringing forth Qinwan. Adorned with a red flower and rosy lipstick, her face glowing with joy. Despite her natural appearance, devoid of any adornments, Liang Zhenguo found her stunning. Perhaps this was what they meant by innate beauty. He couldn't help but feel his heart flutter once more. Chapter 85, The Essence of Manhood. After a lengthy embrace with Wushi, Qinwan bashfully climbed onto Liang Zhenguo's bicycle. He offered her a gentle and caring smile, alleviating her sadness about leaving her parents and her nervousness about marrying. This also sweetened her feelings for him, which had already begun to blossom. Just as they were about to depart from Qinwan's home, Liang Zhenguo discreetly winked at the beaming Qin sister behind him, a unique farewell gesture. The group continued to distribute candy to the children as they left Xiaomu village. Considering Liang Zhenguo and the others, he pushed the bicycle back, now with a beautiful passenger accompanying him. Upon returning to Xiling village, amidst the candy and the villagers' blessings, they joyously brought the bride home. His grandparents' faces radiated with joy, while his younger sisters, Xiao Yu and Xiao Hua, curiously gazed at Qinwan, particularly Xiao Yu, who was eager to get a closer look, eliciting laughter from everyone until she was finally carried away by the second aunt. Due to the absence of a banquet and the prevailing hardships of the year, they had not considered notifying relatives and friends. So after receiving the villagers' congratulations and distributing sweet treats in return, the festivities concluded after a lively exchange. Liang Zhenguo finally exhaled in relief, rubbing his stiffened, smiling face under the amused yet affectionate gaze of his grandmother. It had indeed been exhausting. Thankfully, everything had turned out splendidly, and Ma Lan, who harbored grievances against him, did not cause any disturbances. Indeed, today, the elderly lady had summoned Liang Zhenguo's father, Liang Guizhu, on his behalf, a fact he was well aware of. However, since the man ultimately did not arrive, he paid it little mind, and the villagers naturally refrained from broaching the subject at such a time. Thus, for Liang Zhenguo, the day seemed quite fulfilling. Glancing at the watch adorning his wrist, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. In the midst of his earlier busyness, he had not realized how swiftly time had passed. Now, having paused, he felt both weary and hungry. "You gentlemen continue your conversation. I shall assist with the cooking," the elderly lady declared, with only the family of his second uncle remaining. She left that remark and went to help the second aunt and 2 cousins in the kitchen, as Sister Qin had yet to return to her maternal home. They could not dine together this time. The afternoon meal was decidedly sumptuous, featuring dishes such as pig-killing vegetables, salted dried fish, and the chicken soup, made from a wild chicken the elderly lady had finally dispatched before he departed for Qingdao. Although the gathering could not be termed a banquet in the years of famine, such provisions were a luxury unique to their household in Xiling village. During the meal, the elderly lady insisted that Qinwan sit beside her, continually offering her dishes, indicating her genuine affection for this granddaughter-in-law. Initially shy and reserved, Qinwan recognized the kindly nature of the elderly lady whom she had met before. However, it was her first encounter with the second aunt and the others, and she was aware from her sister that Liang Zhenguo maintained a good relationship with his second uncle's family. Liang Zhenguo caught a glimpse of Qinwan's sparkling eyes and smiled faintly before continuing to eat and drink with the old gentleman and his second uncle. This time, the old gentleman, in high spirits, generously produced 2 bottles of liquor. The meal lasted over an hour, with both adults and children thoroughly enjoying themselves. The cousins indulged in the drink, having previously had little opportunity to do so, and this time the old gentleman generously allowed them to share a bottle, resulting in their heads feeling quite heavy upon their return home. Liang Zhenguo, being of robust constitution and mindful of his intake, felt little effect. After all, he had significant responsibilities awaiting him that evening. Later that night, Liang Zhenguo and the elderly lady managed to coax the little ones, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu, into the room shared by her and the old gentleman for sleep. Xiao Yu readily agreed to sleep with his grandmother, while Xiao Yu, being younger, was reluctant to be separated from Liang Zhenguo after having displayed considerable understanding during the day. Ultimately, it was only after Liang Zhenguo promised to take her for a bicycle ride the next day that she consented. After settling the little girl, Liang Zhenguo returned to his room. Upon entering, he found Qin Wan sitting nervously on the edge of the Kong. The sight of the red decorations and newly changed bedding momentarily disoriented him. Had he truly embarked on the journey of marriage? Although he had always regarded Sister Qin as his own, whether due to the original soul's lingering obsession or his own attraction to this gentle and alluring woman, he had indeed entertained the thought of marrying her. Yet, he realized that such notions could not compare to the reality of welcoming Qin Wan into his home. Hence his sudden introspection. In the past, he had courted numerous girlfriends, and while he had engaged in flirtations with various women during his military service, none had progressed to the point of discussing marriage. Ironically, here he was, having met Qin Wan only twice. Yet they had opted for a rapid marriage, a testament to the unpredictability of life. Nonetheless, he held a genuine fondness for this girl. Recalling the first time he encountered Qin Wan, he felt a spark, an excitement that revealed he was not merely influenced by the original soul, but had simply succumbed to the common folly of men, an appreciation for beauty. Yet, he possessed both the desire and the courage to act upon it. He was acutely aware of this flaw from his past life, and it seemed that to expect a man to be honest was perhaps only feasible when he was hanging on the wall. Dispelling his errant thoughts, Liang Zhenguo noticed Qin Wan gazing at him with wide eyes, her face flushed even in the dim light. Realizing he had been staring, he shifted his gaze. No, she was not merely a girl, but his wife. With that thought, he retrieved a lady's watch from his pocket. Smiling as he sat beside Qin Wan and naturally took her hand. Blushing, Qin Wan glanced at him but did not withdraw her hand, only lowering her gaze slightly. Xiao Wan, I have not given you a gift before. This watch is something I specifically bought for you. As he squeezed her small hand, he noticed that despite their laborious upbringing, her hands were not as rough as he had imagined. Rather, they were delicate and soft. Thank you, Zhenguo, Qin Wan responded, her surprise and delight evident at receiving such a precious gift. She did not refuse it, recognizing that they were now to be a married couple. Upon accepting it, she couldn't help but curiously examine the watch. Although her family had never owned one, it was clear that this one appeared brand new. Even if it had been secondhand, she would have been thrilled. How much must a new one cost? She recalled her second sister mentioning that most were priced above 100 yuan, and one would also need a watch ticket. Indeed, her sister had not deceived her. Zhenguo was truly kind to her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sweet smile graced her face. However, a pang of regret struck her at the thought of over 100 yuan spent on her. In the future, do not mention thanks. Seeing his little wife's happiness, Liang Zhenguo felt satisfied. From now on, feel free to call me Zhenguo. I also bought you a set of clothes. You can take a look tomorrow and see if you like them. He nearly missed her earlier address of him as head of the household. All right, Zhenguo, she replied, now devoid of her earlier nervousness, placing the watch carefully away. Have Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu been settled? She held genuine affection for her two younger sisters-in-law, particularly the youngest, Xiao Yu, who was exceedingly charming and endearing. However, after asking that question, she regretted it. What did she intend to do next? Was she inadvertently leading him to misinterpret her eagerness? Liang Zhenguo noticed her embarrassment and naturally replied, yes, the house is small, and the two little girls are quite attached to me, so it took a bit of coaxing, especially with the youngest. Seeing that Liang Zhenguo had not thought too deeply into her question, Qin Wan sighed in relief and smiled. They seem to be quite sensible. They merely depend on you. In the future, as their sister-in-law, you will need to take good care of them and teach them, Liang Zhenguo said, holding her hand with a smile. While their grandparents would be there in Xiling village, he expected Qin Wan to nurture his younger sisters once they moved to the city. Yes, I will treat them as my own sisters, Qin Wan affirmed earnestly, nodding her head. Before marrying, she had been aware of Liang Zhenguo's affection for his younger sisters, and she was mentally prepared to care for them, having no objections. Seeing her understanding of his intentions, Liang Zhenguo nodded in satisfaction and then pulled her down onto the Kong to continue their conversation. Lying next to a man for the first time made Qin Wan feel a bit shy, but as Liang Zhenguo continued to engage her in conversation, she naturally lay down beside him. However, as their conversation progressed, Qin Wan realized that he had moved closer and closer to her, until she found herself caught in a kiss, her lips gently sealed by his skilled hands as they deftly began to remove her clothing. By the time she came to her senses, she had already transformed into a little white lamb, ultimately covering her rosy cheeks with her hands, laying a piece of white cloth beneath her. The following day, Liang Zhenguo, feeling refreshed, pushed open the door, with Qin Wan trailing behind him. Although her gait was somewhat awkward, her complexion had regained its rosy hue, and the youthful innocence from the previous day had faded, as she had evidently blossomed from a girl into a true woman. Second brother. Little Yue had always risen earlier than him, and upon seeing her second brother emerge, she immediately rushed towards him, her small face radiating joy. Oh! Liang Zhenguo scooped her up, gently tapping his forehead against her little head, and then, while holding her, addressed Qin Wan, saying, "Next time, remember to call me brother-in-law, all right?" Brother-in-law. The little girl tilted her head and obediently called out to Qin Wan. Second brother, good morning. Little Yu, who was approaching, chimed in. Qin Wan affectionately patted little Yu's head and bent down to pinch little Yue's cheeks, smiling as she greeted, "Good morning, Little Yu and Little Yue." Afterward, Qin Wan paid her respects to the old master and matriarch, washed up, and then assisted the matriarch in preparing lunch. During their cooking, they exchanged laughter and conversation, and even after the meal, the matriarch wore a smile upon her face. Liang Zhenguo fulfilled his promise from the previous night, riding his bicycle with Little Yu and Little Yue around the courtyard several times. The yard was filled with the delightful giggles of the little girls. Meanwhile, Qin Wan chatted with the matriarch, occasionally casting her gaze towards the frolicking trio of siblings. Whenever her eyes lingered on Liang Zhenguo, a hint of tenderness would unconsciously surface. The matriarch observed everything with keen clarity, her lips curving into a smile. As for the old master, he left the house shortly after finishing his meal. At this moment, Liang Zhenguo called out to the two women, "Xiao Wan, come over, let me teach you how to ride the bike." Me? Qin Wan was taken aback. Learning to ride might lead to falls, yet she felt a flicker of excitement. Though her nature was gentle and obedient, she possessed a fair amount of courage, as evidenced by her earlier venture up the mountain with old Qin, boldly pressing forward even in the face of danger. Nevertheless, she first glanced at the matriarch, excitement aside. She could not simply abandon her to accompany her. "Go on," second brother said, "this bike will belong to our family from now on. It would be beneficial for you to learn. Grandma is going to your second aunt's place." The matriarch lightly patted her hand, showing her approval for her granddaughter-in-law to learn to ride a bicycle. The family rules were not overly strict, and the matriarch had always been open-minded, unlike many families that favored sons over daughters. Her attitude towards Little Yu, Little Hua, and Little Yue, as well as her kindness towards Liang Zhenguo's two sisters-in-law, indicated her leniency towards Qin Wan, possibly even more so due to Liang Zhenguo's influence. "Yes, Grandma." Qin Wan's eyes sparkled as she replied, and as soon as the matriarch stepped out, she hurried over to Liang Zhenguo. "Zhenguo, how do I learn?" Their relationship had grown intimate enough that it felt natural for her to call him that now. "Next time, I'll teach you both, and when you have free time, you can ride with your sister-in-law." Liang Zhenguo dismounted, gently setting the two little girls down. Hearing that their sister-in-law would ride them around, they obediently hopped off. Liang Zhenguo patted the bike seat and said to Qin Wan, "Be bold and hop on. I'll support you from behind. Just steer in the right direction." Learning to ride a bicycle was quite simple. He supported the bike while Qin Wan pedaled for a while before releasing his grip. Qin Wan displayed remarkable learning ability and balance, and with her long legs, measured by him the previous night, she quickly grasped the skill. Although she fell twice during the process, her slow pace ensured she was unhurt, though she lamented the bike instead, leaving Liang Zhenguo in a state of amused exasperation. The bicycles produced during this era were of commendable quality, resilient enough to endure falls. The entire day passed with him mostly at home. After teaching his wife to ride, he noticed the old master returning, and his interest was piqued. He urged the old master to take a turn on the bicycle. However, considering the old man's age, he was cautious about letting him ride freely, especially since the old master rode much faster than Qin Wan. A fall could lead to serious trouble. Fortunately, the old master dismounted after a brief thrill. "I want to ride too." Little Yue, having observed the activity for some time, dashed over as soon as her grandfather dismounted. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile, lowering the bicycle stand and lifting the little girl onto the seat, supporting her small frame. He then playfully wiggled her tiny feet, saying, "Look, your feet can't reach the pedals, and your hands can't grasp the handlebars. How can second brother teach you, little girl? Once you grow a bit taller, I'll teach you properly, all right?" Little Yue initially mimicked the others by swinging her feet back and forth, but soon pouted, realizing her limitations. "All right then," she replied. The old master, witnessing his granddaughter's adorable antics, doubled over with laughter. Qin Wan, too, found it hard to suppress her giggles, though she maintained a semblance of decorum for her charming little sister-in-law. Aware that her grandfather was laughing at her, Little Yue turned and buried her head in Liang Zhenguo's chest, a typical shy response when teased. Chapter 87. The Wise and Generous Matriarch. Liang Zhenguo restrained his laughter. gently ruffling the little girl's hair before quickly saying, "Let us take a few more laps, and when time permits, I'll make a little bicycle for you. How about that?" "Really?" Upon hearing about the little bicycle, her eyes brightened as she looked up, her big eyes blinking in excitement. Of course, it's true. He did not have any toys for children at home, but he could craft a small bicycle for her in his space when he found suitable wood in the future. Liang Zhenguo had Qin Wan hold little Yue as they took a few more laps, helping her shake off her earlier shyness. Little Yu, having finished her play, had gone out with little Hua to play in the village and collect firewood, which had become a habit for her. However, Liang Zhenguo felt a pang of sympathy for his dutiful younger sister, always ensuring she didn't gather too much. In the past, when Ma Lan had sent her to collect firewood, she often returned with a load taller than herself, only to be scolded each time. Now, their household had no shortage of firewood. Whenever he descended the mountain, he would bring back a bundle if his catch was meager, thanks to the convenience of his space. Furthermore, despite the old master's age, he was still spry enough to gather firewood from the back mountain. So there was no need for a young girl to exert herself so. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In 3 days, he would be heading to the steel mill for work, so he needed to attend to matters he had previously neglected. For instance, he intended to visit the kind-hearted elderly couple from his memories, his biological mother's parents, the grandparents of little Yue and the others. This had been on his mind for a while, but he had been preoccupied with improving their impoverished living conditions, a trip to Kindao, work quota issues, and preparing for the wedding, leaving him little time to spare. Now that he had some free moments, it was only right for him to pay them a visit. The bond between the original siblings and their mother was profound, incomparable to that of Liang Qiaozu, the man who had never truly been a father to him. Everything from the past felt as if he had lived it himself. He was now uncertain whether he had reincarnated into the original's body or if the memories of his previous life had awakened. Yet, he never troubled himself with such contradictions. He was simply Liang Zhenguo. He remembered how his maternal grandparents treated him with as much affection as they did their own grandchildren. Whenever he visited with his mother, they would always insist on sharing their best food with him. Now that he had the means, he would never forget those who had shown him kindness. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that his relatives are rather amiable. Nearby, he has his grandparents and his second uncle, while further afield, there are his elder sister's husband and others. Not too far away, his maternal grandparents also share a similar disposition. The only blemish in this familial tapestry is the presence of that venomous stepmother, Malin, and her unreliable husband. However, life's imperfections are the norm, and Liang Zhenguo does not harbor any sense of regret. He cherishes the beauty of the present and pursues a fulfilling future with contentment. In the evening, after dinner, Liang Zhenguo addressed his grandparents, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, tomorrow I shall make a trip to Xiling village." Before he could finish his sentence, his grandmother smiled gently and remarked, "You are going to visit your maternal grandparents, aren't you?" "How did you know, Grandma?" Liang Zhenguo was genuinely surprised, as he had not disclosed his plans to anyone. "Given your close bond with them, I anticipated you would go to see them, especially since you have some free time these days," she replied softly. His grandmother knew that her grandson was a man of strong feelings. In their previous home, Malin had managed the finances, and during that time, they had no game to hunt, leaving them without food or meat, which naturally dissuaded him from visiting his in-laws and imposing on them. But now that they had ample provisions and were not lacking in meat, coupled with his recent availability, she surmised he would certainly make a trip to his grandparents. "I have prepared 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, and 5 pounds of the smoked pork leg that Zion's father brought," the grandmother continued. "Do you think that will suffice, Erwei?" "That will be more than enough," Liang Zhenguo nodded repeatedly, astounded by the generosity of this wise matriarch. The quantity of provisions she had prepared exceeded his expectations, and all were of fine quality. Although their household currently had more fine grains than coarse, they still possessed a fair quantity of coarse grains. It is worth noting that in these times, a daughter-in-law bringing even half a pound or a pound of grain back to her maternal home could provoke complaints from her in-laws. This illustrates just how generous the usually frugal grandmother was being this time. Liang Zhenguo understood that his grandmother would not begrudge him taking food to his maternal grandparents. Yet he had anticipated a modest 5 pounds at best. Instead, she had given him an astonishing 20 pounds of fine grains along with 5 pounds of meat. Of course, he did not intend to limit his offerings to just 5 pounds for his grandparents. He could easily bring more from his own ample supply. After all, his storage was brimming with provisions, having completed his third harvest today, amounting to nearly 100 tons, or almost 200,000 pounds. With so few mouths to feed, it was simply too much to consume. Were it not for the fact that cultivating the 100 acres of fertile land required only a modicum of mental effort and a few minutes of his time, he would have considered planting another crop soon. "Ah, perhaps I am being a bit boastful," he mused. At that moment, his grandmother added, Your grandparents are still unaware that you have married. You should take Zion with you tomorrow. Liang Zhenguo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall go with Zion tomorrow. Initially, he had intended to go alone, as it would be more convenient to retrieve more items from his storage. However, given that his grandmother had already provided 20 pounds of fine grains, he could discreetly add another 10 or 8 pounds without drawing attention when he presented it. He understood that if he brought too much, the elderly couple might hesitate to accept it. His grandmother smiled with satisfaction and then went to wash the dishes with his wife. Providing such a generous amount of fine grains to his in-laws did not cause her any distress this time. After all, in her eyes, the food and meat in their home were all earned by her grandson. They were merely enjoying the fruits of his labor. And thus giving a bit more to his maternal grandparents was hardly an issue, especially since it was rare for him to visit them. Urge, are you going to Grandma's house tomorrow? Little Yu and Little Fish had been listening intently to their conversation. Yes, but I shall return by tomorrow afternoon. You and your sister will stay home, won't you? Liang Zhenguo patted Little Yu's head, noticing that she seemed to have grown a little taller. All right, she replied, though somewhat reluctantly. Urge, can't my sister and I go with you? The other little girl was not so easily dissuaded. Grandma's house is quite far, and my bicycle cannot accommodate 3 people. Little Fish, be good, your brother will return soon. Sure, we can squeeze in, she retorted, but he insisted that it was unnecessary. All right then, he conceded, though it was clear she was not entirely pleased. Liang Zhenguo helplessly pinched her little face, which wore a pitiful expression. Nevertheless, he realized that he would be venturing out frequently in the future, perhaps even for extended periods. So he needed to help the little girl adapt and not become too attached. As for Chapter 88, the sisters engaged in lively conversation. And to compensate for their inability to accompany him to their grandmother's house, Liang Zhenguo did not refuse their request to return to sleep that night. Moreover, having just shared a tender moment with his wife the previous night, he was reluctant to disturb her again, especially given her previous tears. It was essential to nurture her strength to enhance her resilience, akin to that of Sister Qin. Fortunately, their bed was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 adults and 2 children, and with autumn's chill already settling in, they did not feel hot at all. The 2 sisters had spent the day with their sister-in-law, becoming familiar with her and unexpectedly growing fond of her. Given that his wife had a pleasant disposition, it was only natural that she got along well with Little Yu and Little Fish. At present, the 3 women lay on the bed, seemingly with endless conversation until their eyelids grew heavy, and they gradually drifted into slumber. Liang Zhenguo rose to check on them, and upon confirming they were truly asleep, he embraced Qin Wan. As a spirited young man, lying next to a beautiful wife while unable to indulge was quite the torment. He could only seize minor advantages. And after doing so, he felt an overwhelming heat that made him even more restless. Brother Zhenguo, today you mustn't let one hold down your mischief, she playfully admonished. Aware that her body had not fully recuperated and that 2 children lay nearby, even though they were sleeping soundly, Liang Zhenguo withdrew his hand. He certainly would not engage in such antics beside the sleeping children. Though in this era, when families were larger and especially with several children, couples could discreetly indulge behind a curtain, he was not one to let his desires control him entirely. He possessed enough self-restraint. Brother Zhenguo, Grandma mentioned you would be busy soon, preparing to go hunting in the mountains? After Liang Zhenguo removed his hand, Qin Wan leaned against him, her curiosity piqued. Not quite. I forgot to mention that I have received a work assignment from the steel mill in the city, and I will be reporting there in a few days. It dawned on Liang Zhenguo that he had not yet discussed work with Qin Wan since their intimate encounter. You got it, Qin Wan exclaimed, lifting her head. Then shyly added, my sister had mentioned to me that you might receive the assignment. Amused, Liang Zhenguo planted a kiss on her cheek. What is wrong with that? I bear no ill will toward you. We are all family. Once I settle in the city, I will arrange for you and the 2 girls to join me. All right, she replied eagerly, wiping the spot where he had kissed her. She was filled with anticipation for city life, primarily because she would be with Brother Zhenguo. After all, she did not wish to be separated from him, even if only by a distance of 20 kilometers. After a moment, she hesitated, glancing up at Liang Zhenguo. Her lips poised to speak, but faltering. He looked down at his little wife and chuckled. Wei Jia must naturally be retrieved as well. But that can only happen once you enter the city, providing an excuse to fetch her. Qin Wan's face immediately lit up with excitement as she nodded and exclaimed, yes. I will listen to Brother Zhenguo. The bond between the 2 sisters was indeed quite strong. As they mentioned Sister Qin, Liang Zhenguo leaned in and whispered in her ear, tell me, what has your sister said about me? Qin Wan's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly shook her head. Such private musings of a young lady are not something she would divulge. Noticing her reticence, Liang Zhenguo shifted his arm, tightening his embrace slightly, and playfully threatened. Still not going to speak? In a flurry, Qin Wan pressed down on his arm and immediately betrayed Sister Qin. Sister, she said you are a little late-chair, often climbing her wall at midnight to tease her. Liang Zhenguo's face turned a shade of red. Truly. Did Sister Qin share such intimate details with her sister? Were their conversations always this scandalous? Moreover, how did he end up climbing walls at midnight? Well, it seemed he had done that once, but certainly not on a regular basis, and it was indeed at night. Witnessing Liang Zhenguo's flustered expression, Qin Wan couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. In response, he playfully smacked her backside before tenderly massaging the spot. Although subjected to some playful teasing, Qin Wan's eyes sparkled with mirth, affirming her sister's assessment. He was indeed a little late-chair. Brother Zhenguo, if you truly wish to. Qin Wan began. He certainly did, but considering his little wife's well-being, he shook his head in refusal. Let us wait until you feel better. What I meant to say was, Brother Zhenguo, you could go find my sister. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo turned to Qin Wan, noticing the laughter in her eyes, yet her expression remained earnest. Was she serious? Although he had previously heard Sister Qin mention she wouldn't mind, he never anticipated she would encourage him to pursue her sister actively. Such a wife was indeed a rarity. However, he wasn't about to sneak away on the second night of their marriage, even if it was to see her approved sister. Thus, Liang Zhenguo politely declined. No, let us just sleep tonight. Surprised by his refusal, Qin Wan's expression softened into a smile, revealing her joyous heart. After a night of undisturbed sleep, Liang Zhenguo was awakened by the gentle patter of little feet belonging to Xiaoyu, who was demanding he rise. His little wife and Xiaoyu had vanished without a trace. Watching the girl bouncing on his stomach while urging him to get up, he playfully tickled her, eliciting a chorus of delightful giggles. Time to rise for breakfast. Fortunately, Qin Wan entered just in time to rescue the little one from her antics. As she cradled the girl in her arms, the child suddenly made a funny face at him, prompting Liang Zhenguo to chuckle. That amusing expression was reminiscent of what she had learned from Mr. Tang on the train. After breakfast, Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan departed from Xiling village. The journey to the village where his grandmother lived was not a short one. It was even further than the distance from Xiling village to Siju City. However, while the route to Siju City lay to the north, Longxing village, where his grandmother resided, was situated to the southeast of Xiling village. The straight-line distance may not have been longer than to Siju City, but the winding path would surely take them 2 to 3 hours by bicycle. Otherwise, Qin Wan and the elderly lady would not have arisen so early to prepare breakfast. The couple's arrival at Longxing village took longer than anticipated, as they took turns riding the bike. This was not due to Liang Zhenguo's lack of stamina, but rather his desire for his little wife to master riding completely. She needed more practice on the road after only having trained in the courtyard yesterday. The trade-off was an additional half hour. They left at 6:30 and finally reached Longxing village by 10. Following his memories, Liang Zhenguo rode into Longxing village, but upon entering, he furrowed his brow. It was not that the village was filled with troublemakers, but rather he realized that the name Longxing village did not correspond with its current state. Every villager he passed displayed a shocked expression upon seeing a bicycle enter the village, yet their haggard faces and emaciated figures painted a grim picture. The atmosphere reeked of poverty and despair. Chapter 89. The heart-wrenchingly poor Longxing village. Xiling village was poor, but witnessing the general condition of Longxing village made Liang Zhenguo acutely aware that some places were impoverished to an extent that tugged at one's heartstrings. He encountered many elderly men, each one gaunt and wearing tattered long gowns that revealed their ribs, staggering as they walked. There were even children in the fields, starving and gnawing on roots. It had been 3 years since he last visited his grandmother, and he had no idea things had deteriorated to this level. With growing concern, Liang Zhenguo made his way to his grandparents' home. His grandparents and several uncles lived separately, as their combined families could not fit into a single courtyard. Thus, he went directly to the elderly couple's door, which was slightly ajar. He cautiously peered inside and called out, "Grandfather, grandmother." Finding no one in the yard, he called several times without receiving a response. At that moment, he expanded his mental senses and discovered that there was also no one inside the house. However, upon observing that the elderly couple's belongings were present, his unease diminished somewhat. "Who are you?" A small boy suddenly appeared at the door, cautiously inquiring, his face reflecting wariness. Liang Zhenguo had already noticed him when he retracted his mental probe, so he was not startled by the boy's sudden emergence. Examining the dirty little face, he estimated the child to be around 8 years old, though his scrawny frame suggested he could be older. Liang Zhenguo had a faint recollection of this boy. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, "Are you little Dongguo?" The boy looked at them with confusion. "I am little Dongguo. Who are you? How did you get into my grandmother's house?" Liang Zhenguo realized this was indeed the little fellow he had met during his last visit to his grandmother's home. He was the youngest son of his uncle, But at that time, he had only been 6 years old, and now he was 9. It was understandable that he did not recognize him, as they had only met once and he had been quite young then. However, Liang Zhenguo had also changed somewhat, especially in demeanor, which was now worlds apart from his previous rural boy image. His grandparents, who had lived with him, might not have noticed the difference, but anyone who hadn't seen him for a while would surely perceive the change. Little Dongguo, I am your brother Zhenguo. Don't you remember? Do you know where grandfather and grandmother have gone? Liang Zhenguo asked with a smile. Brother Zhenguo? Upon hearing the name, little Dongguo seemed to recall something. No longer looking at them as if they were thieves, he glanced at the bicycle parked in the yard. Indeed, who would steal a bicycle? His mother had mentioned that only the wealthy possessed bicycles. Grandfather and grandmother are at my house. Brother Zhenguo, follow me. Little Dongguo examined his face once more before speaking. All right, let me put my things down first, Liang Zhenguo replied with a chuckle, impressed by the boy's caution. He entered his grandmother's kitchen alone, placing the 2 bags of grain and cured meat on the table. However, the bags contained not just 10 pounds each of flour and rice, but rather 20 pounds, as he had noticed that his grandmother's food supplies were alarmingly low. While it was possible they could eat at several of his uncle's homes, the amount of grain was indeed insufficient. The wooden vat for storing grain was nearly empty, even less than when he had first visited his grandparents. Thus, he had decided to bring an extra 20 pounds, which would last them a while. In the future, when he came alone, he would bring even more grain now that he had a job, ensuring they would not refuse his help. This is candy. Take it. Returning to the courtyard, Liang Zhenguo retrieved a few candies from his pocket and placed them in the hands of little Dongguo. The boy swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, then tucked them into his pocket, saying, Thank you, brother Zhenguo. No need for thanks. Come on, let's go to your house, Liang Zhenguo replied, ruffling the boy's hair. He, along with Qin Wan, followed him, and after a few minutes of walking, they arrived at his home. As soon as they entered, little Dongguo joyfully exclaimed, Grandpa, Grandma. Brother Zhenguo has come to see you. He just rode his bicycle into the village. It turned out that this little fellow had followed the bicycle, which led him to discover that they had arrived at his grandmother's house. Hearing the boy's cheerful call, 2 elderly figures with graying hair emerged first. Though they appeared much thinner than Liang Zhenguo remembered, he recognized them instantly and couldn't help but shout, Grandpa, Grandma. Indeed, it's you, Airway. The 2 elders, perhaps due to their age, squinted to get a better look, but upon hearing his voice, they hurried toward him with delight. Liang Zhenguo stepped forward to support them, fearing they might stumble as they walked unsteadily. They pinched his arm and leaned in closer to scrutinize his face, particularly his grandfather, whose presbyopia seemed quite severe. Grandpa, Grandma. It's me, Liang Zhenguo said with a smile, then gestured to Qin Wan, introducing her. This is my wife, Qin Wan. Grandpa and Grandma, Qin Wan echoed. Ah, Zioen. The grandparents responded, turning their attention to her. They had just noticed this young lady, yet knowing she was not their granddaughter, they were left wondering who she was. Grandma took Qin Wan's hand, nodding repeatedly, praising her beauty and countenance. Qin Wan felt a bit bashful from the compliments. Seeing that no one from his uncle's family was coming out after Grandpa and Grandma appeared, Liang Zhenguo inquired, Grandpa, I found the door to your house ajar when I arrived. Why are you at my uncle's place? Is there no one home there? Your uncle and the others have gone out to work. Little Dongguo was home alone, so your grandmother and I came over to check on him, Grandpa explained, his weathered face adorned with a joyful smile. He was genuinely pleased by the arrival of his grandson. Old man, let us close the door and head back. I have so much to discuss with Airway and Zioen, Grandma interjected. Little Dongguo, you should go to Grandma's later at noon. You can call your father and your uncles to come over, telling them their nephew has come to visit. Liang Zhenguo had no objections. After all, it was most fitting to be at his grandmother's house in Longxing village. After Grandpa closed the door to his uncle's house, they returned to Grandma's. Upon seeing the bicycle parked in the yard, their astonishment was no less than when they first laid eyes on it. They repeatedly asked whose bicycle it was, and Liang Zhenguo naturally recounted the previous explanation, prompting further praise from the elders about their capable grandson. How are Xiaowu and Xiaonwei doing? Grandma inquired, expressing concern for her 2 granddaughters. When their mother was still alive, the 2 little girls were too young to have been brought to visit. Yet Grandma still remembered their names. Now that their mother was gone, her maternal affection for them had only intensified. Particularly, the elderly couple was aware that their daughter had passed not long ago, and that her husband had quickly remarried a divorced woman with a questionable reputation, heightening their worries. Both little girls are doing well. If it weren't for the bicycle being too small today, they would have come to see you, Grandpa and Grandma, Liang Zhenguo said with a smile. As long as they're well, that's what matters, Grandpa and Grandma nodded, smiling. Next time, Airway, when you have time, bring them along to visit. We would like to see those 2 girls. After Grandma's remark, Grandpa turned to Liang Zhenguo and asked, "How is that woman your father married treating you siblings? I've heard many unfavorable things about her." "Indeed, bad news travels fast," Liang Zhenguo mused. "Marlan's reputation is truly foul. It was likely that a girl from Longxing village had married into a neighboring village in Xiling and shared gossip during her visits home." No wonder Grandpa had hesitated to speak. Realizing this, Liang Zhenguo chose not to conceal the situation, briefly explaining the division of their family, though he refrained from detailing how Marlan treated them. However, the elderly couple, being wise, could guess much of it without him saying more. Grandma, feeling emotional, sighed and couldn't help but wipe a tear away. Grandpa, more incensed, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, that wretched woman. If I had known earlier, I would have gathered your uncles and given her a few slaps, to see how sharp-tongued she could be. How dare she mistreat my grandson and granddaughter?" The old man's fury flared again as he slapped the table once more, adding, "And that scoundrel Liang Qiaozu. He should be the first to take a slap. What sort of woman can't even manage her household?" Witnessing Grandpa's outrage, Liang Zhenguo found himself momentarily speechless. He quite admired the old man's temperament. Although he wished to chime in with a few words of agreement, he feared it might further agitate Grandpa's health. So he held his tongue. Once Grandpa calmed down, he gently patted Liang Zhenguo's shoulder, saying, "Your grandmother is the sensible one. This family division is for the best. We'll live our own lives now. Well, it's perhaps better not to have that father." The last remark left Liang Zhenguo both amused and in full agreement. Though Grandma found his words reasonable, she playfully slapped Grandpa and rolled her eyes, saying, "What are you going on about? Why must you curse in front of the children? And using language like that?" Facing Grandma's playful smack, Grandpa lost some of his earlier fervor and chuckled, "You old woman, am I not speaking the truth? I'm not referring to you." Liang Zhenguo continuously reassured the elderly couple, wishing to steer the conversation away from sensitive topics. He then shared news about his work prospects. And indeed, their attention shifted immediately. "Airway, you really found a job in the capital? In a big factory?" Grandpa exclaimed. Liang Zhenguo nodded affirmatively, grinning. Qinwan, standing beside Grandma, added, "Grandma, what Brother Zhenguo said is true. He has brought back the work assignment. He'll be reporting to the factory in a couple of days." "Wonderful, wonderful." Grandpa and Grandma beamed with delight. "Working in the city is great. No more toiling in the fields with uncertain meals," Grandma sighed. As they spoke, Liang Zhenguo also felt puzzled about the state of Longxing village. When he had visited a few years prior, it hadn't seemed as impoverished as it appeared now. He found it hard to believe it was solely due to famine. Thus, he curiously asked, "Grandma, when I entered the village, it seemed as if everyone was starving. It wasn't like this before, and you both have lost considerable weight. Not just a little weight. It's as if we've lost an entire circle," Grandpa lamented, as his cheekbones were prominently visible. Upon hearing this, Grandpa sighed as well and then indignantly stated, "It's all the fault of that village chief." After listening, Liang Zhenguo began to grasp the situation. Longxing village, like Xiling village, was a mixed surname village, meaning it had multiple surnames and lacked the unity often found in villages with a singular surname. Xiling village was fortunate, with less scheming and petty rivalries. The villagers respected Lin Kuei, their village chief, for his impartiality and dedication to the welfare of the community. However, Longxing village had recently appointed a new village chief, who was nothing like the previous one, nor did he align with the villagers' interests like Lin Kuei. The newly appointed chief, Zhao, acted without regard for practicality, possibly to curry favor with the higher-ups at the commune, seeking to make a name for himself by inflating every collective task reported. This plight has burdened the villagers below. They already faced drought and poor harvests, but now their responsibilities have intensified. In order to fulfill the grain tax imposed upon them, they have even less left to sustain themselves, leading to the increasing impoverishment of Longxing village, where every household grapples with hunger. While there is discontent among the villagers, the eloquence of village chief Zhao silences their grievances. He claims all actions are for the sake of national development, effectively stifling any dissent, should they protest further. He accuses them of lacking ideological awareness and disrupting unity, placing a heavy burden of blame upon them, leaving the villagers in a state of helplessness. Liang Zhenguo, after listening, found himself at a loss for words. Such self-serving individuals exist in every era, and with Longxing village being a conglomeration of various surnames, it is certain that the Qiu family, for instance, harbors resentment towards Chief Zhao, having likely protested numerous times. Yet, Chief Zhao is not alone. In rural areas like this, the majority tend to support kin over justice, and few can genuinely act in favor of fairness over familial ties. Moreover, as long as he remains the village chief, the villagers dare not severely offend him. Although he holds no official title, his power is substantial. A simple letter of introduction can determine one's fate. Without Chief Zhao's seal on such a document, traveling far becomes impossible. Even when he obtained a work quota in the city, he still required the chief's endorsement to report to the factory. However, it is clear that individuals like him cannot maintain their positions for long, as it seems even the Zhao clan has grown dissatisfied with him. Shaking his head, Liang Zhenguo shifted the conversation with his grandparents to other topics. The elderly couple felt genuine joy knowing their grandson was doing well. By noon, Xiao Dongguo went to summon his father and the others, while his grandmother, rising from her seat, said to Liang Zhenguo and his grandfather, "You must be hungry after coming so early. I'll steam some buns for you." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, a voice of astonishment echoed from the kitchen as she emerged, exclaiming, "Airway, why have you brought so much grain? And this flour is remarkably white, along with rice. This is all fine grain. And so much meat. My goodness." The grandmother, overwhelmed by the quantity and quality of the provisions her grandson had brought, could hardly articulate her astonishment. "Grandmother, this is what I exchanged for hunting goods with the townsfolk. Grandma specifically asked me to bring it to you, so please do not refuse me. If you do, I want to come again next time." Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, effectively silencing her impending refusal. "And the wild boar meat was given to us by Xiao Wan's father. I brought some for you to taste as well, as a token of Xiao Wan's goodwill." "You dear child," his grandmother said, shaking her head with red-rimmed eyes. "Next time, you must bring so much. We don't lack for grain." Liang Zhenguo nodded, realizing his grandmother's words were merely polite. He knew the large wooden barrels in their kitchen were far from empty. Therefore, he resolved to bring even more next time. Chapter 91. The Sisterhood of Different Generations. His grandfather stood by, momentarily stunned. "You old woman, why don't you clarify what Airway has brought? White flour, rice, and meat? Go see for yourself." Once she regained her composure, his grandmother dismissed his grandfather with a wave and continued to Liang Zhenguo, "Airway, Xiao Wan, allow me to prepare something for you. Please sit." With that, she returned to the kitchen. Qin Wan looked at Liang Zhenguo, and upon seeing his resigned nod, hurried to follow her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, I'll help you." Before their arrival, they had planned to skip lunch to save food for the grandparents, as it was quite normal to only have 2 meals a day during times of scarcity. In contrast to Liang Zhenguo's home, where lunch was never lacking. Qin Wan's family used to prepare a few buns or steamed cakes in the morning to stave off hunger until noon. His grandfather, tempted by his grandmother's words, was just about to sneak into the kitchen to see what provisions his grandson had brought when Xiao Dongguo entered with several others. Among them were Liang Zhenguo's 3 uncles and an aunt, while the cousins appeared to have not yet returned. Liang Zhenguo greeted each one with a smile. Though he was not particularly close with them, having only visited Longxing village a handful of times and mostly spending time at his grandparents' home, occasionally visiting. "You've grown so tall," remarked his youngest uncle, patting his shoulder and squeezing it playfully before expressing astonishment at the bicycle in the yard. "When Xiao Dongguo mentioned you rode a bicycle here, I didn't believe it. What a surprise." It seemed that every newcomer was inevitably drawn to the large item that caught their eye first. At this moment, Qin Wan also approached to greet them. After Liang Zhenguo introduced them, he presented the candies he had previously taken out and said to his uncles and aunt, "I hadn't had the chance to inform you earlier, but here is some wedding candy as a token of goodwill." They all smiled and took a piece, offering compliments in return. Liang Zhenguo did not insist they take more. After all, the basket of candies would remain there, and his grandmother would surely distribute them later. He had also considered that there were likely children in the family, so he had included several large white rabbit milk candies to nourish them. His uncles and aunt did not linger long, leaving as noon approached and work hours drew near. They wished to converse more with their capable nephew, but knew that with such a meager food supply at home, taking time off work would inevitably cost them in rations, making their share even smaller. When his grandmother finished steaming the white buns, the house was empty save for Xiao Dongguo. Initially, she had hoped to cook a dish for herself and her husband using the meat brought by her grandson, but was persuaded otherwise by Qin Wan. The meat they had brought was limited, and the grandmother had cut a large piece, deciding it should not be for just them. It was best reserved for her and her husband, given that they would not lack for meat upon returning home. At noon, Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan each had a bun, then spent over an hour chatting with the elderly couple before departing, their exit marked by the grandparents' reluctance. "Brother Zhenguo, do you think Grandma will share some of that grain with the uncles?" On the way back, Qin Wan, sitting behind Liang Zhenguo with her arms around his waist, softly inquired. Knowing their character, they certainly will, but the uncles won't take much. He was well aware of their nature from stories about his mother. They were quite filial to the elderly couple. Furthermore, from his conversations with his grandparents, it was clear that the 3 brothers took turns caring for their parents, rarely causing any disputes, confirming what his mother had said. Thus, Liang Zhenguo felt no concern about any ethical disputes arising from sons demanding grain from their parents. Yet he couldn't help but smile wryly. However, Grandma might trade the white flour and rice for coarse grains at the pigeon market in the nearby town. He knew this because his grandmother had expressed concern while eating the homemade white buns, lamenting that such quality flour could be exchanged for 2 pounds of coarse grain. Indeed, trading for coarse grains would yield more. Qin nodded in agreement. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, realizing that while he believed coarse grains were not beneficial for the elderly couple's health, Qin had not considered such matters. To her, coarse grains, though not particularly palatable, could still fill one's belly and last longer. She would surely exchange for them as well. Nevertheless, the fine grains that Brother Zhenguo had acquired were of exceptional quality. Her family had some fine grains as well, but only for occasional meals, and the quality paled in comparison to what Brother Zhenguo had brought. There was a significant gap. Liang Zhenguo had never expected to change Qin's perspective overnight, for in these times, filling one's stomach was of utmost importance. He did not find it unpleasant. Rather, he simply wished not only to satiate his hunger, but also to indulge in exquisite cuisine, a desire that seemed quite natural to him. After traversing 2/3 of the journey, Liang Zhenguo handed the bicycle over to Qin, not merely for her practice, but because his little wife expressed a yearning to ride. Such a simple request was one he was more than willing to fulfill, relishing the leisure it afforded him. Along the way, he admired the scenery and occasionally caressed his wife's slender waist. To satisfy her craving for cycling, his little wife had to endure his persistent teasing throughout the ride. "Zhenguo, we've arrived at the village," she announced. Although merely 18, Qin possessed remarkable stamina, riding the entire way without a moment's pause. "No need to switch, continue riding home." Liang Zhenguo gently patted her waist, encouraging her to ride back directly. "Oh, all right." Noticing his little wife's inexplicable excitement, Liang Zhenguo shook his head and chuckled. The bond between this newlywed couple appeared to be quite strong. As Qin rode with Liang Zhenguo, the villagers they passed, particularly the older women, teased them, while younger women looked on with envy at Qin's cycling prowess. Upon returning home, they were greeted by the exuberant little Yu, who rushed over while playing with Xiaolon. "You're back. Wow, it's sister-in-law riding the bike. That's impressive." The little girl's infectious enthusiasm brought joy to Liang Zhenguo's heart, and Qin felt thoroughly satisfied by her little sister-in-law's sweet compliments. Little Aunt Xiaolon also came running toward Qin, calling out, "Annie." Liang Zhenguo affectionately patted the heads of the 2 little girls, often treating them with candy whenever he saw them playing together. Xiaolon had previously called him uncle, but the new term Annie was clearly taught by Qin. However, the term auntie felt more endearing. After all, if it were from Qin's side, calling him father wouldn't be out of the question, and he wouldn't mind as long as it wasn't meant for someone else's son. "Are you here to play with little Yu?" "Yes," Qin smiled, observing the 2 little girls holding hands affectionately. Does this count as a sisterly bond, despite the generational gap? Chapter 92, Lin Kuei's Reflections. "Their relationship is remarkably close," Liang Zhenguo remarked. "Indeed, they have played together since childhood, both being under 4 years old. Perhaps their bond is stronger due to sharing the same rations during their early years, certainly closer than the children of my cousin." During dinner, Liang Zhenguo briefly recounted the events in Longxing village to his grandparents, who listened with astonishment. They expressed disdain for the village head of Longxing, and regarding the food shortages. They acknowledged it as a fundamental issue in contemporary society, exacerbated by the misdeeds of the village head. After dinner, noticing it was still early, Liang Zhenguo informed his family and stepped out, not to meet Qin, but to attend to more serious matters. Arriving once again at Lin Kuei's home, he found the door ajar. Peering inside, he noticed Lin Kuei's wife washing dishes, which reassured him to call out, "Annie, is Uncle Lin Kuei home?" "Erwei, come in and talk. Your Uncle Lin Kuei is inside," she replied. Lin Kuei emerged, puzzled by Liang Zhenguo's presence at that hour. "Erwei, what brings you here?" "I do have something to discuss," Liang Zhenguo responded. "Let's head to the office next door." Although Lin Kuei was bewildered, he led Liang Zhenguo to the office, which resembled the villagers' residences. Despite the lingering daylight, Lin Kuei lit an oil lamp, and Liang Zhenguo handed him a piece of paper. "Uncle Kuei, could you issue me a letter of introduction?" "For what purpose?" Lin Kuei inquired, opening the paper. Upon a cursory glance, his eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he misread it. After carefully reading it from the beginning, his gaze landed on the stamp of the steel mill. "Erwei, is this work quota for real?" Although he understood Liang Zhenguo would not forge a document merely for amusement, he could not help but ask. "Uncle Kuei, it's absolutely genuine," Liang Zhenguo replied with a subtle smile. "It was provided to me by the head of the security department at the factory." Lin Kuei took a deep breath. Returning the document to Liang Zhenguo, his expression a mixture of astonishment and admiration. It wasn't that he craved the quota. Rather, he found himself unable to comprehend the young man before him. Ever since he had separated from his father, Liang Zhenguo had continuously astonished him. And now he was presenting a work quota. If it weren't for my heart being in good condition, this surprise might have given me a fright. Lin Kuei chuckled, then exclaimed, "Our village finally has a worker. A legitimate employee at a large factory." Previously, the village head from the neighboring Beilu Bay had boasted about having a temporary worker in the city. "Come, Airway, let me prepare your letter of introduction. Tell me more about this quota." Without waiting for Liang Zhenguo's response, Lin Kuei hurriedly went to draft the letter. Although having a worker from the village did not benefit the village head, it certainly elevated their status. Moreover, Xiling Village would now have someone in the city, providing assistance for villagers needing to conduct business or facing unforeseen circumstances. Lin Kuei composed the letter of introduction with meticulous care, reviewing it several times before handing it to Liang Zhenguo. "Make sure to keep your quota and letters safe, Airway," he instructed. "Understood, Uncle Kuei," Liang Zhenguo replied. After Liang Zhenguo secured the documents, Lin Kuei eagerly urged him to sit down. "Now, tell me how you obtained this work quota." "Well, if it's appropriate to share." "I shall," Liang Zhenguo replied. "Uncle Kuei, I neither steal nor rob. There's nothing I cannot disclose." Hearing Lin Kuei's final remark, Liang Zhenguo chuckled and shook his head before explaining. "Previously, I sold a wild boar and fortuitously met an elderly gentleman, whom I assisted a bit. Coincidentally, one of his friends is the head of the steel mill, who had 2 work quotas available. Since the factory was particularly in need of meat, he recommended me to trade meat for a quota." Liang Zhenguo provided a brief overview, but refrained from detailing the quantity of meat involved. Fortunately, Lin Kuei did not pry further, as he could surmise it must have been substantial. Otherwise, the work quota wouldn't be so coveted. His curiosity stemmed from Liang Zhenguo's sudden request for a letter of introduction without prior explanation. Who wouldn't he be intrigued? Knowing the quota was exchanged for meat, he realized that replicating this method would be challenging for other villagers, especially since the factory just happened to have work quotas available. After conversing for a while longer, they departed the office as darkness began to fall. Observing Liang Zhenguo's retreating figure from his doorstep, Lin Kuei felt a surge of emotions. He admired the young man's fortune in encountering a well-connected elder and seizing the opportunity. He also respected his bravery at such a young age to venture alone with a wild boar to sell at the factory, especially at a time when people were wary of trade, fearing accusations of speculation. Parting ways with Lin Kuei, Liang Zhenguo made his way to Qin Wan's home, having missed her dearly during the 2 days they had been apart. "Zhenguo," Qin Wan exclaimed with a hint of joy as she emerged from washing Little Lan's face and feet, spotting Liang Zhenguo's arrival. Little Lan joyfully exclaimed as her little face turned a rosy hue, having just enjoyed a bowl of water infused with the milk candy her uncle had given her. "Delicious." Liang Zhenguo pinched her cheek, bemused by how this girl, whom he had only recently met, could suddenly radiate such happiness. "It's time to go back to sleep." Just as Sister Qin was about to carry Little Lan inside, Liang Zhenguo swiftly scooped her up, taking advantage of her back being turned to plant a quick kiss on her mother's cheek. "Your uncle is taking you in for a nap now." Sister Qin wiped the spot where she had been kissed and chuckled at Liang Zhenguo, who pretended nothing had happened. After placing Little Lan on the Kong, Liang Zhenguo playfully teased her for a moment before exiting the room, leaning in to whisper in Sister Qin's ear, "Later, I have a gift for you. Remember to wait for me." Aware of her own guilty conscience, Sister Qin glanced around the room and softly replied, "Understood," her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, her excitement was not for the gift itself, but for the person. Liang Zhenguo returned home in high spirits, discovering that both Xiaowu and Shanwei were happily following their grandmother into the house. Upon seeing him, Qin Wan blushed and hurried into the kitchen, soon emerging with a bucket of warm water for foot washing to take to their room. Liang Zhenguo entered the room, and under Qin Wan's attentive care, he dried off before they both settled down to soak their feet in the warm water. "Having a little wife to attend to you is quite nice," he mused. "Why is that little girl so thrilled to be sleeping with her grandmother?" They playfully stepped on each other's feet, prompting Liang Zhenguo to voice his earlier curiosity. "Grandma promised to make them delicious food tomorrow, and I told them I would take them out on a bike ride," Qin Wan shyly replied. The fact that her younger sisters were sleeping over there meant she would be at the mercy of someone else. Good food and fun. No wonder they were so easily lured away. Liang Zhenguo thought to himself, realizing that tonight would indeed entail 2 battles. After washing their feet, Liang Zhenguo returned to dispose of the water, only to find his little wife already snuggled under the covers, her face hidden from view. Seeing this, he let out a mischievous chuckle and slipped in beside her like a slippery eel. Startled, Qin Wan gasped, only to have her mouth covered again. Before they knew it, much like their wedding night, They were caught up in a whirlwind of affection, with Liang Zhenguo expertly unraveling her layers until she resembled a delicate lamb. Following their passionate encounter, Liang Zhenguo lit a post-coital cigarette. Though he still craved more, he ultimately felt a tenderness for his little wife. "Brother Zhenguo, are you heading to Siju City the day after tomorrow?" Qin Wan asked softly, her head resting on his chest, feeling reluctant to part ways. Their bond had grown significantly over these few days, and they longed to be together. So even though she knew he would come to fetch her after settling in, she felt a pang of sadness. Liang Zhenguo gently caressed her lovely face. "Yes, the day after tomorrow is Monday. Once the weekend rolls around, I will come to take you both there." "All right. I will take good care of Xiaowu and the grandparents at home." Qin Wan obediently nodded. They continued to share intimate conversations until Qin Wan shifted her leg, inadvertently brushing against something alarming. Her face flushed. She raised her head and softly murmured in Liang Zhenguo's ear, "How about you go find my sister? I'm tired and need to rest. And you could also discuss your work with her." What a considerate little wife. Previously, Liang Zhenguo had thought of how to broach the subject with Sister Qin. But now his little wife had offered him the perfect opportunity. Liang Zhenguo pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding. "I indeed haven't informed your sister about receiving the work quota. I should mention it to her. Oh, I also bought her a watch just like yours and a set of clothes, but I haven't given them to her yet." "Then you should go." "All right, as you wish. My wife." Seeing his smug expression, Qin Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Before he left, Liang Zhenguo retrieved the clothes and watch he had prepared for Sister Qin from his suitcase, then pressed a kiss to Qin Wan's fragrant lips before stepping out. Arriving at Sister Qin's doorstep, he skipped knocking and instead climbed inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed their usual sleeping quarters illuminated by an oil lamp, where Sister Qin was threading a needle, seemingly making clothing for a man. Sister Qin, quite alert, caught the faint sound of his arrival and, upon recognizing him, breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Zhenguo walked into the room, quietly closing the door behind him, and remarked softly, "Sister, are these clothes for me?" "Yes," she replied gently. What a wonderful woman. A woman sewing for a man undoubtedly signifies his importance in her heart. Thus, Liang Zhenguo felt touched by her gesture. "Once they're finished, I'll wear them for you." He stroked her silky hair, then presented her with his gift, saying, "It seems we are of one mind. For I also bought you a set of clothes. See if you like them." Sister Qin's eyes lit up with surprise as she took the clothes and tried them against herself. "I love them, and they fit perfectly." Liang Zhenguo's choice was impeccable, the size as if tailored just for her, which delighted Sister Qin immensely. He could only say that his eyes and hands were two precise measuring tools. Whether measuring height or anything else, they were always accurate, such as with Sister Qin, who was a perfect pair of D-cups. His little wife was a half size smaller, but there was still room for growth. "And this watch is just like Xiaowen's." Sister Qin nodded excitedly. She certainly adored the watch, not only for its value but also for its beauty. More importantly, it symbolized her standing in his heart, even if she hadn't been fortunate enough to marry him like her sister. At that moment, Sister Qin looked at Liang Zhenguo with eyes full of affection, setting aside the watch and clothing to leap into his arms. That night, Sister Qin took the initiative, attempting to pin Liang Zhenguo down on the calm. However, despite her best efforts, she ultimately succumbed to his prowess. After their passionate encounter, they returned to their previous state of harmony, lying on the calm. And Liang Zhenguo finally remembered to inform her about reporting to the steel mill the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Sister Qin felt a moment of disappointment. But when she learned that Liang Zhenguo would take her and little Lan to Siju City once he settled her sister in, her smile quickly returned. After a prolonged moment of tenderness, Liang Zhenguo slipped back home, cradling his already slumbering little wife as he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, Liang Zhenguo ventured to the back mountain, retrieving 3 live wild chickens from his space, one for Sister Qin and the other 2 to take home, asking his grandmother to prepare chicken soup for him after he left for Siju City. Although there was still plenty of meat at home, fresh meat was always tastier and more nutritious. He then brought out the remaining beggar's chicken, treating his family and Qin Wan's mother-daughter duo to a delightful feast. Fulfilling Little Lan's earlier request, both she and Xiaowu had been yearning for the beggar's chicken for quite some time, and since his little wife had never tasted it before, he wanted her to experience it before heading to the steel mill. Undoubtedly, his little wife was captivated by the unique preparation of the beggar's chicken. As he would be leaving Xiling village for a week starting tomorrow, Liang Zhenguo made the rare decision to spend the entire day playing with his younger sister. By Monday, the day he was to report for duty, Liang Zhenguo had already packed his belongings early, which primarily consisted of his clothing. As for other essentials like bedding and cooking utensils, he planned to do a big shopping spree once he arrived in Siju City. After all, bringing too much from home was quite a hassle, and besides, he would eventually return to stay, which was merely an excuse he shared with his grandparents. He simply wished to spare the elderly couple from bustling about, as if they would prefer him to transport the very Kong from their home to the city. Initially, the little girl was unaware that her brother would be leaving home for several days. It was only when their grandparents repeatedly admonished him that she became cognizant of it. Subsequently clinging to Liang Zhenguo's leg with tear-filled eyes, under the grandmother's coaxing and Liang Zhenguo's continuous reassurances, she finally released her grip, though her woeful expression nearly swayed him to stay. Nonetheless, amidst the reluctance of the few, he mounted his bicycle and set off towards the capital, ready to become a worker with a stable job. Chapter 94, Nanla Guxiang. At 9 o'clock, Liang Zhenguo arrived at the entrance of the steel mill. At a glance, he spotted his acquaintance, Deng Haihua, who was on gate duty. "Brother Deng, open the door. I'm here to report for duty," he called out, as they were already familiar with each other from previous encounters. "Absolutely," Deng Haihua responded with a hearty voice, swiftly opening the gate. Then casually draping an arm around Liang Zhenguo's shoulders. "The section chief has informed me that I'll be guiding you from now on. So we are partners for this period. Is this arrangement by section chief Huang truly appropriate?" Liang Zhenguo chuckled, though he did not want to offend. "Haha. Then I must thank you, Brother Deng." Liang Zhenguo smiled graciously. "By the way, why is it always you guarding the entrance when I arrive?" "Ah, clearly." This struck a nerve with Deng, who sighed. "It's all due to the section chief's narrow-mindedness. When I sought him for something previously, I may have raised my voice slightly, which might have startled him, so he sent me to man the gate for a week." With another sigh, Deng Haihua added, "However, today, I'm not merely standing guard. The section chief anticipated your arrival and instructed me to take you to the labor office for your registration and to collect your uniform. Furthermore, I'll show you to your residence. You can settle in today. No need to come to the mill until tomorrow, as our security department has been quite busy lately." Deng lowered his voice towards the end. Raising an eyebrow, Liang Zhenguo thought, "Is this serious business? Am I expected to dive straight into work upon arrival?" Nevertheless, he decided to focus on settling in first. The two proceeded to the labor office, where Liang Zhenguo presented his work assignment and introduction letter, managing to complete his onboarding with ease. Upon joining, he discovered he would be receiving the minimum wage of level 30, amounting to 23 yuan per month. Curious, he inquired about Deng's level, only to find Deng reveling in the fact that he was now at level 25, earning 145 yuan more than him. And he mentioned a potential promotion by year-end. Whether this was mere boasting remained uncertain. After obtaining his security credentials from the mill, he and Deng proceeded to the warehouse to collect 2 sets of blue uniforms and shoes. They mentioned winter attire, but that was to be collected later. Once they had secured their uniforms, there was little else to do. While the security department was authorized to carry firearms, they could not take them home unless on duty. Thus, Deng Haihua led him directly out of the steel mill, heading towards the street office that arranged his accommodation. Deng opted to push his own bicycle rather than ride Liang Zhenguo's, swiftly navigating the familiar route. As they rode side by side, Deng casually remarked, "My home is in this area as well, so I'm quite familiar with it. Feel free to ask me anything you're unsure of." "Sure thing," Liang Zhenguo replied, not one to shy away from queries. Before long, they arrived at the street office at Jiaodao, their intended destination. "Young comrades, how can I assist you?" the office worker inquired. "Annie, we are from the security department of the steel mill. This is our newly recruited comrade, Liang Zhenguo, and we are here to collect the keys and register his accommodation, as arranged by the factory last week." Deng Haihua confidently explained, appearing quite reliable, suggesting he had visited before. "Very well, let me check," the office worker replied, before turning to search. At that moment, the door adjacent to them swung open. Director Yang, a middle-aged woman, emerged, prompting the office worker to call out, "Ah, are these 2 young comrades here for business?" Director Yang inquired casually. "Yes. We are here to register this comrade Liang Zhenguo for his accommodation. I've heard it has been arranged," the office worker responded. Upon hearing this, Director Yang's attention shifted to Liang Zhenguo, as his name struck a chord with her. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled a previous request made by the steel mill for housing for a new security guard who required a more spacious arrangement. Coincidentally, her husband had mentioned that if a comrade named Liang Zhenguo were to apply for housing, a favorable position should be allocated, as suggested by Director Sunday. She felt a flicker of curiosity about this Liang Zhenguo, sensing he might have connections, yet not quite fitting the mold of a privileged child from the compound, as they typically would need to request housing. Noticing Director Yang's gaze upon him, Liang Zhenguo detected a hint of recognition, though he remained puzzled. Nevertheless, he offered his signature smile, nodding respectfully at Director Yang, and echoed the office worker's greeting. "Hello, Director Yang." "Hello, young comrade. Though this is our first meeting, I've heard Director Sun mention you, so you must be acquainted," Director Yang responded. Realizing that Director Sun had spoken of him, Liang Zhenguo felt a surge of gratitude. understanding the implications behind the recommendation. I am indeed familiar with Director Sun, he affirmed. Director Yang smiled and nodded, confirming, then there's no mistake. Comrade, you will be accommodated at number 12 in Dongbai Kiao Hotong in Nanla Guxiang. Please wait while I finalize your registration. Director Yang had already arranged everything. The request from the steel mill and Director Sun aligned perfectly with her responsibilities, so extending this favor was well within reason. Thank you, Director Yang. Liang Zhenguo expressed his gratitude. With a smile, Director Yang took some documents and returned to her office. Before long, Liang Zhenguo and Deng Haihua departed with the keys in hand. Brother Zhenguo, you even know a director, and you're acquainted with Director Yang. Why didn't you ask your esteemed director to intervene regarding the housing? You could have gotten a better deal. Deng Haihua remarked, perplexed. Realizing that Director Yang must have already been informed by Director Sunday. Am I to assume my meat was given away for nothing? Deng mused. Though he was reluctant to trouble Director Sun, as he didn't view him as a close enough relation. Nonetheless, he silently acknowledged the assistance provided by Director Sunday. While contemplating this, Liang Zhenguo replied, it's all right, I am now part of our factory. Contributing to its growth and the nation's development is what our youth ought to do. Deng Haihua looked at him with admiration. Brother Zhenguo, your ideological awareness is truly commendable. Feeling a tad uncomfortable under Deng's gaze, Liang Zhenguo pointed ahead. Brother Deng, watch the road. Oh right. With both being of similar age, their conversation flourished effortlessly. Deng, being quite the chatterbox, kept the dialogue lively throughout the journey, even as the chatter made Liang Zhenguo's head buzz. Nevertheless, it enhanced his understanding of the area significantly. Before long, they arrived at Nanla Guxiang, a place Liang Zhenguo had never visited but had heard about numerous times. His curiosity about the area was palpable, especially since he first learned of Nanla Guxiang from the television drama Qing Man, Si Yuan. However, he had just inquired with Comrade Deng, and it turned out that the renowned number 95 courtyard, purportedly teeming with talent, did not exist in the vicinity of Nanla Guxiang. The Jiadika Street office was not far from Nanla Guxiang, and the two quickly cycled to the Dongbaijiao Hotong, where he would reside in the future. Although he had yet to enter the courtyard, Liang Zhenguo felt quite pleased with the advantageous geographical location. Chapter 95, Courtyard Number 12, Dongbaijiao. Upon arriving at Courtyard Number 12, Liang Zhenguo and Deng Haihua pushed their bicycles into this 3-entry Saihewan. Deng Haihua was also a resident of the courtyard, so he exhibited no particular curiosity. However, for Liang Zhenguo, it was a novel experience, as it was his first time entering a Saihewan. Having seen numerous skyscrapers in later years, he found the Saihewan intriguing, as it was beyond his prior imagination. Despite being a communal courtyard, he was optimistic that with some effort, he might eventually acquire a Saihewan of his own. The thought filled him with anticipation. Upon entering the front courtyard, he noticed a decent number of people, though it was work hours, so most of the occupants were women, children, and the elderly. Contemplating his future residence here, Liang Zhenguo politely nodded to those who looked his way before proceeding deeper into the courtyard. His allocated room was not in the front courtyard, but rather in the back. Some returned his nod with a smile, while others merely acknowledged him with a nod. Though all displayed a mix of curiosity and a hint of wariness towards the two strangers. The situation in the middle courtyard mirrored that of the front. It housed several families, perhaps 4 or 5, and there seemed to be even more children here, likely drawn to this area for play. Suddenly, his gaze halted, and his expression shifted to one of surprise, for among the children frolicking about, he recognized the little boy who had been drugged by a trafficker at the train station. What a curious twist of fate. The children regarded the two men with curiosity, yet it was evident that the boy did not recognize Liang Zhenguo, as he had been unconscious at their last encounter. Just then, an older woman approached them. Noticing Liang Zhenguo's glance, she introduced herself. I am Aunt Zheng Mei, the caretaker of Courtyard Number 12. Hello, Aunt Zheng. My name is Liang Zhenguo, a new resident of Courtyard Number 12. The street office has assigned me a room in the back courtyard, he replied. You are a new resident? Aunt Zheng was evidently surprised. Just recently, a family had vacated the back courtyard, leaving the main house unoccupied. Could it be that this young man had been assigned that very space? Elder Qiao from the front courtyard had been contemplating requesting the street office to allocate a room for his son before the wedding. It was also possible that the 2 rooms in the west wing, which had been previously occupied by enemy agents, had finally been assigned to this young man. Allow me to escort you to the back courtyard. If you need any assistance, just let me know, Aunt Zheng offered. Primarily motivated by her curiosity about which room the young man had been assigned, as it was customary for her to guide new residents. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Aunt Zheng, Liang Zhenguo replied. The trio passed through the flower gate, entering the back courtyard, in stark contrast to the bustling front and middle courtyards. This area was eerily quiet. Liang Zhenguo felt a twinge of confusion and, employing his mental perception, discovered that the east wing was fully furnished, indicating occupancy, while the west wing and main house stood empty. The back courtyard also boasted 2 ear rooms, though they appeared too dilapidated for habitation. Although he had not anticipated such tranquility in the back courtyard, it was to his liking. He made his way directly to the main house, which had been allocated to him by the street office. To his delight, not only were all 3 rooms in the main house his, but he had also been assigned the east ear room, which, while unsuitable for living, could serve as a kitchen. Truth be told, when he heard from the street office that he had been allocated 3 rooms, he was quite taken aback. Although he had utilized over 100 gene of meat to advocate for a larger space and received assistance from elder son, receiving 3 rooms along with a dilapidated ear room was beyond his expectations. After all, he was currently living alone. Before seeing the house, he had expected it to be in poor condition, but he had not been overly concerned, for 3 rooms would suffice, and he could always arrange for repairs. However, after employing his mental perception, he discovered that the 3 rooms were in pristine condition, clean, and well-maintained. It appeared that previous occupants had only recently vacated, leaving behind 2 tables and several chairs, an unexpected bonus. Aunt Zheng Mei observed Liang Zhenguo approaching the main house and mused silently. Could it truly be the main house? You have been assigned the main house, she cautiously inquired. Indeed, it is the main house. Which room, specifically? Although it was unexpected, Elder Qiao's son had his sights set on the central room. As long as it was not that one, there would be no conflict, thus avoiding a tumultuous atmosphere in the courtyard. All 3 rooms, along with the east ear room, Liang Zhenguo replied candidly, feeling it necessary to clarify. Aunt Zheng was momentarily rendered speechless. What, is this not a mistake? Liang Zhenguo found her reaction peculiar. While 3 rooms were indeed generous, it hardly warranted such astonishment. He promptly produced the key given to him by the street office, which had been duly documented, and stated, the street office has registered it, and they provided me with the key. Oh, no, young man, I harbor no doubts about you. I am merely surprised. After all, you are but one person, and 3 rooms do seem rather excessive. Aunt Zheng hastily reassured him, her gaze flitting between Liang Zhenguo and the street office key, as if she were contemplating whether he was acquainted with Director Yang from the street office. My family will be arriving in a few days, Liang Zhenguo corrected her. Now he understood that Aunt Zheng appeared overly concerned about which room he had been assigned and seemed quite averse to his occupying the main house. Liang Zhenguo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, she was merely a caretaker chosen from among the courtyard residents, and her interference felt rather unwarranted. Aunt Zheng, these allocations are made by the street office. Do you find them inappropriate? Or is there someone who has set their sights on the main house? Liang Zhenguo directly questioned her, his gaze fixed intently on Aunt Zheng. Deng Haihua, standing nearby, also regarded her with keen scrutiny, having quickly discerned that Aunt Zheng was indeed overly invested in the matter. Such occurrences were not uncommon in communal courtyards, which were often crowded and chaotic. Aunt Zheng suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. The young man had initially appeared amiable and approachable, yet now, with his stern demeanor, he seemed far more intimidating than Director Yang. To complicate matters, a young man in uniform stood beside him. At that moment, she regretted instigating this unnecessary trouble. Young man, you misunderstand. I was merely concerned. There is indeed someone interested in the main house, but it is not me. In the front courtyard, there is another caretaker, Elder Qiao Ziqian. After the previous family in the back courtyard moved out, he intended to apply for his son to reside there. However, before he could even begin the application process, you moved in, and I was simply worried that Elder Qiao's son might cause a ruckus, hence my overly inquisitive nature. Aunt Zheng hurriedly explained, attempting to distance herself from any implication of self-interest. Elder Qiao's son was known to be somewhat petty and might harbor resentment towards this young man. But she now recognized that while he had initially appeared innocent and harmless, he was not someone to be trifled with. She had no desire to offend him, especially considering that, as he rightly pointed out, the street office had allocated the rooms to him, and she lacked the authority to challenge such decisions. Moreover, the fact that the street office had granted him 3 rooms led her to suspect that he was not simply an ordinary individual. Even if disputes arose, Elder Qiao would be there to support him, so what concern was it of hers? Chapter 96, Acquiring Furniture. Was there truly someone vying for his room? Liang Zhenguo frowned, feeling somewhat disheartened by this unwelcome complication that had marred his otherwise pleasant mood. However, his furrowed brow soon relaxed again. The street office had allocated the property to him. Regardless of who else might have been concerned, it was now unequivocally his residence. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Liang Zhenguo cast a glance at Aunt Zheng. Perhaps she initially intended for him to relinquish the main house to that so-called Elder Qiao's son. hoping for a harmonious resolution for all. But was that not absurd? Would he dare to reside there? At the slightest hint of trouble, he could easily report them for theft and encroachment on state property. The vast Northwest would become his refuge. Moreover, Aunt Zheng's tone, laced with an unmistakable tinge of jealousy when she learned he had been assigned 3 rooms, revealed her envious nature. Fortunately, she possessed enough self-awareness to refrain from provoking him further or adopting the airs of a domineering matron. As long as she did not bother him, he had no desire to escalate matters, especially since they would be living in close proximity. Thank you for your reminder, Aunt Zheng. However, since the street office has granted me this property, it is not subject to dispute. Should anyone have objections, they may address them with the street office directly. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your arrangements any longer. I will take my leave. Aunt Zheng nodded. Initially, she intended to mention that he could seek her assistance if needed, but she swallowed her words. If you require anything, please do not seek me out, especially if it concerns potential conflicts with Qiao Ziqiang's son. Brother Zhenguo, you settle in. And I must return to the factory, Deng Haihua stated, bidding farewell as Aunt Zheng departed. After all, there were matters to attend to at the factory, and he could not afford to linger outside for too long. As for Liang Zhenguo's house being under scrutiny, absurd. The security personnel at their steel mill would not dare to bully others, let alone be bullied themselves. Moreover, Brother Zhenguo's earlier demeanor clearly indicated that he was not someone easily taken advantage of. Thus, there was no need for him to worry. Thank you, Brother Deng, for showing me the way. I shall treat you to dinner sometime, Liang Zhenguo replied. Sounds good. Deng Haihua responded cheerfully as he departed. Upon entering his new abode, Liang Zhenguo, despite having surveyed it with his spiritual senses, took another round through each room, ultimately feeling satisfied as he returned to the main hall. Once a space designated for rituals, discussions, or receiving guests, it had now been transformed into the primary living area. Although he could not fathom why the west wing of the backyard had remained unoccupied for so long, gathering dust, he found solace in the solitude, as it afforded him greater privacy. Glancing toward the east wing, he mused that it would be wonderful if that household moved away, rendering the entire backyard his own. He quickly shook his head. If one family left, another would inevitably take their place. He hoped for amiable neighbors. After a brief tidying up, Liang Zhenguo unpacked his belongings. Aside from a table and chairs, there was a conspicuous absence of furniture in the house. Thankfully, he did not need to head to the factory today, granting him time to shop. Having determined what to purchase, Liang Zhenguo barely settled down before he was off again, pushing his bicycle out the door. As he passed through the central courtyard and the front yard, the residents appeared to have shed their earlier wariness. In fact, many greeted him with enthusiasm. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that Aunt Zheng had informed the neighbors of his arrival, experiencing a warmth unlike before. Liang Zhenguo smiled in response, but hastily left courtyard number 12 under the pretense of shopping for furniture. The exuberance of the elderly residents was somewhat overwhelming for him. Had it been young ladies or beautiful daughters-in-law, he might have engaged in conversation to foster camaraderie. He understood the source of their sudden warmth, his bicycle. Despite living in the same city, only a handful of families could afford to buy a bicycle in the 1960s. For instance, Deng Haihua was fortunate to possess one, but it was a gift from his father. The residents of their courtyard outnumbered those in courtyard number 12, yet aside from his family, there was only one other bicycle among them. Thus, seeing a young man like Liang Zhenguo with a bicycle naturally prompted the neighbors to cultivate a good relationship with him, as it cost them nothing. This was also why Aunt Zheng had chosen to avoid provoking him. Nevertheless, Liang Zhenguo bore no resentment. After all, there were genuinely kind-hearted elderly individuals among them. Liang Zhenguo first visited the nearest supply and marketing cooperative, conveniently located just a few hundred meters from their courtyard. Although he had pots, pans, and various kitchen utensils for outside use, he needed to acquire a set for his new home in courtyard number 12, and he still had the necessary receipts. Essentials like bedding and mattresses were also indispensable, and he purchased several sets. After completing his shopping, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he found a secluded spot to stow his newly acquired items before cycling to the trust shop. Having already inquired about its location from the sales clerk at the cooperative, at the trust shop, he naturally sought furniture. This establishment had a plethora of second-hand items available, originating from residents' donations, the redistribution of public assets from various organizations, or even confiscated property. While the furniture was second-hand, most had been repaired and refurbished, ensuring they were not in disrepair. After all, if they were broken, no one would purchase them, regardless of their low prices, and no receipts were required. Liang Zhenguo's interest in this shop was not driven by a desire for bargains or the hope of stumbling upon valuable antiques, such as golden silk Nanmu or Huanghuali. He harbored no illusions about his luck in such matters, nor would he recognize these materials if presented to him. His primary intention was simply to find old furniture that, in style and craftsmanship, would be particularly suitable for a Saihewan. Naturally, if he stumbled upon items from confiscated properties, that would be even better. The quality of such furniture was bound to be superior, durable, and crafted with greater precision. Upon entering the trust shop, Liang Zhenguo immersed himself in the search. Half an hour later, he emerged with a selection of wardrobes, 2 tables, several chairs, and a recliner. Although he did not discover any exquisite pieces as he had hoped, the overall outcome was satisfactory. After settling the payment, the shop graciously arranged for delivery, saving him a great deal of trouble. After more than 2 hours of effort, Liang Zhenguo finally transformed his home into a cozy abode, even converting the east wing into a semblance of a kitchen. From this moment forward, he could truly consider himself settled in the city. Chapter 97. Securing rations and purchasing coal. Liang Zhenguo filled the kitchen cabinets with flour and rice, placing the dried seafood and cured meats his grandmother had insisted he take before leaving in the kitchen as well. These items were long-lasting and did not require storage in his space. Once he brought his wife and sister over, they would be easily accessible for their use in his absence. After closing the kitchen door, Liang Zhenguo prepared to venture to the state-run restaurant for a meal. He had consumed the last of the rice he had prepared previously, and now only had some braised meat left. Feeling too lazy to cook a staple dish for lunch, and with the time already past 2 o'clock, he opted for a simple outing to grab something to eat. Just as he shut the door, he caught sight of a child peeking through the flower gate. The reason he recognized the child was that, during his furniture-moving escapades, the little one had occasionally emerged to steal a glance. The child was a familiar face, the very boy he had rescued earlier. "Child, come here. What is your name?" Liang Zhenguo waved at him, and the little boy immediately turned and dashed back to the courtyard. Liang Zhenguo chuckled and shook his head, unfazed, as he once again pushed his bicycle out the door. After a simple meal of several steamed buns at the state-run restaurant, he proceeded to the grain bureau to collect his grain ration. Although he was entitled to only 27 jin of commercial grain per month, and he was the sole recipient of this quota while his 2 younger sisters and wife received none, he had ample grain and thus felt no urgency. However, it was still necessary to collect it. Forgoing such a ration would indeed raise eyebrows. After securing his grain booklet, he headed to the coal factory, where, armed with a supply certificate, he purchased several hundred jin of coal. In the communal courtyard, where firewood was scarce, coal was the norm for cooking, and its purchase was strictly regulated. He opted to buy a month's supply in one go to avoid multiple trips. Ducking into a deserted alley, he stashed the coal in his space and emerged anew. Having completed his errands, Liang Zhenguo leisurely cycled through the streets, unwittingly arriving at a bathhouse, which he soon recognized as the renowned Qinghua Garden bathhouse of the city. Reflecting on his idle time and the sweat accumulated from several hours at home, he retrieved a change of clothes and a towel from his space and entered the bathhouse. Since he had already exchanged numerous tickets at the canning factory, he had a bathing ticket, and it would be remiss not to indulge in this refreshing experience. After spending a ticket and 7 cents, he enjoyed a most delightful bath at Qinghua Garden. Having resided in this era for quite some time, he had never savored such a luxurious soak. With no time constraints and the bathhouse relatively uncrowded at that hour, he lingered until 6 o'clock before stepping out. Whistling like a carefree street urchin, Liang Zhenguo made his way back to courtyard 12. Upon his return, he noticed 3 grass carp hanging from his bicycle. "The young man is back. Did you go fishing? How on earth did you catch them?" "I went yesterday and didn't even get a nibble." The elderly gentleman was astonished as Liang Zhenguo had made several trips today, nearly dizzying the old man with his comings and goings. As Liang Zhenguo entered the courtyard, the elder habitually greeted him. But upon seeing the 3 fish still gasping for air, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhang Laotu, this one is for you. Next time I go fishing, I'll be sure to invite you. The fish in Shishaha are quite easy to catch." Liang Zhenguo smiled, handing a fish to the old man. He found this elder rather amusing. Upon entering, the elder would say, "Ah, the young man has returned," and upon leaving, "Oh, the young man is off again," never missing a beat. Thus, he generously gifted him a fish, hoping to cultivate an image of being an adept fisherman within the courtyard. Surely, this would help spread the word that his family was well fed. As for jealousy, he hardly cared, as he had no ties to the villagers and remained discreet about his affairs. At home, he would eat and drink well. "Haha, I want to be modest about it. Next time we'll go fishing together." Zhang Laodu was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the fish without hesitation. This fish was at least 1.5 jin. It had been ages since he caught anything. Why would he refuse such a generous gift? Unless he were foolish. If the young man had only 1 fish, he might have hesitated, but since the young man had 2 others even larger, he felt no qualms. "All right then, I'll head back to prepare dinner." Liang Zhenguo waved dismissively and returned to the backyard. Zhang Laotu, seizing the opportunity, hurried home with the fish. Wife, wife, cook the fish. We're having fish for dinner tonight, he called out triumphantly upon entering his home. Where did you get that fish? Didn't you just go out? Li Lao Tai asked, bewildered by the fish in her husband's hands. Haha, the new lad, Xiao Liang, and I hit it off. He caught a few fish and gave me one. You didn't shamelessly ask him for it, did you? Li Lao Tai scrutinized her husband with skepticism, spatula in hand. No, truly, he just gifted it to me. P.S. Quite a warm-hearted young man. Make sure to lend him a hand whenever he needs it. All right, I understand. Our son and daughter-in-law will be home from work soon. Hurry up and cook the fish, Li Lao Tai urged, knowing that they were a dual-income family. And such a sizable fish was rare indeed. Back in the backyard, Liang Zhenguo noticed someone cooking in the east wing. While he was curious to get acquainted, he refrained from interrupting as they were busy. Besides, he had his own cooking to attend to. He rinsed the large water jar left by the previous tenant with lake water from his space, then fetched water from the communal tap in the front yard twice to fill the jar. Although 4 buckets of water wouldn't completely fill the large jar, he could easily store water in his space and pour it in later. With the convenience of space, everything became a breeze. For dinner, he steamed a fish and prepared rice, relishing a pound of marinated meat from his space in the courtyard. However, despite the delectable meal, he found it somewhat lonely to dine alone. After finishing his meal, feeling a bit bored, he dragged out the lounge chair he had purchased that day and reclined in the courtyard, letting the autumn breeze wash over him as he closed his eyes to rest. Before long, Liang Zhenguo opened his eyes and turned his head toward the east. Although he hadn't employed his mental probing, his enhanced physique, modified by the space, allowed him to easily sense someone approaching. When he turned, the first thing that caught his eye was a gentle and elegant face, causing him to momentarily freeze. A quick glance revealed a striking contrast between her demeanor and that of the other residents in the courtyard. He sensed an aura of scholarly grace emanating from her. While her appearance may not rival that of his sister-in-law or wife, her figure was similarly ample and appealing. Yet, the most captivating aspect remained her refined, bookish charm. Exuding an elegance befitting a cultured family, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She appeared to be slightly older than his sister-in-law, perhaps in her late 20s or early 30s. However, who could this beautiful woman be? Chapter 98, The Neighbor in the East Wing. Liang Zhenguo merely glanced at her before retracting his gaze, perplexed by the graceful young woman before him. Hello, I'm Suya, residing in the East Wing. You must be the new tenant in the backyard? Before Liang Zhenguo could respond, the approaching woman introduced herself. So, she was the neighbor from the East Wing. He hadn't used his mental probing earlier, so he had never seen her before. Yes, I'm Liang Zhenguo. I suppose we'll be neighbors from now on. Liang Zhenguo stood, realizing it was somewhat impolite to converse while reclining. Are you a teacher? He inquired, deducing from her demeanor that she was likely an educated individual, and her age suggested she wasn't a young intellectual. Suya nodded, smiling. You're quite perceptive for a young man. I'm a high school teacher. Though her smile was enchanting, Liang Zhenguo inwardly scoffed at being called young man and not so young. At 18, standing at 6 feet tall, he certainly didn't feel young. It wasn't that he was particularly discerning. Her teacher-like aura was simply unmistakable. Had she not appeared so youthful, he might have mistaken her for a university professor. While Suya appreciated the compliments, it was evident that Liang Zhenguo's remarks struck a chord with her. With a light chuckle and a shake of my head, I humbly remarked that my knowledge hardly qualifies me to be a professor. Additionally, there's no need for the younger comrades to address me as sister, as it feels rather odd. You may call me Teacher Su or Sister Suya, as I am older than you. Is it strange for someone of her age to be called sister? Although Liang Zhenguo was puzzled, he nodded and said, Then I shall call you Sister Suya. You can address me by my name. After all, we are neighbors now and should look out for each other. While calling me Teacher Su is also acceptable, it might take a long time for us to become acquainted as neighbors, so calling me sister would facilitate a closer relationship. When I bring my wife and sister over, it would provide them with an opportunity to interact, especially since I am a teacher. Perhaps when Xiaowu and Shaiwei begin their schooling, they might even have the privilege of being taught by this lovely young teacher. Particularly Xiao, who will turn 7 after the new year, could be sent to school to learn and make friends, though it remains uncertain whether elementary classes will commence next year. He had heard that some schools were struggling with teacher shortages, leading to class cancellations or only half-day sessions. This is unacceptable. He certainly does not wish for his sister to be illiterate. Should the school remain closed, he could always spare some grain for Suya to teach his 2 sisters how to read and write. Although his wife is literate, she could hardly compare to a trained teacher, he mused. Indeed, our neighbors in this courtyard are quite amiable, with our 2 families residing in the backyard. Suya had approached him first, eager to foster a good relationship with her new neighbor. So far, it appears to be going splendidly. Mother, I've finished my bath. A small boy's voice echoed from behind as they conversed. Liang Zhenguo turned to Xia. It's that little boy who was nearly abducted. No wonder he had been watching so intently when Liang entered and exited the backyard. He lived in the eastern wing, after all, and was Xia's son. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a resemblance between them. All right, wait a moment while I dry your hair before bed. Additionally, this is Uncle Zhenguo, our new neighbor. You must greet him when you see him, understood? The little boy, seemingly shy, stole a few glances at Liang Zhenguo and quietly replied, Oh, I understand, mother. Uncle Zhenguo. Xia, with a mixture of helplessness and affection, said, Zhenguo, this is my son, Zhou Ziwen. He was almost taken by a stranger recently, so he is a bit timid. It's quite all right, Liang Zhenguo replied with a gentle smile. He was well aware of the boy's past ordeal, having been the one to rescue him. Yet this was not a matter to discuss. He reached into his pocket and produced a few pieces of fruit candy. Noticing the boy lingering behind his mother, he handed the sweets to Xia, saying, These are for the child. Thank you, Zhenguo. Xia accepted graciously. They continued their conversation for a while before parting ways. Once back in his room, Liang Zhenguo lay quietly on his bed, lost in thought as darkness fell. In this era, there were scarcely any forms of entertainment at night, other than perhaps engaging in intimate activities with his wife. However, with both his little wife and Qin's sister absent, he found himself exceedingly bored. Strangely, his thoughts drifted back to Xia. Indeed, women of her age possess a captivating allure, particularly with her striking beauty and voluptuous figure. Yet, he held no inappropriate thoughts. His wife was no less than her, and as a married man, he would not indulge in such pursuits. It was a matter of principle. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder what sort of man could win her heart. With nothing else to occupy his time, he turned his mental focus toward the eastern wing, allowing his spiritual energy to extend its reach. However, after a brief glance, he quickly withdrew. What a transgression, he muttered to himself. He saw no men, as only two individuals occupied the eastern wing. One was the sleeping Zhou Ziwen, while the other room merely reminded him of a striking white spring, or rather, the splashes of water. That night, Liang Zhenguo found it difficult to sleep. The following day, he rose early, washed up, and donned his blue security uniform. Though it differed somewhat from his military attire, it suited him well and exuded an air of vitality. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Xia, who complimented his appearance. Liang Zhenguo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he thanked her and hastily departed from courtyard 12. For the memory of what he had seen the previous night loomed in his mind. He also pondered what her husband might do, noting his absence the entire night. Silently apologizing to Xia cast a puzzled glance at Liang Zhenguo's retreating figure, sensing something peculiar in his gaze. Unsure of what to make of it, she dismissed it as a mere misunderstanding. Sister Su. She heard a voice call out. Xia left her son in the care of a trusted neighbor and hurried to school, as she only had half a day of classes before returning home, sparing her neighbor the need to provide meals. As she reached the front yard, a youthful figure appeared before her, clearly waiting for her arrival. Despite the man's cheerful demeanor, Xia couldn't help but frown inwardly, feeling a sense of resignation as she merely nodded in acknowledgement of his smile. Xiaoyong, do you need something? Oh, I just happened to be leaving as well and thought I might see you, Sister Su, so I decided to wait and walk with you, Xiaoyong replied, his smile unwavering. Xia felt exasperated. If it weren't for her profession as a teacher and her good upbringing, she might have been compelled to roll her eyes dramatically. You have no job and just happen to be out at this hour? Are you simply idling away your time? She noted his daily presence, which had become increasingly annoying and disruptive to her life. Chapter 99, Colleagues from the Security Section, Team 3. It was precisely due to Xiaoyong's frequent appearances that gossip had begun to circulate within the school, as a man shadowing her daily, despite maintaining a distance, inevitably led to misunderstandings. To prevent any further complications, Xia halted her steps, regarded Xiaoyong calmly, and stated, Comrade Xiaoyong, there is no need for you to wait for me each day, especially since you do not accompany me on my route to school. Your actions may lead to misunderstandings and have already caused disruptions to my work and personal life. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from following me to school in the future. A friend of mine has mentioned that your behavior may be construed as harassment, and if it continues, I may have to report you for indecent conduct. Numerous individuals were leaving courtyard 12 at that hour, and although Suya's tone was gentle, her words were loud enough for everyone to hear, leaving the onlookers to cast incredulous glances at Xiaoyong's reddened face. Were it not for the fact that they were neighbors and that his father, Xiao Ziqiang, was the caretaker of the courtyard, many would have undoubtedly voiced their mockery. Yet, even in silence, the surrounding gazes filled Xiaoyong with profound embarrassment. After delivering her statement, Suya walked away. She had no desire to humiliate him. As they were part of the same community, and they would inevitably encounter one another again. However, she had subtly indicated her discomfort multiple times. Yet he persisted in his behavior, growing increasingly bold. Although Qiao Yong possessed a thick skin, he could not withstand the weight of the neighbors' scrutinizing stares. With one last reluctant glance at Sia's enchanting figure, he hastily departed, choosing not to follow her any longer. Despite Sia's bluntness, he found himself unable to harbor any ill will toward her. Ever since she had come to their courtyard, he had been irresistibly drawn to her charm. Both his father and mother were aware of the situation. Initially, his father even contemplated using his belt to discipline him, as he had set his sights on a woman with a child, which he deemed a potential burden. However, upon learning that Suya was a teacher with a stable job, his attitude shifted dramatically to one of unwavering support, particularly in the past 2 years. Her partner had not been seen or heard of, prompting his parents to encourage him to approach Suya more proactively. Therefore, after the family residing in the main house of the backyard moved out, he persuaded his father to apply for him to move in, believing that his father, being a person of authority, would likely receive approval from the neighborhood office. This would bring him closer to Suya. As for his persistent following of her, that was advice from a friend who specialized in courting widows, suggesting that a good woman fears a man's tenacity. This strategy, however, seemed less effective now, and he felt the need to seek further counsel. Regarding his father's mention of the backyard's main house being snatched away last night, he planned to address that matter after completing his current tasks. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Zhenguo had already purchased 3 buns and was leisurely cycling towards the steel mill. It was his first day on the job, and he wanted to make a good impression on his superiors and colleagues. He intended to blend in until he became more seasoned. He initially assumed he had arrived early, only to find that many security personnel were already present at the steel mill. Comrade Deng had also arrived. Fortunately, Comrade Deng got there before him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to sit in the security officer's office. Currently, there were about 20 security officers at the steel mill, divided into 3 teams, and Liang Zhenguo was assigned to the 3rd team, where Deng Haihua was stationed. Thus, Deng Haihua led Liang Zhenguo to the office of the 3rd team, where he briefly introduced him to the members, noting he was the 7th in line. Upon entering the office, they found 3 individuals already seated. Come, Brother Zhenguo, let me introduce you, Deng Haihua began, presenting him to one of the middle-aged security officers. This is our team leader, Zhao Deshan, Zhao Team. He continued, this gentleman is Lu Yang, and this hefty fellow is Niu Shan. Just call him Man Niu. He's incredibly strong. Deng Haihua swiftly introduced everyone without waiting for any responses. As soon as he finished, Lu Yang playfully slapped Deng Haihua on the head, chiding, damn it. You're in your 20s. I'm just over 30, and you dare call me uncle? With that dark complexion, if you didn't reveal your age, others would surely think you're 50. Deng was not amused by this remark. Lu Yang rubbed his hands together, seemingly ready to deliver more playful blows, prompting Deng Haihua to quickly sidestep behind Team Leader Zhao. Team Leader Zhao, Brother Lu, Brother Niu, Liang Zhenguo greeted each of them in turn, helping to defuse the tension for Deng Haihua and sparing him from another slap. He quickly gathered that Deng Haihua was the most vivacious character in the 3rd team. Yet, his observation seemed somewhat justified, as Lu Yang did appear older than his stated age. Liang Zhenguo had initially assumed he was older than his second uncle. Niu Shan, true to his name, resembled a small mountain. Standing at about 180, he towered over Liang Zhenguo by at least a head, easily reaching nearly 190. With a robust physique that made Liang wonder why he wasn't in the military. He had a rather amiable countenance. As for team leader Zhao, in his 40s, he merely smiled at the playful banter between Deng and Lu, exuding a sense of steadiness without appearing overly rigid. Liang Zhenguo instinctively assessed the personalities of the 3 men. All 3 acknowledged Liang Zhenguo's greetings with nods. Zhenguo, just call me Uncle Zhao. You look quite sharp in that uniform. If it weren't for the section chief informing me that you were a hunter, I would have suspected you were a veteran returning to service. Zhao Deshan remarked with a pat on his shoulder, evidently pleased. All right, Uncle Zhao, Liang Zhenguo responded, recognizing that Zhao's age warranted such a title. Lu Yang, who was less keen on being called uncle, seemed pleased with Liang Zhenguo's address of him as Brother Lu, remarking, nice. Unlike those youngsters who are already blind at such a tender age. Lu Yang's gaze shifted to Deng Haihua, then scrutinized Liang Zhenguo before suddenly exclaiming, you're quite handsome. How about waiting a few more years, and I'll marry my daughter to you? Liang Zhenguo was caught off guard, utterly unprepared for Lu Yang's abrupt suggestion. You like me calling you brother, yet you suddenly bring up marrying your daughter to me? How old is she? He asked reflexively. She is already 8 years old. Lu Yang replied. Liang Zhenguo pondered. How eager are you for your daughter to marry, considering she is merely an 8-year-old child? Are you that fearful she won't find a husband? Observing Zhao and the others' nonchalant reactions, he surmised that Liu Yang had likely made similar propositions before. He glanced at Liu Yang's somewhat intimidating visage and thought, surely his daughter wouldn't inherit his complexion, would she? Cough cough. Brother Liu, I'm already married. Oh, in that case, you've missed out on that fortune. Liu Yang shook his head, feigning sorrow for him. It seemed that the third team had more lively characters than just Deng Haihua. Chapter 100, Testing Shooting Skills. The group smoothly transitioned past this topic and continued discussing the affairs of the security department, providing Liang Zhenguo with a brief overview of their duties. Before long, the remaining two team members arrived, and after introductions, everyone became acquainted. The last two individuals included one named Yu Jinjun, in his late 20s and tall and slender, and the other, Jin Daba, who was just a year older than Liang Zhenguo. Jin Daba was quite hefty, aptly reflecting his name, as being overweight was quite rare in that era. However, being a security officer, he was likely not an inept individual, suggesting he was likely a nimble, hefty man. They did not linger in the office for long. At Zhao's call, they exited to attend a meeting led by Section Chief Huang. With just over 20 members in the security department, Huang quickly spotted Liang Zhenguo, smiling and nodding at him before commencing the meeting. It was not particularly long-winded. He merely assigned tasks to each team, such as monitoring the entrance, conducting irregular patrols within the factory for safety, and managing security issues like theft or disputes among workers, all of which were to be handled by the security department. Only matters beyond their capacity would be forwarded to the Public Security Bureau. The most crucial responsibility of the security department was to conduct reconnaissance on enemy agents. The steel mill was a significant national steel production facility, crucial for producing vital large-scale rolling equipment and special steel, and had filled numerous technical gaps through independent construction and technological breakthroughs. After all, the relationship between the country and its former ally had publicly deteriorated, leading to the withdrawal of experts and specialists. Many critical machines in the mill had previously been acquired at great expense from abroad, underscoring their importance. Therefore, whether it pertained to the mill's confidential technology, precision machinery, or special steel, all were under the watchful eyes of enemy agents, who aimed to sabotage these assets. The security department's task was to identify potential enemy agents and thwart their destructive endeavors. That concludes today's arrangements. Due to the enemy's actions last week, the shipment of that batch of steel has been postponed until tomorrow. Everyone should remain vigilant over the next couple of days to avoid any further issues. Huang Fei stated sternly. Yes. After receiving their firearms, everyone proceeded to follow the directives for their duties. Uncle Zhao, did enemy agents infiltrate the factory last week? Liang Zhenguo, shouldering the 56 type submachine gun issued by the factory, accompanied Zhao and Deng Haihua on their patrol of the premises. The remaining team members were divided into two groups, conducting their inspections from different positions. He was somewhat intrigued by Section Chief Huang's mention of the enemy's intelligence operation from the previous week. Indeed, last week, the factory had an important shipment of steel destined for Liaoning province, but on the eve of departure, enemy agents infiltrated the premises. Although they were swiftly neutralized before any damage could be inflicted, uncertainty lingered. Was their appearance merely coincidental, or had the news of the shipment been leaked? Consequently, discussions were held to postpone the transport. However, after thorough investigations, no evidence of information leaks among the factory workers was uncovered, as only a select few were privy to the specific transportation schedule. As a member of the security department, Liang Zhenguo was not kept in the dark. Zhao relayed the entire situation to him. Nodding in understanding, Liang recognized why Comrade Deng had remarked that the security department had been particularly busy of late, likely engaged in scrutinizing the factory's conditions to ensure the safe delivery of the steel. After completing their patrol, the trio began their return, at which point Zhao Deshan turned to Liang Zhenguo and inquired, Zhenguo, having been a hunter, I presume you are adept with firearms. Indeed, he responded. Excellent. Let us proceed to the shooting range in the department to assess your marksmanship, Zhao proposed. No problem, Liang replied. He found Zhao's desire to evaluate his shooting skills unsurprising. The firearms distributed by the steel mill were not mere decorative pieces but essential tools for defense, necessitating a confirmation of the guard's proficiency. Such matters were of utmost gravity. Mastery of firearms could mean the difference between life and death. The three proceeded to the armory to retrieve a Type 38 rifle for practice. Liang had previously mentioned to Zhao Deshan that he used this very model during his hunting excursions, prompting Zhao to select the weapon with which Liang was most familiar to gauge his utmost capabilities. Liang accepted the rifle with enthusiasm, though he felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Nevertheless, he understood the nature of those who had served in the military. Words mattered little, true skill spoke volumes. Upon arriving at the shooting range, their party had expanded to 4, having encountered their superior, Section Chief Huang, who decided to join them. Huang Fei had heard from Sun Jianwen about Liang Zhenguo's remarkable stone-throwing prowess, and he seized the opportunity to witness firsthand whether Liang's marksmanship was as formidable as Sun had claimed. The shooting range, conveniently located just outside the factory, was a modest setup established by the security department for practice among those needing to refine their shooting skills. Shall we warm up, or dive straight into it? Huang Fei gestured from a distance of 50 meters from the target. Let us get right to it, Chief. We can't afford to let enemy agents stand by while I test my aim, Liang playfully retorted, feeling more at ease in Huang's company. Though he needed to maintain professionalism, he felt no obligation to curry favor with his superiors, knowing he could thrive in any environment. Huang Fei, as a direct leader, was agreeable, and his interactions with the other team members had been pleasant and uncomplicated. Haha, well said, let us proceed. Huang and the others laughed heartily. Liang Zhenguo first handed the submachine gun to a curious comrade Deng before loading the Type 38 rifle with ammunition. With 5 targets set up at the range, Liang raised the rifle and fired, working the bolt smoothly between shots, completing 5 consecutive rounds without a hitch. The other 3 stood in stunned silence. Did he truly not require any aim? Such confidence was astonishing. Although they could replicate his speed, accuracy was another matter entirely, even at a mere 50 meters. Once they regained their composure, without needing a prompt from Huang Fei, Comrade Deng rushed over to inspect the results, his curiosity piqued. Upon his return, Deng Haihua's expression was one of astonishment as he glanced at Liang Zhenguo. Meeting the inquiring gazes of the chief and Zhao, he exclaimed, "Every shot hit the bullseye. Wow, you truly have surprised me. Were it not for my knowledge of your character, I might have thought you were merely shooting aimlessly," Huang Fei said, exhilarated as he clapped Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, while Zhao Deshun regarded the young man with astonishment. He, too, could not achieve such a feat yet. Merely 50 meters was insufficient. The two encouraged Liang to extend his range to 100 meters, to which he readily agreed. After adjusting the target, Liang executed his series of shots in the same seamless manner as before. As soon as he finished, Deng Haihua dashed over again to inspect the results, and upon completion, he shouted back to the trio, 10 rings, another bullseye? Let us keep going. Huang Fei instructed, this time directing Liang to step back to 200 meters. Although this distance exceeded the range of mental detection, Liang Zhenguo was no novice with firearms. Having honed his skills in a past life, his physical abilities had been enhanced, giving him superior vision. Thus, he executed the task without any delay, relying on his heightened perception and extraordinary eyesight. Each shot pierced the bullseye effortlessly. Once Deng Haihua reported back, Huang Fei and Zhao Deshun simultaneously gave Liang Zhenguo a thumbs up, genuinely awed by his prowess. With such skill, he would undoubtedly rank among the best in the military, earning the title of sharpshooter without question. Moreover, given his background as a hunter, a few years of training in the army would likely render him a master marksman. Haha, old Sun has delivered me a sharpshooter. Huang Fei expressed profound gratitude to Sun Jianwen for recommending Liang Zhenguo to their security department. Otherwise, he would never have had the fortune of enlisting such a formidable talent. Indeed, he is a sharpshooter. No one in our department can rival Zhenguo, Zhao Deshun concurred, his gaze towards Liang filled with immense satisfaction. Especially since he was now part of his team. Brother Zhenguo, I initially believed you only possessed that stone-throwing skill, but I had no idea you were concealing this talent. Comrade Deng chimed in, feigning a look of betrayal. Liang Zhenguo playfully pushed aside Deng's exaggerated expression. After all, he couldn't go around boasting. My marksmanship is exceptional. Would you like to witness it? I truly wonder how you hone this skill. Did you receive training in the militia? Huang Fei regarded Liang with the admiration one might reserve for a treasure. Yes, I had limited opportunities to handle firearms before, but once I began hunting, I discovered a natural aptitude for shooting, Liang admitted, acknowledging that he had indeed received some training in the militia. To achieve such marksmanship without systematic training speaks of extraordinary talent, Zhao Deshun affirmed. And considering your age, only 18, and the limited time you've spent with firearms, it must indeed be a gift. Yet, given what the chief said about your stone-throwing skill, it seems reasonable that your shooting would be equally precise, wouldn't it? Zhenguo, old Sun mentioned you could pierce a person's palm with a stone. Would you care to demonstrate? Huang Fei asked with renewed curiosity. He had come primarily to witness this famed skill, and was pleasantly surprised by Liang's shooting prowess. Yes, Brother Zhenguo, please show us. Comrade Deng echoed, his interest piqued. Very well, Liang replied, feeling somewhat like a performer. He casually picked up a stone, noting its sharp edges, and without needing to polish it. He scanned the surroundings for a suitable target. A large tree about 60 to 70 meters away caught his eye. Having selected his target, he pinched the small stone between 2 fingers and, with a sudden flick, sent it soaring through the air. Hitting the target with his first throw did not astonish Huang Fei and company, as they had already witnessed his shooting prowess. Now, their curiosity lay in the aftermath of the impact. Upon closer inspection, several individuals drew in a sharp breath. Although the tree had not been pierced through, the stone was firmly embedded within its trunk. This was no mere sapling, but a robust tree with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters. Moreover, it was not a frail, withered specimen. Liang Zhenguo, however, did not find it particularly impressive. He considered it merely a tool for throwing darts. Furthermore, the last time he had effortlessly pierced an enemy's palm, it was likely due to the absence of bone. The force of this flying stone was nearly comparable to that of a bullet. Huang Fei couldn't help but pinch Liang Zhenguo's arm, exclaiming, "You look so lean. Yet how can you possess such strength?" While not particularly strong, such a feat was indeed remarkable. Liang Zhenguo merely smiled in silence. This was not something easily explained, and it was better to let them speculate. After assessing Liang Zhenguo's marksmanship and his remarkable ability to hurl stones, the group returned to the steel mill. However, upon their return, Liang Zhenguo's significance in the minds of Huang Fei and Zhao Deshun had risen several notches. This outcome was precisely what Liang Zhenguo had desired. Otherwise, why would he exert such effort to showcase his skills? Individuals of capability naturally attract attention. Deshun, is your team prepared for tomorrow's escort duty? Huang Fei inquired as he took a seat at Comrade Deng's desk, joining the three men. We have 5 individuals. This morning, I consulted Deng Xiaoze, Niu Shan, and Lu Yong. All are ready. We just need to finalize one more person by noon, perhaps either Jin Jun or Debao. Since the other 4 members of the 3 teams were absent from the office, Zhao Deshun could only confirm the final individual later. Will the escorting personnel be accompanying the transport vehicle? Liang Zhenguo, who had been listening nearby, expressed interest and posed the question. There are no specific requirements. Any team that volunteers can participate, as long as we do not exceed the stipulated number, Zhao Deshun replied, unaware of Liang Zhenguo's reasoning. Typically, new security personnel would first acclimate to the operations of the security department and rarely volunteered for long-distance escort duties. This was due to the inherent dangers and the arduous nature of such tasks, as the relentless jostling along the way was not something most could endure. Thus, those who volunteered were given priority. Naturally, there were allowances for escorting duties. Otherwise, who would willingly apply? The allowances usually came in the form of receipts or wages. And upon completion of the escort, there would be a designated rest period based on the task duration, essentially a holiday. Having listened to Captain Zhao's explanation regarding the escort duties, Liang Zhenguo contemplated in silence. The journey from Shijiazhuang City to Liaoning Province, given the current road conditions, might take a day or two, and with the rest period factored in, his return would likely coincide with Saturday. The timing was perfect. He could directly head back to the village to fetch his wife and sister, since he had little to occupy himself with at the factory. It seemed more prudent to venture out and perhaps discover some treasures in Liaoning Province. Thus, Liang Zhenguo proactively requested, Uncle Deshun, may I take the final spot? You wish to accompany the escort? Zhao Deshun appeared somewhat taken aback. He hesitated. Considering the importance of the steel being transported and the necessity for a highly capable security officer to avert any mishaps. Apart from Jin Dabao, the others had all served as security personnel for at least 2 years and were well versed in the precautions needed for escorting. They could respond swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. In contrast, Liang Zhenguo was just starting and was unfamiliar with the escorting tasks, yet his marksmanship was exceptional and could prove invaluable in certain situations. Unable to decide, he turned to the nearby Captain Huang. What do you think, Chief? Is it permissible? Huang Fei pondered for a moment before nodding. Since you've applied, then go ahead. You'll eventually be escorting anyway, so think of it as an early start. Deshun, make sure to brief Zhenguo on what he needs to be wary of and how to handle different situations. Zhenguo, just follow your team leader's instructions when the time comes. Both Zhao Deshun and Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Chief, I will guide Brother Zhenguo, Zhao Deshun assured, remembering that Liang Zhenguo was under his tutelage. It was a rare opportunity for him to take on a mentoring role. Huang Fei smiled and returned to his office. Though Comrade Deng was sometimes unreliable, he was not a cause for concern during missions. This was precisely why he had been entrusted with Liang Zhenguo's guidance. However, it seemed that despite Liang Zhenguo's youth, he exhibited a level of composure beyond what was anticipated. In a few days, it might be difficult to determine who was truly guiding whom. Chapter 102, International Gestures of Friendship. In the ensuing hours, aside from regular patrol duties, Zhao Deshun took the time to educate Liang Zhenguo on the precautions necessary during the escort and the potential dangers he might encounter. The risks could be categorized into a few types. First, the possibility of encountering bandits along the route. However, their convoy was transporting steel, not grain. making it a rare target for robbers, as stolen steel was neither consumable nor easily barterable. Second, there was the chance of encountering desperate refugees, a situation Zhao Deshun briefly mentioned, advising that they would understand the circumstances if faced with it. Lastly, there existed the gravest threat, being targeted by enemy agents. Nonetheless, Zhao Deshun had forewarned him that their escort duties were infrequent, minimizing the likelihood of facing such scenarios. This was unlike the grain transport teams, which operated under constant anxiety with every passing journey, as grain was in high demand, prompting many to take risks. After absorbing this information, Liang Zhenguo felt a sense of awareness. While danger was undoubtedly present, he had faced numerous perilous situations in his past life, so he felt little trepidation. Merely vowing to exercise caution, Zhao Deshun noted Liang Zhenguo's unflinching demeanor upon hearing the details, raising his opinion of him further. He possessed considerable courage and audacity. At noon, Liang Zhenguo and Comrade Deng, along with a few others, collected their meal tickets and headed to the factory canteen. Regarding the canteen's offerings, he could only say that it sufficed to fill one's stomach. However, he never harbored high expectations, given that the scarcity of meat in the factory hinted at the overall quality of the meals. Nonetheless, for the people of the time, having enough to eat was already a significant blessing. The afternoon passed in a similar manner, either on patrol or resting in the office, until the end of the workday arrived. Once the other workers departed, Liang Zhenguo and Comrade Deng also made their exit. That evening, while the factory security department had personnel on duty, it was from other teams. Comrade Deng mentioned that unless an emergency arose requiring additional hands, their team was exempt from night shifts, as typically, any external assignments were handled by their personnel, thereby omitting them from the night duty roster. This aligned perfectly with Liang Zhenguo's initial thoughts, likely due to Old Sun's prior discussions with Chief Huang, which explained why Huang had conveniently assigned him to Team 3. Thankfully, for Liang Zhenguo, the prospect of a night shift held no appeal. After all, who wouldn't prefer to cuddle with their wife at night? Along the way, Liang Zhenguo dropped off the large Niu Shan, who had been sitting behind him. Were it not for the durability of bicycles in this era, he would have hesitated to allow Niu Shan to ride at all, as the fellow was quite hefty. Of course, dropping him off mid-journey was not due to concerns about damaging the bicycle, but rather because it was no longer convenient to continue together. Without Niu Shan behind him, Liang Zhenguo found the latter part of his ride significantly lighter. Upon returning to courtyard number 12, as he stepped into the front yard, he sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he discovered a young man in his 20s from the western side of the courtyard, glaring at him with a hostile expression. Upon noticing Liang Zhenguo's glance, the young man clenched his fist and defiantly glared back. Liang Zhenguo felt a sense of bewilderment. Who was this fool? What, did I steal your wife? Yet, he didn't even recognize the person, though he surmised he must be a resident from the front courtyard. Despite the limited interaction with those living there, he was certain he hadn't offended anyone. Suddenly, he recalled that yesterday, Aunt Zheng had mentioned that Xiao Ziqiang's son from the front courtyard had set his sights on the main house of his backyard. Could this be that very brat? Observing his arrogant demeanor, it seemed he must have mistaken his father for the head of the street office. Such a petty tyrant. Surely, his father indulged him excessively. Otherwise, how could he have grown up looking like a delinquent? Liang Zhenguo was not his father and had no intention of tolerating him. Regardless of the boy's understanding, he shot him a middle finger and made a mocking gesture before departing, feeling satisfied. Xiao Yong, indeed, did not comprehend the international standard gesture Liang Zhenguo had just displayed. But judging by his expression, it was unmistakably hostile. He felt an urge to confront Liang Zhenguo, but upon seeing his uniform and towering height of nearly 6 feet, he hesitated. Fearing he might lose a fight, he decided to bide his time and seek an opportunity to retaliate later. Turning away, Liang Zhenguo noticed Xiao Yong's lack of response and disdainfully curled his lip. Upon returning to the backyard, he fortuitously encountered Suya emerging from the kitchen. Sister Suya. After a day had passed, Liang Zhenguo was no longer awkward and greeted her with ease. It must be said, this woman was indeed a sight to behold. Possessing a certain allure. Zhenguo is back. Suya smiled slightly upon seeing him, sensing that this younger brother was somewhat exceptional. Yes, just finished work. Are you a security guard? The distinction between a security guard's uniform and that of the police or military was something even a moderately observant person could discern. Yes, a security guard at the steel mill. Liang Zhenguo nodded, feeling no need to conceal this information as it was not a classified unit. Suya was somewhat surprised. The steel mill was renowned in the city, and she certainly knew of it. She hadn't expected this young man to be employed there. Sister Suya, I'll head back to cook now. Alas, it's inconvenient since my wife hasn't been brought over yet. Although conversing with the charming young woman was delightful, he had to prepare dinner and pack provisions for his upcoming journey. You're already married? Suya was taken aback. Yes, I just got married not long ago. She is as beautiful as you. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, glancing at her pretty face. Suya shot him a sidelong glance. Is that a compliment for your wife, or for me? I'm merely speaking the truth. I'll bring her over this weekend. I believe you two could become friends. Given his wife's character, he was confident they would get along well. Really? I'd like to meet this sister. She had few friends. So having another woman to chat with in the backyard would be a pleasant change. I've almost finished cooking. Would you like to help? Suya, feeling at ease conversing with Liang Zhenguo, suggested, worried that he, as a grown man, might struggle with cooking. However, after saying it, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Her son was still in the courtyard, and it would seem odd for two single adults to be seen cooking together. That won't be necessary. I've cooked enough at home, and my culinary skills are quite decent. Perhaps you can taste my cooking someday, whether it's frying or boiling, Liang Zhenguo replied. Though slightly surprised by her offer, he politely declined. He intended to use ingredients from his space, and her assistance would complicate matters. All right. Then I shall look forward to trying your cooking soon, she replied, intrigued. Okay, I'll take my leave then, Liang Zhenguo said, feeling slightly awkward from her comment. He instinctively glanced at her cherry-like lips before hurriedly excusing himself. He needed to steer clear of such distracting thoughts lest he struggle to sleep that night. That evening, Liang Zhenguo steamed a dozen or so white buns, reserving some for his dinner and the rest for his trip the following day. After some contemplation, he retrieved a batch of small rice noodles from his freshwater lake, processed them with starch, and heated oil in a pan. He added the noodles along with some horned peppers grown in his space. In no time, the golden, crispy, and tender fried noodles were ready, their appetizing aroma wafting through the air. Delighted, he took in the fragrance and noted that while the peppers added flavor, they were not overly spicy and helped eliminate any fishy odor. He set aside some for dinner and stored the rest in empty jars that had previously contained fruit preserves, filling 2 jars in total. Given the poor conditions while traveling, he figured he could improve his meals with these provisions. Mother, it smells so good. Unbeknownst to Liang Zhenguo, as he was frying the noodles, the little boy in the east wing, preparing dinner, was drooling, his eyes frequently darting toward the delicious aromas emanating from Liang's main house. Suya felt somewhat helpless, unsure of what delectable dish her brother was concocting, as the enticing scent wafted into their home. Although her son longed to taste it, her upbringing prevented her from asking for food. Tomorrow, I'll ask Uncle Zhenguo what he is making. Perhaps I can buy some for you to try, she said, wishing to pacify her son. Though the backyard was not small, when Liang Zhenguo brought his dinner into the courtyard, he noticed Suya and her son dining in their little yard, and he caught sight of little Zhou Ziwen glancing his way. Seeing the fragrant noodles on his plate, Liang Zhenguo realized the aroma had likely attracted the neighbors, especially that little fellow. Noticing the boy's curious glances, he chuckled. If it were any other neighbor, he might have ignored them, but he held a fondness for this mother-son duo. Thus, he returned to the kitchen, grabbed an empty bowl, filled it generously with noodles, and made his way to the east wing. Consider it a small compensation for having accidentally glimpsed the beautiful woman last night. Zhenguo, what is this? Suya looked at Liang Zhenguo, momentarily taken aback as he placed the bowl of noodles before her son. Just a little something for the young lad and for you. Sister Suya, I'm leaving for a business trip tomorrow, so I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on things for a few days. This is a little advance payment, he said with a smile, not waiting for her response before waving goodbye and retreating. Suya stared at his departing figure in astonishment, shaking her head, recognizing that his so-called payment was merely an excuse, likely motivated by the way Zhou Ziwen had been peeking toward him. Can we eat it? Her son asked eagerly. Of course, but remember to thank Uncle Zhenguo next time you see him, she replied gently, ruffling Zhou Ziwen's hair, making a mental note of Liang Zhenguo's kindness. When Zhou Ziwen's grandfather brought meat next time, she would invite him over. She had a stable job as a senior teacher, capable of supporting herself and her son, yet acquiring meat remained a challenge. Even with meat ration coupons, it was rare to find any available. As for venturing to the pigeon market or the black market to buy or trade food, she, as a woman, dared not. Especially with her fair looks, she feared encountering ill-intentioned individuals, unable to defend herself. However, her son's grandfather occasionally brought them meat, so they managed well enough. On Wednesday morning, Liang Zhenguo slung his bag over his shoulder and rode his bicycle out the door. Within the bag, he had merely packed a change of clothes for appearances. The rest of his necessities were stored in his space, to be retrieved as needed. Today, he arrived earlier than usual, but by the time he reached the office, Zhao Deshun was already there. So early today? By the way, Zhenguo, I forgot to mention that you need to bring your own provisions. There is nothing to eat in the car, only the national grain tickets as a supplement, Zhao Deshun remarked, slapping his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail since the others were all seasoned veterans. Uncle Zhao, I brought some, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, patting his satchel. That is good to hear. Half an hour later, Zhao Deshan, along with Liang Zhenguo and Deng Haihua, were fully prepared, awaiting the completion of the steel loading before their departure. This time, they had 5 vehicles at their disposal, and the responsibility on their shoulders was substantial. They needed to exercise caution on the road. Huang Fei approached the group, reiterating his concerns despite having stressed them multiple times before. The steel is to be transported to the military headquarters in Shenzhen, Liaoning province. And the local populace in the northeast is notoriously tough, with bandits more prevalent than in other regions. His worries were justified, as they would only receive support from the military once they reached Liaoning, relying primarily on their own capabilities during the journey. Moreover, the incident involving enemy spies from the previous week remained unresolved, causing Huang Fei significant anxiety. However, with the steel already delayed by a week, they had no choice but to proceed as planned today. Rest assured, Section Chief, even if complications arise, we will manage, Zhao Deshan said, confidently patting his firearm. Each of them was equipped with a Type 54 pistol and a submachine gun, and there was a machine gun in the vehicle. Against ordinary bandits, they were well prepared. Once the steel was loaded, the group set off, each in their own vehicle, with Zhao Deshan leading in the first car and Liang Zhenguo assigned to the second. The middle-aged driver glanced at Liang Zhenguo, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and inquired loudly, "Hey, are you the new security guard? I've been to the steel mill numerous times and haven't seen you before." The noise of the transport vehicle was quite loud, especially in the driver's cabin, making it difficult to hear unless they shouted. "I just arrived yesterday," Liang Zhenguo shouted back, introducing himself while observing the vintage transport vehicle. The seat beneath him was undoubtedly the hardest he had ever sat on, an utterly rigid experience. He glanced at the driver's seat, realizing he should have brought something to cushion his own seat, as the bumpy ride was rather uncomfortable, an oversight due to his inexperience. He then noted that the vehicle required considerable strength to operate. He could tell from the driver's effort in turning the steering wheel. If merely driving could cause such strain, it was no wonder that all 5 drivers were robust men. One needed significant strength to handle such work. "You just arrived and are already escorting goods? Is the steel mill that short-staffed?" The middle-aged driver pondered, eyeing Liang Zhenguo's youthful, handsome face. "What do they call you, master?" Liang Zhenguo asked after inspecting the vehicle, as he figured the drivers had traveled extensively and surely had many stories to share. "They call me Wangabi." "Just call me Old Wang, Comrade Liang," replied the driver. "Wangabi, next door Old Wang?" Liang Zhenguo replied with an odd look, thinking it might be somewhat unfortunate to have a neighbor like that. However, after conversing with Old Wang for a while, Liang Zhenguo found him to be quite straightforward and lacking in guile, so the nickname seemed harmless. "I've been to many places, traversing all the cities around the capital, and even ventured down to Guangdong province. I went to Liaoning earlier this year as well. Alas, since last year, it seems everyone has been struggling," Old Wang remarked, sharing tales of his travels. He primarily transported grain and had witnessed various regions suffering from shortages, encountering all sorts of people along the way. Yet, he lamented how quickly fortunes could change, suddenly teasing Liang Zhenguo. "You, young comrade, have such a fresh face, looking more like a girl than a soldier. What brings you to be a security guard?" Liang Zhenguo thought to himself. Old Wang was quite talkative just now. Why is he not good at giving compliments? Admittedly, he had tanned somewhat during his previous outdoor labor, but now that he was eating well and sleeping soundly, away from the summer sun, his complexion had improved significantly. Still, he certainly didn't resemble a girl. Whoever saw a tall man of 6 feet with such vitality? Yet, he appreciated Old Wang's banter, so he, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Ah, the meat at home is too much to consume. I had to bring some to the steel mill to trade. It just so happened that Section Chief Huang saw my prowess and exceptional marksmanship and invited me to join the security team." Old Wang rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. "You're young, but your tongue is sharper than a truck's engine. Meat too plentiful? I might believe your marksmanship, but not that nonsense." Liang Zhenguo could only lament that in these times, speaking the truth was often met with skepticism. Indeed, he had surplus meat. Not only the wild chickens and rabbits he had raised, but also the green-headed ducks he had captured that had now hatched ducklings. Occasionally, he noticed in his space that the captured wild boar was beginning to court the sows, and it wouldn't be long before they might have piglets. As they conversed, time flew, and soon it was noon. Observing the lead vehicle slowing down, Old Wang began to decelerate as well. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Liang Zhenguo jumped out, gun in hand, and, after surveying the surroundings with Comrade Deng, returned. Although Liang Zhenguo kept his spiritual perception active and sensed no issues within 100 meters, he still felt it prudent to check with Comrade Deng, which also helped expand his own reconnaissance. Following Huang Fei's repeated warnings, he maintained vigilance throughout the journey, even while chatting with Old Wang. The others were similarly cautious. During the break, everyone took out their provisions to eat. Liang Zhenguo noted that most had steamed buns or flatbreads, primarily made from 2 or 3 kinds of flour. This was relatively decent, considering many people were still relying heavily on cornmeal. However, those consuming the 2 flour buns were mostly the transport drivers, who enjoyed better rations compared to Liang Zhenguo and his fellow security guards. Nevertheless, their work was arduous, as Old Wang mentioned. Sometimes they wouldn't return home for 10 days or even half a month. Yet, most were reluctant to indulge in a single flour bun, as they had families to support. Thus, when Liang Zhenguo nonchalantly produced a golden bun made purely from cornmeal, everyone was taken aback. "Brother Zhenguo, you eat better than our section chief," Comrade Deng remarked, approaching him with a curious expression. "Before I came to our mill to trade wild boar, I exchanged quite a bit of grain at the canned food factory." "It's okay to indulge occasionally," Liang Zhenguo explained, sensing that Comrade Deng wasn't envious, as his family could afford bicycles and was not in dire straits. Of course, he couldn't quite match Liang Zhenguo's situation. "Though I'm hesitant to share with so many of us, you can all have a taste," Liang Zhenguo said, reaching into his bag to pull out a jar of fried fish he had prepared the previous day. "This is what I made yesterday. Let us see how it tastes." He opened it, sampled a couple of pieces himself, and then offered it to the nearest Deng Haihua. "I can't accept this." At this moment, Comrade Deng appeared somewhat bashful. "Deng, stop being so coy. Let Old Wang have a taste first." After a leisurely morning chat with Liang Zhenguo, Lao Wang was rather unreserved, primarily because the enticing color of the food immediately ignited his appetite. He had taken on numerous transportation tasks for the steel mill, and Deng Haihua had once ridden in his vehicle. Both were loquacious individuals and shared a decent rapport. However, Uncle Zhao and Lao Wang were still waiting. Liang Zhenguo was taken aback by the sudden timidity of the usually boisterous Comrade Deng. "All right, I'll have a taste first." Deng Haihua bit into one, his eyes lighting up, and then he took another to pass to Zhao Deshan. "This is quite delicious. My mother would never be so generous with the oil." The fried fish, preserved in his storage, maintained its flavor and texture, with its aroma still robust, pairing it with steamed buns made for a delightful meal. After Zhao Deshan took a few bites, he nodded in agreement. They were not overly formal. Had it been meat, they might have exercised restraint, understanding the value of such delicacies and not wanting to take advantage of the young. Fish, however, was different, especially this small variety, and they merely sought to savor the taste without filling their bellies. They concurred with Comrade Deng's sentiment that the oil used was far more valuable than the fish. Naturally, Liang Zhenguo understood this. If he were back in Xiling village, his grandmother would surely disapprove of him using so much oil to fry small fish. If he dared do so, she would likely fret over it all night. But now that he lived alone, he felt free to cook whatever he pleased, as long as he kept it from her knowledge. Once they had eaten and rested sufficiently, the convoy resumed its journey. The night passed without incident. Though it wasn't entirely uneventful, in the afternoon, a group of over 10 refugees had chased after them, pleading for food. Yet, the convoy did not halt. According to Lao Wang, he had encountered plenty of refugees over the years. Some villages had suffered crop failures and genuinely sought help, while others merely feigned distress to swindle food, sometimes leading to desperate scuffles. Some were outright bandits masquerading as refugees, intent on plundering. Instances of violence were not uncommon. Consequently, the convoy typically refrained from intervening with refugees. After all, the meager rations they carried could hardly assist anyone, and sometimes, a fleeting act of compassion could lead to dire consequences. Lao Wang did not elaborate on this, yet Liang Zhenguo understood with a mere moment as reflection. Among those who had pursued the convoy were women. Had someone in their group felt a moment of compassion and shared some food, it might not have ended well for her. Desperate refugees, once united in their pleas, could swiftly devolve into chaos, and if one attempted to protect a morsel of food, the consequences could be fatal. In the struggle for survival, human nature often falters under pressure. As night fell, the convoy settled in a relatively spacious area to rest. Given the absence of nearby villages or establishments, even if a village had been nearby, they would have avoided it. Firstly, they did not wish to impose. Secondly, their trust was limited. The remoteness of the area, fraught with danger, meant that any encountered village could pose significant risks. Despite their firearms, submachine guns, and even machine guns, there were many armed individuals in rural areas, especially in the northeastern provinces, making it difficult to predict who might turn hostile. These secluded locales were far from as secure as the capital. Had they been near a village close to the capital, they might have bartered some food for a place to rest. They did not wish to indulge in unfounded speculation, but caution was prudent given their mission. Among the 10 of them, barring Liang Zhenguo, each was seasoned in their trade. Yet, they believed Liang, despite his youth, possessed wisdom that rivaled their own. For he was not merely shaped by his experiences in Xiling village. In his previous life, during basic training, he had met a comrade from a remote village in Guangdong province. Liang Zhenguo recalled his tales of childhood, where their village was notorious for its lawlessness. Outsiders who ventured in for directions would often find themselves pursued by a group of young men wielding knives. Had it not been for his motorcycle, he might have faced dire consequences. This kind of violence had become normal for the villagers. Fighting with neighboring villages was a frequent occurrence, sometimes escalating to the use of explosives. Even when the police were called, they would merely watch from their vehicles. Why? Because stepping out could lead to being attacked. By the year 2000, such savagery was already prevalent. Thus, Liang Zhenguo fully understood and sympathized with Zhao Uncle and the others' wariness. For should they encounter a village as backward and brutal as his comrades, the inhabitants would undoubtedly be far more ruthless than those of decades hence. That night, except for 5 drivers, Liang Zhenguo and the other 5 guards took turns keeping watch, as they deemed nighttime the most perilous. Liang was on duty in the dead of night. After relieving Lu Yang, he perched atop the vehicle, apart from the soft snores from the driver's cabin. The surrounding area was eerily quiet, leaving the more timid among them anxious throughout the night. Yet, Liang Zhenguo felt no trepidation. Rather, he experienced a sense of disorientation reminiscent of past missions in the wild. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. When morning arrived and they gathered for breakfast, the tension of the previous night had dissipated. After a few more hours of driving, they would reach Shuncheng, and upon delivery, their mission would be deemed complete. Lao Wang, we're returning tomorrow at noon, right? Liang Zhenguo inquired. Indeed. At this pace, we should finish the handover by noon today. Then rest for a day in Shuncheng before heading back, Lao Wang replied, casually tapping the steering wheel. For them, seasoned drivers, the journey of just over a day felt far from exhausting. Had the roads in Liaoning province not been so difficult to navigate, they might have even driven through the night. If we have the time tonight, I'll take you to explore the black market in Shenzhen. Perhaps we can trade for some local specialties, Lao Wang proposed. Sounds good. The black market, Liang Zhenguo mused. Despite his time here, he had yet to visit the pigeon market in the capital. However, he had intended to check out either the pigeon market or the black market during this trip. As with the rations he had, trading for something of interest would be a breeze. After all, food was the most coveted commodity in both the black market and the pigeon market. Thus, upon reaching Shenzhen, he was eager to explore the black market there. As for the local specialties, he was uncertain what Shenzhen had to offer in this era, given the scarcity of supplies. Yet, he recalled that Aunt Lu from the state-run restaurant had mentioned the sauerkraut from Shenzhen was quite good, though he was unsure if it could be traded in the black market. However, he was confident that the black market in Shenzhen would have a plethora of firearms for sale. He currently possessed only a .38 rifle, with barely any ammunition left, making it a viable option for trade. While Liang Zhenguo pondered, Lao Wang continued, last time I was back, I had some of Shenzhen's old-style dumplings. The taste was unforgettable. Lao Wang, turn the steering wheel to the right. Honk the horn. Liang Zhenguo suddenly interrupted, his voice raised. Boom. Before Lao Wang could react, 2 deafening explosions echoed in his ears, followed by the sight of the vehicle ahead being struck by artillery fire. There was no longer any need for a horn. The vehicle ahead had come to a sudden halt, prompting Lao Wang to slam on the brakes. But before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the left. At the instant the cannon fire erupted, Liang Zhenguo had already lowered his head. Once the vehicle came to a halt, he forcefully kicked open the door, wielding a gun in one hand while reaching out to grab Old Wang, pulling him along before leaping out of the car. Old Wang was quick to react as well, following Liang Zhenguo out with his own firearm in hand, clearly prepared to retaliate at a moment's notice. Damn it. Do these bandits have such audacity? They dare to act here, so close to Shenxi. Old Wang cursed under his breath. Given that Shenxi was home to a stationed army, he had not expected bandits to strike from this proximity, let alone bring mortars along. Were they planning to make a clean getaway into the depths of the mountains after this? Liang Zhenguo had no time to entertain Old Wang's remarks. Instead, he focused on using his mental perception to assess the situation of Captain Zhao and the others. After confirming that they were all unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the attack was somewhat unexpected, their responses had been swift. However, one driver had sustained a gunshot wound to the arm, and the driver in front had a gash on his head, likely from an abrupt stop after the shelling. Given the circumstances, it was a relatively fortunate outcome. As soon as the group of bandits entered the range of his mental perception, he realized they had been lying in ambush, numbering over 30 individuals. In addition to wielding various firearms, they also had 2 mortars, so sustaining only 2 injuries was indeed a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, their situation remained perilous, as they were exposed with only the transport vehicle for cover, and their numbers were not advantageous, especially with the enemy possessing mortars. Fortunately, Their own firearms were rather standard, lacking machine guns, and they had merely 6 submachine guns among them, with the rest being a mishmash of rifles and handguns. You reacted quite swiftly. But there's no need to worry too much. Although there are at least 20 of those bandits over there, they wouldn't dare charge recklessly, Liang Zhenguo assured old Wang, who was still composed despite the gunfire. Although he was not intimidated by the enemy, having faced far more daunting challenges during his confrontations with drug lords, he was keenly observing the adversaries, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The current positioning was dreadful, with the bandits holding the high ground and suppressing them with gunfire, while simultaneously extending their offensive line to encircle them. Despite noticing that the bandits' marksmanship was quite poor, it was evident they were not novices, possessing considerable experience. The longer they waited, the more dangerous their situation became. Chapter 106, The Turnaround. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the rifle in old Wang's grasp, a Type 56 semi-automatic. This weapon was more effective for single shots than his submachine gun, prompting him to offer his weapon to old Wang. Here, old Wang, let us swap. I'll look for an opportunity to take a few out. Old Wang, astonished, watched as Liang Zhenguo calmly inspected his gun, then chuckled as he produced a small pouch of ammunition from his pocket. But don't be reckless. Your courage rivals my own. Quite the man. Just as Liang Zhenguo received the bullets, he noticed someone attempting to stealthily approach from the right side. Observing the mountains opposite them, he noted that the enemy was primarily focused on suppressing Zhao Deshun's position. After all, without mental perception, the most likely target would be Captain Zhao. In an instant, he leaned out and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Immediately, he withdrew without a moment's pause, so quickly that old Wang barely had time to react. Just as old Wang opened his mouth to speak, bullets from the opposing side rained down upon them. Amidst the gunfire, angry shouts echoed. Old Wang, leaning to the side, regarded the composed Liang Zhenguo and muttered, "That shot of yours didn't hit anyone, did it?" He had initially thought Liang Zhenguo was merely firing blindly, as his movements were so swift that he might not have even seen his target. Yet the enraged voices from the enemy indicated that perhaps he had indeed struck someone. Liang Zhenguo smiled faintly, and the two continued their conversation as if nothing were amiss. Old Wang, I told you from the start that my marksmanship is unparalleled. Yet you doubted me? He had aimed in advance, and given that the adversary remained within his perception range, a headshot was hardly surprising. You weren't just guessing, were you? Old Wang still harbored some disbelief. While they conversed, the others began to notice the sudden shift in the situation. Seeing the enemy angrily firing in the direction of Liang Zhenguo, those who had witnessed or heard of his shooting prowess immediately recognized that he had taken a shot, and that the enemy had either been killed or severely injured. Is that so? He only took one down. Yet why is the enemy acting like they've gone mad? Do they intend to blow up our transport vehicle? Liang Zhenguo observed the enemy firing round after round, their bullets seemingly limitless, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The key point was that he also noticed the enemy adjusting their mortars, evidently intending to target him. However, Zhao Deshun and the others were not defenseless. As the enemy unleashed a barrage at Liang Zhenguo, they also began to retaliate, especially Niu Shan, who had somehow managed to grab a machine gun and was now suppressing the enemy on the mountain in return. What a prime opportunity. Seeing the enemy momentarily ducking down under Niu Shan's gunfire, Liang Zhenguo stood up, positioning himself at the front of the vehicle, and took out the bandit, adjusting the mortar with a single shot. Under the cover of his mental perception, he eliminated anyone who dared to show their face. Although the enemy was numerous, after 7 consecutive headshots, the remaining bandits cowered and dared not reveal themselves. They were bandits, but that did not mean they were fearless. Boss, there's a tough nut down there. His aim is too precise. What should we do? A fierce-looking middle-aged bandit bellowed. To hell with it. Don't you know how to use the mortars? He killed my brother. Blow him to smithereens. But the ones who could operate it have already been killed, murmured a thin, gangly bandit. What about Zhang? He just got shot dead. Damn it. If it weren't for him claiming that fat sheep would pass by in the next few days, my brother wouldn't have died. Keep firing. With over 30 rifles. They shouldn't fear him. The thin bandit opened his mouth to say that they were now down to just over 20, most of whom had been taken down by the shooter who killed the second in command. But he thought better of it, knowing that voicing his concerns might provoke the wrath of their ruthless leader. He had not anticipated that the situation would turn so dramatically, catching them all off guard. The fact that there was a fierce individual among their ranks had never crossed his mind. Damn, neither the thin bandit nor Liang Zhenguo had foreseen this. It was Niu Shan wielding a machine gun that forced them to keep their heads down, allowing Liang Zhenguo to seize the opportunity. One could say they were simply a disorganized rabble. Had they coordinated even slightly, they wouldn't have dared to remain exposed for so long. Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary lull in fire, he swiftly reloaded his ammunition. He overheard their conversation clearly. realizing that the first unfortunate soul to fall was the bandit leader's brother, the second in command. However, this was of little importance. What mattered was who this Zhang was. According to their words, Zhang had known they would pass through here, but if he knew they were heading to Xinxi, this indeed was a necessary route. Yet how could he be so certain they would arrive in just a couple of days? Was it possible there were spies among them? This was still unclear to him. But he recognized that this group of bandits had clearly been used. They were the fat sheep. What they were transporting was not food, but steel. Even if they succeeded in capturing it, they would end up with these useless items, which they could not even carry away. While Liang Zhenguo was pinning down the enemy, Old Wang was also retaliating, and thus he witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. It was precisely because he saw it all that he truly understood how astonishing Liang Zhenguo's marksmanship was. He witnessed two bandits, separated by a distance of several meters, emerge one after another, only to be swiftly eliminated by Liang Zhenguo. Not only was the enemy on the other side formidable, but even as an onlooker, he felt chills run down his spine. His marksmanship was indeed extraordinary. This was no exaggeration. At that moment, Liang Zhenguo patted his shoulder and whispered, "Old Wang, relay a message to Uncle Zhao. You hold them off while I take a detour to deal with them." Regardless of whether this group of bandits was being manipulated, they were still marauders engaged in pillaging and slaughter. Moreover, he felt a surge of anger at being ambushed on his very first outing. He could not tolerate such humiliation. Liang Zhenguo moved with remarkable speed, and while the bandit leader was still threatening his subordinates to open fire, he had already maneuvered behind the cover of rocks, shielded by Captain Zhao and the others. "Wait for me to fire first. Anyone who dares to hide, when we retreat to the mountains. Don't blame me for being ruthless." The bandit leader's speech was abruptly cut short by the crack of a gunshot, a bullet striking him squarely in the temple. He fell to the ground lifelessly. The remaining bandits, still in shock, were met with a hail of bullets that ruthlessly harvested their lives, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Down the slope, Zhao Deshun and his comrades surged forward after the gunfire erupted, fueled by pent-up frustration as they opened fire on the fleeing bandits. These scoundrels had initially come to kill. They were not about to show mercy. The firing ceased only when the bandits knelt in surrender. However, only 5 remained. None of the others had escaped, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses strewn across the ground. Liang Zhenguo emerged from his hiding place, casting a glance at the fallen bodies before turning his head away, feigning discomfort. It was his first time taking a life, and he felt it necessary to exhibit an appropriate reaction. Otherwise, others might think him inherently cold-blooded. After Zhao Deshun and Lu Yong bound the surrendered bandits, they turned to Liang Zhenguo, who had astonished them all with his performance that day. Chapter 107. Interrogation. Zhao Deshun had witnessed Liang Zhenguo's marksmanship at the shooting range, but nothing could compare to the spectacle he had just witnessed. A shooting range is one thing, a battlefield another. Proficiency in practice does not guarantee the same effectiveness in combat. Yet, Liang Zhenguo's performance was even more astonishing in real combat. Armed with a single firearm, he had instilled such fear in the opposing 30 or so men that they dared not raise their heads. Moreover, under bombardment from mortars and the chaos of gunfire, he had reversed the situation, stealthily maneuvering behind the bandits to launch a surprise attack. Zhao Deshun had not even had a chance to object. Yet Liang Zhenguo had sent the bandits fleeing for their lives. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such remarkable prowess could emanate from someone even younger than his own son. He had also taken a cursory glance at the bodies on the ground. A significant number had met their end in the same manner, each with a bullet hole oozing blood from their temples. Zhao Deshun opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Liang Zhenguo's discomfort, he couldn't help but smile slightly and patted the back of the equally unsettled Deng Haihua. "Deng, why don't you and Zhenguo go check if the vehicle is still operational?" Deng Haihua wasted no time, beckoning Liang Zhenguo to follow him. Liang Zhenguo complied, acutely aware that Zhao Deshun had dispatched them to spare them further distress. Otherwise, they would not have been tasked with the inspection, considering there were still 5 drivers present. Comrade Deng leaned against the vehicle, his complexion pallid. He had seen death before, even caused it himself, yet witnessing the aftermath of nearly 30 bodies sprawled in disarray, with blood pooling around them, was enough to make him feel nauseous. Lost in thought, he squatted down and began to vomit. Liang Zhenguo happened to be passing by, and upon seeing this, he too turned away, retching. This reaction was not feigned. Deng's sudden bout of sickness was utterly unexpected. They were just a step apart, and the stench was overpowering, forcing him to retch involuntarily. "Come, rinse your mouth." At some point, Old Wang had approached, patting him on the back and offering him a cup of water. Although Liang Zhenguo had not actually vomited, he accepted the cup to rinse his mouth before passing it to Comrade Deng. "Though I said not to worry too much, the truth is, if it weren't for you, we might well have met our end here." Old Wang patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder, his usually cheerful demeanor tinged with a hint of fear. While sorting through the bandits' weapons, he had discovered they still possessed 6 mortar shells. Had they unleashed those, there would undoubtedly have been casualties, and the remaining survivors would have faced a grim fate. He was not afraid of death, having transitioned to being a transport driver. He had been to battlefields before, faced danger even more perilous than this, but who would choose death if they could avoid it? He had a wife and children to consider. His intention was merely to comfort the young man, but he never expected such ferocity from him. Old Wang, I am a defender. It is only natural for me to perform such duties. Liang Zhenguo playfully draped an arm around Old Wang's shoulder. Although Old Wang was about the same age as his father, his youthful spirit made their camaraderie feel perfectly natural. At that moment, Zhao Deshun and the others returned, having gathered the weapons and escorting the 5 bandits down. The gratitude expressed by his comrades towards Liang Zhenguo was abundant, and even Captain Zhao Deshun was no exception. Do not shower me with praises. Had it not been for Brother Niu and everyone holding them at bay initially, I would have had no opportunity to retaliate. The ability to keep them from striking back is by no means solely my achievement. Though his contributions were indeed significant, his prowess was undeniable. Without the support of others, his efforts alone would not have reached such heights. Thus, he felt it appropriate to attribute the success to the collective. Moreover, he was indifferent to accolades. Brother Liang, do not be modest. You have truly opened my eyes today. Once Comrade Deng regained his composure, he resumed his usual demeanor, circling Liang Zhenguo in wonder, as if studying the secret behind his incredible skill. You're older than me. Should I call you brother? Enough of this nonsense. Liang Zhenguo rolled his eyes and kicked at him, but Deng deftly evaded the blow. Turning back, Liang Zhenguo kicked a crouching bandit on the thigh, realizing it was the same lanky figure who had spoken to the bandit leader. Surprisingly, he had survived. The thin bandit, having received a kick, dared not cry out in pain, but merely cast a fearful glance at Liang Zhenguo. Knowing full well that the young man before him was the one who had executed his comrades with lethal precision, truly a living embodiment of the Grim Reaper. Now tell me, why were you lying in wait for us here? Don't even think about claiming it was mere coincidence. You even brought mortars along. I refuse to believe you always carry mortars while descending the mountains to rob. Although Liang Zhenguo had already gleaned that it was a certain Zhang who had orchestrated this, he wanted to hear the bandit recount it for Captain Zhao and the others. Moreover, he only knew it was a Zhang who had informed them. He was unaware of the specifics of that individual's identity. It was a man named Zhang Huanqing who informed our boss. He approached us 4 days ago, stating that a convoy of grain would pass through here in the next few days. He provided us with the location, and after we intercepted it, he would take a share of the spoils. Therefore, our leader brought us here to ambush you. The thin bandit, seeing no reason to withhold information now that their leader was dead and he himself was captured, spoke without hesitation. What? Zhao Deshun and the others gasped in astonishment upon hearing his revelation. Captain Zhao pressed further. Are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? The slender figure whispered softly. There shouldn't be any. He mentioned 5 vehicles worth of grain. Coincidentally, we also have 5 vehicles. Zhao Deshun and his companions immediately realized that this was a premeditated act. He would not entertain the notion that this so-called Zhang had mistakenly identified steel as grain and thus miscalculated his robbery. It was evident that the adversary had received intelligence in advance and had even arranged for bandits beforehand. This was clearly not a recent development. Reflecting on the sudden infiltration of enemy agents in the factory, which had led to a delay in the transportation of steel and the precise knowledge of their departure time, it became apparent that this was characteristic of enemy agents. It was likely that there were enemy agents in the city of Siju, continuously watching their factory and relaying information to their counterparts. Moreover, it was probable that individuals from the factory itself were involved, as the bandits had known of their departure before they had even set off. Zhao Deshun cursed the treacherous traitor within the factory under his breath, wishing he could fly back immediately to confront him. Had it not been for Liang Zhenguo's timely request to accompany the convoy, they would most likely have fallen victim here. In that dire situation, had anyone else from the department taken their place, they would have found it impossible to turn the tide. With their weapons, positioning, and numbers all at a disadvantage, how could they possibly fight back? Although Liang Zhenguo had mentioned that Niyashin had suppressed them with machine gun fire, providing him with an opportunity to retaliate, such suppression could only last momentarily. After that, it was nearly solely he who kept the adversaries at bay. Had someone else without his marksmanship been in his place, their fate would not have differed. Seething with rage, Zhao Deshun kicked the slender figure. It was imperative to note that they were not law enforcement agents punishing criminals. The police of this era employed far harsher interrogation methods on enemy agents. Otherwise, how could there be techniques for memory recovery? Continuing, he inquired, do you know who Zhang Huanqing is? And do you have any idea who informed him in Siju? My brother, I truly don't know. However, my boss has known him for quite some time. Once, he inadvertently saw a radio at his residence. So he is likely an enemy agent. Do you know where he resides? Yes, in Shenxi. Zhao Deshun and Liang Zhenguo were hardly surprised by this. There were indeed troops around Shenxi, but that did not contradict the presence of enemy agents. Not to mention, there were countless enemy agents in Siju. Liang Zhenguo could only think to himself that the number was beyond comprehension and that even in several decades, they would not be able to apprehend them all. Seeing the slender figure being so compliant, Zhao Deshun grew weary of dealing with him and assigned someone to keep watch over their captives before handing them over to the police for further interrogation. He then proceeded to send a telegram to the steel mill, as well as to the police in Shenxi and the troops receiving the steel. The drivers had just inspected the vehicles, and currently, only one vehicle remained operational. The others had long since suffered blown tires. Particularly the lead vehicle and the one occupied by Liang Zhenguo and Old Wang, both riddled with bullet holes. This was no surprise, as the bandits had shown particular regard for these two vehicles. Fortunately, the steel was relatively unharmed, protected by the cargo hold. Thus, the damage was minimal. The troops could manage to transport it back themselves. The two injured drivers had already received basic first aid, as they had kept bandages and alcohol on hand for emergencies. They had never had the opportunity to use them before, but this time proved necessary. After completing his communications, Zhao Deshun returned to Liang Zhenguo's side and, from seemingly nowhere, produced a handgun. This was retrieved from the bandit leader, a Browning pistol, far more powerful than their own Heising. It was unclear how he had acquired it. We'll turn in the other weapons, but I'll discreetly keep this one for you. A fine treasure. Then I shall graciously accept it, Uncle Zhao. Liang Zhenguo's eyes lit up. He indeed needed a handgun, and a Browning was an excellent choice for both collection and personal use. Thus, he accepted it with pleasure. Caressing it lightly before stowing it in his satchel along with the several rounds of ammunition Zhao Deshun had provided. After all, even if he were to turn in the handgun, it would end up in the hands of some superior officer. Keeping it for himself bore no moral burden, especially considering they had just vanquished the bandits and claimed a few spoils. Moreover, he was not a soldier, and the regulations were not as stringent. Besides, they had already gifted the troops so many firearms. At this juncture, the nation was not particularly in need of firearms. Rather, it sought more advanced weaponry. And most of what was turned in would likely gather dust, save for the mortars. Others had observed Zhao Deshun surreptitiously gift Liang Zhenguo a handgun. Yet they chose to turn a blind eye. After all, it was merely a single firearm and did not constitute a breach of national interest. They waited at the site for about an hour before the military vehicles arrived. Based on the telegram's timing and distance, it was evident they had only recently received the message before setting out. Captain Zhang, take me to the scene. He then instructed the remaining bandits to be handed over to them, arranging for vehicles to transport the group to Shenxi for rest, while also ensuring proper care for the injured. We hope for your understanding should we require your cooperation later. The leader was a middle-aged officer who, upon arrival, quickly organized the situation, his expression tinged with regret. After all, such a large-scale bandit attack occurring under their jurisdiction, especially involving enemy agents, was a dereliction of duty on their part. That's no problem, Zhao Deshun nodded. Once the military took over, they would naturally handle everything without requiring his concern. Any information gleaned from interrogations would be relayed to them, and the troops would manage the transport of the steel. Zhao Deshun would merely need to negotiate later. And they would also arrange for the repair of the vehicles, provided the internal components remained intact, ensuring no delay in their return to Siju the following day. However, the vehicle that had suffered artillery bombardment would likely need to remain in Shenxi for extensive repairs. After Zhao Deshun and the officer surveyed the scene from the hillside, the officer's pupils constricted in shock. Prior to arriving, he had only known that a convoy transporting steel had been ambushed by bandits, who had subsequently suffered losses. He had not anticipated the sheer number of fatalities. 28 individuals. The officer counted, realizing that a total of 28 had perished, including the 5 below. That made 33 bandits in total. Furthermore, he recognized among them the notorious bandit leader listed with the police and their troops. The officer inquired in detail about the events that transpired, and Zhao Deshun recounted the entire ordeal from the ambush to its conclusion. Such thoroughness was obligatory. Upon hearing the account, the officer gazed in astonishment at Liang Zhenguo, who was chatting with Deng Haihua and Naiyushan, leaning against the vehicle. This young man possesses such remarkable prowess? Sensing the scrutiny, Liang Zhenguo turned his head, innocently nodding at the two, before resuming his casual conversation with Comrade Deng. Brother Niu, your display while wielding the machine gun was truly impressive. For Comrade Deng, he might manage only a few shots before being overwhelmed by the recoil. Do not underestimate me. While my marksmanship may not compare to yours, my strength is considerable, albeit slightly less than that of a fierce bull. Although Nyushin was of a similar age to Comrade Deng, he was not particularly loquacious and possessed a rather simple nature. He merely scratched his head in modesty at Liang Zhenguo's praise. Once Zhao Deshan rejoined them, a group of 10 boarded the vehicle arranged by the military and headed to the guest house in Shenxi. With the military's arrangements and their official work introduction, the uninjured 8 quickly checked in, sharing accommodations of 2 per room. This detail was of little concern to anyone since single rooms were typically reserved for leaders. Thus, even though they were escorted by military officers, it was unlikely they would be assigned individual rooms. After settling in, the group did not rush out for a meal. Instead, they collectively ventured into the guest house's bathing facilities. After such a harrowing battle, they all wished to cleanse the sweat and misfortune from their bodies. They also sought a moment of respite. It is worth noting that the bathhouse at the guest house is not open every day. They were fortunate that it had just opened today, and moreover, there was hot water available. This presented a splendid opportunity to indulge in a refreshing soak. After finishing his bath, Liang Zhenguo returned to his room in the guest house to continue resting. Although he was not physically exhausted, having taken the lives of so many, even if they were ruthless bandits, left an indelible trace of malevolence upon him. Thus, a bath to relax and recalibrate his spirit would serve to alleviate some of that lingering bitterness. The others did not venture out either. Niu Shan, who shared the same room, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber upon his return. Brother Zhenguo, Niu, wake up. Let us go out for a feast. It was not until Comrade Deng's booming voice echoed from outside the door that the two finally made their exit. They were the last to emerge. The others were already gathered outside the guest house, smoking cigarettes. Let us go. Today, Captain Zhao is treating us. Everyone, don't be shy. Deng spoke as if it was his treat. Indeed, I am treating, but not out of my own pocket. I'll seek reimbursement from the department head later, he chuckled. Although this mission was not wholly successful, 2 drivers were injured, and some of the outer steel had suffered damage, their accomplishment of vanquishing several times their number of bandits, as well as an enemy operative, would surely earn them accolades upon their return to the factory. Reimbursing for a meal would pose no issue. Furthermore, despite the demise of the enemy operative, following the leads provided by the bandits would likely unearth the hidden enemy operative within the factory. Even without direct clues, the scale of their operation would surely reveal something. It would merely require a bit more effort. The group arrived at the state-run restaurant. The so-called grand feast was nothing extravagant. They ordered some local specialties, such as a cold dish of vegetable hearts, sautéed pickled cabbage, and a serving of laobayan dumplings for each person. Finally, they shared a portion of braised meat, which, rather than pork, was venison and was limited to 1 piece per person, perfectly suiting their group of 8. However, everyone left quite satisfied. Liang Zhenguo was particularly pleased with the laobayan dumplings, which boasted thin skins and generous fillings, bursting with flavor. No wonder old Wang had been craving them on the way. The sautéed pickled cabbage was also commendable. He contemplated purchasing some directly from the restaurant, yet they outright refused to sell it. The root of the issue lay in their lack of familiarity. Otherwise, selling a bit of pickled cabbage would not be a problem, as the waitstaff could decide without consulting the manager. When Liang Zhenguo inquired, the server simply declined, citing laziness. Today's waitstaff were not akin to those in later years. They displayed little enthusiasm for service, indifferent to whether patrons dined or not. Being one of the 8 major officials, many aspired to this position but found it elusive. Moreover, the waitstaff enjoyed an easy job, with customers responsible for fetching their own dishes, and they could dine within the establishment during lunch hours, earning a decent wage, a coveted job for many common folk. Liang Zhenguo took the server's refusal in stride. If he couldn't buy it, so be it. He had some cabbage in his own space, but lacked the experience to pickle it properly. He resolved to find someone knowledgeable to learn from. With so many fish in his space, his sister would surely relish a dish of pickled fish. Yes, and his wife and sister Qin would appreciate it as well. After their meal, the group wandered outside. Liang Zhenguo activated his mental probing ability for a brief observation and was surprised to find that there were indeed many individuals armed in Shenxi, a testament to the region's reputation. In the capital, he occasionally employed his mental probe, but there were not many armed individuals, and even fewer carried weapons in public. However, given the mountainous terrain of the northeast and the prevalence of hunters, it was natural for city dwellers to venture into the mountains for hunting, thus generating a demand for firearms. That evening, Liang Zhenguo's door was rapped upon once more. This time, it was old Wang, with whom they had agreed earlier to explore the black market in Shenxi. A good number of people were going, aside from the soundly sleeping Niu Shan and another driver. The remaining 5, including Liang Zhenguo, were set to join. Grab a scarf. You wouldn't want to go just like that, would you? Oh. Liang Zhenguo returned to his room to fetch a piece of cloth from his space, realizing the necessity of covering his face when entering the black market. It was indeed to avoid recognition, as entering such a place was clandestine. This way, whether buying or selling, he would be shielded from official scrutiny and the prying eyes of others. Though the black market operated in secrecy and was rife with speculation, the authorities tacitly acknowledged its existence, allowing it to provide a lifeline for the desperate populace, such as purchasing food supplies. Moreover, it was not solely the common folk who patronized the black market. Numerous public officials also frequented it. Earlier, during a conversation with Grandpa Sun, he had inquired whether Sun had ever visited the black markets in the capital and the pigeon market. Although Grandpa Sun did not explicitly confirm, his meaningful expression indicated he had undoubtedly been there. Nonetheless, while visiting was one matter, if the black market grew too unruly, it would inevitably face a crackdown. Before long, Liang Zhenguo and his companions, their faces concealed save for their eyes, arrived at the outskirts of Shinshi, the location of the black market. Guards were stationed outside. Upon the arrival of the six, one stepped forward and intoned, "Are you buying or selling?" "Buying," Old Wang replied in a hushed tone. "For cents each." As they were not newcomers to the black market, they readily handed over their money, and Liang Zhenguo contributed his share as they followed Old Wang inside. Once inside, Zhao Deshun and the others decided to split up to explore, agreeing to reconvene at a specified time. "Liang, do you want to come with me?" Old Wang asked, aware that it was Liang Zhenguo's first visit and concerned he might fall prey to deception. "I'll explore on my own. It's more convenient that way," Liang Zhenguo replied, eager to act independently. "All right, be careful." "Sure." Once the others had dispersed, he too ventured deeper into the black market. Each individual entering was bundled up tightly, and the stall owners were even more so. However, with his mental probe activated in this unfamiliar territory, Liang Zhenguo could see through the disguises, revealing all that lay hidden. Yet, his curiosity was not particularly intense. He refrained from engaging socially, preferring to observe without initiating contact. With no explicit desires driving his visit, he wandered freely. There were numerous items for sale, including tickets for grain, meat, fabric, and even watch tickets. However, some tickets were regionally restricted, so he had no intention of purchasing any. He also spotted vendors selling wild boar meat, which, while not requiring a meat ticket, was priced higher than outside, yet buyers formed long queues regardless. He noticed several stalls displaying ammunition. Initially perplexed, he soon realized these were vendors selling firearms, alongside bullets. Just as he contemplated approaching to learn more, he caught sight of a figure across the way, carrying a bamboo cage and hurrying out with their head down. "Wait!" Liang Zhenguo called out to her. Her layered clothing concealed her gender, presenting a robust appearance, but he quickly discerned that she was indeed a young woman, a rarity in the black market. However, his reason for stopping her was not merely her gender, but rather the sight of the cage filled with a brood of chicks. While he had plenty of wild chickens in his space, he lacked domestic ones. If nutrition was the goal, nothing surpassed a mature hen. Thus, spotting someone selling chicks was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Chapter 110, A Daily Act of Kindness. Last time, Old Sheen's father-in-law visited Xiling village and gifted them an old hen, which the old lady cherished dearly, keeping it for its eggs. If he dared to have any designs on that hen, the old lady, despite her affection for him, would chase him around the village in fury. "Do you have business here?" The woman, halted by Liang Zhenguo, exposed her vigilant eyes. Her voice, feigned to be hoarse, inquired. Although Liang Zhenguo found her tone awkward, he understood her apprehension about attracting attention, for this was no ordinary marketplace for the common folk. "How much for the little chicks?" Liang Zhenguo asked directly. "Not for sale." "Not for sale?" Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. If not for sale, what was she doing in the black market? Or was it her own purchase? Yet she continued, "I don't sell for money, I only trade for grain." She had already inquired around the black market for grain, but no one was willing to exchange their grain for her chicks. When this person called out to her, noticing he only carried a shoulder bag, she assumed he likely had no grain and initially intended to walk away. However, upon pondering the potential of acquiring some chicks to raise, she figured he must be relatively well off. Thus she paused, thinking it was merely a matter of exchanging a few words. "Fine, I'll take all 3 pairs. How much grain do you intend to trade?" "Really? Oh, I was hoping to exchange for 8 to 5 gene of coarse grain." The woman's surprise was evident as her voice heightened a pitch, and after speaking, she nervously glanced at Liang Zhenguo. Previously, she had quoted 8 gene, but others had turned away, and when she offered 5 gene, no one was willing to trade. She felt somewhat helpless, as she sought to exchange grain with her neighbors in the village, but they demanded even less than the black market, and still, no one was willing to part with any. With the current scarcity of food, who would exchange their grain for a few chicks whose growth was uncertain? Nevertheless, She was unwilling to sell for less than 5 jin. Since her father went up the mountain and never returned, her elder brother and sister-in-law had divided the family estate, taking most of the assets. Now, her family was on the brink of starvation. Moreover, she needed to acquire more grain to take her mother out of the village to find her second brother. Liang Zhenguo examined the chicks in the cage, finding no issues. 5 jin of coarse grain was not much. In fact, he considered it insufficient. After all, obtaining these chicks meant he would enjoy the freedom of consuming chicken in the future. While still chickens, could not compare to domesticated ones, which were relatively more tender. He could raise fewer wild ones and more domesticated ones. All right, let us go over there to exchange. Liang Zhenguo indicated a slightly secluded area. Proceeding ahead, while discreetly storing some cornmeal in his bag, the woman hesitated briefly before resolutely following him. It was rare to encounter someone willing to trade. And although she was wary of his intentions, she felt compelled not to abandon this opportunity. Once assured that no one was watching, Liang Zhenguo directly produced the cornmeal from his bag and offered it to her. Check it. If it's satisfactory, hand over the chicks and the cage. If that is acceptable. No problem. The woman instinctively responded, then placed the cage on the ground and accepted the grain bag, opening it. She reached in and tasted a bit, her eyes brightening. It was indeed genuine. However, this is fine grain. Don't you have any coarse grain? It wasn't he that she was averse to fine grain. Rather, trading for fine grain wouldn't yield the desired 5 jin. No, this is all I have. Consider it coarse grain for the exchange. Liang Zhenguo shook his head, clarifying that the cornmeal was not purely cornmeal. It was mixed with a small amount of corn flour. But the proportion was minimal. Thank you. The woman was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such generosity from this stranger. She softly expressed her gratitude, then added with a hint of embarrassment, I don't have a bag to carry it. Do you have an extra? This is all for you. If there are no issues, I'll take the chicks now. Liang Zhenguo lifted the cage at her feet. For him, the value of these chicks far exceeded that of 5 jin of grain. Hence the grain bag contained much more than 5 jin of cornmeal. He hadn't measured it precisely. But at least it was a dozen jin, if not more. Besides, a woman venturing into the black market at such an hour likely had no male protector at home and desperately needed grain, indicating her family's dire straits. It felt like a simple act of kindness on his part, a small favor. Furthermore, after taking a life today, it felt rather good to do a good deed. Before leaving, Liang Zhenguo advised her, hide it well when you exit. Don't let it be stolen, as I want to compensate you for it. With that, he waved to the still-dazed woman and melted into the shadows, discreetly storing the cage in his space. He cleared a small area to release the chicks, constructing a rudimentary feeding trough, filling it with coarse cornmeal mixed with a bit of water, and allowed the chicks to feast. The woman selling the chicks only regained her composure after Liang Zhenguo's silhouette vanished. She carefully inspected the cornmeal in the bag, realizing the dozen jin of fine grain was indeed perfect, and her eyes suddenly felt moist, nearly bringing her to tears. She had felt a long-lost kindness from this stranger, a kindness that even her own elder brother and sister-in-law had not shown her. Remembering his warning, she quickly concealed the cornmeal within her clothing, thankful that her layers were sufficient to hide a dozen jin of goods. After casting one last glance in the direction the man had departed, she lowered her head and exited the black market. Liang Zhenguo, having performed a good deed, then approached a stall displaying bullets. He inquired, what firearms do you have? The vendor, glancing at Liang Zhenguo, replied straightforwardly, old shotguns, water-cooled machine guns, Type 24s, Mauser 98 KS, the Type 38, and the Type 56 semi-automatic. Which one do you desire? You have a Type 56? This firearm, produced in the mid-1950s, is a domestically made imitation of the Soviet SKS semi-automatic rifle, now rarely found outside. This vendor must have some wild connections. Yet, then again, who in the arms trade doesn't he? There's only one, and it's in about 90 condition. The vendor assessed Liang Zhenguo, gauging his seriousness. Take me to see it. Today, Liang Zhenguo had found the Type 56 quite handy with old Wang's. If it checked out, he would purchase it, although he wondered how old Wang acquired the firearm. Follow me. The vendor, perhaps convinced of Liang Zhenguo's intent to buy, led him, without hesitation, to a corner. Soon, they arrived at a section of the black market where a row of about a dozen guns were displayed, guarded by 3 individuals. Bring that Type 56 over here. Liang Zhenguo observed the men, noticing no suspicious movements. Only one approached to retrieve the Type 56, initially suspecting the vendor was speaking in code. Upon receiving the firearm, the vendor boldly handed the Type 56 over for Liang Zhenguo to inspect. He took it, expertly checking the entire gun. It seemed sound, indeed around 90 new. How much? 1,000 yuan, and I'll throw in 30 rounds of ammunition. Liang Zhenguo turned to leave, knowing that for an ordinary person, even registering such a firearm would be problematic. It could only be used as an illegal weapon. Furthermore, even if it were brand new, it wasn't worth 1,000 yuan. 20 years later, that gun would sell for less than 200 in the beautiful country, and at most just over 1,000. Even considering its current scarcity and the high price of firearms in the civilian market, it was absolutely not worth 1,000. This vendor must think him a fool. Chapter 111, Buying a Gun. Seeing Liang Zhenguo preparing to leave, the vendor quickly grabbed his arm. Brother, don't rush off. We can negotiate the price. 200. Damn, I wouldn't sell it for 200 even to burn it as firewood. The vendor exclaimed angrily upon hearing the offer. When it comes to bargaining, you're not merely nicking an artery. It seems you wish to sever his head entirely. Others might label him sinister. Yet I perceive this scoundrel as even more nefarious. Were it not for my awareness of the dubious origins of this firearm, I would have hastened to conclude the deal without further ado. I truly wish to terminate our negotiations. Liang Zhenguo was cognizant that such a price was unattainable. But who could blame this rogue for initially demanding such an exorbitant sum? Moreover, he could discern that the man was eager to finalize the transaction, and perhaps he would acquiesce. Regrettably, he did not agree. The two resumed their haggling, ultimately settling on a sum of 500 yuan, which included a gift of 300 rounds of ammunition, 100 of which were for the 38 caliber revolver. While 300 bullets may seem considerable, they are worth merely a handful of coins. Liang Zhenguo reluctantly parted with 500 yuan. Although he had previously harvested a box of large yellow croaker worth over 1 million in the mountains, his cash reserves had dwindled to a mere 150 yuan. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek an opportunity to sell a wild boar to regain some funds. With the gun and ammunition in hand, Liang Zhenguo ventured alone into a secluded area. Firstly, he sought an uninhabited spot to stow the weapon and ammunition within his spatial storage. Secondly, he wished to afford these arms dealers an opportunity to rob him, thereby providing himself with a justification to reclaim the money he had just disbursed, all while acquiring a cache of firearms and ammunition for free. He harbored no compassion for these men, as every arms dealer's hands are stained with blood. Alas, the fish did not bite. They remained as docile as honest merchants, smiling amiably as he departed. Once Liang Zhenguo vanished from sight, the four men returned their gaze to one another. One remarked, "Dao Gu, this fellow is quite plump. Carrying over 500 yuan, he surely has more money in that bag." Perhaps. A glint of malice flickered across the man's face as he mimicked slicing his throat. Dao Gu smacked him on the head, exclaiming in frustration, "You fool, do you take that man for a simpleton?" His retreat to a desolate area with a freshly purchased firearm indicates either he is a formidable character or that he has companions lurking nearby, perhaps even waiting for us to engage in a black-on-black scenario. Dao Gu was not a naive novice. He had dealings with numerous bandits and was not a mindless imbecile. That man had exhibited an air of calmness during their transaction, devoid of fear, an unusual demeanor for an ordinary individual. Such a person is best left to conduct his business in peace. There is no need to provoke danger. Sighing in the darkness, Liang Zhenguo re-entered the black market from another direction. He had lost his opportunity. That fellow was indeed astute. After perusing the market once more, he arrived at the designated time to meet Lao Wang and the others, carrying a cloth bag as he exited the black market. He had not purchased much. He dismissed the wild vegetables and dried fruits, as he had no need for meat, despite the wild boar having sold out by the time he returned. There were also stalls displaying various trinkets purportedly from graves, each demanding outrageous prices, and he was uncertain of their authenticity, which dampened his interest. The cloth bag contained cornmeal from his spatial storage. He figured he ought to bring something back home, and he had procured a substantial 50 pounds. The first to emerge was Zhao Deshan, who recognized Liang Zhenguo's attire and immediately gestured for him to come over. "Oh, have you made some gains?" Zhao Deshan inquired, glancing at the contents of Liang Zhenguo's bag with surprise, as it appeared to be quite substantial. "And how does it resemble grain? My wife typically returns with supplies in a similar manner." "Haha, a decent haul indeed. We had barely entered when a grain seller arrived, and I secured the entire lot, 50 pounds of fine grain." Liang Zhenguo was forthright, responding to Captain Zhao without reservation, though he lowered his voice when mentioning the 50 pounds. Spreading his fingers wide, Zhao Deshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Truth be told, he felt envious. What remarkable luck! In his experiences, whether in the pigeon market of the 49 city or the black market, he had never managed to buy 50 pounds of fine grain. Oh, not even coarse grain. He had occasionally come across 5 or 10 pounds, and the most he had ever managed was 18 pounds, but more often than not, he returned empty-handed, much like this very time. The black market indeed held a plethora of good items. For instance, wild boar meat was seldom found anywhere, and he had intended to purchase some, but considering he would return on a Saturday, the meat would likely spoil, so he abandoned the idea. As for the other dried goods, They were inadequate for filling one's belly, thus he chose not to buy them. Zhao Deshun was still consumed by envy when Liang Zhenguo continued. Uncle Zhao, I will take 20 pounds of this fine grain. The remaining 30 pounds shall be left for you to distribute, of course, at a price. Do you wish to partake? Was this even a question? Only a fool would decline. Zhao Deshun immediately responded. He had entered the black market primarily to acquire grain. How could he possibly refuse? Inside, he had money but could not procure any. Although the 30 pounds would be shared among a few, it was fine grain, so no one would begrudge the quantity. But do you truly wish to share? You could easily take it all back. After all, you purchased it in the black market, Zhao Deshun remarked. I secured it entirely to prevent others from snatching it up, so I consider it a favor to you by buying it in advance. Ultimately, Uncle Zhao, you can decide how to distribute it. I merely require the payment in the end. Such are the nuances of human relations. Had I not intended to share, I would have only taken 20 pounds for myself. By offering them a share, he naturally sought to foster goodwill, as Uncle Zhao was akin to his leader. In the future, he could not afford to neglect his own interests in the midst of dealings. All right, we shall divide it upon our return. By the way, what was the price per pound? 2 dimes, no ration tickets required. The price of grain in the black market is seldom standardized, so he quoted a reasonable figure. Anything higher would be unwise, while anything lower might raise suspicions. Very well, I shall ensure to collect it for you later. Zhao Deshun nodded. This price was quite favorable, as he usually paid over a dime in 49 city, though it required tickets. Thus, Liang Zhenguo's 2 dimes per pound was a fair deal. The two waited for 10 minutes until everyone had gathered before they all headed back together. Others had procured varying items. Lao Wang and another driver were fortunate as well, each acquiring 5 or 6 pounds of coarse grain. Lu Yang and Comrade Deng only managed to purchase some mountain goods. They too desired grain, but like Zhao Deshun, they had encountered no sellers. Grain was the most sought-after commodity in the black market, and it was a case of first come, first served. As they walked, the others eyed Liang Zhenguo's bag with curiosity, for he carried the most substantial haul. However, no one dared to inquire. They would discuss it further upon returning to the guest house. Upon their arrival, Zhao Deshun clapped his hands twice, signaling everyone to enter Liang Zhenguo's room. Come, come. Let us divide the spoils. Chapter 112. Enemies and espionage within the steel mill. What spoils are we dividing, Captain? Deng Haihua and the others were somewhat puzzled as they followed inside. Were there spoils to divide that they were unaware of? Liang Zhenguo merely smiled at their inquiry. Naturally, it was the bounty from the contents of Zhenguo's bag that was to be divided. Zhao Deshun grinned and pointed at Liang Zhenguo's bulging bag. Although it amounted to only 4 or 5 pounds of fine grain per person, neither more nor less, the very act of sharing grain was a cause for celebration. As for whether they would purchase it, to be frank, if their wages were not allocated for purchasing substantial items, they would be utterly at a loss on how to spend them. The only option left would be to save. Presently, the ability to procure food would be most advantageous. The only fear is that even if one wishes to buy, there may be nothing available. This evening, Zhenguo has indeed blocked a grain seller, purchasing all of their stock, and it was all fine grain. Zhao Deshun relayed what Liang Zhenguo had just told him to several others. So it was you. No wonder Uncle Lu and I wandered around the black market for several circles without finding a single grain. You've cleared the cellar out completely. Comrade Deng looked at Liang Zhenguo with a face full of grievance, knowing that he and Lu Yang had roamed endlessly within, merely to buy a little grain to take back home, ultimately settling for just a meager few. Liang Zhenguo thought to himself, he could have claimed that this grain was entirely of my own orchestration. Without me, you would have found nothing either. It's just that you lack the fortune. Hurry down to the front desk of the guest house and borrow a scale from the ladies there. They should have one. Zhenguo stated that he only needed 20 caddies, and the rest could be divided among us. Zhao Deshun playfully kicked Deng Haihua in the rear. All right then, good brother, you are indeed my Lianggo. Deng Haihua, unfazed, brushed off his backside and dashed down to borrow the scale. The others regarded Liang Zhenguo with surprise. Brother Zhenguo, I won't be polite with you then, Lu Yang said, patting Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder. Given that there was grain to share, he felt no need for formality, especially since they had all fought together as comrades, and the previous distance had faded. Let us shamelessly ask for a bit. Though I and Old Ding have already secured coarse grain, so we shall take a lesser share. Thus, the security department can have a bit more. Old Wang chimed in cheerfully, noting that they were not from the steel mill. If Zhao Deshun hadn't invited them in, they would not have said anything. But now that they were called in, it implied that everyone would have a share. Although he had 6 caddies of coarse grain, he still desired fine grain. After all, who would ever turn down food? That's no issue. Just set aside my 20 caddies, and the rest you can discuss with Uncle Zhao. Liang Zhenguo nodded with a gentle smile. Brother Zhenguo, do I get a share? A deep voice resonated from the room, unmistakably belonging to Niu Shan. Niu Shan, appearing as though he had just awakened, emerged from his slumber, evidently disturbed by their conversation. What can't be shared? Liang Zhenguo initially thought Niu Shan's family was well off. It seemed he avoided the black market merely to catch some rest. However, given his size, it would indeed be quite uncomfortable to squeeze into the driver's seat, and he likely had not rested much during the journey. But truth be told, even without his inquiry, Zhao Deshun would have ensured a portion for him. As they were both in the security department and part of the same team, Uncle Zhao would certainly not overlook him. If it's coarse grain, I wouldn't mind at all, but my family's fine grain is running low this month, so I still wish to take some back. Niu Shan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Rest assured, your share is guaranteed. Another driver brother will also receive a portion. Old Wang, you can take it to him tomorrow. Zhao Deshun shook his head, smiling. Liang Zhenguo, curious, glanced at Niu Shan. Although he had grown familiar with most of the others from Team 3 over the past few days, he still knew little of Niu Shan's family background. However, he was now certain that it was not an ordinary household. Just moments ago, he could tell that Niu Shan was genuinely indifferent towards coarse grain. His honest nature would not permit him to utter falsehoods, clearly indicating that his family lacked for nothing. His earlier assumption that Niu Shan's family was well off had been hasty. Typically, such families had someone in an official position, and one that was not insignificant. Yet, while curiosity piqued, he had no intention of probing further into these matters. Still, given their favorable circumstances, why did they not provide him with a bicycle to ride? Instead of relying on his vehicle? Surely they weren't concerned he would damage the car? With his build, such apprehension was indeed plausible. While Liang Zhenguo indulged in his thoughts, Comrade Deng successfully borrowed the scale and promptly distributed the grain. His account also received a deposit of 6 yuan, which he gladly placed into his bag. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. The following day, they awoke at their leisure. The group returned to the state-run restaurant for a meal of old bien dumplings. Upon their return to the guest house, they encountered the officer who had escorted them the previous day. Captain Zhao, 4 of your vehicles have been repaired. The last one will take a bit longer. Zhao Deshun shook hands with the officer, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. According to the factory's arrangement, if you do not require our cooperation, we shall prepare to return by noon. After all, given the significant events of yesterday, should the police or military require their assistance in the investigation regarding the bandits, they would not be permitted to leave today. However, this era was not akin to the peaceful times that followed. The deceased were bandits and enemy agents. Once matters were clarified, no one returned to interrogate them, as the security department of the steel mill was considered a quasi-military entity, thus they could likely return today. The situation is quite clear. Your cooperation is no longer necessary. Among the 2 injured drivers, one sustained only minor injuries and was discharged yesterday, currently in our unit. As for the remaining brother, due to his gunshot wound, it is better for him to remain here for a few days to recuperate. Once that vehicle is repaired, we will arrange for our unit's driver to escort him back. By the way, we investigated that Huangguo's residence yesterday and obtained some intelligence. We have confirmed that another enemy agent is indeed within your factory. Damn it, which scoundrel is it? Although suspicions had lingered since yesterday, hearing that the enemy agent was indeed lurking within their factory caused the usually composed Zhao Deshun to utter an expletive. They held a deep-seated loathing for those who wreaked havoc domestically, and it was infuriating that one was hiding within their ranks. Moreover, had they not been fortunate, they would have not only lost their lives, but also all the steel would have been destroyed by them. I'm not certain who it is, only that he shares the surname Deng and is a supervisor in a workshop. However, we only acquired this intelligence yesterday and have already notified your factory security department. He has been apprehended. The officer shook his head. As a soldier, he too despised these enemy agents. Fortunately, capturing one meant they could follow the trail to apprehend the entire network of enemy agents. Damn it, this fellow shares my surname? Comrade Deng expressed his displeasure. Surname Deng? It wouldn't be Deng Minji, would it? Zhao Deshun seemed to have realized who the enemy agent was. Disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 113. Return to the capital. Do you know this person, Zhao Ge? Among the security department, apart from Zhao Deshun, Liu Yang had spent the longest time there, yet he too did not recognize him. Considering the steel mill employed over 10,000 individuals, it was entirely reasonable not to know everyone, especially since he was merely an ordinary security guard. Deng Haihua and Niu Shan looked on with puzzled expressions, particularly Deng Haihua, who had just been cursing, clearly unaware of who Deng Minji was. As for Liang Zhenguo, who had just entered the steel mill for a business trip, he was even less informed, as he had not yet acquainted himself with the security department personnel. I know Deng Minji. Zhao Deshun sighed, nodding with a bitter smile. If the military intelligence was accurate, he could practically confirm that the enemy agent with the surname Deng was indeed the Deng Minji he knew. There were many workers in the steel mill with the surname Deng, but only one who was a workshop supervisor and was aware of their specific departure time, Deng Minji. The reason he immediately thought of Deng Minji was that they lived in the same compound. They were neighbors. While they were not exactly friends, they had interacted enough to have a decent rapport. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Deshun was once again filled with indignation. Damn it. As a captain of the enemy intelligence detachment, how could he have coexisted with an enemy agent for so long without a hint of suspicion? Yet, contemplating Deng Minji's usual demeanor, he felt a twinge of silence, for Deng had always presented himself as an affable person in their courtyard, offering help to many and enjoying a commendable reputation. Who would have imagined that he was a concealed enemy agent? Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Zhao Deshun noticed the puzzled expressions on the faces of his colleagues, including that of the officer. And although he felt a pang of shame, he still recounted the situation to them. Deng Haihua and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, an enemy agent who remains undercover is exceedingly difficult to identify unless they inadvertently expose themselves. Such individuals are the most unforgivable, consuming the nation's resources and drawing a salary while harboring intentions of sabotage and creating panic. Executing them a few times would hardly be excessive, Liang Zhenguo remarked. Comrade Zhenguo speaks truthfully. The military officer nodded appreciatively, recognizing this young man of exceptional marksmanship, whose name he had inquired about from Captain Zhao the previous day. But due to the pressing matters concerning bandits and enemy agents, they had yet to converse. It was evident that he was a patriotic youth with the nation's interests at heart. Thus, we must further root out these lurking threats. Thanks to this exposure, your security and public security departments should have already initiated a series of apprehension operations, delivering them a significant blow. Zhao Deshun and the others nodded in agreement, smiling. Captain Zhao, since you've decided to return at noon, please gather your belongings, and I will escort you to the military base where your vehicle awaits. He had come not only to share this good news with Zhao Deshun, but also to inform him, having learned from the chatter, that they were to return to Beijing today, thus arriving to fetch them for the military district. After all, it was due to their efforts that this batch of steel from the military had remained intact, and they had obtained intelligence on enemy agents, thus achieving merit. Thank you, Comrade Lin, came the grateful reply. Eager for transportation, they quickly returned to collect their packages and boarded the military vehicle. The vehicle sped outside the city, heading directly to the military district in Shenzhen. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the military district where Officer Liu was stationed, and after a thorough check by the guards at the entrance, they smoothly entered the premises. However, Liang Zhenguo merely cast a glance and then withdrew his gaze, refraining from further observation. Military districts are indeed governed by many regulations. Once they disembarked, the first person they spotted was the driver, Big Mouth, with his head wrapped in bandages. The sight was somewhat comical, but his injuries were merely superficial, lacking even a mild concussion. Thus, he was perfectly capable of driving. Liang Zhenguo and the others did not linger there, exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment before departing the military district with their vehicle. Before leaving, however, they received provisions prepared by Officer Liu, sparing them the inconvenience of returning to Shenzhen to purchase supplies. On the way back, Liang Zhenguo rode in Old Wang's vehicle, extending his hand out the window to feel the cool autumn breeze. This week's weather had dropped several degrees compared to the last. He wondered if Little Fish and Little Jade were dressed warmly at home. Old Wang, how long until we return? Eager to get home? Old Wang grinned, revealing his slightly yellowed teeth. Not too long. It should be about the same as the journey there. We should arrive by this time tomorrow. Despite the vehicle being empty, the roads were not conducive to speed. Liang Zhenguo nodded. The roads were indeed poor at this time, and there was little chance of traveling quickly. Thankfully, in this era, traffic jams were not a concern, or it would have been even slower. Moreover, they did not dare to drive too fast, as the vehicle was riddled with bullet holes. He feared that any issues along the way would result in dire consequences. That would truly be a disaster. Old Wang's ominous words seemed to come true. The vehicle barely made it halfway before it abruptly stalled after just a few hours of travel. This certainly isn't my fault. Old Wang chuckled awkwardly in response to Liang Zhenguo's incredulous gaze. Subsequently, the four vehicles came to a halt. There were no repair facilities in sight, so several seasoned drivers gathered around the vehicle to tinker with it. Drivers of this era typically possessed some mechanical skills. After half an hour of examination and tinkering, they miraculously managed to fix it. Witnessing the soot-covered faces of the experienced drivers, Liang Zhenguo and the others immediately gave them a thumbs up. The convoy resumed its journey, with Old Wang driving cautiously, and this time, they encountered no issues until nightfall, allowing both men to breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, they opted not to drive through the night, instead seeking a quiet, spacious area to rest for the night. At dawn, they set off again, finally returning to Beijing by 10 o'clock. The others drove back to the grain station, while Old Wang took Liang Zhenguo and the 5 others back to the steel mill before returning. Oh, they are indeed part of the grain station's convoy, though they occasionally handle transportation tasks for the steel mill. Haha, it's good to be back safely, exclaimed Section Chief Huang Fei, rushing over as Liang Zhenguo and the others approached the security department's office. The telegram from Zhao Deshun had startled him. He had sensed an underlying unease that had now materialized. Thankfully, no one had sacrificed their life. The group did not return to their respective offices, but was promptly ushered into Huang Fei's office after greeting their colleagues. Deshun, please elaborate on the situation in detail. Huang Fei had only been aware of the general circumstances. He had yet to grasp the specifics. After the intelligence from Xinjiang had arrived, the security department had directly apprehended Deng Minji, conducting an immediate raid and interrogation with the Public Security Bureau, which had led to the nighttime capture of additional enemy agents. These agents had sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, but fortunately, their actions remained discreet, and the speed of the interrogations was sufficiently swift. They had already coordinated with public security to execute the arrests before the suspects could react. Aside from one who was shot dead while attempting to escape, they apprehended 5 enemy agents, one of whom was even Deng Minji's superior. Zhao Deshun recounted the details of the situation to Huang Fei, with Comrade Deng providing colorful additions. After hearing the account, Huang Fei patted Liang Zhenguo heavily on the shoulder. Zhenguo, you have earned the greatest merit this time. I will report this to the factory. While I cannot guarantee other rewards, I can assure you that your salary will definitely increase. That would be splendid. Will it be higher than Deng Haihua's? Liang Zhenguo replied with a beaming smile, recalling Deng's smug demeanor on his first day at work. Ha ha ha, it certainly won't be lower than his current salary. Liang Zhenguo's accomplishments were indeed significant. Had he been in the Public Security Bureau, although his age and experience might have precluded an immediate promotion, such achievements would eventually lead to elevation after a period of time. Chapter 114, Salary Increase and Vacation. However, Liang Zhenguo was not part of the Public Security Bureau, and currently, the elevation would naturally manifest in terms of salary or other material rewards. Presently, Liang Zhenguo was at the lowest level, level 30. Given that he had killed an enemy agent and helped expose 7 more while safeguarding the transported steel, it was entirely reasonable for his salary to be raised to level 25, surpassing Deng Haihua's. Noticing Deng Haihua's astonished gaze fixed upon him, Huang Fei chuckled. All of you have contributed this time, and your rewards will not be lacking. In addition to the rewards from the factory, the Public Security Bureau in Xinjiang will also offer substantial rewards, as they have eradicated an entire bandit den, one that was even on their wanted list. Thus, the rewards there will surely be considerable. If you stay in Xinjiang a few more days, you might even collect your rewards directly there. Comrades Deng and Zhao Deshun wore smiles of satisfaction, having completed their tasks and even secured a reward, a delightful outcome indeed. Subsequently, Captain Zhao seized the opportunity to have Huang Fei reimburse them for their meal at the state-run restaurant. A trivial matter, really. The remaining rewards had yet to be finalized. But for now, they could enjoy an additional day of leave, allowing them to return home to rest. Come back next Tuesday, he instructed. All right, thank you, Chief. They replied cheerfully. Huang Fei, having distinguished himself, was particularly elated. This accomplishment was not solely due to their efforts. Last night, aside from a few stationed at the factory, the rest of the security team had participated in the apprehension of enemy agents, thus sharing in the credit. Moreover, the operation had gone remarkably smoothly, and as the head of the department, he rightfully took pride in their success. Initially, he would have returned from this business trip with only half a day of leave. But now, with an extra day, everyone was exceptionally content, especially Liang Zhenguo, who had accompanied them on this trip partly to gain additional time off, allowing him ample opportunity to return home to his wife and 2 younger sisters. Zhenguo, aren't you heading back? As Liang Zhenguo and the others were granted their leave, they departed from the steel mill. At the fork in the road, Deng Haihua noticed that Liang Zhenguo was not walking alongside him and inquired with curiosity. I am. But I'm heading straight back to the village. I'll return to the city tomorrow. He had no business on the eastern route. It would be more prudent to return directly to Xiling village. He wondered if little Yura missed him. Very well, I had hoped to go hunting with you tomorrow. But it seems it will have to wait for another time. Deng Haihua expressed his mild disappointment. With over 2 days of rest, he had envisioned inviting the experienced hunter Liang Zhenguo to venture outside the city for a hunt. He didn't desire anything too grand. Perhaps just a wild chicken or rabbit. If fortune favored them with a wild boar, surely Zhenguo's marksmanship would outpace the creature, and he could lend his strength to haul back a few pounds of pork. Next time, Liang Zhenguo shook his head, dismissing the idea. For now, seeing my wife and sisters is my priority. We can plan an excursion into the mountains later if we find ourselves with time on our hands. I wonder if there are any game in the hills near the 4-9 city. The two parted ways on their bicycles. But Liang Zhenguo still had Niu Shan riding behind him. The large fellow had called out to him on the road previously, and this time he was waiting right at his doorstep. Yet, Liang Zhenguo did not mind. How about I give you a ride back this time? Or would you prefer to take the handlebars? Liang Zhenguo halted his bicycle. Niu Shan had just mentioned that the route he took out of the city and the one leading to his home were roughly in the same direction. So Liang Zhenguo decided to take him home directly. However, he was unfamiliar with the roads leading to Niu Shan's house, and besides, the weight of Niu Shan made pedaling quite laborious. It was simply more comfortable to have him sit behind. Right, absolutely. Niu Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of being allowed to ride the bicycle. He had one at home too, but it was never his turn to ride. His mother and wife used it for their daily commutes. Although they could afford to buy another, his mother had decreed that if he were to ride it, it would become a mere consumable, effectively extinguishing any thoughts he had of purchasing his own. Thus, when Liang Zhenguo offered him the chance to ride, he was eager to seize the opportunity. So, once Liang Zhenguo dismounted, Niu Shan promptly hopped on. Liang Zhenguo was puzzled by Niu Shan's exuberance. But a few minutes later, he wished he could dislodge him. Niu Shan rode as if he were under the influence of some stimulating substance, pedaling furiously, nearly causing the bicycle to smoke. As if that weren't enough, he barreled straight through potholes without a care, once nearly launching himself from the seat when he hit a particularly large one. At long last, they arrived at a solitary courtyard, where Niu Shan finally brought the bicycle to a stop. Observing Niu Shan's insatiable enthusiasm, Liang Zhenguo rolled his eyes. Niu Ge, do your family members never let you ride? How did you know, brother Zhenguo? Niu Shan chuckled. Just a guess. Liang Zhenguo thought to himself that if he ever allowed this simpleton to ride his bicycle again, he would be a fool. Whose bicycle could withstand such treatment? It would surely be in pieces within a week. However, he had learned from the last time Niu Shan had wielded a machine gun that, while he was formidable, he was also rather reckless and prone to reckless abandon. Taking in the courtyard and its surroundings, Liang Zhenguo discerned that the residents here possessed a certain standing. Indeed, as he had surmised, Niu Shan's family was not ordinary. And now he understood why Niu Shan had transitioned to being a security guard. It was likely that his family recognized his rather foolish disposition as ill-suited for military or bureaucratic life. In the realm of politics, one might be sold out without even realizing it. And in the military, should conflict arise, his impulsive nature could lead to disaster. Thus, being a security guard was the safer option. Brother Zhenguo, come in for some tea. My father has a fine collection of good teas. Let me fetch you some to try, Niu Shan invited as he opened the door. Today, Brother Zhenguo had been exceedingly gracious, and he felt compelled to treat him to some fine tea, which his father only brought out for his closest friends. No, I just need to head home for lunch. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively. Niu Shan hesitated, wanting to offer him a meal. But with his mother and wife absent and his culinary skills lacking, he had to alter his offer. Wait a moment. Let me get you some tea leaves to take back and enjoy. With that, he dashed inside. Why is this guy being so polite? Liang Zhenguo thought to himself. Seeing Niu Shan had already gone inside, he felt obliged to wait. Before long, Niu Shan emerged with an old tea canister, promptly handing it to him without a word. Here you go, Brother Zhenguo. This, all right then. Liang Zhenguo accepted the canister, unsure of what type of tea it contained, but since Niu Shan had offered it, he felt it only right to accept it. He then reluctantly retrieved a jar of fried fish snacks he had intended for his sister from his bag. Believing in the principle of reciprocity, remembering how Niu Shan had seemed to enjoy them before. I'll take the tea, and you can have this. It pairs well with a meal. Sounds great. Niu Shan eagerly accepted, as he indeed relished the spicy fried fish snacks. Placing the tea leaves in his bag, Liang Zhenguo bid farewell and left Niu Shan's home. Yet, before he exited the area, he encountered another familiar face at the entrance of another courtyard. Chapter 115, A Reunion with Aunt Lin. Liang Zhenguo was somewhat taken aback. Before he could greet her, the woman across the way called out with a hint of delight. Zhenguo, Aunt Lin, it's been a while. So you live here? This familiar figure was none other than Aunt Lin Shulin, whom he had met on the train. He was pleasantly surprised that she remembered his name and addressed him so warmly. Indeed, Aunt Lin had left a lasting impression on him as a gentle and approachable woman, especially in her interactions with little Yuer and Xiaoyu. Yes, Zhenguo, what brings you here? I just dropped off a colleague at that courtyard. Liang Zhenguo gestured towards Niu Shan's home. Aunt Lin glanced over, then noticed Liang Zhenguo's uniform, her expression shifting to realization. Your colleague is that big fellow from the Niu family. The last time I saw you, you weren't working yet. When did you become a security guard? Her husband and Niu Shan's father were old acquaintances, hence the cordial relations between their families. Aunt Lin had seen Niu Shan and was aware of his position at the steel mill security department. Yes, I just joined the steel mill this week. Although hunting could provide for my family, having a formal job is preferable. Aunt Lin nodded in appreciation, then hesitated before asking. Little Yuer and Xiao Yu aren't with you in the city, are they? Although she had recently returned to the city of 49, she was already aware that newly hired factory workers were not usually assigned housing so promptly. Unless one had a special connection, of course. Ever since she had entertained the thought of acknowledging Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu as her goddaughters, she often found herself thinking about the two girls. Despite having numerous comrades of Tang Qingshan in 49, and having met their wives over the past few days, her visits were no longer as dull. Yet, whenever she witnessed others surrounded by their grandchildren, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, which only intensified her yearning to see those two little girls again. Upon catching sight of Liang Zhenguo, her spirits lifted significantly, and she was now eager to find out if his two younger sisters were in the city. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the expectant face of Aunt Lin and couldn't help but ponder how fond she was of those two girls. It had been quite some time, yet she still remembered them. He replied, "They aren't here. They are still in the village." Aunt Lin felt a pang of disappointment and momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Liang Zhenguo added, "However, I will be bringing them into the city with my wife tomorrow, and they will be settling here." Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes brightened with excitement. "Oh, is that so? Next time you come to Dashan, please bring the girls over to play with me. I have taken quite a liking to them." "Of course, Aunt Lin. They quite like you as well," Liang Zhenguo replied. He wasn't certain if they truly liked her, but it was wise to say something she would enjoy hearing. At the very least, the two girls did hold a favorable impression of Aunt Lin. Yet, when he would next visit Nyushan remained uncertain. While he had already brought back tea from there, he certainly wouldn't be returning with it again. He currently possessed no additional bicycle tickets. After chatting with Aunt Lin for a while longer, Liang Zhenguo took his leave. Lin Shu glanced in the direction he had departed, suddenly smacking her thigh, exclaiming, "I seem to have forgotten to ask him where he resides now. What if too much time passed, and he forgot? However, it wouldn't be good to intrude unexpectedly on someone else's life." Lin Shu felt conflicted. After all, Lin Qingshan's identity loomed large, and she hadn't mentioned her intentions regarding Liang Zhenguo's sisters to him today. It would be best to wait until her husband confirmed that before broaching the subject. Previously, with a godson in the picture, her focus had merely been on urging him to marry and have children, without contemplating the idea of further godchildren. Now, with her son absent and having encountered two particularly endearing little girls, her thoughts had sprung back to life. Since Dashan was a colleague of Zhenguo, she resolved to inquire about their address later when her husband returned home. Lin Shu ultimately decided to seek out the location before making any plans. Liang Zhenguo, on the other hand, regarded Aunt Lin's suggestion to bring the two girls to her home as mere pleasantries, given their limited acquaintance. He had no intention of leveraging Lin Shu's fondness for his sisters to forge connections. Thus, after departing, he promptly set the matter aside. As he pedaled homeward, he contemplated what to bring back. He deemed it essential to gather provisions, for his next return to the village might be delayed. He needed to ensure his grandparents had ample supplies. As for meat, he surmised their stock was likely dwindling. Glancing at the elk he had not touched since acquiring it, he decided to take a leg, wrapping it carefully and placing it on the rear seat of his bicycle. He then packed the remaining cured meats into a lunchbox and stowed it in his satchel, realizing there wasn't much left. Only 2 boxes, just enough to consume over the next couple of days. Additionally, he had received a canister of tea from Nyushan, as he hadn't brought any alcohol for his grandfather this time. Considering his age and the potential adverse effects of excessive drinking, tea would suffice. And he believed the tea from Nyushan's father would be of good quality. Should his grandfather desire alcohol, he would inquire during his next visit to the renowned Tongrentang in 49 about any medicinal wines for health. He still had deer antlers in his space. Had he known how to brew them, he would have prepared a deer antler wine for his grandfather to sample by now. The rest consisted of various odds and ends, such as peanut oil and snacks. After arranging everything neatly in the back seat, he soon arrived back at Xiling village. Upon entering the village, he once again became the center of attention. Airway is back. That outfit looks quite dapper. It seems the village chief wasn't lying. Airway truly has a job in the city. Wait, why does it look like a police uniform? No, you don't understand. That's a security guard's uniform. Tisk, you only know what the village chief told you. As villagers chatted in groups along the road, they greeted Liang Zhenguo warmly as he passed, their eyes filled with envy at his uniform. A security guard. He*s an official worker now. Airway has become a city dweller. I wonder if Liang Lao-san regrets his decision to separate. However, Malan surely felt regret. After the villagers learned from Lin Kuei that Liang Zhenguo had secured employment in the city, those working around her witnessed her expression of remorse. Yet, it wasn't the separation she regretted, but rather the missed opportunity for that job quota. had he not severed ties. She would have done everything in her power to secure that quota for her family, intending to return it once her son grew up. Liang Zhenguo was blissfully unaware of her lofty aspirations. Otherwise, he might have remarked on her unrealistic dreams. Dear uncles and aunts, I shall be heading home now. We can chat more another time. Liang Zhenguo smiled at the enthusiastic villagers and hastily proceeded toward the back mountain. The longer he lingered, the more curious they would become about what lay on the back seat of his bicycle. It was best to remain low-key. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Upon reaching the doorstep, Liang Zhenguo called out. No sooner had his voice faded than a small figure came rushing out. Airway, the familiar, affectionate voice of Xiao Yu elicited an instinctive paternal smile from Liang Zhenguo. Hey, slow down. Liang Zhenguo quickly parked his bicycle and bent down just in time for Xiao Yu to leap into his embrace. We've you, Airway. I thought you didn't want me anymore, she cried, clinging tightly to his neck, her little mouth pouting as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her tiny body trembling as she spoke. Don't cry. How could Airway ever abandon you? You are my precious Xiao Yu, Liang Zhenguo said, his heart aching as he wiped her tears away, soothing her gently. We've you. Then why did you take so long to come back? Xiao Yu lamented. Airway went to the city to find a place for Xiao Yu to live. From now on, you will be living with me in the city, where there will be plenty of delicious food and fun things to do. Liang Zhenguo dried her tears, his heart swelling with compassion as he observed her reddened face. Really? Of course it's true. Seeing her tears dry up, he sighed in relief, waiting until her emotions stabilized before offering her a piece of candy. Airway. Perhaps hearing Xiao Yu's cries, Xiao Yu, who had been playing at second Uncle S' house, dashed out and immediately rushed toward Liang Zhenguo, mirroring her sister's actions. Hey! Liang Zhenguo extended his other hand, catching Xiao Yu, only to notice her eyes were also red and glistening with tears. All right, though he felt a headache coming on, he still had to comfort them. After all, they were both adorable little sisters. Simultaneously, his heart felt warm. Xiao Yu was easier to console, after a few comforting words. She calmed down. Liang Zhenguo tenderly wiped her tears and gently ruffled her hair, causing the little girl to release her grip, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile. Why is Airway back so early? At that moment, both the elderly gentleman and lady, along with Qin Wan, emerged from the house. Qin Wan gazed at Liang Zhenguo, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she softly called out, Brother Zhenguo. He had mentioned during his report on Monday that he would only return on Saturday night. Yet it was still midday. Despite the joy shared among them, a hint of puzzlement lingered. Grandfather, our team has performed commendably at the factory. Hence we were granted an extended break, Liang Zhenguo explained, cradling the little one still nestled in his arms, and smiling at the elderly couple. He then turned his attention to his wife, who was embracing Xiao Yu, and with a playful smile, he extended a hand, saying, Come here, my dear. Since they both have held you, you should join in as well. Qin Wan, still a bit shy, blushed at his words and lightly slapped him on the arm. Grandpa and Grandma are still here. The elderly couple merely watched the young couple with affectionate smiles. Wife, why don't you push the cart? This little girl seems quite content to stay in your embrace for the time being, Liang Zhenguo suggested, gently pinching the little one's cheek with a smile. All right. Upon entering the courtyard, the elderly lady observed the little girl who was still clinging to her brother's neck and shook her head, saying, This little imp. The moment your voice reached us, before we could even react, she dashed out like a wild pony. Liang Zhenguo kissed the little girl's cheek and chuckled. Do you miss your second brother that much? Yes, very much, the little one earnestly nodded. I miss him too, Xiao Yu chimed in, walking beside Liang Zhenguo. Your second brother knows, and he misses you both very much as well. The grandmother stepped forward and pinched the little girl's nose, expressing her concern. It's more than just missing, especially for this little one. On the very first day you went to the city, she cried for her second brother that night. Although she didn't cry for the next 3 days after Xiao Wan calmed her down, she would frequently run to the door to peek outside, whether playing indoors or outdoors. Then, yesterday, she began to cry again, refusing to eat properly. No matter how long I coaxed her, it was futile, and I couldn't bear to scold her. It was only when Xiao Wan took her to find Qin Yedu that she began to feel better. I thought everything was fine, but come dinner time, both girls had gone missing. In the end, it was Xiao Wan who found them at the village entrance, where they were squatting and crying. She brought one back while holding the other's hand. Liang Zhenguo listened quietly, feeling deeply moved, especially at the thought of the two little girls crying at the village entrance. He recalled vividly how, upon his return to life, those two little girls had waited for him there, crying. Noticing the little one burying her face in his neck due to the grandmother's words, he gently patted her back and then stroked Xiao Yu, who leaned against his leg. He had always known that his two younger sisters depended on him greatly. In their previous home, Their biological father was indifferent, and their stepmother was harsh and cruel, often resorting to scolding and hitting them, while their older brother treated them decently. He was often quite serious. As for their older sister, he had little memory of her from before, with their bond only growing closer after they moved to Kindale. The two girls had always been close to him, sharing his bed after their mother passed away, and he had always shielded them from punishment, which was one of the reasons for his strained relationship with Ma Lan. As for their grandparents, they had ceased visiting after Ma Lan's arrival disrupted the family. Though they thought fondly of their grandchildren, it was only during Liang Zhenguo's visits that they had the opportunity to express their care, making their bond less intimate than that between him and his younger sisters. Thus, after hearing his grandmother's account, he felt surprised yet not bewildered. For even though he had been away for only 5 or 6 days, these two little girls had never been apart from him, with the longest separation being merely a day. Although they had eaten well and slept soundly during the past days, their previous experiences had left them with a lingering sense of insecurity, especially when he was away for extended periods. Of course, the memory of him injuring himself in front of them while working to provide for them was likely a haunting one, deeply etched in their minds. Now, having told them he was going to the city for work and then being absent for 5 or 6 days, it was no surprise they were worried and distressed. If he were to remain absent for a few more days, he would not be surprised if they ran off to the 49 city based on their previous memories. However, through this experience, he believed they would adapt, and next time he had to be away for several days, they would likely not react with such distress. They knew their second brother would never abandon them. Especially as they grew closer to his wife, she would be able to soothe them. Second brother. The little girl finally lifted her head after the grandmother ceased speaking, her voice bright and clear. What is it? Next time you go to the city, can you bring Xiaoyu and me along? Yes, tomorrow, second brother will take you both to the city, and your sister-in-law will accompany us as well. While in the city, you must listen to your sister-in-law when I'm at work, understood? I will be good. I understand, second brother. Both Xiaoyu and Xiaoli nodded vigorously. Then Xiaoli turned to their grandparents and asked, will you and grandma come too? Oh, you little girl. I thought you were eager to go to the city with your second brother and not to be with your grandparents. The elderly gentleman chuckled, tapping her forehead gently. Grandpa and grandma are the best, the little girl sweetly flattered. Then will you stay with grandpa and grandma in the village? The elderly lady inquired with a smile, pinching her cheek. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoli clung to Liang Zhenguo's head, shaking it vigorously. No. Chapter 117. Aren't you supposed to be good-natured? Ha! The group burst into laughter at her earnest expression. Well then, my dear, how can you say that grandpa and grandma are the best? The elderly lady was not bothered by her granddaughter's decisive rejection. She had noticed the two girls' dependency on their younger brother, but she hadn't anticipated it to this extent. After just a few days apart, they had become so distressed. If they were to leave the little girl behind, she and her husband would truly struggle against her tears. Over the past few days, she had relied on the young daughter-in-law to soothe her granddaughter. Firstly, she understood that they would soon be living together in the city, and she wanted them to grow accustomed to it. Secondly, she genuinely felt troubled. Scolding was not an option, as she was aware of how the girls had been treated in their previous home. She feared that if she scolded them once, it would instill a sense of wariness in them while at home. Did Xiaoli have lunch? Liang Zhenguo recalled the grandmother mentioning that Xiaoli hadn't eaten properly yesterday, so he asked. No, the little girl answered herself. Xiaoer, you haven't eaten either, right? I'll steam some buns for you, he offered. Although there was plenty of food at home, the elderly lady decided to prepare something warm instead. All right. Liang Zhenguo was indeed hungry, having only eaten a few bites to tide him over that morning. Grandma, could you and Xiao Wan organize the things from the cart? He pointed to several bags on the cart. Why did you bring back so many things after just a few days? The elderly lady remarked, shaking her head in bemusement. Upon opening the largest bag, she found it filled with flour, which was quite heavy for her to lift, at least 70 or 80 pounds. This time, without any meat in exchange. Though they had experienced this many times, the elderly couple was surprised, but did not react as strongly as before. They were merely a bit puzzled. Qin Wan, on the other hand, looked a bit taken aback. The grain supplies at home were now greater than those here. Yet seeing brother Zhenguo return with such a large amount of flour was still shocking to her. I had a colleague whose family is in government, and I asked him to help me with the exchange. The tea leaves were also a gift from that colleague, which I brought back to brew for Grandpa. Liang Zhenguo retrieved the can of tea from his bag and handed it to the elder. In the past, it was always Sun Yi who took the blame. Now, it was time for someone else to shoulder the responsibility. Given that the Niu family is quite affluent, it seemed fitting. Moreover, his words were a blend of truth and jest, thus not entirely deceitful. Grandpa, however, was not well versed in the nuances of tea. As he accepted the leaves, he glanced around, for he had never experienced the taste of tea, and he pondered how it could possibly compare to the allure of wine. Regardless, since it was a gift, he could brew it for himself and Grandma whenever they wished. It would be beneficial for their health. Besides, it was what those in authority indulged in, so he might as well sample it. When I return next time, I shall bring him some exquisite medicinal wine. All right, I shall give this tea, favored by officials, a try tomorrow, he declared. If it pleases him, I could certainly convince my colleague to procure more. If Grandpa enjoys it, then he should have no qualms about trading some meat with him next time. After all, that towering figure must have a particular fondness for meat to maintain such a size. Unbeknownst to Liang Zhenguo, Niu Shan, due to the tea leaf theft, was about to face a severe beating that very evening. The elderly lady observed that the two had veered off topic and shook her head in resignation. All right, enough of that. Grandma doesn't understand much. As long as there's no trouble, it's fine. But why have you brought all this back? Tomorrow, both of you are heading to the city. We don't need so much food. Don't worry, Grandma. We still have plenty at home. I would never let my wife and sister go hungry, he reassured her. By the way, this deer leg was also traded. Dear wife, you and Grandma can take care of it. Liang Zhenguo winked at Qin Wan. She smiled brightly, lifting the deer leg she had just spotted and addressing the elderly lady. Grandma, Brother Zhenguo is quite capable. Just keep it. And he must be hungry. Let's prepare something for him first. Indeed, let's make a generous meal to share, as I have brought back some vegetables, Liang Zhenguo added. Then let's get to cooking. Upon hearing that her grandson was hungry, Grandma ceased her protests, observing that the elderly lady intended to lift the bag of flour herself. Liang Zhenguo was relieved when Grandpa stepped in, effortlessly shouldering the bag towards the kitchen. Noticing the elder's ease, he felt reassured. In recent times, Grandpa had been eating well, and his health had noticeably improved. Despite his advancing age, having been a farmer all his life, he still possessed considerable strength. Second brother, I'll help with the fire. Xiao chimed in, seeing her sister-in-law and Grandma enter the kitchen. Go ahead, he replied. And here, take this braised meat that second brother brought back. Heat it up for your sister-in-law, so we can eat shortly. Liang Zhenguo affectionately ruffled her hair, prompting Xiao to skip joyfully towards the kitchen with 2 boxes of braised meat. Meat. Xiao Yu's eyes followed her sister as she disappeared. Haha, wait for your meal. Liang Zhenguo laughed, giving her a playful pat before letting her down, and this time, the little girl did not cling to him. Grandpa, I'm going out for a stroll. Liang Zhenguo said after Grandpa exited, and Xiao Yu trailed him closely like a shadow. In Xiling village, Liang Zhenguo's destination was naturally Sister Qin's home. Ever since he had suggested that Sister Qin take Xiao Lan along to play with Xiao Yu while working, she had complied, and now, the two families were truly related, with no one daring to speak ill of them. Thus, when he returned home and did not find Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan playing, he inferred that Sister Qin was likely at home. This time, the door to Sister Qin's house was closed. Liang Zhenguo knocked a few times, and she promptly opened the door. Xiao Wan, Zhenguo, you're back, she exclaimed, initially mistaking him for Xiao Wan. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo at the threshold, Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with joy, but halted when she noticed Xiao Yu at his feet. Liang Zhenguo, utilizing his spiritual perception, scanned the surroundings and, finding no one, embraced her amidst her surprise and discreetly brushed against her. Xiao Yu is here, Sister Qin remarked, her cheeks flushing as she lightly pinched his waist, lowering her voice. Xiao Yu tilted her head curiously and then stepped forward to hug Sister Qin's leg. Sister, let me hug you too. Such a good girl, Sister Qin said, ruffling her hair. Previously, Xiao Yu had called her sister, and Sister Qin had not thought much of it. But now, when Xiao Yu addressed her as such, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, as if the little one recognized her as a sister too. All right, I'll go play with Xiao Lan. Remember to call me when it's time to eat meat, Xiao Yu exclaimed as she ran off to find Xiao Lan. Glancing back to remind Liang Zhenguo, okay, second brother will remember. We'll call Xiao Lan to join for the meal. Satisfied, she scampered away to play. Why do you still have your bag when you come here? Sister Qin inquired, peering through the slightly ajar door, noticing that the two little girls had not emerged, then, like a dutiful wife, began to tidy Liang Zhenguo's uniform. Observing him return home with a bag over his shoulder, she curiously asked, are you eager to see my daughter-in-law? Humph, I don't believe you, she teased, though his words delighted her. Come on, let us head to the kitchen. I've brought you something. With no one watching, Liang Zhenguo casually wrapped his arm around Sister Qin's waist as they made their way to the kitchen. You're not planning anything mischievous, are you? Sister Qin questioned, acquiescing but with a hint of skepticism, remembering his past antics in the kitchen. Why do you think so poorly of me? I am a respectable man, he replied, maintaining his innocence. Upon entering the kitchen, Liang Zhenguo indeed retrieved over 30 pounds of flour and 5 pounds of deer meat from his bag to present to Sister Qin. Soon, muffled sounds of suppressed laughter began to emanate from the kitchen. I thought you weren't up to any mischief, she playfully chided. Oh, you little rascal. Pull your hand back. Chapter 118. A good sister-in-law to Xiao Yu is a wife to second brother. Although it seemed somewhat improper to take advantage of Sister Qin right after gifting her flour and meat, revealing a hint of eagerness, he never intended to give such an impression. However, Sister Qin's heart was wholly devoted to him, and she had never perceived it that way. She simply understood that this little rascal had always cared for her. Furthermore, after several days of separation, she had missed him dearly. So even with her daughter and Xiao Yu playing in the other room, she allowed him to be playful. The kitchen door was slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light to seep through. Through the crack, the sounds of clothes rustling could be heard, accompanied by some rather suggestive echoes that would make anyone blush. Yet, Liang Zhenguo had no peculiar inclinations. Although the door was ajar, if no one pushed it open, one would naturally not see Sister Qin's alluring form. How could he bear to let anyone witness her captivating beauty? Moreover, his spiritual perception remained active, noting that the two little ones were engrossed in their play, chattering away without any intention of interrupting, which emboldened him further. After more than half an hour, they finally emerged, fully dressed. However, Sister Qin's charming face was still flushed. Supported by Liang Zhenguo, who wore a mischievous grin, Sister Qin shot him a playful glare, but she could not muster any reproach, for at that moment, she too had only playfully nudged him, yielding to his whims. Wei Jia, please don't hold it against me. I've been thinking of the gentle and charming you these past few days. How could I remain unaffected? Moreover, this is not without its benefits, Liang Zhenguo teased, wrapping his arm around her waist with a grin. You certainly have a silver tongue. Pray tell, what benefits are there? Isn't it merely your lustful heart at play? Sister Qin rolled her eyes at him, playfully pinching his thigh. Just now, you were quite eager yourself. Ah, Sister Qin exclaimed, her face reddening as she covered his mouth, which had become rather indiscreet. All right, enough said. Just mentioning Liang Zhenguo makes Qin's sister-in-law feel as though she could sink into the ground from embarrassment. Let's return to the matter at hand. Although the intimate affairs between spouses can be somewhat difficult to articulate, they undeniably serve to strengthen marital bonds, alleviate mental stress, promote physical health, and help regulate hormonal balance, thereby rendering one's skin smoother and more elastic. Witnessing this little rascal earnestly enumerating the benefits of such activities, Qin's sister-in-law couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. However, it seems her skin has indeed acquired a newfound luster, and her spirits are invariably elevated post-encounters. Perhaps this little rascal isn't merely spouting nonsense. Liang Zhenguo, captivated by the sight of his charming beauty blooming with laughter, couldn't resist planting a playful kiss on her still flushed cheeks. Qin's sister-in-law shot him a flirtatious glance in response. The two settled in the courtyard, engaging in conversation, with Liang Zhenguo recounting his experiences in the bustling city of Shijiazhuang. Aside from his business trips, he shared every detail with her. Qin's sister-in-law gazed at him affectionately, listening intently. Currently, I have 3 rooms in the city. Our grandparents want to be residing there. In a week or 2, I shall bring you and Xiaolan over. If you find yourselves with idle time in the courtyard, I will seek out a light job for you. However, since Xiaowu and Xiaolan are still quite young, someone must look after them. You 2 sisters can decide who that shall be. Holding her delicate hand, Liang Zhenguo softly conveyed his plans. All right, I shall follow your lead. Qin Wei replied with a gentle smile. Ergua, when are we going back for dinner? My tummy is rumbling. At that moment, Xiaowu emerged, tugging on Xiaolan's hand, her little belly patting as she piped up, Uncle. The 2 youngsters, oblivious to the implications of their hand-holding, were simply enjoying the moment. Let us head back now. Just as Liang Zhenguo stood, Qin Wan knocked and entered. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo still holding her sister's hand, she smiled slightly. Liang Zhenguo felt no shame. After all, he had previously disregarded modesty, and holding hands was hardly scandalous. Yet, Qin's sister-in-law felt a twinge of shyness, although her sister was aware of their relationship. It was the first time they had displayed such intimacy before her. Brother Zhenguo, I suspected you brought Xiao here to see sister, Qin Wan said, affectionately wrapping her arm around Qin Wei's. Tomorrow, we're heading to the city with you and Xiao, so I thought I'd drop by to see my sister. Liang Zhenguo turned to behold 2 faces, somewhat similar yet distinct in their charm, and a wave of inexplicable pride surged within him. How fortunate to have encountered this pair of sisterly blossoms in life. What are you staring at? Qin's sister-in-law teased. Noticing how he was lost in thought, her sister playfully pinching him at the waist. Why, I'm merely admiring my 2 beautiful wives, Liang Zhenguo replied unabashedly, eliciting a blush from the sisters. Suddenly recalling the presence of the 2 little girls, they playfully smacked him, reminding him of their company. Realizing his gaffe, Liang Zhenguo instinctively tapped his forehead, momentarily forgetting the 2 eager little girls observing them. Looking down, he found Xiao and Xiaolan blinking innocently at him. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao chimed in, "Sister-in-law is a wife?" Xiao addressed both Qin Wan and Qin's sister-in-law as sister-in-law. But it was clear she meant Qin's sister-in-law. For an instant, Liang Zhenguo felt a pang of embarrassment, especially as Xiaolan tilted her head in curiosity, unsure if she understood the term wife. However, he recalled having explained it to Xiao before. This clever girl had a remarkable memory. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you call them sister-in-law too?" "Yes." Xiao nodded enthusiastically. "Are those two sister-in-laws as good to Xiao as I am?" "Yes." Xiao confirmed again, nodding her head. "So, Xiao knows that the sister-in-law who is good to her is also her brother's wife, correct?" He reasoned that since Xiao simply called them sister-in-law, it was no fault of hers. As for Xiaolan, he trusted Qin's sister-in-law to educate her appropriately, so he had no worries there. In truth, children often speak without realizing the implications of their words. As long as he wasn't openly flaunting his affection for both wives in public, there was no significant issue. After all, children often misspeak. "Oh," Xiao scratched her head, deciding to drop the subject. She then turned to Qin Wan, asking, "Sister-in-law, are you going back for dinner?" "Yes." Sister-in-law came to bring Xiao back for dinner, Qin Wan replied, affectionately patting the little girl's head, her eyes brimming with fondness. After spending time together, she had grown quite fond of these two little sisters. Aside from a few mischievous moments when they missed their brother, they were incredibly well behaved. "All right then, let us return for some delicious meat." Xiaolan chimed in, her little belly grumbling at the thought. "Sister-in-law, let us go together." The mention of succulent meat made Qin's sister-in-law's generosity shine through. She had always been generous when it came to food. Despite her young age, she understood that meat was a rare treat. Chapter 119, The Beaten Bull Mountain. "Sister-in-law won't be joining us," Qin's sister-in-law said, gently stroking Xiaolan's cheek and shaking her head. "As for Xiaolan, she can go. There's no harm in dining at her uncle's home." Liang Zhenguo understood that Qin's sister-in-law likely felt a bit shy about visiting, even though they were now relatives. Nowadays, family visits often required one to bring their own provisions. The previous occasion, where they enjoyed a sumptuous dish of beggar's chicken, was an exception because Liang Zhenguo had taken Qin's sister-in-law's firearm up the mountain, providing a valid excuse for her to join. Thus, it was evident that Qin's sister-in-law would not be partaking in this meal, but Xiaolan, being so young, posed no issue. "Yes, Xiaolan can go without worry," Qin Wan agreed. "Very well, you two go enjoy your meal then. Xiao is already hungry," Liang Zhenguo affirmed. Having discussed everything necessary with Qin's sister-in-law, he had also given her several pounds of fresh venison, ensuring she wouldn't be lacking in provisions. Consequently, he took the two little girls and his wife back for dinner. After finishing lunch, the elderly lady and his wife began packing the luggage for their departure the following day. Liang Zhenguo remained in the courtyard, enjoying tea sent by Nyushin with the elder. "Grandfather, how is the tea?" "Oh, it's quite good, very flavorful," the elder replied after a moment's pause. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I expected it to be bitter, but it's surprisingly pleasant." He had never experienced fine tea before. He had only tasted ordinary tea a handful of times. And like the elder, he had little understanding of its nuances. Even the finest tea would taste like a cow chewing peonies to him, lacking any discernible flavor. He merely appreciated that it was enjoyable and drinkable. Thus, when he sipped this tea, he was oblivious to its specific type, as the canister bore no indication of the tea leave's identity. However, he was aware of the health benefits of tea, such as its ability to clear heat, detoxify, aid digestion, and invigorate the mind. Thus, he not only shared it with the elder, but also offered it to the elderly lady and his wife after they finished packing. As for Xiao and Xiaolan, they took a sip and then scampered off, uninterested in continuing to drink it. Their verdict? Not as tasty as maltose sugar water. That evening, Liang Zhenguo had no opportunity for intimacy with his wife, as one little girl stubbornly squeezed herself between them to sleep. Moreover, the two little girls were particularly lively in the evening. One reason was that their second brother had returned, alleviating their fears of being forgotten. The other was the excitement of moving to the city the following day, chattering eagerly to their brother about the delights and delicacies that awaited them there. In truth, it was not merely the two little girls who were exhilarated. Qin Wan was equally unable to sleep, her heart brimming with joy. They were finally going to reside in the city. How many rural girls dream of marrying into a worker's family in the city? Although she had previously been indifferent to her brother Zhenguo being merely a hunter, the news of his new position as a security guard in a large factory in the city filled her with uncontainable delight. Tomorrow, they would be moving directly into the city. Naturally, Liang Zhenguo could discern the exuberance of the trio, though the two little girls were simply children. His young wife was not much older herself, being only 18. It was not surprising for someone of her age to exhibit a bit of youthful exuberance, especially as it was the age when many would be embarking on their university journeys in the modern world. Thus, their joy at entering the city was entirely reasonable. However, while they were celebrating, things were not so pleasant back in Niushan. In the courtyard of Niushan, a middle-aged man, slightly shorter than Niushan, was chasing him around with a belt in hand, angrily admonishing him. "Father, please stop hitting me. It was just a little tea," Niushan exclaimed, turning around only to receive a swift strike on the leg with the belt. "Just a little tea? That was Dahong Pao. I rarely indulge in it myself. And you squandered nearly half. You wretched boy, come here. Let me see if I don't beat you to a pulp." Nyoda fumed as he pursued Niushan, who narrowly evaded another lash, prompting Nyoda to unleash a torrent of curses. After dinner, Nyoda had intended to brew some tea, only to discover that a significant portion of his cherished Weishan Dahong Pao was missing. Upon inquiry, he found out that it was his eldest son who had taken it, claiming he had used it to brew tea. Half a jar. Enough to last him for quite some time. How could he not be enraged at the thought of his son wasting it away in just an afternoon? Beside him, Nioshan's mother, who was watching the scene unfold with his wife, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Why are you taking it out on him?" Nyoda shouted. "Stop running. I won't hit you anymore. Just come here and explain why you took my tea." When Nyoda realized he could no longer catch his son, he called out from a distance, curiosity piqued. He found it strange. This simpleton usually had no particular fondness for tea. So why had he suddenly decided to pilfer his father's stash? "I may be foolish, but I'm not stupid. If I go over there, you'll just hit me again," Nioshan retorted, shaking his head. He had been deceived by his father's usual tactics too many times to fall for it again. "Come here." Nyoda took a deep breath, attempting to soften his tone. "I promise I won't hit you. Your wife is watching. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to strike you in front of her. Now tell me, why did you drink my tea? Did you hide it away?" Nyoda still held on to a glimmer of hope. Nioshan glanced at his wife and mother, recalling that they had been present when the beating began. Did his father truly think he would feel embarrassed? After a moment of contemplation, Nioshan replied, "I didn't drink it." Before his father could express relief, he added, "But I gave it to a friend." "Gave it to a friend? What the hell?" Nyoda exclaimed, incredulous. "I wouldn't even part with it for my boss, let alone give away my son's things." "Who did you give it to? That lad from the Du family or the Huang family?" He knew his son's circle of friends was limited. He was curious whether they had manipulated him into giving away his prized tea. "No, neither. It was a friend I met a few days ago. He let me ride his bicycle today." Nioshan noticed his father's anger seemed to dissipate somewhat and continued. "We encountered a gang of bandits during a recent trip, and thanks to him, we managed to resolve the situation. Our team leader remarked that if it weren't for him, not only would we have failed the mission, but we might have lost our lives in that mountain pass. Since he gave me a ride home, I thought of sending him a little something as a token of gratitude. He seemed to have better provisions than I did. And we don't have much to offer, so I thought I'd give him your Dahong Pao." Nioshan, usually reserved in his speech, hastily explained his reasoning for the gift, wary of his father's potential objections. He added, "By the way, that little fish I brought back was also a gift from him. You ate more than I did." Nyoda glared at his son, but upon hearing this, his anger had nearly subsided. He had not expected such circumstances. His son had nearly encountered a dangerous situation. Despite his earlier fury, he deeply cared for his simple-minded son. Although he held a respectable position in the military, he had placed his son in the security division to shield him from danger. Given that his son was not as quick-witted as others, had it not been for his son's adamant refusal, he would have considered having him serve as a waiter. "Is this friend of yours a colleague?" Nyoda inquired. "Yes, but you're not thinking of asking for it back, are you?" Nioshan looked at his father with shock. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Nyoda retorted, his anger flaring anew as he hurled the belt toward his son. "Am I so shameless as to demand back a gift my son has given away? If my old comrades heard of such a thing, I would be the laughingstock for a year." "Not at all," Nioshan chuckled sheepishly, dodging the belt and waving his hands in protest as he picked it up. "Enough. Look at you two. You're both grown men. And you know what sort of person your son is. What is the point in getting worked up?" At that moment, Nioshan's mother approached with his wife, attempting to mediate. "It's not all your fault," Nyoda grumbled. "If I hadn't spoiled him, would I just stand by and watch you beat him? Huh? You only know that your son is tough-skinned and thick-skinned. He could endure anything." Nyoda laughed, knowing full well why his wife hadn't intervened. Nioshan's mother smiled, not denying it. Had she not just heard her son mention the near disaster he had faced, she would have relished watching the spectacle of a father punishing his son. "Come here and tell me about the encounter with the bandits," Nyoda said. Although he held a high position in the military, he was not stationed in the Shinchi military district, and news had yet to reach him. He knew his wife had come to inquire about this matter, and he was equally curious. This foolish boy had let such a significant event slip by, without a word during dinner. Had it not been for his discovery of the missing tea, he might not have given it a second thought. Oh, Niu Shan moved a few steps closer to his parents, recounting the events. After listening, Niu stroked his chin and nodded. Gunshots to the head, eh? The marksmanship of this Liang Zhenguo is indeed remarkable, a rare talent, and he undoubtedly saved your life. So the tea was well deserved. Though he acknowledged this, the thought of the significant portion of his Dahong Pao being gone still caused him a pang of sorrow. Forget it. I won't dwell on this distressing matter. I can always procure some more fine tea from my former superior on my next visit. Just be grateful you weren't harmed, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Niu Shan's mother felt a twinge of trepidation. Initially, she had intended to inquire about her naive son and whether he had incurred any injuries, but then she recalled how he had been joyfully bounding about just moments ago, running so swiftly that even his father could not catch up to him. Thus, she refrained from voicing her concerns and instead remarked, "How many times have I told you? In the face of danger, do not act so recklessly. Wielding a gun and firing indiscriminately is perilous. Dasha, why don't you heed your parents' advice and consider becoming a waiter or a shop assistant instead?" This time, however, it was not entirely reckless. He had chosen the perfect moment to engage in his gunfire. Niu spoke a fair word for his son, but upon receiving a sharp glare from his wife, he quickly added, "Nonetheless, I believe being a waiter would suit you quite well." "Indeed," concurred Niu Shan's wife, nodding in agreement. "I refuse," was all Niu Shan uttered in rejection. Just days prior, the Zhenguo brothers had praised his fierceness, and now they suggested he change his profession? Hearing his son's firm refusal, Niu and his wife displayed little reaction. They had repeated this conversation countless times, each instance met with the same denial. Accustomed as they were to the routine, "Are you all holding a family meeting in the yard?" At that moment, a voice emerged from the doorway. The entire Niu family turned in unison to see two figures at the entrance. Niu was somewhat taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile. "Sister-in-law, Brother Shan. What brings you here at this hour? If you had come earlier, we could have enjoyed a drink together." The Brother Shan that Niu referred to was Tang Shan, an old acquaintance of his. However, due to their differing statuses and the potential awkwardness of frequent visits, especially since they were not in the same system, their interactions had become infrequent. When Tang Shan had just returned, they had managed to share a meal, but thereafter, they had made an effort to limit their socializing, mostly encouraging their wives to engage more with one another. Niu Shan and his wife exchanged familiar greetings with him. Tang Shan smiled and nodded at them. But before he could speak, he suddenly noticed Niu Shan holding a belt, while Niu stood in front of him, a peculiar expression flitting across his face. "Old Niu, has Dasha turned the tables on you?" Niu, slightly puzzled, followed Tang Shan's gaze to his son clutching the belt and immediately understood the implication behind Tang Shan's words. With a displeased huff, Niu snatched the belt away, then chuckled. "He doesn't have the audacity for that. Rather, it was I who gave him a good thrashing. Brother Shan, come in and sit." Tang Shan and Lin Shu entered and took a seat beside Niu and his wife. Eager to inquire about Liang Zhenguo and where he was currently residing, naturally wishing to engage in conversation. He had not anticipated that his wife would encounter that fellow today, but coincidentally, he had seen Liang Zhenguo's name in a report that had come from a district chief earlier that day. Initially, he had thought little of it, assuming it to be a case of sharing a name, but during dinner, he learned that the young man on the train was now working in the security department of the steel mill. The report mentioned that several enemy agents apprehended by the East City District Police Station were linked to the security officer, Liang Zhenguo. And he quickly realized that this was indeed the same Liang Zhenguo he had fortuitously met on the train. Although the report only contained a couple of sentences, the underlying praise was evident, thus sparking his considerable interest in Liang Zhenguo. After finishing dinner, he decided to visit Niu Shan to learn more about him. Of course, he was also well aware of his wife's current state of mind, and understanding Liang Zhenguo's situation was also a preparatory step toward recognizing a goddaughter. "Brother Shan, would you care for some tea? Your son's name is Niu Shan, yet when you call me Brother Shan, it feels as though you are taking advantage of me." Tang Shan jest. "It's still better for me to call you Old Tang. Last time, Old Du mentioned that your tea was quite a treasure. Have you finally decided to share some? They know nothing of its worth. Serving them would be a waste. Today let us just the two of us enjoy it," Niu declared as he turned to retrieve the tea leaves. Tang Shan quickly interjected, "While I too am tempted, the sun is nearly set. Let us save it for another occasion. Today, I did not come seeking you, but rather to find Dasha." "Looking for Dasha?" Niu regarded his son with a puzzled expression. "Uncle Tang, what brings you to seek me?" Niu Shan scratched his head, unsure why he would be the focus of Tang Shan's visit. He had heard his father mention that Tang Shan was the deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau in the city, a position of higher rank than his father's. What business could he possibly have with a mere security officer? "Yes, we are indeed here to see Dasha," Lin Shu chimed in with a gentle smile. Noticing their confusion, Lin Shu directly clarified. It's nothing of great importance, just inquiring about a colleague of Dasha named Liang Zhenguo, the young man who escorted Dasha home today. Oh, sister-in-law, you know Liang Zhenguo? Nyoda expressed his surprise. Just moments earlier, his son had briefly introduced him, mentioning that he was formerly a hunter and had recently exchanged some game for a work quota. It seemed unlikely that he would have any connections with Old Tang and the others. After all, their life paths had not intersected. One had long been away from home, while the other was a hunter from a village near the city, with family engaged in agriculture. There seemed to be no link at all. Even if he had played a significant role in capturing a few enemy agents, it wouldn't have drawn the attention of a deputy chief. Old Tang is not from the District S Department. Chapter 121. Previously, Tang Qingshan had briefly recounted how he had met Liang Zhenguo on the train. However, Nyoda was still somewhat bewildered. It seemed their encounter had been merely a fleeting one. But old Nyo, how is it that you know this lad? He is so close to Dasha? Nyoda, not being part of the public security system, found it hard to fathom how the military would notify the city regarding an enemy intelligence report specifically because of one individual. As for the steel mill, it would be even less likely. Hearing this, Nyoda ceased pondering the nature of their connection and shot a glare at Nyo Shan instead, exclaiming, I only learned about this person today because this fool gifted away a significant portion of my prized tea to that lad. Laughter erupted from Tang Qingshan upon seeing Nyoda's pained expression. He had heard from several friends that old Nyo cherished his tea. However, the Wei'ai Mountain de Hong Pao was indeed a rare find. It had been gifted to him after he had accomplished a great feat, and he had been parsimoniously savoring it ever since. Now, it had been given away by Dasha. Nevertheless, that lad is quite the rare talent. If he were to come to our military for further training, he might just have a future there. Pray, enlighten me. Tang Qingshan had not anticipated that Liang Zhenguo would receive such high praise from Nyoda. He was well aware of what kind of place that was. Those able to join such a department were often individuals of remarkable skill, such as masters of disguise, virtuosos of vocal mimicry, and others who possessed unconventional talents that could yield unexpected results in specific scenarios. Additionally, there were martial arts experts dedicated to serving their country, as well as those from traditional martial arts lineages. Although such individuals were rare and did not possess the supernatural abilities often depicted in tales, they were nonetheless formidable in their own right, capable of overwhelming ordinary soldiers in mere moments. He and Old Nyo were acquainted with one such individual, Old Du's brother, Du Wu, a master of the natural school, now known as the Northern and Southern Hero. According to Old Du, in his youth, his brother could easily defeat him with one hand, as if he were a mere child, and Old Du himself was no slouch. Back then, he could easily handle several strongmen without issue. The final category consisted of the elite top-tier soldiers within the military, who excelled not only in close-quarters combat, but also possessed exceptional marksmanship, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance skills, and vigilance across all fronts. Thus, Tang Qingshan was genuinely astonished to hear Nyoda suggest that Liang Zhenguo might one day enter such a department. Old Tang, you mustn't doubt it. According to that simpleton, they managed to turn the tide against 27 bandits and a hostile agent in Shin City. Of those, 10 were eliminated by others, while the remaining 18 were single-handedly dispatched by Liang Zhenguo, each shot landing squarely in the head, resulting in instant demise, without exception. I've heard that he instilled such fear in the bandits that none dared to show their faces. With such extraordinary marksmanship, one might wonder how a mere untrained hunter could thrive in the military after a few years of training. Tang Qingshan couldn't help but nod. If that were the case, it truly wouldn't be difficult. This lad possesses remarkable potential. Earlier, I sensed an air about him that distinguished him from ordinary hunters. Who would have thought he was a raw gem? Is Zhenguo really that formidable? Lin Shu's face was awash with astonishment. She simply could not fathom that the affable young man, who had maintained a cheerful demeanor that afternoon, was the same person they spoke of, the valiant defender who had achieved 18 kills. However, after her initial surprise, her admiration for him deepened. She had already taken a liking to this sunny young man, and had he been a tad younger, she would have considered taking him as a godson. Had he been agreeable. Goodness, brother Zhenguo is truly fierce. Old Wang, who shared the same vehicle with him, said that Zhenguo fired without even aiming, as if shooting blindly. Yet every shot resulted in a casualty on the opposing side. Nyo Shan replied earnestly. Noticing that his father and Old Tang were listening, he added, when he flanked the bandits for a one-on-one confrontation, had we not rushed in quickly, we might have been left out of the mix. He was not exaggerating. When they charged in, the scene they encountered was of the bandits already fleeing in panic. What a pity it is that he isn't in our unit, Nyo Shan lamented. Then his eyes lit up with an idea. Why not bring him over from the steel factory? Let us not act hastily. We should first assess whether he is even interested in joining the military. Tell me where he is currently residing, and I shall make some inquiries. Tang Qingshan suggested at an opportune moment. Old Tang, are you also intrigued by him? Do you intend to recruit him for the police force? Not quite. That isn't my primary concern. His situation can wait. It's your sister-in-law who is interested in his two younger sisters. The reason he dissuaded Naida from joining is that he doesn't want him to waste his efforts. He learned on the train that Liang Zhenguo has a brother-in-law who is a deputy battalion commander. If he had any desire to enlist, he would have likely done so by now, given that a deputy battalion commander could easily pave the way. Furthermore, they wish to establish a kinship to shield Liang Zhenguo from any potential troubles, as it would be unwise for him to deal with them alone. There is a significant difference between not enlisting and outright refusing to enlist, especially when it comes to turning down Naida. Although Naida is indifferent, and, strictly speaking, Liang Zhenguo has even saved his son, it still casts an unspoken influence on him, potentially leading others to form biased opinions about him. After all, should they become godparents, their families would indeed share a closer bond. What does that mean? Naida glanced at Lin Shu, puzzled as to why her sister-in-law had brought up Liang Zhenguo's sisters. Is sister-in-law considering taking them as goddaughters? Naida was momentarily confused, but his wife quickly connected the dots. Lin Shu only had one godson, and now she suddenly expressed an interest in two girls. It was a clear indication that she intended to establish a godparent relationship. Indeed, Lin Shu affirmed with a smile. Since I inquired about Niu Shan, we might as well be forthright. After all, once the kinship is established, we shall surely inform them of our intentions. Earlier on the train, upon seeing those two children, I felt an inexplicable fondness. Old Tang mentioned that I bore a resemblance to their siblings, which could be considered serendipity. Yet, it would be abrupt to approach them directly about becoming godparents. I was thinking that if we encounter them again, we could explore whether it would be possible to adopt them as daughters. After all, Old Tang is often busy, and sister-in-law finds it rather dull in the city. So if fate has brought us together, why not embrace this kinship? Niu Shan's mother nodded in agreement. She was aware that Lin Shu could not bear children, and previously, relatives and friends had brought children for Lin Shu and her husband to consider for adoption, yet they had never found anyone suitable. The fact that they had now distinctly chosen two girls must surely be fate. The blessings these two girls possessed were remarkable. There are countless individuals who would envy such connections, yet Lin Shu and her husband were willingly seeking to form ties. Thus, today we come to inquire about Zhenguo's circumstances. Lin Shu softly stated, smiling at Niu Shan. Niu Shan scratched the back of his head, hesitating before murmuring, I only know that brother Zhenguo is quite skilled with a gun. Chapter 122. Inquiring about information. Lin Shu's smile faltered momentarily. Naida immediately sprang up and smacked Niu Shan on the back of the head. You previously claimed he was your friend, calling him brother Zhenguo repeatedly. And now you merely know he's good with a gun? He even generously offered me his bicycle to ride, and I imagine his cooking is quite delightful as well. Have you eaten his food today? Niu Shan retorted, defensively adding the bits of information he did possess. Naida smacked him again. Is that what Linda Niang was asking about? Where does he live? What is his family situation? Though he might be perceived as foolish, he merely glanced at his mother and wife when the subject of the bicycle arose, hinting that they were unwilling to lend it to him. He didn't consider himself clever. Yet it was absurd to provide such unrelated answers to straightforward questions. He didn't feel embarrassed about it. After all, his son was just like that. And Old Tang and the others were well aware that his mind occasionally sparkled, but most of the time, well, it was better left unsaid. Thankfully, his daughter-in-law didn't seem to mind. Niu Shan rubbed the spot where he had been struck, not genuinely foolish, but rather, he had been preoccupied during the earlier discussion about marksmanship, which had piqued his interest, while later topics had become somewhat tedious, leading him to zone out. Thus, he was left with only the knowledge that Linda Niang wished to learn more about brother Zhenguo, and the only detail he retained was his marksmanship. That's not unreasonable, he thought, yet he did know a little about where he lived in the city, although he was typically reticent and had never asked. However, when Uncle Zhao had inquired, he happened to be nearby, so, after some contemplation, he stated, as for brother Zhenguo's family situation, I'm not entirely sure. I only know he has a wife and sisters. Oh, he is supposed to be bringing them into the city today. Their residence is at number 12, Dongbaijiao Hutong, Nanla Guxiang. Yes, that is it, number 12, Nanla Guxiang. That area has a decent location, but he must have only recently joined your security team. Did the factory allocate him housing that quickly? Tang Qingshan inquired, nodding with interest. I heard from our teammate, the young lad named Deng, that he secured his place by offering meat to the factory, insisting they let him jump the queue for a larger house. Tang Qingshan responded with astonishment. The others were equally taken aback by his resourcefulness at such a young age. But does he have that much meat? Tang Qingshan and the others didn't find Liang Zhenguo's actions inappropriate, while it was somewhat unconventional. He had indeed provided the factory with meat, and it wasn't he for an individual, but rather for the workers. They had eaten the meat he delivered, so it was only fitting that he be granted preferential treatment. Moreover, they had witnessed similar situations before. However, it was their first time seeing someone use meat to cut in line. In this day and age, who would not save meat for their own family? After all, the sheer weight of the meat he offered spoke volumes. Is there anything else? Niu Shan pondered before adding, oh, that lad Deng also mentioned that brother Zhenguo seems to have a good relationship with some director. What is his surname again? Niu Shan scratched his head, recalling that it was a recent matter. Oh right, it's son, but he didn't mention the full name. I can find out more when I go to work. At that time, Deng Haihua was not specifically addressing them. He merely remarked that comrade Liang Zhenguo had suffered a slight loss this time, as a director had already been assigned to assist him in networking. Even if the factory couldn't provide much in terms of meat, securing a house in advance would not pose a problem. If relationships were strained, it would be implausible for automatic assistance to occur. You might as well forget it, otherwise. Others would think you were conducting a household survey. Nioda shook his head, rejecting Tang Qingshan's request on behalf of his son, who lacked any finesse in his inquiries. Asking straightforwardly, how many people are in your family? Are your parents alive? What do they do? And so forth. Wasn't that akin to a household registration check? Very well. If it weren't for Tang's elder and Lin's elder wanting to know, Niu Shan would rather not have taken on this task. The director with the surname Sun? Sun Jianwen? Tang Qingshan pondered for a moment and guessed a name, although he did not know Sun Jianwen personally, as he had only recently assumed his position and was not well acquainted with his subordinates. Yet today's report indicated that the Security Department of the Steel Mill and the Public Security Bureau of Gilu had jointly apprehended enemy agents. And the director of the Gilu Public Security Bureau was indeed named Sun Jianwen. Sun Jianwen, you say? I know a bit about him. He is a friend of Section Chief Huang Fei from Dashan. Nioda had made it a point to familiarize himself with his son's superior, knowing that Huang's background was no less significant than his own. Oh, that must be it then. Tang Qingshan nodded, surmising that it was indeed Jianwen who had introduced Liang Zhenguo to the security department of the steel mill. His curiosity surrounding the connection was not for scrutiny, but rather to facilitate inquiries. Knowing that his subordinate's director had a relationship with Liang Zhenguo would make it much easier for him to gather information, certainly more reliable than Dashan. Since his wife had confirmed her desire to be acknowledged and they were already in the capital, as long as he understood the family dynamics and their dispositions were decent, he would proceed without hesitation to finalize the matter. Subsequently, the two families refrained from discussing the topic further, and after a short while, Tang Qingshan and his wife took their leave. Grandma, leave the bedding here. We will have something to cover ourselves with when we return, and besides, I've already prepared everything in the city, so there is no need, Liang Zhenguo said. The next morning, after breakfast, Liang Zhenguo noticed that the elderly lady wished for him to take the bedding with him, which left him feeling somewhat troubled. After all, he was not traveling alone back to the city, and he could not simply store the bedding in his space, which would be too cumbersome. He had already packed several sizable bundles of clothing for his wife and sister, along with a suitcase he had crafted, and adding more would be quite challenging. Very well. Then let it remain at home. There is still bedding available there, he decided, knowing the elderly lady insisted on them taking it to the city because it was the bedding they had used during their wedding. However, there was indeed an excess of items. Yet, seeing that her grandson had taken no food with him, she couldn't help but ask, Airway, you haven't deceived your grandmother, have you? Is there really food and meat at home in the city? Indeed, Grandma, there is truly no need to take any along. I plan to bring some back for you when I have time, Liang Zhenguo replied with a wry smile. There is more than enough food at home. It will last until next year without issue. Do not spend money frivolously, the elderly lady admonished, patting her grandson's hand. She could hardly have imagined that they would have several months' worth of provisions at home. You two elders must not skimp on food. Eat your fill. If I return and see that you have lost weight, I shall visit the village less often, Liang Zhenguo warned, genuinely concerned that they would revert to their previous habits of frugality after his departure. Very well, the elderly lady and her husband responded repeatedly, hoping their little grandson would visit them often. Have Zhenguo and Xiao packed everything? At that moment, Erda and the others arrived. Previously, he had not specifically informed Erda about his reporting to the factory. He simply asked the elderly lady to convey the message before he left, as he would be returning to fetch his young wife and sister. This trip was essentially about settling his young wife and sister in the city, and he would only return periodically, which is why he had informed Erda in advance. Accompanying them was Sister Qin, as a genuine relative. How could she not come? Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan nodded, and then smiled at Erda, saying, Erda, please take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. Erda retorted, of course. They are my parents. Would I not look after them? He then patted Liang Zhenguo's shoulder with pride, You lad are doing better than your cousins. Since I am not familiar with the city, you will have to rely on yourself. As for Grandpa and Grandma, you can rest assured." Liang Zhenguo nodded, contemplating for a few seconds before quietly saying to Erda, "Erda, I know a friend who can help procure a considerable amount of food. Do not mention it to anyone else. Next time I return, I can assist you in getting some, or if there is anything needed at home. Have Xiaohu go to the city to find me, since you now know where I reside." Erda's eyes lit up at this, but he first asked, "Is it troublesome?" "Not at all. It's perfectly safe. It's not black market trading." "All right then. Would you like me to give you some money in advance?" Erda was evidently excited. He had only known that this nephew could trade wild boar for grain from the factory. But now he realized he could also help him obtain food, which was exhilarating. He felt immense gratitude towards his nephew. Ever since the siblings had moved in with their parents, he no longer had to worry about the elderly couple, as his nephew had arranged their food and necessities and even frequently invited them over for meals, which left them satisfied and visibly healthier. "No need. We can sort it out when I return. I have money," Liang Zhenguo insisted, as the food was stored in his space. He only needed Erda to show a token of gratitude. "All right, whatever the cost is, you must not underreport it. Erda still has some savings," he cautioned. "Ha. Very well." As Liang Zhenguo conversed with Erda, he secured part of the bundles onto the back of his bicycle, leaving a spot for Xiaoyu to sit, while he held onto another suitcase and bundle, with his young wife pushing the bicycle. Upon reaching the entrance, Liang Zhenguo turned and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, and Erda's wife, you need not see us off. I will likely return in about 2 weeks." This farewell scene felt somewhat unfamiliar to him, making him feel like a traveler embarking on a long journey. Chapter 123, bringing his young wife and sister back to the city. "Brother Zhenguo, will you bring Xiaoyu back with you next time?" Xiaohua, standing beside Xiaoyu, asked reluctantly. With Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu heading to the city, her chances of seeing them would be diminished. Xiaoyu felt a similar sense of longing. She understood that after this departure, her returns to the village would be infrequent. She was reluctant to leave her friends and her grandparents, but she yearned to live with her second brother. Xiaoyu, being young and especially attached to her second brother, felt only joy and excitement about leaving the village and going to the city with him, her cheerful smile never fading. "If I stay for a longer duration next time, I will bring them along," Liang Zhenguo replied somewhat ambiguously, as taking both younger sisters back each time would be quite troublesome. And he certainly couldn't leave his young wife alone in the city. Noticing Xiaohua's slightly dejected expression, he contemplated for a moment, smiled gently, and patted her head. "However, next year I plan to send Xiaoyu to school. If you also wish to study, Brother Zhenguo will bring you to the city, and you can attend school together with Xiaoyu and live with them." Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "I want to go to school." Liang Zhenguo looked to Erda, as he wanted Xiaoyu to have a companion in the city, but this matter required Erda's approval. Xiaohua, understanding that she needed her father's consent, rushed to his side, tugging at his hand while playfully saying, "Father, I want to go to school in the city." Uncle Er hesitated for a moment, glancing at Liang Zhenguo and Qinhuan. He truly did not wish to trouble his nephew any further. The distance from Xiling village to other small towns for schooling was quite comparable to that of traveling to the capital. Yet the schools in the small towns had long ceased operations. He had never contemplated sending Xiahua to the city for her education. Firstly, he was uneasy about it, given that there were no relatives in the city, and most importantly, he had no idea how to even get her admitted to a school there. However, since Erwei had mentioned that there must be a way, he pondered the prospect of Xiahua residing with them, fearing it might burden Xiaoan. The grandparents remained silent, leaving the decision entirely to them. Sensing Uncle Er's indecision as he looked between them, Qinhuan smiled softly and said, "Uncle Er, let Xiahua go. It's always nice to have a companion while studying." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Xiahua exclaimed joyfully. Qinhuan smiled gently, having no objections, as it was her husband's decision and merely involved feeding another girl. Last night, after the 2 little girls had fallen asleep, Zhenguo had entrusted her with managing the finances, and now her bundle contained a substantial sum of 650 yuan. Even the grain provisions were tucked within her belongings, and she would be responsible for purchasing staple goods and oil in the future. 650 yuan. She had never seen such a large amount of money. Perhaps even Grandma was unaware of how much Zhenguo had. Initially, she had felt a mix of excitement and anxiety about handling the money, but recalling Grandma's words about Zhenguo's lavish spending, she dismissed her concerns, convinced that she could manage it better than he could. Moreover, Zhenguo could procure grain from other sources, with money and provisions at hand. Having an extra sister-in-law to feed was hardly a burden. With the financial reins firmly in her grasp, the young wife brimmed with confidence, thus displaying remarkable generosity. "Well then." Finally Uncle Er nodded under Xiahua's eager gaze. Since his niece-in-law had given her consent, He need not worry about how Xiaohua's education would affect their family. Though she was a girl, he still hoped she could learn to read and write. Besides, with Airway looking after her in the city, he had little to fret over. Filled with joy, Xiaohua leaped up and rushed to Xiao's side, exclaiming, "Xiao, I can go to the city with you to study next year." "Yes." Liang Zhenguo observed his little cousin's radiant smile and shook his head, saying, "It's getting late. I'll take Xiao and the others ahead. After the new year, I will bring you to the city. Just behave at home." "Okay, brother Zhenguo." Xiaohua's previous disappointment dissipated, and she waved cheerfully at Xiao and the little fish who had already mounted the bicycle. The young wife, while steadying the bicycle, was engaged in quiet conversation with Sister Qin. After Liang Zhenguo exchanged a few words with his cousins, particularly reminding Liang Zaihu to inform him when he planned to marry, he set off with his wife and sister. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the villagers, they departed from Xiling village under the envious gazes of the onlookers. "Urge, when will we arrive?" Little Fish, perched on the bicycle, leaned against the back bundle, swinging her small feet and cheerfully conversing with Liang Zhenguo. "It will take a while." Indeed, with only one bicycle and luggage in tow, he and Xiao had to make their way to the capital on foot. "Xiaoan, you should ride. It'll be tiring pushing." Liang Zhenguo noticed his wife merely walking alongside the bicycle, guiding Little Fish and the luggage, and felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm fine." Qinwan smiled brightly, shaking her head. "Trust me, just ride slowly and wait for us at intervals," Liang Zhenguo encouraged, patting her shapely figure. Qinwan shivered at his touch, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, "All right, I'll ride slowly and wait for you." With her long legs straddling the bicycle, she pedaled ahead with Little Fish, indeed finding it less exhausting than pushing. "Faster, sister-in-law." Little Fish squealed with delight, wrapping her arms around the young wife's slender waist. "Aren't you going to wait for Urge?" Qinwan chuckled as she glanced back. "Well, let us wait for Urge then," Little Fish replied, turning back to look at Urge and her sister, finally nodding in agreement. Hearing the little girl's jubilant cries, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile. The little one was still brimming with excitement. He carried the luggage, and with Xiao following him, the walk was not tiring at all, as she hopped joyfully alongside him. They paused occasionally along the way, chatting and laughing, and it was only by noon that they reached the capital. Upon arriving, Liang Zhenguo had no intention of walking any further, as the city gate was still some distance from Nanleguxiang. Thus, he hailed a tricycle, allowing his wife and Little Fish to take a portion of the luggage while he rode ahead with the reluctant Little Fish leading the way. "Urge, I'm hungry," Little Fish exclaimed, perched on his bicycle, her small face pressed against his back. "Hang in there, Little Fish, let us drop off our things at home first. Then Urge will take you out to eat," he reassured her. "Okay, I'll wait," she replied, her soft voice trailing from behind. "Can we have dumplings?" "Of course." Clearly, after her previous experience with dumplings, the little girl had developed a fondness for them, and Liang Zhenguo was more than willing to oblige her request. As they chatted, they soon arrived at number 12, Dongbaijiao Hutong. Liang Zhenguo stopped the bicycle and lifted Little Fish down. "We're here. Come on, let us walk." "Oh." Little Fish curiously surveyed her surroundings, obediently climbing down from his arms. His young wife paid the fare and joined them with Xiao and the luggage. "Brother Zhenguo, this is the place." "Yes, our home is in the back courtyard, and there is currently a mother and child living there as well. But they're easy to get along with. Let us drop off our luggage first, then we'll go out for dumplings together." "All right," Qinwan nodded, leading her two younger sisters into the courtyard. Chapter 124, Xiao Ziqiang's Subtle Intentions. Today being Sunday, most workers were off, resulting in an increase in chatter within the courtyard. As Liang Zhenguo entered with his young wife and two sisters, the people gathered in the courtyard turned to look at them. He nodded in acknowledgement as usual, intending to return to settle the luggage before heading to a restaurant. However, at that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached him with a smile. "Hello, comrade. You must be the new tenant in the back courtyard? I am the caretaker of this courtyard, Xiao Ziqiang." Xiao Ziqiang, wasn't he the father of Xiao Yong, who had provocatively confronted him previously? Liang Zhenguo had only moved to number 12 courtyard this week, and had only been living there for a couple of days. Thus he hadn't met most of the workers in the courtyard. He had only exchanged polite greetings with a few on Tuesday and Wednesday when he went out. This was his first encounter with Xiao Ziqiang. Naturally, he had heard the name upon his arrival, as Aunt Zheng had mentioned that the house he now occupied was one that their family had wished to have their son move into. Liang Zhenguo scrutinized him for a moment. Despite his instinctual aversion due to Xiao Yong's antics, he felt it inappropriate to rebuff someone who greeted him with a smile. Thus, he returned the gesture with his signature smile. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Liang Zhenguo. This is my wife and my two younger sisters. We will all be living here from now on." Qinwan also nodded at Xiao Ziqiang, having heard him introduce himself as the caretaker. though she was unfamiliar with the term. Comrade Liang, have you just returned from your trip? Yes. I was on a business trip and returned to the village to bring back my wife and sisters. Liang Zhenguo retorted. Can't they see all their big and small bags? Returning to the village? Xiao Ziqiang's smile faded significantly. He initially believed that this young man might have connections with Director Yang from the street office, which is why he was allocated several rooms in the back courtyard. It turned out he was from the countryside. Perhaps this house was mistakenly assigned to him due to sheer luck? The thoughts Xiao Ziqiang had previously dismissed began to resurface. It was impossible to drive him away, but perhaps he could persuade him to request a different room from the street office. Once it was vacated, even if the street office didn't allocate it to his son, he could apply for his family to move into the main house of the back courtyard. Given his status as the responsible elder, the main house had 3 rooms, while he only had 2 in the west wing of the front courtyard, thus acquiring an additional room for free. This way, his son could get a head start. If he married Suya, their family would not merely be a dual-income household. Eventually, as his son became Zhou Ziwen's stepfather, his relatives, of unknown stature, would surely extend their patronage to them. With this in mind, Xiao Ziqiang's smile grew more pronounced. Liang Zhenguo looked at the old man before him in speechless disbelief. After he said a single line, the man's expression kept shifting with an increasingly lascivious grin, leaving him to wonder what delightful thoughts occupied his mind. Upon reflection, he surmised that Xiao Ziqiang might have initially thought he held some significant status, hence the warmth he exhibited. Now that he understood Liang was merely returning from the village to fetch his wife and sister, he realized his humble origins and was likely concocting some scheme. Old Xiao, unless there's nothing else, we shall return to the back courtyard. We have to go out for a meal. Liang Zhenguo stated lightly, intending to lead his wife and sister away, for Xiao Yu was already hungry, and he was not inclined to waste time here. This old man was clearly a hypocrite. Hey, wait a moment, Comrade Liang. Do you have time tonight? Since you're new to the courtyard, most people probably don't know you. I'll invite a few folks over to my place for drinks tonight. I'll introduce you. Xiao Ziqiang called out. Liang Zhenguo turned to see the sincerity on Xiao's face, nodded, and then proceeded with the 3 to the back courtyard. He did not believe this man was genuinely hospitable. He was simply idle and curious to see whether he truly intended to introduce him to the neighbors or had ulterior motives. Besides, he could enjoy some free drinks. The central courtyard was bustling with activity, and upon seeing them, the familiar elder Zhang approached to greet them. Hey Liang, I heard you were on a business trip. Is this your wife? Only Suya knew about Liang Zhenguo's trip, but that was not due to her telling him. Rather, after several days without seeing Liang return to the courtyard, he had inquired with Suya, who was also in the back courtyard. You old man certainly keeps up with the news, Liang Zhenguo chuckled. Compared to that old rascal in the front courtyard, he preferred chatting with Elder Zhang. At least the man's straightforward nature was agreeable. Yes, this is my wife, and these 2 girls are my sisters. Liang Zhenguo then introduced his wife and sisters, saying, Xiao Wan, this is our neighbor from the central courtyard. You can just call him Old Zhang. Old Zhang, Old Master Zhang, Grandpa Zhang. Before Liang Zhenguo could finish his introductions to Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer, they had already begun calling out. To his amusement, it was Xiao Yuer, not Qin Wan, who called him Old Zhang. He had merely jested with his wife about calling him Old Zhang, knowing Qin Wan would not do so. Xiao Yu, being a bit older, understood better and referred to him as Grandpa Zhang, but Xiao Yuer took it literally and called him Old Zhang. Ha! Xiao Yuer's childish voice rang out, drawing laughter from many in the central courtyard, with Elder Zhang himself laughing the loudest. Xiao Yuer, don't listen to your second brother. You should call me Grandpa Zhang. Qin Wan gently patted Xiao Yuer's head, advising her. It's all right, dear. Calling me Old Zhang is perfectly fine. Elder Zhang chuckled, not minding the innocent words of children. Oh. Xiao Yuer nodded her little head, though Liang Zhenguo couldn't tell if she was responding to her sister-in-law or Elder Zhang. He wanted to teach Xiao Yuer not to call every older person Old Zhang, but at that moment, Elder Zhang interrupted his thoughts. Don't let me keep you from going home. I had wanted to invite you to go fishing together, but it will have to wait until next weekend. All right. But we can go fishing tomorrow. I still have the day off, Liang Zhenguo replied. Good, then I'll come looking for you tomorrow. Elder Zhang said cheerfully before heading back. Liang Zhenguo led the 3 back to the rear courtyard. He took a moment to glance at the eastern wing, noting that Suya was not home, and it seemed Zhou Ziwen, the little brat, was also absent, likely out with his mother. Is this courtyard our home from now on? Xiao Yuer asked, her little face brimming with curiosity as she looked around the small yard. Not just her. Xiao Yu and his wife shared the same sentiment. Yes, this will be our home from now on. Do you like it, Xiao Yu? Liang Zhenguo replied as he unlocked the door with his key. I like it. Qin Wan and the 2 little ones entered, while he placed the luggage down outside. While they were inside, he headed to the kitchen to grab 50 pounds each of flour and rice, ensuring his wife would have enough provisions for cooking during this period. After some thought, he also took out a deer leg and 10 pounds of venison, treating them so they resembled jerky without being too tough. After all, it was improbable that the venison would remain as fresh as if just slaughtered after a couple of days. Are you sneaking a taste? Xiao Yuer had somehow followed him out and was peeking around the kitchen door. Ha ha ha, no. I was just checking to see if anyone had stolen the meat I saved for you. Liang Zhenguo scooped up the little girl who was tilting her head to peek. Was anyone stealing? Xiao Yuer craned her neck to look into the kitchen. No, no one. Liang Zhenguo replied. We're heading out for dumplings now. Your sister-in-law will make you some meat later tonight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer patted her little belly and nodded vigorously. Liang Zhenguo recognized her genuine hunger. So he went inside to call out to his wife and sister, who were still tidying up the room. The family of four, having just returned, set out once more in search of food. Chapter 125, A Visit to Bahai Park. This time, they did not head to Aunt Lou's state-run restaurant, as everyone was already hungry, so they opted for a nearby establishment. They ordered 4 plates of dumplings and a plate of cold dishes and began to eat. Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu had been to the state-run restaurant twice, so they were quite familiar with the routine, but it was the first time for his wife, causing Liang Zhenguo to notice her slight discomfort. Having rarely visited the city, let alone dined at a state-run restaurant, she came from a family that could not be considered poor. At least they had grain and meat in the village, which was better than most. However, when they came to the city, they were reluctant to spend money at a state-run restaurant, considering it too expensive for villagers, and they felt it was not worth it, preferring to eat dry rations instead. Had it not been for Liang Zhenguo taking her there, she would not have ventured in to dine. He picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and smiled, saying, Don't think of this as a restaurant. What we eat at home is far better. It's just the chef's skill that makes a difference. Qin Wan reflected on his words, realizing he was not exaggerating, having just inquired. She learned that this state-run restaurant didn't even serve any meat, clearly inferior to their own home cooking. With this thought, she no longer viewed the restaurant as particularly upscale. However, it is still rather expensive. Liang Zhenguo continued, Next time, I shall take you to dine at a foreign restaurant to see how it fares. He was referring to the Moscow restaurant, colloquially known as Old Mo. While he did not believe the chefs at Old Mo surpassed those of state-run establishments in skill, he acknowledged that the quality of ingredients was indeed superior. As patrons of Old Mo were not ordinary folk, occasionally, he would take his wife and sister-in-law to experience it. A foreign restaurant? How exorbitant it must be. Qin Wan shook her head fervently. Liang Zhenguo leaned closer and chuckled softly. You, the grand housekeeper, are in charge of over 600 yuan. How could you possibly afford to miss out? His petite wife replied in a hushed tone, Grandmother instructed me to keep an eye on your spending, ensuring you do not squander money. However, if you wish to go, shall we find an opportunity to visit? Though she felt a pang at the thought of spending, she was willing to indulge in a visit for the sake of her beloved Zhenguo. Very well. Perhaps we can wait for your sister to arrive before we go. As they conversed, little Yuer had already finished her small portion of dumplings. Liang Zhenguo affectionately patted her little belly and then added 2 more dumplings from his plate, causing the little girl to swing her legs joyfully on the stool. Delicious. Liang Zhenguo lovingly ruffled her hair after enjoying this. I shall have your sister-in-law make some for you. Will sister-in-law be able to make them? Little Yuer looked up at her sister-in-law with sparkling eyes. Certainly. But little Yuer must be obedient for sister-in-law to make them for you. Qin Wan replied with a gentle smile as she handed 2 dumplings to the small Yu beside her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yes, I am the most obedient. Knowing that sister-in-law could make dumplings filled her with delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. Once they had finished their meal, Liang Zhenguo, with 500 yuan in private funds, went to settle the bill himself. We are not in a rush to return. Let me take you for a stroll. Yay. The 2 sisters, filled with energy after their meal, cheered. Indeed, his wife's eyes sparkled with excitement. The city of Shijiazhuang boasts many delightful attractions, such as Shishaha, where one can fish and, as rumored, there is even an ice skating rink. Yet, he wondered if his wife would enjoy skating. There are also theaters for dramatic performances, popular with many in this era. However, today Liang Zhenguo chose to take them to Bahai Park. Bahai Park is an excellent venue for young people seeking to court or date, though it attracts visitors of all ages, including many children. Especially on weekends when the park is bustling with visitors. During holidays, it becomes even livelier. Upon arriving at the park, the 2 girls dashed off joyfully, with Liang Zhenguo and Qin Wan following closely, relishing the unique atmosphere. Indeed, there were numerous young people in the park, some in pairs like themselves. Others were groups of young women enjoying each other's company, and some were merely there to admire the ladies. However, he was not one of them. As young women passed by, he cast a fleeting glance but quickly returned his focus to his wife. No one could compare to her, neither in figure nor in beauty. With the most beautiful woman by his side, why would he look at anyone else? Furthermore, The envious glances from others provided him with an ample dose of satisfaction for his modest vanity. Ah, the fertile lands of Kiamu village truly nurture exquisite blossoms. Having raised a pair of stunning sisters, as they chatted and accompanied the two girls on a leisurely stroll around the park, they eventually found themselves at the boat rental area. Upon seeing others rowing on Bihai Lake, the girls clamored to partake in the activity. Though he felt it was somewhat risky for the children, with his wife alone, he was not entirely at ease. However, if he accompanied them, they could enjoy the experience. Moreover, it was not just the two girls who were keen. His wife herself wished to join in the fun. After several reminders to the two sisters, he rented a boat for half a day, opting to row it themselves rather than hiring a boatman. Rowing the boat themselves added a sense of participation and freedom, allowing them to go wherever they desired, indulging in a delightful experience. Once Liang Zhenguo reached the center of the lake, he handed the oars to the two girls, letting them row as they pleased while he ensured their safety. Watching the smallest yet most enthusiastic little Yuer struggle to pull the oars and exclaim joyfully brought him an inexplicable sense of amusement. Had he not been there to support her, she might have inadvertently pulled herself into the lake with her exuberance. After they had played to their heart's content, 2 hours had passed. He rowed the boat a while longer, showing them the picturesque views of the lake before heading back to shore. It was autumn, with a cool breeze and little sun. Had it been summer, he would not have allowed them to frolic so freely. Upon returning to the shore, Liang Zhenguo gently wiped the flushed faces of the two sisters and asked with a smile, "Did you enjoy yourselves today?" "Yes." The two girls, exhausted yet exhilarated, beamed with joy. "Did you have fun, my dear wife?" Liang Zhenguo turned to Qin Wan, knowing that despite her usual demure demeanor, she possessed a boldness rare among women. She had quickly mastered the art of rowing and stood up to row even faster than he did. Qin Wan nodded softly, her eyes sparkling. After returning the boat, Liang Zhenguo prepared to take them home. They had already spent half the day traveling and initially intended to enjoy a leisurely stroll in the park before heading back. Little did they know they would end up rowing, resulting in an unexpected amount of exercise, especially for little Yu. "Zhenguo, it truly is you." Just as Liang Zhenguo was about to head home, he felt a familiar hand clap on his shoulder, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. Turning around, he found Liang Zheng standing behind him, accompanied by a young woman. "Zhenguo, are you also here to row on the lake?" "Yes. I noticed you all as I was preparing to rent a boat. Had it not been for you bringing the two girls, I would have thought I was mistaken." Liang Zheng smiled, recalling that Liang Zhenguo had mentioned his family's rural background, which led him to initially believe he had misidentified him. "I am now working in the city." The two were somewhat acquainted, so Liang Zhenguo shared details about his job and they exchanged introductions. The woman beside Liang Zheng was his wife. They had been married for several years and had a child. This time, they left the child with his mother to enjoy a day out on the lake. "Now that you are in the city, next time you come back, let us share a drink." "Absolutely, no problem." Liang Zhenguo had received such an invitation before, but at that time he had not yet joined the steel mill. This time, he assured that he would definitely make an effort to attend if he had the time. After a brief chat and exchanging addresses, Liang Zhenguo took his wife and the now sleepy sisters back home, deciding not to intrude on the couple's rare opportunity for a romantic outing. Chapter 126, Qin Wan and Suya. Upon returning home, little Yuer, who had been carried back by Liang Zhenguo, was nearly asleep. After ensuring the two girls washed their hands and feet, he led them to the left side room for their slumber, which would now be theirs. Previously, in Xiling village, conditions had been cramped, forcing the three siblings to share a single room. However, now they had 3 rooms. The main room was designated for him and his wife, which was spacious enough that they could dine there on rainy days or during winter. The left side room was allocated for the two sisters, while he intended to reserve the remaining room for Qin's sister-in-law. As for Xiaolan, she could either sleep with her mother or with little Yuer and the others. Though the two side rooms were slightly smaller than the main room, the beds were ample enough for several children to sleep comfortably, even accommodating little Hua when she arrived next year. In the summer, he could even purchase an additional bed for that room, ensuring it wouldn't feel stifling. The two young ladies were truly exhausted. They fell asleep the moment they touched the bed. After settling them down, Liang Zhenguo emerged to find Qin Wan humming an unknown tune, busily organizing her belongings. Clearly, the boating excursion had uplifted her spirits. After neatly placing her clothes in the wardrobe, she extracted the money sewn into her garments and stored it in a box she had brought along, which contained not only the funds he had given her, but also her dowry from her family and a wristwatch he had gifted her earlier. She had never worn the watch in the village, deeming it too ostentatious. Not just her, but Sister Qin had also refrained from wearing it. "Brother Zhenguo, are the two young ladies asleep? Where should we hide this money?" Qin Wan closed the box, glancing around the room with a slight headache, pondering the safest hiding place. Unsure, she turned to Liang Zhenguo, who pondered for a moment before guiding her to the bed and lifting the quilt. In broad daylight, Qin assumed Liang Zhenguo intended to engage in inappropriate behavior and quickly stepped back, her cheeks flushing. Liang Zhenguo paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, saying, "I am a very proper person. I would never engage in such activities during the day. Wei Jie knows this best." Qin shot him an unimpressed look. Although she was unaware of yesterday's incident in Sister Qin's kitchen, she had overheard her sister mentioning something while they were whispering. He had indeed pulled her sister into such shenanigans in broad daylight. With the two younger sisters just falling asleep, she dared not indulge in his antics. Liang Zhenguo ceased his teasing and climbed onto the bed, prying open a wooden panel in the upper right corner, revealing a hidden compartment perfectly sized to accommodate the box. By placing the box inside, securing the wooden panel, and covering it with bedding, no one would ever suspect its presence. He had discovered this compartment while using his mental probing abilities to examine the house. He was unsure if it had been constructed by the previous occupants or the original owners of the courtyard. But it was quite discreet, ideal for concealing money for his little wife. Liang Zhenguo made room for Qin to crawl in. It was indeed an excellent hiding spot. After replacing the wooden panel, the traces were hardly discernible, ensuring that even if a thief were to break in, they would not find it. Qin knelt on the bed, happily stowing her savings box, oblivious to the allure her actions held for Liang Zhenguo behind her. The curve of her rounded form and the delicate slenderness of her waist accentuated an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio, captivating Liang Zhenguo's attention to the point of distraction. When Qin turned her head, she caught sight of his lecherous gaze. Though her heart raced with embarrassment, she feigned composure and shot him a glare. "Humph. You just claimed to be a proper person, didn't you? Turns out you're just pretending." Liang Zhenguo, unperturbed, asserted from his seated position on the bed. "I'm merely admiring my wife. That's none of your concern." Qin found it amusing. "You can admire me, but I can't? You are just an improper person, always bullying others. A truly proper man wouldn't be so forward. He would either be Lu Ziwei or Wu Daoan. So, Brother Zhenguo, do you aspire to be Ximen Qin?" The two of them frolicked on the bed for a while before lying down. Although he had some thoughts, he recognized that his little wife was somewhat fatigued, so he decided to let her be. They exchanged playful banter and shared a few tender moments before he embraced her for a brief respite. Qin lay comfortably in Liang Zhenguo's arms, resting for over half an hour before she opened her eyes and gazed up at the man who had fallen asleep. She couldn't help but reach out to caress his handsome face, her eyes brimming with affection. However, upon glancing at his hand that had slipped inside her clothing, she muttered a playful big lecher before withdrawing his hand. After tidying up her clothes, she rose to prepare a meal. Upon entering the kitchen and seeing the abundant rice and flour, Qin's spirits lifted further. Knowing Liang Zhenguo favored rice, she scooped a couple of ladles of rice, heading to the courtyard to wash it in preparation for cooking. However, as she stepped out of the kitchen, she noticed a woman standing in the courtyard, observing her. Although older than her, the woman possessed striking features and an elegance that surpassed any she had encountered before. Initially, she surmised that the woman was not there to steal. "Hello, are you looking for someone?" Qin inquired politely, albeit with a hint of confusion. Suya regarded the beautiful young woman before her, glancing at the rice she was washing, equally puzzled, and replied, "I'm from the east wing of this back courtyard. Isn't this Liang Zhenguo's home? Who might you be?" Having just returned to the number 12 courtyard, she had seen someone enter Liang Zhenguo's kitchen and hurried over to ascertain who it was. "Oh, so you are Sister Suya that Brother Zhenguo mentioned?" "I'm Qin, his wife," Qin exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Brother Zhenguo had mentioned a neighbor named Suya who had a son. However, she hadn't anticipated Suya to be so beautiful. Suya appeared to understand as well, thinking to herself that Zhenguo had indeed spoken the truth. His wife was exceptionally lovely and seemed quite amiable. "Hello, Qin. I'm Suya. When Zhenguo was away on business, he asked me to watch over his home. Upon returning, I noticed your kitchen door was open, so I came to see what was happening." To dispel any potential misunderstanding, Suya explained. "Ah, I see. Thank you, Sister Suya. Brother Zhenguo just brought us into the courtyard at noon. He is currently asleep, which is why I am preparing the meal." Qin expressed her gratitude, finding Suya quite pleasant. "It's no trouble at all. We are neighbors. I won't interrupt your cooking any longer. I should return to prepare my own meal. Let us chat more when we have the chance," Suya said, waving her hand with a smile. "All right," Qin nodded in agreement. After Suya departed, she continued washing the rice. Sister Suya was indeed as Brother Zhenguo had described, easy to get along with and an educated teacher. They could surely foster a closer relationship in the future. Earlier, while strolling through the park, Brother Zhenguo had shared insights about the courtyard, including the Zhou family's interest in the house they currently resided in, advising her to be cautious while interacting with the neighbors, particularly the Zhou family. He had candidly remarked that the old man was all smiles on the surface but had a venomous tongue behind their backs. Although she didn't fully grasp the term old Inhua, it was evident he was not a good person. Chapter 127. If it were me, I would have thrown him against the wall back then. When Liang Zhenguo awoke, Qinwan had just finished preparing the meal, and the little fish and her companions had also been roused. It smells delightful. After a quick wash, the family of four gathered around the dining table. Liang Zhenguo nodded approvingly at the dishes his little wife had prepared. The kitchen was stocked with quality ingredients. The staples were fine rice and flour, complemented by seafood, cured meats, venison, and wild chicken eggs from before his business trip. However, there was a shortage of vegetables, which he could bring back from outside the next day. Tonight, his little wife had made scrambled eggs with shredded meat and seafood. Although the portions were modest, she had been obedient and generous with the oil. Of course, to encourage her cooking, he had stocked the kitchen with 2 bottles of peanut oil. The taste is just as fragrant as sister-in-law's cooking. The half-asleep little fish exclaimed as she joined the table, instantly revitalized. Her little mouth was quite eloquent, showering praise upon both adults. Sister-in-law, next time you cook, let me help. I want to learn how to cook too. Little Yu chimed in. All right, Qinwan replied, affectionately ruffling the head of her particularly sensible sister-in-law. Big sister, learn to cook and make it for me, the little rascal said. You little clever girl, Liang Zhenguo chuckled, tapping the forehead of the little fish. Hee. The little girl giggled, offering Liang Zhenguo a piece of fish, but it was clearly meant for him to pick out the bones. Liang Zhenguo skillfully removed the bones and placed them in her bowl, then helped Xiao with hers as well. Although Xiao was capable of doing it herself, a brother's love should not be overlooked. The 4 of them shared laughter and joy over their meal. After which he took his 2 younger sisters to play in the yard. Observing the 2 trees in the courtyard, he contemplated setting up a swing for them next time. For otherwise, the yard felt desolate and devoid of amusement. Just then, a child from the front yard dashed into the back to inform him that the steward had arranged for him to drink in the evening. If not for this reminder, he might have nearly forgotten about it. Second brother is heading to the front yard for a bit. Xiao, you 2 wait here and listen to your sister-in-law. Make sure to go to bed early, understand? Liang Zhenguo said, eager to discern what scheme the steward had in mind. Understood, second brother, Xiao replied obediently with a nod. When will you return? Asked Xiaonwei. I'll be back later. But Xiaonwei, you must be good and go to bed early, all right? He knew the little one desired to sleep beside him, yet he needed her to grow accustomed to sharing a room with Xiao, otherwise it would be quite inconvenient for him to be intimate with his future wife. All right. Liang Zhenguo smiled and kissed her reluctant little face, soothing her before he departed. Upon arriving at Qiao Ziqiang's residence, he was let in by Qiao Ziqiang's wife, an ordinary woman who lacked the sharpness he had anticipated. As for Qiao Yong, who had previously provoked him, it seemed he was not at home, which was a relief. Qiao Ziqiang was already seated at the dining table with 2 neighbors he did not recognize, where 2 bottles of cheap liquor and a plate of pickled vegetables awaited them. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but curl his lip. For someone hosting a drinking gathering, this was quite the meager spread. How stingy must Qiao Ziqiang be? This is likely even worse than the miserly Yin Buqi from the Courtyard of Love. Setting aside the fact that Yin Buqi is a primary school teacher with 5 children and a wife to support, he has his reasons to be frugal. But Qiao Ziqiang, with just his family of 3 and supposedly a decent salary, should be able to afford better. Yet here he is, inviting guests and only producing 2 bottles of the lowest quality liquor and a single plate of pickles. If not for the curiosity about what this old fellow was up to, he might have turned on his heel and left. If you're hesitant about spending money, just say so. It is not shameful to pool resources and enjoy better drinks together. Comrade Zhenguo has arrived. Please, have a seat. Qiao Ziqiang greeted him with feigned enthusiasm. Liang Zhenguo donned his own insincere smile and sat down, curious to see how this would unfold. Brother Zhenguo, this is Guoming and Zhang Wei from the front yard, both workers at the steel mill. Let us introduce our new neighbor from the backyard, Qiao Ziqiang said as he made introductions. Liang Zhenguo smiled and nodded at the 2 men, internally criticizing. As a steward of the front yard, you only introduce me to neighbors from the front yard? What about those in the middle yard? Hello, Guoming smiled back, while Zhang Wei maintained a rather aloof demeanor. Although Liang Zhenguo found this puzzling, he paid it no mind, thinking perhaps Zhang Wei was simply having a bad day. Come, let us drink. Qiao Ziqiang gestured for them to begin, and his expression led Liang Zhenguo to believe he had prepared a lavish feast. During the drinking intervals, Qiao Ziqiang inquired about his work and subtly probed into his circumstances. While many in the courtyard knew he was a security guard, only Suya was aware of the specific factory he worked for. Liang Zhenguo answered candidly and without concealment, even taking a sip to show respect during each toast, though the taste was indeed unsatisfactory, confirming it was cheap liquor. As for the food, He only sampled a couple of bites, wary of emptying the plate too quickly. After 3 rounds of drinks, Xiao Ziqiang's smile widened, as he believed he had gleaned enough about Liang Zhenguo's situation. A rural lad, he mused. Somehow securing a job quota to work as a security guard at the steel mill, perhaps not particularly well liked in the factory, and having been dispatched on business trips shortly after starting. As for his housing, it seemed the street office had inexplicably assigned him a place. Either the street office made a mistake, or he got lucky. In truth, Liang Zhenguo had no intention of hiding anything from him. But discussing how he obtained his quota through connections was best left unsaid, as was the matter of grandfather's son helping him secure housing. Thus, when these subjects arose, he merely glossed over them. As for the business trips, well, I did indeed leave on one right after starting. Upon finishing a bottle, Xiao Ziqiang cleared his throat and sighed. Brother Zhenguo, you are a fortunate man. My son, who is older than you, is still unmarried. Liang Zhenguo rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, are you implying that I have been exceptionally lucky, and your son is older than I am, and you call me brother? Yet, he understood that this old fellow was likely gearing up to make a move, and according to the script, he should soon ask why he was still unmarried. However, he was not inclined to cooperate, so he feigned confusion and spoke in a tone reminiscent of an uncle. Indeed, Xiaoyong has been living off others for so many years without finding a wife. What a disgrace. He must be quite useless. If he were my son, I would have made sure he found a wife long ago. Brother, I see you are in good health. Why not have another child with your wife? Guoming and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, struggling to stifle their laughter, unsure how to respond in front of Xiao Ziqiang, especially Zhang Wei, who had come at Xiao Ziqiang's behest to play along. Xiao Ziqiang's face darkened upon hearing this, as he felt insulted that Liang Zhenguo would dare mock his son in front of him. He managed to suppress the urge to slam the table and forced a smile. Brother Zhenguo certainly has a sense of humor. Haha. Guoming and Zhang Wei laughed in awkward unison, though it felt somewhat forced. Xiao Ziqiang returned to the topic at hand, but we cannot entirely blame Xiaoyong. The main issue is that the girl has stipulated that Xiaoyong must have 2 rooms before she will agree to marry him. He is quite taken with her and must marry her. Well, I have just thought of a rather unconventional solution. Xiao Ziqiang paused, seemingly waiting for Liang Zhenguo to respond. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo feigned surprise, as if realizing something, and urged, brother, you aren't planning to move out and sleep on the street just to leave the house for Xiaoyong, are you? You must be out of your mind. That girl has such high standards, and Xiaoyong is set on her. If he can't marry her, then let him remain single. Xiao Ziqiang, Guoming, and Zhang Wei. Chapter 128, A Warning. Xiao Ziqiang's face turned dark, and he could no longer muster a smile. Narrowing his eyes at Liang Zhenguo as he tried to discern whether he was genuinely intoxicated or deliberately mocking him. After observing for a while, he still couldn't make sense of it. Liang Zhenguo appeared dazed yet spoke clearly, neither slurring his words nor behaving drunkenly. However, if he recalled correctly, he had only consumed less than 3 small cups of liquor. Even if one had a low tolerance, it should not lead to such rapid intoxication. He extended 2 fingers. Testing, Brother Zhenguo, what is this? These are fingers, of course. Are they not? Suppressing his irritation, Xiao Ziqiang responded, I meant how many. You mean 2. Liang Zhenguo answered correctly, though he felt as if he had insulted himself, disregarding whether Liang Zhenguo was drunk or merely toying with him. Xiao Ziqiang directly stated his purpose. Brother Zhenguo, I've come up with a solution. You see, your household consists of only 4 people, and with 2 of them being children. It seems somewhat wasteful to occupy 3 rooms, considering they are public resources. Could you possibly visit the neighborhood office and inform them about your family's relocation to the west wing of the backyard? Furthermore, during my last application to the neighborhood office, they had initially reserved the main house in the backyard for me, so it seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding this recent allocation to you. Should you discover any issues in the future, it would be a bother for you to move again, and there's a chance that next time, you might only be assigned a single room. It would be far more prudent to proactively request a change. This way, your family would occupy the west wing, which is spacious enough, while our family could move to the backyard, allowing 2 rooms for Xiaoyong to accommodate his bride. Although the error originated with the neighborhood office, Brother Zhenguo, you have indeed assisted my family, and I will remember this kindness. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to approach me, and I shall certainly help you. Zhang Wei interjected. Indeed, it was inappropriate to have taken Brother Qiao's house. Your family cannot possibly accommodate so many people. So moving to the west wing is the most suitable option. Zhang Wei's tone was tinged with resentment. His family of 6 was cramped into 2 rooms, while this new family of 4 had been allocated 3 rooms, and he had heard that the side room also belonged to them. How utterly unfair. He had been dissatisfied for some time, especially after Xiao Ziqiang had given his family a few coarse grains in exchange for his cooperation earlier that afternoon. to which he had readily agreed. Guoming remained silent. This matter did not concern him, and he was aware that the purpose of the gathering was to persuade Liang Zhenguo to relinquish the main house in the backyard. However, since Qiao Ziqiang had previously assisted his family, he felt it was impolite to refuse the invitation to drink. Alway, there is no need for any underhanded tactics. It was merely a mistake by the neighborhood office. Brother Zhenguo moving to the west wing would suffice. We could still be neighbors, Qiao Ziqiang smiled, gesturing dismissively at Zhang Wei. The implication was clear. To continue occupying the main house would be unjust, as it rightfully belonged to them. And relocating to the west wing would benefit everyone involved. With a scoff, Liang Zhenguo dropped the facade of ignorance. Did these two truly believe him to be a naive child? They spoke of the neighborhood office allocating the house to the Qiao family, but given his character, had it genuinely been assigned to them, he would have raised a ruckus long ago. Furthermore, the suggestion that he would be aiding their family by offering up the current main house was utterly absurd. The audacity to claim that he would help was merely a veiled assertion of authority. Whether he would help was entirely at his discretion. The most ludicrous notion was that failing to apply for the West Wing could potentially lead to receiving only a single room in the future. If he were genuinely unaware of the circumstances and merely an ordinary rural lad newly arrived in the city, he might have been easily deceived. Yet, there was no intention to provide any benefits in return. Rather, he was expected to express gratitude. Not that there were no benefits. He had consumed a few swigs of inferior liquor and nibbled on some pickles tonight. Is there something you wish to express, Brother Zhenguo? Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's derisive laughter, Qiao Ziqiang's brow furrowed in slight confusion. Speak your mind, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile. Qiao Ziqiang's eyelids twitched. Couldn't he possibly have realized that the neighborhood office had not allocated any houses to him? Firstly, why should I concern myself with whether your son marries? Should I vacate my house for him? Is he my son? We are all neighbors in the same courtyard. What is wrong with lending a hand? Qiao Ziqiang said, his face reddening with indignation. But what about old Zhang in the middle courtyard? He has 6 family members living in just 2 rooms. Would it be too much trouble for your family to relinquish a room, considering we are neighbors? Liang Zhenguo countered directly, then turned his gaze upon Zhang Wei and Guoming. The three merely opened their mouths, but remained silent. Relinquish? That was out of the question, especially for Qiao Ziqiang, who was not only unwilling to give up anything, but was also eyeing others' properties. Why should he concern himself with others' affairs? Ignoring Qiao Ziqiang's face, which had turned a shade of deep anger, Liang Zhenguo continued. Secondly, you claim that my family of 4 occupying 3 rooms is a waste of resources. Setting aside the issue of waste, how can your family of 3 justify claiming 3 rooms? Do you presume to have some authority simply because you are in charge? Thirdly, returning to the matter of resource waste, you suggest that I should vacate the main house for your son to marry, and that he should receive 2 rooms. On what grounds? Is it due to his idleness and lack of purpose? Or has he achieved something remarkable for the nation? At the very least, I am a security guard at the steel mill. I have traveled on missions to protect state property and have dealt with numerous bandits. Oh, and I even took down an enemy spy. Though I may not compare to those valiant soldiers who shed blood for our country and people, I have earned my place. And you have no right to criticize me. If you have grievances, direct them to the neighborhood office. Should you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, Liang Zhenguo's fierce gaze swept over the 3 of them. As they met his gaze, Qiao Ziqiang and the others instinctively averted their eyes, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of dread. In that moment, they felt as if they were not confronting a mere young adult, but a battle-hardened warrior. This man had indeed claimed many lives. This thought echoed in the minds of the 3, particularly Qiao Ziqiang, the eldest and most experienced among them. The anger from the earlier humiliation was doused by Liang Zhenguo's intense glare and commanding presence, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly cooling him down. After delivering his warning, Liang Zhenguo noticed the 3 remained frozen in place and quietly departed. After a considerable time, Guoming wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Brother Qiao, please don't involve me in this matter. I merely came to accompany you for drinks. I shall take my leave now. With that, he stood to leave, his regrets palpable. While others were merely indulging in idle entertainment, he had come despite his hunger, only to find no benefits, and had even received a warning. Having witnessed Liang Zhenguo's palpable aggression, he did not believe for a moment that the man was merely boasting. After all, one could easily verify the truth of having dealt with bandits. The thought of having leisurely sat and listened to Qiao Ziqiang boast about a man who had taken down numerous bandits made him shiver with anxiety. Though he had not spoken on Qiao Ziqiang's behalf, he felt as though he had been perceived as one of his accomplices. If Qiao Ziqiang were to act foolishly, he might find himself unable to step out at night without fear. Zhang Wei was not much better off, a man driven by jealousy. He felt a chill run down his spine at the memory of Liang Zhenguo's fierce gaze. He forced a bitter smile at Xiao Ziqiang, saying, "Brother Xiao, he doesn't seem like the ordinary rural lad you described. I've said my piece, but I fear I may have offended him. Perhaps it would be best not to covet his property in the future." Xiao Ziqiang regained his composure, but stubbornly retorted, "It was my family that first set eyes on that property, and I do not believe he would dare to go too far. If he does, I'll report him to the police." Zhang Wei was at a loss for words. "So what you claim is yours. If he were an easy target, it would be one thing, but he is not. Should you provoke him, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a hidden bullet. Who would you report to? The King of Hell? Perhaps you could find an opportunity to speak with him and clarify matters. Avoid being dragged into this, especially considering Xiao Ziqiang has a son, Xiao Yong, who surpasses him. Best to limit contact with the Qiao family, he thought. He was convinced that upsetting Liang Zhenguo would have severe consequences. Thus, after finishing his drink, he discreetly returned home. Chapter 129. The two young girls, forever one generation higher than other children. Liang Zhenguo's actions were not merely an overreaction. Although Xiao Ziqiang currently only contemplates persuading himself to visit the neighborhood office for a house exchange, a mere refusal would undoubtedly lead this old rascal to engage in incessant petty schemes in the future. Today, he simply sought amusement out of boredom, observing what tricks he might employ, which does not imply he will always have the leisure to indulge them. Moreover, his wife and sister-in-law reside within the courtyard, and soon Sister Qin will also move in. He desires to spare them the troubles stemming from such matters. It is best to live joyfully in the courtyard. Thus, a warning is in order. They must understand that playing underhanded games behind his back will yield consequences. He is not to be trifled with. As long as no one provokes him, he remains a peace-loving citizen. However, should anyone threaten his wife, sister, or Sister Qin, he is fully capable of making them vanish, just as he did with Ergo and Tainyo. After all, with the presence of numerous enemies in 49 City, a few unfortunate deaths during the night is hardly unusual, right? Or perhaps someone could meet an untimely end in Pigeon City or the black market due to a robbery. That too should be no problem, should it? Upon leaving Xiao's residence, Liang Zhenguo initially intended to explore Pigeon City in 49 City, hoping to acquire some good items. During his time in Shin City, he had inquired with Zhao Deshan about the locations of Pigeon City and the black market. However, glancing at his watch, he decided to return home instead. The hour was still early, as places like Pigeon City usually opened only at midnight. Besides, it was the first night his wife had come to the courtyard. He preferred to keep her company. Upon entering the main house, he discovered his wife was not inside. Utilizing his mental acuity, he sensed that she was in the rooms of Little Fish and Little Jade, likely hearing him open the door. She had not even lit the oil lamp, but had cautiously gotten out of bed. "Zhenguo-go? It's me." Liang Zhenguo turned on the lights in the main house. "Are Little Fish and them asleep?" "Yes, they are still getting accustomed to sleeping alone in a room, so I went to accompany them. They just fell asleep not long ago." Qin Wan replied softly as she closed the door behind her. Liang Zhenguo nodded. The two little girls were barely 6 or 7 years old, and it was natural for them to be afraid of the dark. This reminded him of the time they waited for him at the village entrance in the middle of the night. He could only imagine how frightened they must have been. Thus, indulging them was hardly excessive. "You've worked hard, my dear." Liang Zhenguo took Qin Wan's hand and pulled her into his embrace. She had never once complained about the responsibility of caring for his sister after marrying him. Even now, her concern for the two girls matched his own. Although he had said nothing, he had observed it all and felt deeply touched. This only made him cherish her more. What hardship! The two girls are quite sensible. Especially little Jade. She is far more mature than her peers. She truly does not feel burdened. 1. She genuinely adores them, and now their bond is wonderful. 2. The two little sisters are easy to care for. They haven't caused her much trouble. My mother taught her well. When my mother passed, Little Fish was barely 2 years old, and while I had to work in the fields, Malan never looked after them. At that time, little Jade, who was merely a year older than Little Fish, already took on the responsibility of caring for her sister, Liang Zhenguo recounted. Qin Wan felt a surge of affection. No wonder that girl, barely over 6, was more mature than many 10-year-olds. "Zhenguo-go, I will take good care of them from now on," she vowed earnestly. "You are already doing splendidly." His sister, although young, possessed an innate wisdom. They could discern who truly cared for them. Thus, their fondness for Qin Wan reflected her genuine intentions. For this reason, he decided to reward her handsomely. "What reward?" Qin Wan asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Only to be promptly swept into bed by Liang Zhenguo. With the two younger sisters asleep in the adjacent room, he boldly initiated his advances. Amidst her hesitant responses, soon the room was filled with Liang Zhenguo's heavy breaths and Qin Wan's soft murmurs. After a prolonged separation, their reunion was fervent, culminating in her eventual plea for mercy. Exhausted. No wonder my sister said one person cannot endure it all. Don't you ever tire, Zhenguo? Qinwan panted, her flushed face nestled against Liang Zhenguo's chest. Dealing with you is more than sufficient, Liang Zhenguo boasted, playfully patting her belly, filled with the promise of their future child. Though Qinwan typically refrained from discussing such matters, her cheeks flushed at the mention, yet she gradually relaxed in the intimacy of their shared bed. He credited Sister Qin for this. The two sisters shared everything with one another. Perhaps in the future, he might have the chance to sleep under the same blanket with them. The thought stirred excitement within him, causing his still shy wife to panic. Yet, Liang Zhenguo remained gentle, refraining from further advances, and simply held her close as they drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as Qinwan rose to prepare breakfast, he too awakened. After donning his clothes, he remembered he did not have to work today, so he climbed back into bed for a bit more rest. However, barely an hour had passed before the sounds of little fish's calls roused him. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by her cherubic face, her little mouth calling out for ergua. Liang Zhenguo smiled warmly, extending his hands to pinch her adorable cheeks, eliciting peals of laughter from little fish. Here you are, disrupting Ge's sleep again. Hee. Ergua is a big lazy bones. Sister has already gotten up to make breakfast, and you're still sleeping in. Little fish wriggled free from Liang Zhenguo's grasp, gleefully bouncing on his belly. Ah, so little fish is defending your sister. Uh-huh. The two siblings played for a while before getting up, fetching their water buckets, and calling little Jade, who was busy in the kitchen, to join them in washing their faces in the front yard. At this hour, most of the workers in the courtyard had already left for work, leaving only a few women washing clothes at the faucet. After greeting them, Liang Zhenguo and his two sisters began their morning ablutions, preparing to fetch water to take back. Zhenguo, aren't you working today? Liang Zhenguo turned around to see Suya approaching with an empty wooden bucket, seemingly preparing to fetch water as well. Sister Suya, I'm on a break today. Aren't you all in school? Given that it was already time for classes, it was odd to think that their school might also be suspended. Classes have been reduced. I only have arrangements for the afternoon, Suya replied, glancing curiously at the two little girls beside Liang Zhenguo. Are these your sisters? Yes. The older one is called Liang Zhenguo, and the younger one is Liang Zhenguo. He introduced while moving his filled bucket aside and helping Suya fill her bucket. He then turned to his sisters, saying, Zhenguo, this is our neighbor. Sister Suya, although her son, Zhou Ziwen, might be slightly older than Zhenguo, since he and her mother were contemporaries, it was perfectly acceptable for his younger sisters to call her sister. Under his care, their status would always remain above that of other children. Chapter 130. Little Fish, I think I've seen him before. Sister Suya. Both Zhenguo and Little Fish called out sweetly. Suya paused, momentarily taken aback by the two little ones referring to her as sister, feeling a peculiar sense of incongruity, yet she smiled in response. In a few months, Xiao Yuan will be 8. These two little girls aren't even 7 yet. However, she couldn't deny that it felt quite delightful. Suya bent down to gently pat the heads of the two young girls, then playfully pinched Xiao Yu's cheek. Raising her gaze to Liang Zhenguo, she remarked, You 3 siblings bear an uncanny resemblance. Surely, those two girls will grow up to be quite striking. However, upon finishing her sentence, Suya noticed Liang Zhenguo was staring at her blankly, a look of confusion crossing her face. Following his gaze, she instinctively straightened up and tugged at the loose neckline of her garment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she shot an indignant glare at Liang Zhenguo, who had just regained his composure. Clearing his throat, Liang Zhenguo felt a pang of awkwardness as he rubbed his nose and glanced around, relieved to see that no one had witnessed the recent scene, thus sparing him from potential gossip. As Suya glared at him with a captivating yet reproachful expression, Liang Zhenguo silently protested his innocence. He had not intended to stare. It was merely the close proximity that caught him off guard when she bent down, her loose neckline revealing a glimpse of delicate skin. The sight was undeniably alluring, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Suya, I apologize. It was unintentional, he stammered, feeling at a loss for words thereafter. After all, the woman before him was neither his wife nor a sister-in-law, and he dared not utter anything too suggestive. The thought of being discovered by other men was enough to terrify him. It's nothing. I simply forgot to change my clothes. However, you should refrain from staring blankly at a young lady in the future, Suya remarked, not appearing as bashful as a typical girl of 17 or 18. The flush on her face had faded, though her ears retained a slight pink hue. She had not planned to venture outside that morning. Hence her attire was what she had worn to bed the previous night. The loose neckline had momentarily slipped her mind, leading to the accidental reveal, and she found no reason to chastise Liang Zhenguo for his gaze. Had it been anyone else, she might have been less forgiving. But given that she had interacted with Liang Zhenguo on several occasions before, always with decorum, Unlike some men who would leer at any opportunity, she held a favorable impression of him and had not been on guard. Yet, now she realized that this young man was not as innocent as she had presumed. He had just been rather rude in his blatant gaze. Liang Zhenguo felt a mixture of embarrassment and relief at her words, grateful that their neighborly relationship remained intact. He contemplated offering a defense, at least to clarify that he was not the type to gawk at women. But seeing Suya's earnest expression, he simply muttered, "All right." His pristine image was now tarnished. As they conversed, Suya's water bucket filled to the brim. Just as she was about to lift it, Liang Zhenguo swiftly took it upon himself to carry it, grabbing his own wooden bucket as well, and said, "Suya, that garment of yours isn't suitable for lifting." The bucket was quite hefty, and with it filled to capacity, she would have to bend down all the way to carry it back. "Ah, then I must trouble you." "Zhenguo," Suya responded, realizing she would prefer not to expose herself further. Allowing Liang Zhenguo to assist her would serve as a fitting retribution for his earlier indiscretion. "It's no trouble at all," Liang Zhenguo replied casually as he easily hoisted both buckets of water, beckoning the two younger girls to follow him to the backyard. Suya trailed behind, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at his retreating figure. Liang Zhenguo first helped her carry the water back to the east wing. With Xiao Yu and the others closely following, their curiosity piqued by their surroundings. "Mother." As they entered the east wing, Suya's son, Zhou Ziwen, emerged, calling out to her. Upon noticing Liang Zhenguo carrying the water, he timidly added, "Uncle Liang." "Well done, you've learned to call me uncle," Liang Zhenguo said with a smile, setting down the water buckets and ruffling Zhou Ziwen's hair. He then addressed Suya, "I'll be heading back now." "Thank you for your hard work, Zhenguo," Suya replied with a gentle smile. Liang Zhenguo nodded and exited with the water. As Xiao Yu, holding hands with her sister, was about to leave, she turned her head back, tilting it curiously to glance at Zhou Ziwen. Xiao Yu, what are you looking at?" Suya chuckled, amused by the adorable expression on the girl's face. "I think I've seen him before," Xiao Yu said, pointing at Zhou Ziwen. "Oh, when did you see your brother Ziwen?" Suya asked, puzzled, as the two girls had only arrived in the courtyard the day before. She was curious about where they could have encountered him, but hesitated at the thought of having a 3-year-old refer to her 7-year-old son as a nephew. It felt awkward. "Let us just call him brother. You call me sister, and you can call my son brother," she suggested, maintaining a playful tone. "It was at that place with the long train," Xiao Yu thought aloud. "That is called the train station," Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Jin, corrected her. "Oh yes, that train station. But he seemed to be sleeping then, right, sister?" Xiao Yu nodded, her big eyes seeking confirmation from her sister. Xiao Jin examined Zhou Ziwen's face closely before nodding. "Yes, it seems to be him. At that time, second brother even rescued him, saying he was a child who had been abducted, and warned us not to talk to strangers or accept anything from them, lest we end up like him." "Sister Suya, we're off now," Xiao Jin declared, noticing her brother nearing home and pulling Xiao Yu along without waiting for further inquiries. Watching the two girls scamper away, Suya smiled helplessly. She indeed had more questions to ask. She had a faint understanding that Xiao Yu and her sister had encountered Zhou Ziwen at the train station, the very location where he had nearly been abducted. It was astonishing to think they had been there at the same time, and she wondered who had taken them to the station and whether they were aware of who had saved Zhou Ziwen. The two girls likely wouldn't remember the details clearly. Perhaps she should consult Liang Zhenguo again in a few days, especially since the human traffickers had already been apprehended, and information about the rescuer should now be available. Suya muttered to herself softly. When the railway police had informed her that Zhou Ziwen had nearly been kidnapped, she had been utterly terrified. She had neglected her classes, hastily requesting leave to rush to the train station. Unfortunately, the officer had told her that the person who saved Zhou Ziwen had gone to Qingdao, and she hadn't had the chance to express her gratitude. Moreover, because many accomplices had been interrogated, the railway police had not immediately disclosed the identity of the rescuer. If she wanted to find out, she would have to wait until they captured the traffickers and they revealed the name. Naturally, she yearned to know who had saved her son. For Zhou Ziwen was her only family in this world. Losing him was unimaginable, and her gratitude towards the person who saved him could not be overstated. Chapter 131, The Slogan of Two Fishermen. "Mother, are those two younger sisters living in our backyard now?" Zhou Ziwen's voice snapped Suya out of her reverie. Suya affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Yes, they will be our neighbors from now on, and you can play with them." "Okay," Zhou Ziwen nodded. Since the previous large family had moved away, he had been without playmates in the backyard and had to go to the middle courtyard to play. And remember, do not bully the younger girls. Though she knew her son was not a mischievous boy, indeed, he was often quieter than some girls, Suya still felt the need to remind him. "Mother, I want tea." "Good." Upon returning home, Liang Zhenguo poured water into the water tank, noticing that his young wife was still in the kitchen. He then retrieved more water from his storage space to fill the tank completely. In these times, access to water was quite inconvenient. One couldn't simply dig a well and was relegated to fetching water from the communal tap in the front yard, which was rather bothersome. Brother Zhenguo, Xianwei, and Xiao. It's time to eat. The moment he placed the bucket down, his wife's voice rang out. All right, he replied, as his sister-in-law arrived. After the meal, Liang Zhenguo reclined in a lounge chair in the courtyard, leisurely gazing at the azure sky, resembling an elderly gentleman who could have used a fan for added effect. Meanwhile, Xiaowei flitted around him like a little shadow. As he closed his eyes to relax, a young boy of about 11 or 12 dashed into the backyard, quickly addressing him. Are you Brother Zhenguo? My grandpa said that Grandpa Mo came to take him fishing, and they've already gone over to Shishaha. If you want to join them, remember to find them. With that, he hurried off, as swiftly as he had arrived. Liang Zhenguo barely had time to process the boy's words. What was that old man doing fishing so early in the morning? Truly, he was a dedicated fisherman. He shook his head. It was still early, and Zhang Laodu had already set off for fishing. Initially, Liang Zhenguo had planned to go in the afternoon, but now that Zhang Laodu was there, if he waited until later, the old man would be back home. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to head out now. Fishing was certainly more enjoyable with a companion. Moreover, he didn't intend to bait any hooks this time. It would be purely for leisure, perhaps to amuse Zhang Laodu and engage in some light-hearted conversation. Are we going to play? Xiaowei perched on his lap, her little feet swinging in curiosity. Her face brimmed with anticipation, having enjoyed herself so much yesterday. She was eager to go out again today. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, pinching her cheek, her innocent thoughts laid bare. Yes, brother is going fishing. Will you stay at home, Xiaowei? But I want to go fishing too. I'll catch fish for you and sister-in-law to eat. The little girl immediately shook her head, her words flowing with charm. Liang Zhenguo found her unabashed pride delightful, lifting her onto his lap and teasing her. Oh, you little one, you're hardly bigger than a fish yourself. And you think you can fish? Yes, I'm amazing, she proclaimed, holding her head high, unabashedly boasting to be allowed to join. Haha, all right then. I'll take you with me. Liang Zhenguo laughed at her adorable arrogance, feeling relaxed about bringing her along. As for actually fishing, he thought that could be set aside. She merely wanted to accompany him. Brother is so nice. Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Liang Zhenguo's cheek, making him beam like a fool. He set her down from the lounge chair and went inside to grab his satchel, which was a veritable treasure chest. Wife, are you going fishing? He asked his spouse, who was busy washing dishes. Qinwan smiled and shook her head. I want to be going. After I finish the dishes, I need to clean up around the house. There's too much dust. Take Xiaowu and Xianwei with you. He understood that his wife wasn't too fond of fishing. All right, Xiaowu, go fetch a bucket. We're preparing to leave now. Xiao had just been helping her sister-in-law wash the dishes, and now that both her brother and sister-in-law encouraged her to go play, she was thrilled, especially since the dishes were now clean. Once Xiao dashed off, Liang Zhenguo leaned in to kiss his wife's cheek in front of Xiaowei, playfully saying, You've worked hard, my dear. But after you're done, you could go chat with Sister Suya next door. She doesn't have class this morning. Qinwan playfully rolled her eyes at him, accustomed to such affection from her husband, though her heart fluttered sweetly. Yes, I could ask Sister Suya about the schooling in the city. You can ask her. She is a teacher, so she should know. It didn't matter what they talked about, as long as his wife wasn't bored. Besides, Xiaowu and her friends were just young girls, not high school students. Enrolling in a school wasn't difficult, and if need be, he could pull some strings. After Xiaowu returned with the bucket, he pushed his bicycle, taking the two little girls along as they set out. Shishaha wasn't far from Bahai Park, so it wasn't long before they arrived. Being a Monday, there weren't many people around, mostly retirees or older folks leisurely enjoying their day. Among them, he spotted Zhang Laodu. The old man was particularly conspicuous, loudly challenging another elderly gentleman with white hair, demanding a fishing contest. One boasted, the rivers are mine to traverse, and the fish are mine to catch, while the other declared, with a rod in hand, the world is mine. Their shouts echoed with great vigor. However, when Liang Zhenguo parked his bicycle and stood curiously behind the two old men, he noticed their fish buckets were entirely empty. Hey, Zhang Laodu, didn't you say? With a rod in hand, the world is mine? Why does your bucket only contain water? Liang Zhenguo quipped unexpectedly, startling the two old men. You rascal! You scared me half to death, Zhang Laodu exclaimed, turning to see it was Liang Zhenguo, his annoyance evident. The other old man puffed out his cheeks. Who is this brat? You frightened me into illness. Today's catch could hardly cure me. Liang Zhenguo shot him a glance, not believing the man as bravado. Didn't you just say something about how the rivers are yours to traverse? What's wrong? Are the fish refusing to bite today? Come here to extort me. A young lad? Haha. Zhang Laodu laughed heartily, relishing the revelation of his fishing companion's empty bucket, completely forgetting that his own was also devoid of fish. Old Mo, you've been boasting so much that even the youngsters have heard you. And let me tell you, this lad caught more fish last time than you've caught this month combined. Zhang Lao bragged. Half a dozen fish? Who are you mocking? Old Mo shot a glance at Zhang Lao, questioning his fishing prowess. As for being teased by this young man, it didn't bother him. He had thick skin. You know this lad? How big were the fish he caught? Old Mo squinted at Liang Zhenguo, who was unfamiliar to him despite his long-standing friendship with Zhang Lao. He is our new neighbor, Liang Zhenguo. He gave me a fish the other day that weighed nearly 2 pounds. Much more generous than you, old man. Zhang Lao declared proudly. 2 pounds of fish as a gift? Such a spendthrift. Old Mo muttered under his breath. Though he spoke softly, Liang Zhenguo's keen ears picked it up, and he merely smiled in response. I say, Liang, why did you bring 2 little girls along to fish? Zhang Lao chuckled at the 2 girls behind Liang Zhenguo, then turned to criticize. Kids are too rambunctious. They make it impossible to fish in peace. Old Zhang was a formidable figure, yet the little fish named Xiaowei, though diminutive in stature, possessed a sharp wit. From the grandiose tone of the elderly man before her, who was of the same age as her grandfather, it was evident that he had forbidden her brother from bringing her out to play. Thus, she felt quite disgruntled and refrained from addressing him as Grandfather Zhang. Ha ha, this little girl is amusing. Mo, the old man, chuckled at her fierce demeanor. Pray tell, how formidable are you, little one? Old Zhang inquired with a grin. My sister is indeed quite remarkable. Whenever she stands beside me, luck overflows, and catching fish becomes a breeze. Liang Zhenguo immediately interjected on her behalf. Indeed, what my brother says is true. Xiaowei nodded enthusiastically, gleefully clinging to Liang Zhenguo's leg, though she did not fully grasp the meaning of overflowing luck. It sufficed that her brother claimed she was impressive. The 2 elderly gentlemen merely chuckled, aware that the lad was merely trying to amuse his sister. Since old Zhang had declared her prowess in fishing, and with the addition of a lucky young lady, they decided to engage in a friendly competition. All right, let us do it. Share a few of your worms with me, and I shall divide the spoils of my catch with you. After all, they were merely here for leisure, and it was a delightful way to pass the time with the 2 old men, even if it meant sharing some worms. Previously, in Xiling village, there had been little rascals digging worms for him, but now, with only 2 lovely sisters around, he could hardly send them off to help him dig. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the old men's worms. Hee, you've made a promise, old Zhang remarked nonchalantly, as he had plenty of worms to spare and was more than willing to share with Liang, especially since the lad had previously shared his catch with him. Moreover, he had just promised to share any fish caught, and while he could not guarantee success, it was certainly better than fishing alone. Old Mo was equally aware of this arrangement, perceiving it as a means for Liang to assist him in catching fish. After all, they had already unwittingly gifted old Zhang a large fish, which hardly seemed like a playful jest. Xiao, keep an eye on Xiaowei nearby. Don't wander too far from your brother, and refrain from playing in the water, understood? Yes, I understand, brother. All right, good girl. When we return, I shall treat you both to sweets and soda. The 2 girls scampered off joyfully to play. Liang Zhenguo surveyed the surroundings for any suspicious characters before permitting their frolic, as long as they avoided the water. He settled a few meters away from old Zhang, retrieving his hooks and lines from his bag, then baited a whole worm before casting it into the water. In comparison to the 2 elderly men, his equipment was rather rudimentary. Seriously, Liang, you're going to compare yourself to me with just a hook and a line? Old Mo gazed at Liang Zhenguo incredulously. If you manage to catch a fish, I'll eat old Zhang's bucket. Previously, old Zhang had boasted about his fishing prowess, so Liang had intended to observe him discreetly to glean a few techniques. However, the lad's approach was rather straightforward. He simply pulled out the hook and line, attached the bait, and tossed it into the water. Did he truly believe this would yield results? Don't think you can mooch off our food and drink. If you're hungry, eat from your own bucket, old Zhang retorted, somewhat bemused by Liang's fishing method, yet instinctively shot back at old Mo. With that, the 2 men resumed their banter, occasionally reminiscing about their glorious pasts during the war. What of a hook and a line? Liang Zhenguo quietly commenced baiting and chumming the area where he was fishing, knowing that Shishaha still held a fair number of fish, as he had just scanned the area with his mental probing. However, he had not detected any particularly large specimens, at least not within his scanning range. Nevertheless, fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds were still present. The reason old Zhang and his companion rarely caught fish was that they did not think to chum the waters. After all, if they failed to catch anything, it would be a considerable loss. Given the current scarcity of resources, they could hardly afford to waste any bait. Unlike Liang Zhenguo, who had discarded bits of animal entrails, they would surely save such scraps for their own meals. Fish were hardly worth such expenditure. Moreover, the fish had likely grown wary due to being overfished by these men. Without schools of fish competing for food, there were seldom opportunities to hook them. After Liang Zhenguo had chewed the waters, he waited patiently while enjoying the spectacle of the two old men's repartee. If only he had some sunflower seeds to snack on while watching the show, it would be even more delightful. The entrails he had specially prepared were quite pungent, and within minutes, fish began to drift towards the enticing aroma. Suddenly, his line was yanked forcefully. A fish was on the hook. Liang Zhenguo hurriedly reeled in the line. The fish was not particularly large, a carp weighing just over a pound, and he successfully brought it to shore. The two elderly men, who had been engaged in their banter, fell silent, and only when Liang placed the fish in his bucket did old Zhang exclaim, "What? You've already caught a fish?" Their gear was superior, their bait the same worms, and they had been fishing longer than he had. Yet this lad had managed to reel in a fish within mere minutes. Was there no justice in the world? It must be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, old Mo remarked, his tone tinged with envy. The two men's voices drew Shaiwei and Xiao back from their play, and upon witnessing their brother's catch, they excitedly rushed over. Liang Zhenguo was too engrossed to attend to the two old men. The fish were still present, and this was a catch he had earned through skill. He needed to act swiftly. He continued to bait and cast his line. Not long after, he hooked another fish, this time a grass carp, larger than the previous carp, weighing over 3 pounds. In the ensuing 20 minutes, amidst the bewilderment and envy of the two old men, he managed to catch 6 more fish, bringing his total to 8, albeit 2 were smaller, weighing only 7 to 8 ounces. The largest was still that 3-pound grass carp. Old Zhang, sitting adjacent to him, felt a pang of envy. They were only a short distance apart, yet why were the fish so inclined to feast on his bait alone? Watching others catch fish while he sat idly was a perplexing experience. Before old Zhang could voice his frustration, he suddenly noticed his line beginning to move. Next, it was old Mo's turn. Observing the excitement on the faces of the two old men, Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but smile. The school of fish had dispersed, and some had wandered toward their side, naturally drawn to their bait. "Ha! I've caught one too. Soon." The jubilant laughter of the two old men filled the air. This time, they had not lost their hooks, and their catches were no small feat. Old Zhang had a 2-pounder, while old Mos weighed over 1.5 pounds. They inspected their catches with pride before placing them in their buckets, then cast triumphant glances toward Liang Zhenguo. Shaiwei was somewhat intrigued, but after a quick glance at their catches, she turned back, leaving behind a remark for the two old men. "It's only one fish." Chapter 133. Visiting the police station felt like a family reunion. "Little girl, I've noticed you're not at all charming anymore," old Zhang lamented. Observing that this little girl, much like her brother, lacked the courtesy to spare the elderly a shred of dignity. Yet, Shaiwei simply responded with a beaming smile, squatting down to join her sister in playing with the fish in the bucket. "My Shaiwei is right, it's merely one fish. How do you expect to defeat me?" Liang Zhenguo chuckled. "Consider yourself lucky," old Mo acknowledged, realizing they could never outdo this young lad, even if they were to catch nothing more from this point onward. However, they were merely engaging in a light-hearted competition. Their desire to win was not particularly intense. One fish to bring home would suffice. Yet, both he and old Zhang remained baffled as to how this young man could catch so many fish. Liang Zhenguo was all smiles. Today, his bait was a mix of various entrails, augmented with a hint of fermented corn flour, a concoction he anticipated would be so effective. He selected 2 carp, each weighing around 2 pounds, for Shaiwei to carry, and then instructed her, "Shaiwei, please deliver these 2 fish to the 2 elderly gentlemen. Since we have used someone else's worms, we must honor our prior commitment." "Oh," Shaiwei replied obediently, before heading off to deliver the fish to old Zhang and his companions. "You really brought them, Liang?" The two men had also begun fishing. Thus they no longer sought to exploit Liang Zhenguo's generosity. After all, a mealworm hardly equated to a fish. Of course, if they had come up empty-handed, they would have gladly accepted whatever Liang Zhenguo offered, lest they face the scorn and ridicule of their wives upon returning home, unable to boast of their catch. "Take them," Liang said. "A promise is a promise, and besides, it's just 2 fish." For him, 2 fish were of little consequence. At least he could enjoy the company of the 2 elderly men while fishing and witnessing their banter, considering it a reward in itself. He wondered if the 2 old men would scold him for such thoughts. "Here you go, Grandpa Zhang." Shaiwei addressed him this time without the usual old Zhang. "All right then. You have plenty of fish anyway," the old man said, accepting the catch with a grin. He placed the fish into his bucket and smiled at Shaiwei, saying, "Thank you, little girl. Ever since you arrived, your brother has caught so many fish. I believe it's due to your prowess." "Yes." Shaiwei proudly lifted her chin. "Ha ha." She then handed the other fish to old Mo, receiving another compliment in return, and joyfully returned to her brother Liang. With time still on his side, Liang Zhenguo continued fishing for another 2 hours, during which he replenished the bait twice, ultimately landing 13 fish in total, adding the 6 leftover from his first round. His tally reached 19. Given the proximity of Old Zhang and Old Mo, they too benefited from the bait, managing to catch 3 fish and 2 fish respectively, each weighing about a pound, along with a few smaller ones. Having satisfied his fishing cravings, Liang Zhenguo decided it was time to wrap things up. Old Zhang, Old Mo, you two take your time fishing. I shall take my leave now. Why rush home when the fishing has been so fruitful today? Old Zhang pondered, feeling increasingly convinced that inviting Liang Zhenguo had been an excellent decision. Previously, when he and Old Mo fished at this very spot, they had never experienced such a bountiful catch. Despite Liang doing nothing special, it seemed that with him around, the fish simply could not resist. He had already caught 4 fish over a pound, and 2 had escaped. This led Old Zhang and Old Mo to frequently glance at Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu, wondering if there was truth to the notion that fishing with these 2 young girls brought an abundance of luck. Enough fishing for today. We've had a sufficient haul. Let some fish grow bigger for next time, and please, don't deplete the fry entirely. Give them a chance to mature, Liang Zhenguo joked, chuckling as he hoisted the bucket and departed with his 2 younger sisters. Old Zhang and Old Mo exchanged eye rolls, as if they were the ones who typically targeted the fry. In the past, most of their catches were indeed small fry, and they could hardly bear to release them. In this day and age, even the smallest ant is considered meat. Second brother, aren't we heading back? Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu curiously inquired from the back of the bicycle, noticing they were not returning the way they had come. Well, today we caught so many fish. But first, I'm taking you to deliver a few to a public security officer, Liang explained. On our way back, we can stop for some candy and soda. He had been working at the steel mill for a week without properly thanking Grandpa's son, who had facilitated his connections and even helped him with housing matters. Thus, after their successful fishing trip, he intended to bring a few fish to Grandpa Sunday. Upon arriving at the Gilu police station, he noticed the door was open. So he waved to the officer at the entrance and rode his bicycle inside. The officer recognized Liang Zhenguo as a familiar face and smiled, offering no further acknowledgement. Once he parked the bicycle, Liang Zhenguo lifted his sisters off and headed towards the office of the station head, while the 2 little girls curiously trailed him, eagerly exploring their surroundings, having grown accustomed to such visits. Zhangguo is Grandpa's son in. Liang Zhenguo encountered a police officer he had previously met during an operation against enemy spies. Remembering him since he had reported his name and realized he was one of Grandpa's son's capable aides, Zhang Li regarded Liang Zhenguo with some surprise. Naturally, he recognized him. Having delivered wild boars to the station on 2 occasions, it would be hard not to recognize him. However, it was quite rare to see someone accompanied by 2 little girls, and even stranger to see him carrying a bucket. He couldn't shake the feeling that this comrade seemed to be visiting the station as if it were family. Zhenguo, the chief, is in his office, Zhang Li said warmly, knowing Liang was a valuable ally with his connections. All right then, Zhangguo, I'll go find Grandpa Sunday. You continue with your work. Oh, by the way, I just caught some fish. Here are 2 for you. They make for a delightful soup. It was fortunate that Grandpa's son was present, sparing him the trouble of delivering the fish to his home, where his family wouldn't recognize him. Liang Zhenguo pulled 2 fish weighing about a pound from the bucket and handed them to Zhang Li before continuing on his way with his sisters. Thank you, Zhang Li replied instinctively, then paused, staring at the lively fish in his hands, momentarily dumbfounded. He hadn't even looked to see what Liang Zhenguo had in his bucket. But I thought I was just stepping out for a bathroom break. How did I end up with 2 fish? He considered refusing the gift. But upon seeing Liang Zhenguo already knocking on the chief's office door, he realized that he was utterly unconcerned about the fish, merely offering them in passing. This young man has a good heart, he thought, pondering if he could keep the fish and report back to the chief before taking them home for lunch. Chapter 134, Under Investigation? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As Liang Zhenguo entered, he immediately spotted Grandpa's son engrossed in writing something diligently. The station head certainly seemed busy. He mused. Grandpa's son, I hope I'm not interrupting, he said. Upon hearing Liang Zhenguo's voice, Sun Jianwen looked up, his face lighting up with a smile. You truly are impressive. Old Huang informed me about your exploits in Shinxi. I heard you dealt with some bandits. How come you have 2 girls with you? Just as Sun was about to discuss Liang's encounter with the bandits, he noticed the 2 little heads peeking out from behind Liang, prompting him to refrain from discussing anything too violent in front of the children. Today is a day off. So I took my sisters out fishing and thought I'd bring them to see you. Grandpa Sunday Xiao Yu, Xiao Yuer, greet Grandpa Sunday Grandpa Sun. The 2 girls chimed in unison with bright, clear voices. Ah, you have such young sisters. The station head observed the trio, noting their striking resemblance despite the age gap. If Liang Zhenguo were just a bit older, one might mistake him for their father. He then opened his drawer and pulled out a few pieces of candy. Here, these are for you from Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer exclaimed as they accepted the sweets with delight. Such well-behaved children. Director Sun gently patted their heads and then guided them to sit on the nearby chairs. Last time, our police station collaborated with your security department, achieving quite a commendable feat, all thanks to you. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, somewhat helplessly responding, well, it was them who came to us. However, the ultimate lead was uncovered by someone from the Xinjiang military department, so I can't really take much credit. He thought to himself that while these accolades wouldn't lead to promotions or wealth, if a salary increase could be considered a form of wealth, then he might claim a portion of it. Yet, he remained indifferent to this modest pay, preferring to maintain a humble demeanor to avoid drawing attention from enemy agents. Nonetheless, this matter should not be widely publicized. At the very least, Zhongli should be unaware of it. We are well aware of the situation. Had you not captured the bandits alive and interrogated one of them who turned out to be a spy, where would they have gotten their intelligence? Sun Jianwen shook his head with a light chuckle. Last Friday, when Huang Fei invited him for drinks, he recounted the entire story, and his shock was no less than anyone else's. He had never anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable capabilities. However, it seemed that the young man preferred to keep a low profile, especially with his sister around, so he refrained from discussing the matter further and shifted the topic. Did you come here for a specific reason? He brought along his two younger sisters, and it was certainly not merely to sell wild boar again. Liang Zhenguo brought in a bucket from the doorway and placed it in front of Sun Jianwen. These are the fish I caught this morning. I brought some over for you, Grandfather Sunday. Please, do not refuse. Director Yang from the street office mentioned to me that you sought her assistance. As he spoke, Liang Zhenguo rummaged through his office for a bag, filled it with 10 fish, and set it on Sun Jianwen's desk. There are only 4 of us at home, and we cannot consume so much. I can't just keep them all, can I? All right then, it's just about time for lunch. So I will take them back for your aunt to prepare. Sun Jianwen shook his head, noting that he was merely helping out a friend who was married to Director Yang. Although the fish were not inexpensive, they were reasonable enough to accept, especially since they were not purchased, but rather a gesture of filial piety from the younger generation. His family, while numerous, would find 10 fish sufficient for 2 meals. After a brief chat, Sun Jianwen suddenly appeared more serious, as if recalling something, and addressed Liang Zhenguo, aside from the matters concerning Xinjiang. You haven't been involved in anything unusual lately, have you? Not at all. After I returned, I went straight back to the village and only came to the city yesterday with my wife and sister, Liang Zhenguo replied, puzzled as to why grandfather's son was asking. Yesterday, some leaders from above inquired about your information, Sun Jianwen stated. I am merely an ordinary security officer. What could they possibly want to know about me? Liang Zhenguo was somewhat perplexed, as he did not believe his farmland secrets had been revealed. After all, he had been extremely discreet, holding over 100 tons of grain without ever having sold any on the black market. He had only sold a few pounds in Shenyang, trading them for a few chicks, which had now grown into decent-sized chickens. He had only visited the black market once, and even then, he was accompanied by others, making transactions inconvenient. You are far from ordinary. Your recent accomplishments have indeed been documented, yet it is not enough for the higher-ups to seek detailed information about you. It likely isn't a formal inquiry. Otherwise, they would have approached your section chief Huang for the most appropriate investigation. They must be aware that you were recommended to the steel mill by me, which is why they came to inquire, primarily about your family situation. Likely as a personal matter of the leaders. I just find it curious why they wish to know. This was why he had asked Liang Zhenguo if he had been involved in anything that would prompt a higher-ranking leader to seek information about him. I have no idea. But do you know which leader it is? Liang Zhenguo wondered, baffled as to why any leader would be curious about his affairs. I do know. They were not trying to hide it. It is our newly appointed deputy director, Tang Qingshan, Sun Jianwen revealed. Tang. Old Tang. Liang Zhenguo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Is old Tang really that formidable? The last time I heard he had a bodyguard, I suspected he held a significant position. But I never imagined he was the deputy director. Moreover, he is the deputy director of the main bureau, not just some district branch. If I remember correctly, the current deputy director should be at the bureau level. Whether he is a full or deputy bureau chief, I am uncertain, as these positions are not static. But it's quite remarkable to encounter a bureau-level official on a train. However, why would Deputy Tang want to investigate me? Oh, you know Director Tang? Sun Jianwen asked, somewhat surprised, as he never expected Liang Zhenguo to have any acquaintance with a deputy director. Liang Zhenguo nodded, acknowledging their acquaintance from the train. He pondered whether it was because he had coincidentally encountered Aunt Lin last week that Deputy Tang suspected him of being some sort of enemy agent, deliberately getting close to them. However, that made little sense, Aunt Lin was aware he had been escorting Niu-shan home when he encountered her, a fact easily verifiable. Furthermore, during their train journey, given their experience, it was clear they had merely happened to sit together, especially since he had brought along 2 children. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to drop the subject. Noticing the lingering confusion in grandfather Sun's eyes, he thought for a moment and shared the details of his train encounter, including his meeting with Aunt Lin, recounting her words for Sun Jianwen to consider. Perhaps someone else could perceive something he had missed. After all, grandfather Sun was also a cadre. After listening attentively, Sun Jianwen pondered for a moment before shifting his gaze to the 2 little girls playing with the paper beside them. Zhenguo, do you think it is possible that they are actually inquiring about these 2 little girls? Chapter 135, With Gains Come Losses. Why would they inquire about my sisters? Liang Zhenguo echoed, equally perplexed. Although he knew Lin Shu had a fondness for his 2 sisters, it hardly seemed necessary to investigate them through grandfather Sunday Zhenguo. Do you have any understanding of Director Tang's family situation? Sun Jianwen did not rush to explain, but instead posed this question. Liang Zhenguo shook his head. Having only met him once or twice, and thus had no insight into his family circumstances, he had initially speculated that old Tang held a significant position, so he refrained from prying further, understanding the principle of keeping personal matters shallow. Besides, how could old Tang's family situation possibly relate to his sisters? Sun Jianwen glanced at the 2 seemingly engrossed in their play, yet eavesdropping on the conversation with their brother. Considering their young age, it was harmless for them to listen. So he smiled and continued without avoiding them. When Director Tang first transferred here, I was curious and inquired with your section chief about him, which provided me with some insight into his situation. It seems discussing leaders is somewhat inappropriate, so I will lower my voice. It appears that Director Tang's wife suffered an injury in the past that rendered her unable to conceive. Before the injury, they had no children, so their family only has an adopted son living in another province. This revelation left Liang Zhenguo somewhat stunned. He had not expected the couple to be childless, which was genuinely surprising. He then furrowed his brow slightly. Grandfather Sun, are you suggesting that they want my sister to be an adopted child or something? With grandfather Sun hinting this far, he finally connected the dots. Recalling his encounter with Aunt Lin last week, she had seemingly brought up his sister consistently and even invited him to bring the 2 little girls over to her house to play. At that moment, he believed that Aunt Lin was merely being polite. Now, reflecting on it, he realized her warmth was indeed excessive. Could she genuinely be considering a formal kinship? I suspect so. After all, a director like her likely harbors no ulterior motives, but perhaps she feels a certain affinity towards the 2 young girls. Sun Jianwen chuckled. Although this was merely conjecture, he felt it was close to the truth. The 2 families had only crossed paths on the train. And given the talents this young man exhibited, even if Director Tang appreciated talent, he likely wouldn't pay attention to him to that extent. Moreover, Mrs. Lin's demeanor was quite telling. Only this young man seemed oblivious to their family's circumstances, hence he never entertained the notion of establishing a formal kinship. However, this could be a fortuitous development for Liang and his sister, as a connection with Director Tang's family would undoubtedly facilitate their future endeavors. The job he previously sought could easily be secured with a mere word from someone influential, eliminating the need for any barter. With Director Tang's extensive network, if they were to express a desire for kinship, numerous individuals would likely come forth, and it need not be exclusively his sister. Liang Zhenguo remained furrowed in thought. Although he held a favorable view of Lin Shu and did not object to her closeness with his sister, he had never considered forging such a relationship with their family. True, Director Tang was a high-ranking official, but he did not perceive an alliance with them as a straightforward boon. After all, at this level, the intricacies were manifold. The daughter of a director is not easily won. With every gain comes a loss. To enjoy the privileges of such a status is to bear the burdens it entails. Besides, their family was currently thriving. They lacked neither food nor meat, and the conditions of the director's household might not even surpass his own. Thus, there was absolutely no necessity for such a kinship, particularly since he was aware that in a few years, the winds of change would blow. Who could predict whether Director Tang might find himself in a precarious position? Although this was merely their conjecture, it was best to avoid entanglements. He possessed the capability to ensure his sister grew up without worries. Naturally, yet fate is a capricious thing. What if they simply did not see eye to eye? Sun Jianwen looked at Liang Zhenguo in astonishment, sensing the reluctance in his words. Was he opposed to this? As he had mentioned, if news of a desire for kinship were to circulate from Director Tang's family, many would be eager to ascend the social ladder. Yet here was this young man who harbored no such aspirations and seemed distinctly averse to the idea. He found it difficult to comprehend. What an excellent opportunity this was. If someone suggested that his son marry into a prominent family, or if someone proposed that his grandson form a kinship with a director, he would agree without a moment's hesitation. After all, Such connections would pave the way for a smoother journey ahead. Moreover, he too would undoubtedly reap numerous unseen benefits. As long as he proved himself, his chances for advancement would be significantly greater than others. While he wouldn't call himself an ambitious official, he certainly desired progress. However, everyone has their own considerations, so after offering a few words of advice, he refrained from persuading Liang to seize the opportunity. After idling for over half an hour, Liang Zhenguo took his two sisters and departed, having delivered the gifts and choosing not to disturb old Sun as he toiled diligently. As for the matter of kinship with Director Tang, it remained mere speculation, and he did not dwell on it, opting instead to adapt to circumstances as they arose. Second brother, I'm thirsty. Just as he rode out of the police station, Xiao Yuer called out from behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. This clever little girl was subtly hinting that he should buy some soda. All right, I'll take you both to get something to drink. Yes, let's buy soda. This was a clear reminder. Riding swiftly, the three soon arrived at the nearest supply and marketing cooperative. Sister, please get me some candy, Liang Zhenguo said to a saleswoman. Ah, it's you. Buying candy for your sister, huh? What kind do you want, and how many? Zhao Feng asked, smiling at Liang Zhenguo. She did not know him personally, but she recalled seeing this young man bulk buying various necessities at the cooperative the previous week, which left an impression. I'd like a pound of fruit candy and a pound of white rabbit milk candy. A pound. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Which family buys candy for children by the pound? Isn't it usually just a few pieces? Is that not the case? Seeing her reaction, Liang Zhenguo assumed the cooperative might not have ample stock. The fruit candy was manageable, as he wasn't purchasing the expensive kind. But the white rabbit milk candy was indeed more scarce. He had experienced this at other cooperatives where the supply was occasionally limited. We do have it. But the white rabbit milk candy is $2.50 per pound. Are you sure you want that much? Excessive candy isn't good for children's teeth. And if fruit candy is stored improperly for too long, it could melt and become harmful to health, Zhao Feng cautioned. Then let us get half a pound each. And also 7 bottles of Bibinjiang soda. Liang Zhenguo nodded, considering that the candies would be stored in a space, with his little wife taking care of them. He had to be mindful of this issue. If the candy melted, it could foster bacteria, leading to adverse reactions. So it was wiser to purchase less and buy more later if needed. All right, Zhao Feng went to weigh the candy. What kind of family does this young man come from? Half a pound is still quite a lot. The fruit candy is relatively inexpensive at 8 pieces for a dime. But half a pound will cost around 30 cents, while the milk candy is a steep $1.25, more expensive than buying pork. Pork is only 68 cents a pound, though she can't get any. If her husband squandered money like that, she would surely scold him. Chapter 136. Each has their merits. Comrade, that will be $2.60 in total. Zhao Feng neatly packaged the candy and soda for Liang Zhenguo. He nodded as he handed over the money and receipt. This was indeed not cheap. Currently, Bibinjiang soda was 15 cents per bottle. Considering he had only 7 soda tickets on him, he decided to buy them all, which took up $1.05 of his budget. However, it was a trivial matter for him. Liang Zhenguo opened 2 bottles of soda and handed them to his eagerly awaiting sisters. You can only have a sip, remember. We need to eat when we get home. After dinner, you can have more, all right? Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer squinted their eyes as they took a sip. This was their second time tasting soda, and then they obediently returned the bottles to their second brother. Liang Zhenguo smiled as he accepted them. Nowadays, soda is not laden with excessive additives, so it is harmless for children to indulge occasionally. However, it must not interfere with their meals. Comrade, are you selling those fish? Zhao Feng glanced around and whispered, lowering her voice. She had just spotted the fish in the young comrade's bucket. That would be a mistake. I cannot sell them. Liang Zhenguo shook his head. He had no intention of selling fish here. Moreover, he was not planning to part with the remaining fish either. We could trade. I can exchange a receipt for them. Zhao Feng was unwilling to give up. Sister, I truly can't sell. I just gave 10 fish to someone else. And I need to take the rest home to eat. Next time I catch some fish, I'll bring them here. Your cooperative should also have a plan for purchasing surplus goods, right? You could ask your director to buy them, and then you can share among yourselves. After all, if I sell them to you, it would be awkward not to do the same for others, wouldn't it? Zhao Feng considered this. It wouldn't be proper for her to make an exchange alone, but if the cooperative, including the director, was involved, that would be 5 people. Even if it were just 1 fish each, others would still have 2 left. Besides, since this young comrade was capable of catching dozens of fish at once, it was clear that luck alone wasn't the reason. She could certainly buy more next time. Well then, my comrade, do not forget to bring the fish you catch next time to sell at our supply and marketing cooperative. I shall speak to our director about it, Zhao Feng said. By the way, my name is Zhao Feng. You may call me Sister Zhao. Of course, Sister Zhao, Liang Zhenguo replied with a light chuckle, nodding as he introduced himself before cycling away. The fish had already perished, and if he did not return with them soon, they would no longer be fresh. His intention to sell the fish at this cooperative stemmed from the fact that their sales staff was relatively sparse. He hoped to cultivate a good rapport with their director, after which he would inquire whether they would be hiring, seeking a way to secure a position. Previously, he had considered finding work for the sisters, and the most suitable roles would be as waitresses or sales clerks, both of which offered a more leisurely pace. If this cooperative did not have openings, he could also check with Aunt Lou at the state-run restaurant, as she was the only waitress there and might also be looking to hire. In his spare time, he could sell some wild boar at her restaurant to keep it bustling. However, there was no urgency at present, as Sister Qin had yet to move into the city. Upon returning to courtyard number 12, Liang Zhenguo was astonished to see old Zhang back. "Liang, why did you return later than I did?" Old Zhang chuckled as he approached. "I had to deliver fish to someone first," Liang Zhenguo replied, tapping the bucket hanging from his bike. "Weren't you supposed to continue fishing with old Mo? Why are you back?" Old Zhang, puzzled, responded, "Upon your departure, it felt as if the fish had vanished. I fished for over an hour without a single bite. So I decided to return." He then cast a curious glance at the little fish and Xiaoyu, hesitating before asking, "Liang, you weren't being serious earlier, were you? Taking these two girls fishing brings exceptional luck? Go on, stop looking at my sister like a peculiar old man. Do you really believe that?" Liang Zhenguo thought old Zhang was acting strangely, and he was bewildered by his gullibility, fearing he might be accused of superstitious beliefs. Pondering for a moment, he continued his jest. "Actually, it is I who possess the innate ability of a fishing saint. Oh, and a hunting saint as well. When I fish, the fish gather around me, eager to hook themselves. When hunting, the game flocks to my sights or leaps into my traps, making it nearly impossible to leave empty-handed. Are you jesting with me?" Old Zhang shot him a disdainful look before adding, "Next time you have a moment, let us try again. I must ascertain whether it was merely luck today, or if you truly possess some skill. I will keep a close watch on you." "All right," Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile. "Let us do it again. I fear this old man might start questioning his own life choices, but who asked him to request this? I won't chat any longer. I need to return and prepare the fish." "Yes, indeed, prepare the fish." With that, the three siblings made their way back to the rear courtyard. As they crossed the flower-laden gate, Liang Zhenguo heard the melodious sound of laughter emanating from the east wing courtyard. Looking up, he saw his little wife and Suyu engaged in cheerful conversation, their laughter blooming like flowers. He could not discern the subject of their discussion, but the sight of them, both graceful and charming, was a feast for his eyes. Sister-in-law. Hearing the laughter, Xiaoyu, clutching the large white rabbit milk candies Liang Zhenguo had bought for them, joyfully dashed over to share her delight with her sister-in-law. Xiaoyu, seeing her sister run off, hurriedly followed with another bag of fruit candies. Qin and Suya turned their attention toward the commotion. Seeing this, Liang Zhenguo could only push his bicycle over. "Slow down, Xiaoyu," Qin exclaimed, concerned for the little girl's safety as she sprinted. She quickly squatted down to catch the little one in her arms. "Sister-in-law, Erguo bought us so many delicious candies," the little girl exclaimed, her face brimming with joy as she handed the milk candies to Qin and animatedly gestured, her cheeks glowing with happiness. Previously, they had candies at home, but this excursion with Erguo to buy candy felt entirely different, especially since she was carrying a bag of sweets back with her. "Your Erguo truly dotes on you, buying you whatever you desire. However, remember you can only have 2 candies a day, otherwise, they will be gone," Qin smiled, pinching her soft cheek. "Uh-huh," the little girl responded without objection, as her grandmother had also limited her to 2 candies at home, and those weren't always available daily. So, 2 candies from her sister-in-law were more than sufficient, and if she ever craved more, she could always ask Erguo. Suya also crouched down, playfully pinching Xiaoyu's rosy cheeks. "Why didn't you call me?" Xiaoyu tilted her head in thought, recalling the name Erguo had mentioned that morning, and then piped up, "Sister Suya." "Ah," Liang Zhenguo approached the group, smiling as he admired the distinct charms of his little wife and Suya, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 137. I acknowledge my mistakes, yet do not change. As he beheld the graceful curves of both women, Liang Zhenguo found himself unconsciously comparing them. In terms of beauty, his little wife undoubtedly had the upper hand. As for their figures, they seemed to be on par, each possessing alluring features, whether it be the towering peaks or the rounded forms. However, his little wife's waist was more slender, swaying like a willow, and her youthful vitality was utterly captivating. Suya, slightly more voluptuous, exuded the warmth of fine jade, possessing a unique elegance and softness that was equally enchanting, rivaling that of his little wife. Liang Zhenguo silently admired the comparison, unaware that Suya had been observing him all along. Noticing that his gaze held no lewd intent, she merely scolded him inwardly. This fellow was quite audacious, daring to gaze at other women in front of his own wife. She felt a surge of indignation and wished to give him a kick. Sister-in-law, we caught plenty of fish today. However, Erge gave one to Grandpa Zhang in the courtyard and another to Grandpa Mo. We only have this much left at home. Xiao Yu eagerly shared their day's bounty with Qin Wan. Indeed, Erge said that our contributions were the greatest, Xiao Yu chimed in, eagerly adding her thoughts as she looked up, hoping for praise. Xiao Yu, you both did wonderfully. Did Xiao Yu help Erge pull in the fish? His little wife generously complimented them before curiously inquiring. I couldn't pull it. Erge said I'm just Xiao Yu, and I can't handle the big fish. Xiao Yu shyly replied, twisting her little body. Uffed. Qin Wan and Suya burst into laughter at her adorable demeanor, which made Liang Zhenguo's gaze fixate on her. Captivated by her charm, Qin Wan, noticing her husband's rapt attention, stood up, playfully pinching his waist in irritation. Zhenguo, it's one thing to look at me, but why are you staring at Sister Suya like that? Don't you fear she might get upset? Ouch! Liang Zhenguo gasped, realizing that she had truly pinched him this time. Previously, when teasing her, he had always been gentle, but this pinch stung. Suya looked on approvingly, thinking it was about time someone gave him a good pinch. After all, since he had seen her in her spring attire that morning, his gaze had not wavered from her and his little wife. If they were a bit closer, she might have pinched the other side too. Though his gaze held only admiration, it was still a bit overwhelming for her. When their eyes met, Suya shot him a glare, but it lacked any real intimidation, only making Liang Zhenguo feel even more captivated by her alluring charm. What a pity. Her husband is truly fortunate to have married her. Liang Zhenguo felt a tinge of regret. However, the pain in his waist promptly disrupted his thoughts. Wife, I was wrong. Liang was quite decisive in admitting his fault. Yet he never seemed to amend his ways. Qin Wan was not genuinely angry. Although she had only recently married, she understood her husband well. After all, her sister had called him a little lecher on more than one occasion. Given how beautiful Suya was, it would indeed be strange if he didn't take notice. Despite his occasional flirtations, he was quite commendable in other respects, filial, capable, and possessing a good temperament. Most importantly, he knew how to cherish his wife. Wife, I shall not interrupt your conversation any longer. I will return to prepare fish for you. Liang Zhenguo unabashedly ruffled his young wife's hair, his eyes brimming with mirth. The sight of her pouting was quite rare and rather endearing. However, having lost the opportunity to admire her beauty, he decided to take his leave, lest it create an awkward situation between the two women. Before departing, he selected 2 fish from the bucket and placed them on the nearby table, offering a slight smile to Suya. Sister Suya, we still have 7 fish left. I shall give you 2. I cannot accept them. You gave Ji Yuan a bowl of small fish last time, and I haven't returned the favor, Suya declined, waving her hand. These 2 fish each weighed over a pound and were rather costly. While fish meat may not rival pork, it still fetched 30 cents per pound, making the 2 fish worth at least 60 to 70 cents. How could she accept them? If you refuse, it implies you do not acknowledge me and want as friends. I shall not disturb you further. I must return to cook braised fish for my wife and sister. Xiao, you and Xiao Yu stay here and play with sister-in-law and Sister Suya. Second brother will call you back when the fish is ready. Liang Zhenguo did not allow her a chance to reject his offer, tossing out 2 parting remarks before pushing the cart and carrying the bucket back home. Xiao Wan. Look at this, Suya said, casting a helpless glance at Qin Wan. Qin Wan smiled, her eyes sparkling like the moon. Though Liang Zhenguo's statement about cooking braised fish for his wife in front of Sister Suya made her feel somewhat bashful, the curve of her lips could not be suppressed. Her heart was sweeter than honey. Upon hearing Suya's inquiry, she chuckled softly. Sister Suya, please take them. We cannot possibly consume all 7 fish. We still have some dried fish at home, so rest assured and accept them. Let us foster more exchanges between our families. Suya sighed with a smile. You young couple are truly generous. These fish would cost over 60 cents if bought. How about I trade you some grain instead? As a teacher, she felt somewhat guilty accepting 2 fish for free. However, Qin Wan shook her head, replying, there is no need. Brother Zhenguo has already said we are friends, so you should feel free to accept them. Besides, he has also given some to old Master Zhang in the courtyard. We are even closer, so why shouldn't you accept? Very well. At this point, Suya could only nod in acceptance. Her heart warmed. This couple would indeed make excellent friends. Sister Suya, as a teacher, you have a broader perspective. Our Xiao wishes to attend school next year, and she wanted to inquire about the enrollment process in the city. After Suya accepted the fish, Qin Wan immediately broke into a smile, pulling Xiao closer as she sought advice from Suya. They had previously touched upon this topic, but it had been interrupted by the arrival of their siblings. I know. Ji Yuan will also start school next year, so I can help you both with the enrollment process if you wish. The two continued their conversation while Liang Zhenguo returned home to prepare the fish. He made a soup with the 4 smaller fish and saved the largest one. which weighed over 3 pounds, for braised fish, which was quite suitable. With ample space, he didn't need to handle the fish manually, thus completing the task in just 20 minutes. The spices at home were plentiful, ensuring that the braised fish he prepared was as delectable as ever, with its aroma wafting quickly to the nearby west wing. Without needing to call out, the familiar sounds of his children's voices soon approached. Perhaps sensing that Xiao Yuer was impatient, his young wife returned promptly, accompanied by Xiao. The family enjoyed a delightful meal of fish, leaving the remainder for dinner. Liang Zhenguo stayed home all afternoon, relishing the time spent with his wife and children. Moreover, he was curious to see if there would be any repercussions from his warning to Qiao Ziqiang and others the previous night, particularly from the idler Qiao Yong in the courtyard. However, by evening, the courtyard remained tranquil and harmonious. It seemed everyone was behaving, and no one came to bother him. Chapter 138, Entering the Pigeon Market. That night, after Liang Zhenguo had accompanied his 2 younger sisters to sleep in the adjacent room, he returned to his own. Whether it was due to their grandmother's teachings or his young wife's influence, the 2 little girls seemed to realize they would soon have to share a room with their second brother, as they did not insist on sleeping with him when bedtime came. Nevertheless, he and his young wife, considering their tender age, stayed with them until they fell asleep before departing. As they grew older, they would become accustomed to sleeping on their own. However, the current situation was already quite satisfactory. In the past, if Xiao Yuer woke up and didn't see him, she would cry and search for someone. Now, she hardly did that anymore, though she still provided her customary wake-up service. Upon returning to the main room, Liang Zhenguo snuggled under the covers, and the couple began to indulge in each other. Youthful vigor led him to juggle gaming while engaging in playful banter. Once his young wife lost, they embraced and chatted. Brother Zhenguo, Sister Suya mentioned that she could assist with Xiao's school enrollment next year, since her son will also be starting school. We just need to provide some documentation and information. Qin informed Liang Zhenguo about Xiao's schooling. Has she said that so soon? If Sister Suya is willing to help, that certainly saves me some trouble. However, if there are any expenses, ensure she informs you. We can't have others helping us while we end up footing the bill ourselves. I will. Qin nodded and sighed. Sister Suya is quite pitiable, much like my sister. What do you mean pitiable? Your sister is fortunate to have me. She is not pitiable at all. Liang Zhenguo playfully protested against his wife's statement. Did I say something wrong? My sister isn't pitiable now. Especially since you treat her so well. You treat her even better than you do me. As he pinched a sensitive spot, Qin playfully pouted. While it was hard to detect any hint of jealousy in her tone, he still remarked, I treat both of you fairly. I know. Qin smiled and playfully pinched his waist. She understood that her husband was equally kind to both sisters, leaving neither neglected. As she touched the area around his waist, she mused about why he spoke differently to her sister. It often felt like she was the one surrendering first in their playful tussles. Didn't my sister say the same? What's wrong? Why do I feel like you're trying to take my kidneys? Don't you want to be happy anymore? Liang Zhenguo, startled by her gesturing around his waist, quickly grasped her hand and returned it to his chest, then curiously inquired. What did you mean by saying Sister Suya is pitiable? Isn't she usually quite cheerful? He. Qin initially laughed at her husband's exaggerated reaction, then responded, This morning, I noticed that Sister Suya's household consists only of her and her son. So, I inquired about her husband's occupation. And she revealed that she has no husband, yet has a son. That's why I felt Sister Suya was pitiable, at less than 30 years old. She is a widow, raising her son alone. No husband? Did he pass away? Liang Zhenguo was taken aback. He had never imagined Suya was a widow. Previously, when he first acquainted himself with Suya, the little wife had yet to arrive in the city. In the backyard, he was the sole man. And it would be rather inappropriate to inquire of Suya whether her husband would be home that evening. Such a question might lead her to misconstrue his intentions as nefarious. Thus, he refrained from asking, operating under the assumption that her husband was merely away on business, completely oblivious to the fact that she was a widow. Moreover, during their interactions, he found Suya to possess a remarkably cheerful disposition, often engaging him in conversation with a smile that belied the sorrow of a grieving widow. It was not that her living conditions were particularly dire. She held a teaching position, which, while not affluent, sufficed to support both herself and her son. However, one would expect a woman who had lost her husband and remained in widowhood to harbor a sense of inner desolation and emptiness, a sentiment that seemed incongruous with Suya's outward demeanor. Yet, despite his curiosity, he chose not to dwell on it. For he was no emotional guru capable of unraveling such complexities. Perhaps Suya possessed a remarkable ability for self-adjustment, embracing life with fervor. He had not anticipated that Suya was a widow, but as neighbors, he resolved to lend a helping hand whenever she required assistance. Indeed, he would do so. Suya was genuinely a good person. Certainly, Today, having witnessed her in 2 instances of springtime beauty without eliciting her ire, how could he not feel positively towards her? Though lacking a husband, she had a son. Liang Zhenguo felt a stir of inappropriate thoughts arise within him, yet he wrestled with his conscience. Moreover, this alluring married woman was not so easily seduced, and with 2 women already in his life, he risked being overly greedy. Best to let things unfold naturally. Brother Zhenguo seems quite fond of Sister Suya, Qin Wan observed, noting the embrace shared between them, her tone turning reproachful. The moment Sister Suya is mentioned, this rogue man begins to wield his metaphorical weapon against her. How could she not be upset? She mused. Could he possibly have some peculiar proclivities? First his sister. Now he has his sights set on Sister Suya. What my sister said is indeed correct. Brother Zhenguo is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel, and it seems I must keep a close watch on him. Nay, it is merely your allure that captivates him, Liang Zhenguo thought to himself, realizing he had been careless. Embracing his own wife. How could he entertain thoughts of another man's wife? He quickly denied any such inclination. Sister Suya's charm is hardly so profound. Qin Wan, however, was not to be easily appeased, and despite Liang Zhenguo's efforts to placate her, her displeasure lingered until he resorted to his own brand of affectionate discipline to quell her ire. Brother Zhenguo, you must not engage in indiscretions, his little wife admonished, feebly resting against his chest. Rest assured, your husband possesses discerning taste. I am not so easily swayed, Liang Zhenguo replied, tenderly caressing his wife's soft back before adding, I have placed the hunting rifle beneath the bed, duly registered. If any trouble arises, you may use it for self-defense. Very well, she acquiesced. For her father was a hunter, and she was familiar with firearms, as was her sister. Are you planning to venture into the black market tonight? Qin Wan inquired, a hint of concern evident in her voice, recalling Liang Zhenguo's earlier mention of an outing. I shall visit the pigeon market and see if there is anything worth acquiring. Do not fret. The pigeon market in the 4th Ninth City is not as perilous as you might imagine. Otherwise, it would have been dismantled long ago. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Wan felt somewhat reassured. In the dead of night, as Liang Zhenguo cautiously extricated himself from his wife's embrace, he discovered she was not entirely asleep. Once both had donned their garments, he pinched her rosy cheek and chuckled, Rest easy. I shall return in a little over an hour. His wife was truly considerate. Qin Wan nodded and settled back down to sleep, while Liang Zhenguo quietly exited. Extending his mental perception, he observed the 2 young girls in the neighboring room. Discovering they were soundly asleep, particularly Xiao Yu, who occasionally smacked her lips as if dreaming of delectable treats, a thought struck him, and he extended his perception to the east wing, realizing that Suya was sleeping separately from her son. After appreciating the beauty of the sleeping maiden, Liang Zhenguo redirected his attention and swiftly departed from courtyard number 12. Although he had never visited the pigeon market, he was well acquainted with Xiao Deshun and Deng Haihua. Having previously inquired about its location, Liang Zhenguo soon arrived at Wang Fujing Street, where the pigeon market was nestled within a secluded alley. It was said that this area once served as a gathering place for pigeon fanciers and bird enthusiasts, but in the current climate, it had transformed into a venue for trade and commerce. Naturally, it was not devoid of dubious activities, which sometimes attracted the attention of law enforcement. Similar to the black market in Shin City, there were always individuals keeping watch outside. Thus, Liang Zhenguo paid his fee and ventured inside. Chapter 139. In these times, few honest individuals dared to engage in speculation and trade. Upon entering the pigeon market, Liang Zhenguo immediately sensed its distinction from the black market in Shin City. Firstly, there were considerably more people here than in the latter, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a marketplace, albeit lacking the clamor and liveliness typical of such venues. Secondly, the overall demeanor of the crowd was less menacing than that of Shun City's black market. Transactions unfolded without the palpable tension of fear that someone might draw a weapon at the slightest provocation. However, a cautious air pervaded the gathering, with individuals remaining closely guarded. Brother, do you need tickets? A man shrouded in a black mask approached, illuminating the way with a flashlight. What tickets are you referring to? Liang Zhenguo inquired. Previously in Shin City, he had encountered a few ticket sellers, but due to the regional restrictions on certain tickets, he had not considered purchasing any. Now, with a limited number of tickets in hand, he was keen to replenish his stock. Grain tickets, meat tickets, oil tickets, cloth tickets, whatever you need, the ticket seller eagerly proclaimed. Do you have radio tickets? Liang Zhenguo asked, recalling how his grandparents had no shortage of grain and he had long wished to buy them a radio for their leisure, providing them with news and broadcasts for entertainment. However, in this era, radio tickets were rarer than bicycle tickets, and his previous visits to the canning factory had yielded no opportunities to acquire one. No, the ticket seller responded, somewhat embarrassed. Liang Zhenguo was left speechless. The man had just boasted of having everything, yet his connections were evidently limited. He pressed on. What about sewing machine tickets? None. Bicycle tickets? Also none. Then how can you claim to have every ticket available? Brother, it's only natural that I don't have large item tickets for 3 transfers and 1 sound right off the bat, the ticket seller replied, growing agitated. Suspecting Liang Zhenguo was merely toying with him. Such tickets are rare. Why not consider something else? If not, I shall take my leave. Very well. I will take grain tickets, oil tickets, sugar tickets, and tobacco and alcohol tickets, but only A level and B level for the latter. Not a problem. Choose what you like. Upon realizing Liang Zhenguo was genuinely interested in purchasing, the ticket seller promptly produced a stack of tickets from his bag, eagerly displaying them for his selection. Taking advantage of the seller's light, Liang Zhenguo perused the tickets and soon spotted 2 flashlight tickets, which he quickly selected. Previously, he had not encountered any flashlight tickets. So he seized the opportunity to buy them, one for home use and the other for his grandfather, who would surely appreciate it during evening strolls. As for the other grain tickets, they were common and reasonably priced, prompting him to purchase a considerable amount. Brother, the total comes to $2.80. Very well, but may I exchange cornmeal for it? Liang Zhenguo nodded, finding the price acceptable. With less than 500 in private funds, he opted for the grain trade. Of course, the ticket seller quickly agreed. Remarkable. This is the first time I have witnessed someone exchanging grain for tickets. Though the tickets may not belong to him, he could certainly compensate for the money made from selling them. Thus, the exchanged grain would indeed be his. Liang Zhenguo opened his satchel, revealing the cornmeal he had prepared in advance. The quality was commendable. There were 10 pounds here, which should suffice. The ticket scalper hurriedly approached, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the cornmeal in the bag. This was undeniably high-quality fine grain. It couldn't even be purchased for 3 cents a pound. However, he still dipped his hand in, turning slightly to lift his mask and revealing his wide mouth, meticulously tasting a sample before nodding in approval. The flavor was exquisite. Casting a glance at the man before him, the scalper's thoughts raced. Someone willing to exchange grain for tickets must possess a considerable quantity. He contemplated whether to raise the price for more grain or perhaps keep a close watch on him, waiting for him to leave before orchestrating a scheme. After all, his ability to sell tickets in the pigeon market suggested he had connections. As long as he didn't act within the market, it wouldn't be deemed a breach of rules. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. This man's gaze was far too calm, fixated on him with an intensity that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Indeed, anyone bold enough to deal in such high-quality grain in the pigeon market or black market was no ordinary character. Perhaps he was part of a smuggling ring. Individuals who were not afraid to tread dangerous waters. Meeting the man's subtly knowing expression sent shivers down the scalper's spine. It was evident that the man could see right through his intentions. That's enough. This cornmeal is of excellent quality, the scalper said with an awkward smile, no longer daring to entertain further thoughts. Let us make the exchange then. Liang Zhenguo tossed the bag of cornmeal to him. The young man's expression shifted dramatically after tasting the cornmeal, clearly not having concealed anything good. However, before him, the young man's face was as open as if it bore no mask, and even if his expression had not changed, the frantic movement of his eyes revealed his ulterior motives. Indeed, in these times, those willing to engage in speculation were seldom honest individuals, except for him, of course. Unfortunately, it seemed the young man had ultimately given up. Should he dare to follow him, tonight could present an opportunity for a quick profit through illicit means. After the transaction was completed, the ticket scalper hurriedly departed. Liang Zhenguo had initially considered asking him to set aside tickets for a radio or sewing machine, but the scalper's unscrupulousness led him to decide that it was best to limit ties with such a character, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. Watching the figure of the scalper fade away, Liang Zhenguo approached an elderly farmer selling sacks, and, using 10 pounds of cornmeal, secured all the bags he had. In truth, even 5 pounds would have sufficed, and the old man would likely have agreed immediately, but understanding that the bags were crafted by the elderly couple to exchange for food, he generously offered 10 pounds. Carrying over 100 bags to a secluded corner, he stored them away before continuing his stroll. Comrade! Comrade! Just as Liang Zhenguo exited the narrow alley, an old man, his face covered but his gray hair visible, called out to him in a hushed voice. Liang Zhenguo recognized him. He had been observing from a distance when he purchased the bags. Old man, do you need something? Liang Zhenguo inquired, puzzled. Comrade, I just saw you exchanging grain for those bags, didn't I? Although I'm not sure where you're hiding all those bags, I'm concerned about something. The old man replied. Yes, Liang Zhenguo nodded, secretly admiring the old man's keen eyesight, able to discern grain even by moonlight. Do you have something to trade as well? He asked. Yes, but I too require grain, the old man responded, returning to his previous spot where a frail young man stood, cradling a large box. The old man carefully accepted the box, returning to Liang Zhenguo to place it down slowly, revealing its considerable weight. This is a fine item. I wonder if you would be interested in it. Oh, Liang Zhenguo's interest piqued, and instead of opening the box immediately, he observed the two. Their faces were gaunt, clearly indicating they had not eaten well for some time. However, this was of little consequence. There were many starving individuals. What truly caught his attention was the stark contrast in demeanor between this old man and the farmer who sold him the sacks. Was he witnessing a meeting of the remnants of a bygone era? If so, the box likely contained antiques. Liang Zhenguo refocused his gaze, intrigued, and extended his mental energy towards the box, discovering a celadon and white porcelain vase nestled inside. It is indeed exquisitely crafted. However, having only dealt with firearms previously, he was hardly an expert in antiques. He couldn't discern the authenticity of the item. Let us hope it's not a modern replica. But under the old man's watchful gaze, Liang Zhenguo calmly opened the box, inspecting it with keen interest before inquiring, "Old man, is this part of your collection? Please, do elaborate." The old man cast a lingering glance at the vase, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. "Indeed, it is a treasured piece from my collection. However, we are nearing starvation, and keeping it serves no purpose. I thought to exchange it for some food. After all, no treasure is worth more than one's life." After lamenting his plight, the old man gestured for the frail young man to bring the kerosene lamp closer before continuing. "This is a Southern Song Dynasty celadon and white porcelain plum vase. Take a good look. Its pale blue and white hues are elegant and lustrous as jade, making it a rare gem among celadon wares, not some worthless trinket." Liang Zhenguo nodded. Its appearance was indeed striking. Yet he remained uncertain if the old man was attempting to deceive him. "What do you intend to exchange for this celadon vase?" He was unsure of its authenticity, but if it were reasonably priced, he could consider acquiring it. After all, if he were to ever own a courtyard, having something to display would be nice. If it were genuine, it would be like finding a treasure. Reflecting on the young man's inquiry, the old man recalled that the farmer had received around 10 pounds of grain for the sacks, perhaps even 8 or 9 pounds at the very least. Surely, a piece he had cherished for so long could not be valued lower than a sack. Thus, the old man gritted his teeth and stated, "I'll need at least 20 pounds of grain, otherwise I won't sell." 20 pounds. That is quite a sum. It would suffice for numerous tickets. Should he buy it? Though he had no shortage of grain, he did not wish to be made a fool. While it was likely the old man was indeed a remnant of the past, even remnants could sell counterfeit goods. Contemplating this, Liang Zhenguo reached out to touch the celadon vase within the box. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the porcelain, his pupils dilated before quickly returning to their normal state. Yet internally, he was anything but calm. This item had caused a disturbance in his spatial realm. Although he had yet to ascertain the specific nature of the influence, it was clear that this so-called celadon vase was not the counterfeit he had feared. Even for research purposes, he was willing to purchase it. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the old man, who looked at him with hopeful anticipation and smiled slightly, nodding, "Very well. Thank you." The old man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his asking price would scare the young man off. Someone who could trade grain for burlap bags was undoubtedly not in want of food. After spending several days at the pigeon market, searching for the right person, he had found the only one who met his criteria. If he missed the chance to act, he would regret it immensely. "And your grain, comrade?" The old man glanced at Liang Zhenguo's sagging satchel, clearly doubting it contained the 20 pounds of grain he sought. "Please wait here for a moment," Liang Zhenguo instructed, turning back towards the secluded alley where he had previously concealed his sack. Ensuring that no one was watching, he retrieved approximately 20 pounds of cornmeal from his space. After a brief 3-minute wait, he emerged with the bag in hand. The elderly man had been intently gazing into the alley, and upon seeing Liang Zhenguo return so swiftly with the provisions, he speculated that there must be accomplices hidden within. After all, who would be audacious enough to stash grain in an unguarded alley, risking its loss without a soul to protect it? "Check it, it's no less than 20 pounds. Liang Zhenguo directly handed the sack of cornmeal to the old man. The elderly gentleman, slightly agitated, weighed the contents in his hands and confirmed it was sufficient. He then opened the bag and, before properly inspecting it, eagerly pinched a small amount to taste. "Is this fine grain?" The old man was momentarily taken aback. Quickly bringing the bag closer to the kerosene lamp, he realized, without a doubt, that it was indeed fine grain, and he had not made a mistake. However, he had initially expected coarse grain for the 20 pounds. The old man cast a guilty glance at Liang Zhenguo before securing the cornmeal safely. "Shall we finalize our transaction then?" he inquired. "Confirmed. Rest assured, I recognize it as fine grain, since it is your treasured possession. I deem it worthy of 20 pounds of fine grain," Liang Zhenguo replied with a hint of amusement. Worthy. Absolutely worthy. If it weren't for the dire state of my household, I would never part with it, the old man exclaimed joyfully. His delight stemmed from both the unexpected exchange of fine grain and the satisfaction of passing his cherished possession to someone who appreciated it. It felt like a fitting conclusion. Then my grandson and I shall take our leave, he said. Very well. Should you acquire more good items, genuine ones, do bring them to the pigeon market next time. If I come, I will seek you out at this very spot. Liang Zhenguo nodded, considering that if the old man had more treasures, he would indeed be interested, as he appeared to be a reliable individual. In these times, antiques were remarkably inexpensive. If he could indeed sell one, it would suffice for generations to come. All right then, the old man replied. Before departing, he added, you can call me Old Chow. If I have goods in the future, I will likely be around here. Understood. If you return, I will undoubtedly recognize you, Liang Zhenguo assured him. Once Old Chow and his grandson left, Liang Zhenguo hurried back into the alley, eagerly tossing the porcelain vase along with its box into the space, then closely observing the changes within. This Bagua farm space was his most crucial asset, and having discovered alterations for the first time tonight, he was determined not to overlook any detail. As the porcelain vase entered the space, he, as its master, sensed an invisible, unknown energy withdrawing from the vase and merging into the core of the Bagua formation. Liang Zhenguo eagerly scrutinized the boundaries of the space. But after a considerable wait, the 200 acres of land showed no signs of change. He continued to wait, yet there was still no transformation. Is it not meant for expansion? Or is the energy insufficient? He pondered. However, even if the energy were minimal, surely a 1 centimeter expansion should be feasible. With a puzzled expression, Liang Zhenguo withdrew his consciousness from the space. Before he could voice his frustrations, he felt the changes brought about by this unknown energy. When he first bound this space, a force had been subtly enhancing his physical constitution, and the fact that he now possessed a physique several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, far surpassing even that of his former self as a special forces soldier, was entirely due to this energy. Yet, after such an extensive period, that transformation had long since been completed. Now, he experienced that familiar sensation once more. His body was steadily growing stronger. Though faint, it was undeniably present. This meant that the unknown energy absorbed by the space was indeed utilized to strengthen his physique. Goodness, if this enhancement continues, won't I be able to defeat a child with a single punch? He marveled. This is truly incredible. Liang Zhenguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the space's area was already sufficient. If it could expand, that would be splendid, but he wouldn't push for it. After all, with harvests every 3 to 4 days yielding 40 to 50 tons of grain, it was more than adequate. The space had already satisfied his material needs. Yet, the sensation of physical enhancement was simply too delightful for him to resist. Thus, in comparison to expanding the space, what he truly desired was the fortification of his physique. Nothing was more significant than one's own strength. Chapter 141. A physique 44 times stronger than an ordinary person. Having savored the experience of his body's enhancement, Liang Zhenguo finally calmed his exhilaration. At that moment, he also realized another auxiliary effect of his overall enhanced physique. His mental detection range had increased slightly, expanding by approximately 2 meters. While not a substantial increase, it was nonetheless significant. With a 100-meter baseline, an additional 2 meters was considerable. Thus, this latest physical enhancement equated to about a 2% increase overall. Though 2% may seem trivial, understanding the source of this unknown energy could present future opportunities for further enhancement. He then noticed that the energy responsible for fortifying his physique appeared to be slightly less than what had previously been drawn from the porcelain vase. Consequently, he delved back into the space for another examination. After several minutes, he discovered that everything within the space, whether it was the original black soil, the grasslands, or the fish, shrimp, wild boars, and rabbits being raised, as well as the cultivated crops, had undergone no changes whatsoever in terms of growth rate or quality improvement. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense that the space had become more intimately connected to him. It seemed somewhat mystical, yet it was an undeniable sensation. While he could not comprehend the implications of this connection, it appeared harmless to him. Turning his gaze to the porcelain vase within the space, Liang Zhenguo focused his mind and summoned it into his hands. Under the influence of his mental power, the vase remained unchanged from before, except that it no longer served a purpose within the space. After studying it for a while, he was unable to decipher the origins of this unknown energy. Was it contained within certain antiques, or did all antiques possess such energy? If only genuine antiques held this energy, he could confidently procure them from others while simultaneously extracting energy to enhance his body. Truly a win-win situation. To validate his hypothesis, Liang Zhenguo resumed his search in the pigeon market, and soon encountered another elderly gentleman ready to part with an antique. This man possessed two items, a jade pendant and a small, chipped bowl. The jade pendant appeared exquisite, adorned with dragon motifs, and seemed quite valuable. Thus, Liang Zhenguo assumed that if either item were to be an antique, it would likely be the pendant. However, to his surprise, when he touched the jade pendant, it elicited no reaction whatsoever. Conversely, the chipped bowl caused the space to ripple once more. Unwilling to accept defeat, he touched it again, only to find the same result, compelling him to reluctantly acknowledge that perhaps he was not cut out for the antique trade. The fleeting regret that flickered in the old man's eyes when Liang Zhenguo declined to buy the jade pendant confirmed its lack of true value. Clearly, that wasn't genuine, he concluded. Thus, when he purchased the chipped bowl, he unabashedly belittled its worth, ultimately securing it for just 5 pounds of cornmeal. With the bowl in hand, Liang Zhenguo wasted no time returning to his previous location, where he immediately stored the chipped bowl in the space. After extracting energy from it, the previously faint enhancement intensified further, and his mental detection range expanded by an impressive 15 meters, indicating that the energy from the chipped bowl was indeed lesser than that from the porcelain vase. Liang Zhenguo stroked his chin in contemplation, having confirmed that his space had the remarkable ability to discern and absorb the enigmatic energies of antiques. The rarer the artifact, the more potent the energy, which in turn enhanced his physical constitution and expanded the range of his mental perception. While it was not as absurd as the novels he had read, wherein one could effortlessly encompass several kilometers, he believed that, with continued effort, such feats were not entirely out of reach. After careful consideration, he deduced that if that battered bowl were intact, it would possess an energy akin to that of a porcelain vase, implying that their qualities were comparable. Thus, if an antique of the same caliber as a Qingbei porcelain vase could augment his detection range by 2 meters, he would need to acquire 475 such artifacts to extend it to 1 kilometer. Absurd. Shaking his head, Liang Zhenguo acknowledged that, although collecting antiques was not akin to hoarding trash and offered multifaceted benefits, he certainly would not embark on a relentless quest for this purpose. He could not abandon his beautiful wife, Sister Qin, and his adorable younger sister to scavenge for these items, as it simply was not worth it. Enjoying life remained paramount. Moreover, the sample size for validation was too limited to assert anything with certainty. However, since old Chow had vouched for him, it indicated that he possessed valuable items. Thus, in future dealings, he could potentially validate his conclusions. Should his hypothesis prove correct, he might extend some benefits to old Chow and collaborate further to procure more antiques. As old Chow was well connected within that realm, offering a broader network than his own, the key advantage was that it would be worry-free and secure, minimally disrupting his lifestyle while simultaneously fortifying his physique and broadening his mental scope, thereby enhancing his safety. Perfect. With his plan solidified, Liang Zhenguo ventured out to the pigeon market once more, intent on acquiring every antique it had to offer that evening. Unfortunately, after thoroughly exploring the market, he managed to procure only 3 pieces. Although the number of antique vendors was scant, he encountered 7 or 8 individuals, but most were peddling fakes or items that did not meet his standards. Ultimately, he exchanged his finds for 3 genuinely valuable pieces, 1 ceramic artifact, a Tang Dynasty porcelain vase, and a jade ornament. The first 2 were slightly superior and inferior to his previous vase, collectively contributing approximately 4 units of energy. He established that 1 unit of energy could increase his detection range by 1 meter, accounting for the energy absorbed by his space itself. Surprisingly, the seemingly inconspicuous jade ornament contributed a staggering 3.5 units of energy. Thus, he amassed a total of 11 units of energy that night. His physique would likely be fully enhanced by the following morning, although the overall improvement was not monumental. He estimated his physical condition to be twice that of his peak state during his military service, roughly equivalent to 4 times that of an ordinary person. By the following day, once fully enhanced, he expected it to reach 44 times. Upon reflection, it indeed appeared to be a considerable enhancement. Remarkable. Initially, he had intended to scout for treasures at the pigeon market, but unexpectedly discovered another function of his space, which brought him immense delight. As he joyfully reflected on his evening's gains, Liang Zhenguo departed the market with purpose. Having been out for over an hour, he surmised that his little wife was still awake, as he knew her well. Upon returning to Courtyard 12, he retrieved 30 wild chicken eggs from his space, having left the remaining ones with his grandparents in Xiling Village, as his 2 younger sisters had not had any to eat for the past few days and needed replenishment. He also brought forth 2 live wild chickens and a mallard duck, as he had been yearning for chicken soup. Although he had domestic chickens in his space, they had only recently been stored, and he would have to wait a few days to consume them, not to mention reserving them for breeding. Therefore, wild chickens were his only option for soup. After quietly placing them in the kitchen, Liang Zhenguo knocked on the door to the main room. Zhenguo? As expected. The little lady had not yet fallen asleep. Upon hearing his return, she lit the kerosene lamp. It's me. Seeing Qin Wangqiao standing by the bed, Liang Zhenguo approached and playfully patted her pert backside, saying, Did I not tell you to sleep soundly? Why are you still waiting? Qin Wan smiled, hands behind her back to shield herself from his playful advances. I was worried since it was your first visit to the pigeon market. Liang Zhenguo shook his head in exasperation, pinching her nose before lifting her onto the bed. You needn't wait next time. Trust in your man's abilities. Now sleep. Oh, by the way, I encountered several vendors selling wild goods tonight. I exchanged for 2 live wild chickens and a mallard duck, along with some wild chicken eggs, which I placed in the kitchen. Really? I'll prepare them tomorrow. Qin Wangqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, let us make a chicken soup with one of them. Sure. Qin Wangqiao readily agreed. After conveying his instructions, Liang Zhenguo embraced his little wife and drifted off to sleep, as he had to go to work the next day. Chapter 142. Kind-hearted Deng Haihua. The following morning, Liang Zhenguo was awakened once again by the lively little girl, Xiao Yuer. This child went to bed early and rose with the dawn. As Qin Wangqiao began preparing breakfast, she and Xiao Yu got up, rushing into the main room to call for him without even washing their faces. Despite his late-night excursion to the pigeon market, Liang Zhenguo remained invigorated. Thanks to the energy extracted by his space, his body had absorbed it all, leaving him remarkably energetic. You little rascal, running in here without even tying up your hair. Liang Zhenguo donned his security uniform, then tousled Xiao Yuer's messy hair, lifting her out the door. Sister said to wash up first before tying it. Oh, so you haven't washed up yet? Look at that dirty little face, not cute at all. Humph, you're the one who has stinky. Xiao Yuer retorted, playfully twisting Liang Zhenguo's ear. All right. Xiao Yuer is fragrant and the cutest. Liang Zhenguo quickly begged for mercy, although the little girl wasn't applying much force. It was a habit he did not appreciate. He was unsure where she picked it up, as neither his little wife nor sister Qin had ever twisted his ear. When they were upset, they would tug at his waist instead. Xiao Yuer certainly had not learned it from her sister-in-law. Instead, she had witnessed her grandmother twisting her grandfather's ear in Xiling village, which had compelled him to behave. All right, you can't call me stinky. Sister said I'm the most beautiful and adorable. Although Xiao Yuer immediately forgave him, she still sternly warned him in a sweet voice. This little girl, despite her young age, was quite vain. Fine, I won't say anything further. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, nodding in agreement. Since there was still plenty of water in the household's water tank, he decided not to take Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu to the front yard, but instead washed up in the backyard. After freshening up, he realized he hadn't had breakfast yet, as Xiao Yuer had woken him up so early. However, he was not one to expect everything to be served to him. He and his little wife steamed a basket of buns and cooked 4 wild chicken eggs, filling their stomachs before heading off to work. Morning, brother Yu. Upon arriving at the office of their team, Yu Jinjun was already sipping tea. Good morning, Zhenguo. You're quite the little celebrity in our security department now. It's a pity I missed the chance to witness your marksmanship during the last transport. Yu Jinjun replied with a smile, followed by a hint of regret. Yesterday, Deng Haihua was idling at home and came to the factory, boasting about your shooting skills with such grandeur. The conversation stirred a sense of longing in those who had not attended, namely Yu Jinjun and Jean Dabo. Ah, what a celebrity. Liang Zhenguo waved his hand dismissively. I'm just an ordinary security guard. Yu Jinjun shook his head, and the two continued their idle chatter. It was only then that Liang Zhenguo realized that a kind-hearted comrade, Deng, had promoted his marksmanship in the security department the previous day. Tales of him effortlessly dispatching enemies with a mere flick of his wrist and single-handedly infiltrating a bandit stronghold, causing chaos among the foes, were more exaggerated than a storyteller's fables. Liang Zhenguo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This lad has a big mouth. How did he manage to spread such tales so widely? Moreover, what was the deal with him choosing to work during his holiday? Good morning, brother Liang. Deng Haihua cheerily entered the office. Liang Zhenguo rolled his eyes and replied somewhat brusquely, Comrade Deng Haihua, I have always been a rather low-key individual. Could you refrain from inflating my reputation in such a manner next time? He continued, and why aren't you at home, enjoying your holiday with your wife and relatives? Why the eagerness to work? This relentless hustle was placing immense pressure on him. Deng Haihua, initially embarrassed, chuckled before explaining. It's just that no one wanted to go hunting with me, and being at home was dreadfully dull. Besides, the factory provides lunch. Liang Zhenguo found himself momentarily speechless. The provision of meals was indeed a valid point, saving a meal at home. Thus, for the majority of the workers, holidays were not particularly cherished. Yet, Deng Haihua's family surely did not lack for the meal he would have had at home. It was likely just his boredom that drove him to boast at the factory. In a matter of minutes, the rest of Team 3 had gathered. Jean Dabo dashed to Liang Zhenguo's side, his comically large face brimming with anticipation. Brother Zhenguo, let us head to the shooting range later. I'd love for you and you good to demonstrate your marksmanship. Zhao Deshan approached with a cup of water, chuckling, before you arrived. Dabo's shooting skills were the best among us. He possesses quite the talent, just like you. Liang Zhenguo gazed at the rotund man in surprise. If Uncle Zhao, who had witnessed his shooting prowess, deemed Jean Dabo talented, then perhaps his skills were indeed commendable. As for himself, he was somewhat self-aware in his past life. He had a knack for marksmanship, but it was primarily through rigorous training and real combat that he had surpassed the average soldier. Now, with a bit of an advantage, extraordinary performance felt almost natural. Thus, dismissing his talent as merely decent, he confidently patted Jean Dabo's shoulder. Not a problem at all. We'll go during our break. Agreed. Deshan, gather the team for a brief meeting. As they chatted idly, Huang Fei knocked on the door and called out, let us head out. Liang Zhenguo followed his colleagues from Team 3 outside, where members of the other two teams had also emerged, many casting curious glances in his direction. It seemed Comrade Deng had indeed promoted him in Teams 1 and 2. Liang Zhenguo politely nodded to them, and they smiled in return. Most of the security department comprised retired soldiers, who traditionally held great respect for capable individuals. Although they were skeptical of Deng Haiwa's words from the previous day, one thing was certain. Liang Zhenguo, the young lad, was undoubtedly superior to Deng. Otherwise, that fellow wouldn't have been so lavish in his praise. Such individuals were rarely underestimated. The brief meeting Huang Fei mentioned was indeed brief, intended solely to commend the accomplishments of the security department from the previous week, with particular emphasis on Liang Zhenguo and several guards who had excelled in the apprehension operation. The meeting quickly adjourned, allowing the patrols to resume and others to enjoy tea. However, after the dispersal, Huang Fei summoned Liang Zhenguo to his office. Let us have a chat while we enjoy some tea, Huang Fei said, smiling as he prepared the brew. Liang Zhenguo, feeling quite at ease, took a seat. After all, there was little to attend to at the factory, and they were either meandering around or engaging in light-hearted conversation. It was a far cry from his first day, when they had been on high alert due to the enemy's activities. Have you managed to bring your family over? Huang Fei inquired. Yes. They arrived in the city last Sunday, Liang Zhenguo replied after taking a sip of tea. He had previously mentioned this to Huang Fei, making the inquiry quite natural. Director, after we apprehended the enemy agents last week, was there nothing further for us to do once we handed them over to the police? Huang Fei nodded, explaining. We merely assisted. The subsequent affairs fall under the police's jurisdiction. However, we do receive due credit for our contributions. Liang Zhenguo understood. The police certainly benefited from the arrangement. But given their distinct roles, they couldn't partake in the subsequent actions. Consequently, any accolades would naturally belong to the police. Yet, since their joint operation involved the Gilu police station, and Huang Fei and Grandpa's son were comrades, these matters were of little concern to them. Besides, the public was particularly invested in apprehending enemy agents, rendering accolades secondary. Many of the urban enemy agents were captured thanks to tips from local residents. Your contributions were significant. So I've applied for a salary increment to level 25, and the factory has already approved it. It will take effect next month. Oh, just like that rascal Deng. Huang Fei remarked with a smile. The lad had truly brought him much pride. Thus he had taken care of the salary matter directly. Additionally, here is a voucher for a sewing machine. Since you've just moved into the city, you likely haven't acquired one yet. Huang Fei produced a ticket from his drawer, evidently prepared in advance for him. Thank you, Director. I truly need this. Liang Zhenguo beamed as he tucked the sewing machine voucher into his pocket. It was precisely what he required. He planned to purchase the sewing machine at the earliest opportunity. As for his household, they were left with merely the final echo of the sewing machine's hum. Chapter 143, Earning some spending money. Liang Zhenguo wasn't overly concerned about his salary. After all, moving from level 30 to level 25 would only increase his monthly pay from 23 to 37. 5 yuan. A mere 14. 5 yuan difference. Relying solely on such a salary, he would need to work until he was in his 40s to become a wealthy individual. However, he was not particularly bothered by the low salary. It was the elevation and status that mattered. After all, he was now a minor celebrity in Yugu's eyes. Observing Liang Zhenguo joyfully stowing away the sewing machine voucher, Huang Fei shook his head in disbelief. It was amusing that a mere sewing machine voucher delighted him more than a salary increase. Yet, it was indeed not a significant raise. And moving from level 30 to 25 was relatively easy. One didn't need to achieve monumental feats to attain it. However, advancing from level 25 to level 22 posed greater challenges, as level 25 represented the salary for those who had completed vocational training, while level 22 was reserved for university graduates. Given Liang Zhenguo's brief tenure in the security department, less than 10 days, despite his significant contributions, he could not expect an immediate and substantial increase. He would have to endure a slight disadvantage. By the way, Director, what is the price per pound for wild boars at our factory? Liang Zhenguo suddenly inquired. His cash reserves were dwindling, and with the need to purchase a sewing machine and a flashlight, as well as potentially needing a radio in the future, the 500 yuan he had might not suffice. Even if it did, he would be left with little after making those purchases. As for the money he set aside for his wife, that was intended for her to buy small household items, so he needed to sell a wild boar to earn some extra funds. Moreover, the culinary offerings at the factory are woefully inadequate. If one desires a more palatable meal at noon, they must take matters into their own hands to ensure sustenance. In doing so, one might also earn a little extra, achieving a dual purpose. Do you have a wild boar to sell? Huang Fei inquired, his eyes glimmering with interest. Indeed, a friend who hunted yesterday mentioned he has a wild boar. I'm checking the price, and if it's reasonable, I'll assist in bringing it to our factory for sale. It must be our factory, Huang Fei asserted without hesitation. The current price here is 2 yuan per jean, which is on par with the state-run restaurants. With no reluctance, Huang Fei took the initiative. It would be absurd to let the wild boar slip away when it's practically at our doorstep, right? 2 yuan is certainly acceptable. Shall I fetch the wild boar for our factory? Naturally, Liang Zhenguo consented to this price. All right, there's not much going on in our department at the moment. Do you need any assistance? No, I can manage on my own, Liang Zhenguo declined. He knew he couldn't allow anyone to accompany him, or it would complicate the retrieval of the wild boar. Very well, off you go. Huang Fei had intended to continue his conversation with Liang Zhenguo, but he feared that if he delayed, the wild boar might be sold elsewhere. Watching Liang Zhenguo's retreating figure, Huang Fei felt quite pleased and mused. Shouldn't the procurement department consider issuing him and me another paycheck? After all, this month, Liang Zhenguo has contributed more meat to the factory than all the procurement staff combined. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to receive an additional salary, especially since as the head of the security department, he has been so actively concerned about the procurement tasks. Upon returning to the office, the rest of the team from the third squad was present. The most familiar and boisterous among them, Deng Haihua, immediately expressed his curiosity. Brother Liang, what did our department head want with you? Did he offer any rewards? Naturally, there are rewards, Liang Zhenguo replied, grinning at Comrade Deng. My current salary grade is now 25, just like yours. As for other rewards, the factory also issued a sewing machine ticket. Zhao Deshun and Deng Haihua nodded in understanding. The department head had mentioned last week that a promotion was anticipated. Although Liang Zhenguo had only been a security guard for less than 10 days, his salary had already matched Deng Haihua's, but none of them objected, particularly those who had undertaken tasks with him, as Liang Zhenguo had once resolved a crisis for them. However, they felt a twinge of envy regarding the sewing machine ticket, as several of them lacked a sewing machine at home. Yet, they soon looked on with confusion as Liang Zhenguo approached his workspace, slinging his satchel over his shoulder, exuding the demeanor of someone about to leave work. Isn't it just the start of the shift? Has the department head given you another day off? Zhao Deshun queried directly. Yes, Uncle Zhao. I'm off to improve your culinary options, Liang Zhenguo replied with a smile, adding, a friend of mine hunted a wild boar yesterday, and I'm going to help him bring it to our factory for sale. A wild boar. Excellent. From now on, whenever your friend catches something, have him sell it to our factory. They encouraged. Exactly. Regardless of where it's sold, let your friend look out for us. They knew they had to rely on Liang Zhenguo for meat. After all, much of the meat they had consumed earlier in the month had also been brought in by him. Hearing that he was going to fetch the wild boar, the members of the third squad chimed in. Last week, we went an entire week without any meat. We've been craving it. Moreover, since the factory bought meat without them spending a dime, it made sense that a hearty meal would bolster their energy for work, right? All right. I'll inform them in advance. From now on, any game caught will be sold to our factory. Liang Zhenguo affirmed repeatedly. Brother Liang, do you want me to help you? Deng Haihua offered eagerly. I already told the department head that I could manage alone. After all, it's just one boar. Wait for the good news, Liang Zhenguo said, waving his hand as he left the steel mill on his bicycle. The conversation was becoming tedious, and he feared that Comrade Deng might insist on accompanying him. The performance must be convincing. Fetching the wild boar would indeed require time. Thus, once Liang Zhenguo exited the steel mill, he took on other matters. Having secured 2 flashlight tickets the previous night, he immediately proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 Tiger brand flashlights, which were quite costly, costing him a total of 116 yuan. He also bought a few batteries, as the number 1 and 2 batteries of this era were remarkably durable, and he didn't need to stock up excessively. As for the sewing machine ticket he had just acquired, he planned to return after work to the supply and marketing cooperative near Dongbejiao to make that purchase. Given its substantial size, which would necessitate a vehicle for transport. After purchasing the flashlights, Liang Zhenguo pondered that a wild boar weighing over 200 jin would fetch around 400 to 500 yuan. Therefore, he might as well take one each to the state-run restaurant and the canned goods factory, maximizing his earnings and alleviating his concerns. Besides, both Aunt Lu and Director Lin were quite amiable, and it was time to deliver goods to them again. He also wanted to inquire with Aunt Lu about the possibility of the state-run restaurant hiring more waitstaff, if there were opportunities. He would see if he could secure a position. Without further ado, Liang Zhenguo hopped on his bicycle and headed towards the state-run restaurant. As he approached, he skillfully maneuvered through a nearby alley, emerging with a wild boar already secured to the back of his bike. Aunt Lu, I have goods for you. He called out loudly as he entered the empty restaurant. Who is it? Aunt Lu's resonant voice responded from within. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, her face broke into a smile. Ah, it's you, Zhenguo. Come in, come in. As she witnessed him lowering the burlap sack, Aunt Lu's smile widened further, and she hurried to assist. So, this is what you meant by delivery. Upon feeling the boar's head through the sack, her delight grew, especially since this wild boar was larger than any she had previously received. Chapter 144, The Waitstaff Employment Quota. Aunt Lu promptly summoned Manager Lu, directing both him and Liang Zhenguo to weigh the wild boar. The wild boar Liang Zhenguo sold was the last one he had obtained from his space. As for the domesticated boars, their numbers had increased from 11 to 17, with 6 consisting of piglets born from 2 sows, and the previous 3 piglets had all matured. 244 jin, Zhenguo, the price remains at 2 yuan. Is that acceptable? Of course, that's perfectly fine. However, could I trouble the chef to prepare a dish of 4 happiness meatballs? I'd like to take some back for my sister to try, Liang Zhenguo added. You can collect the payment from Aunt Lu. That's no problem, Zhenguo. Just in time. That's Chef Tan's specialty. Aunt Lu readily agreed. That would be splendid. Here you go. This is 488 yuan. Please take it, Manager Lu said, emerging from the office with cash in hand. Although he had just been directed by Aunt Lu to assist, his smile had not faltered. With meat available, customers were sure to flock to the restaurant. Fantastic! Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, surprised by Manager Lu's promptness in settling the transaction. Once everything was finalized, Aunt Lu beamed at Liang Zhenguo and inquired, Zhenguo, have you found work? Given the numerous patrons frequenting the state-run restaurant, Aunt Lu naturally recognized his security uniform. I am now with the security department at the steel mill. Previously, the head, Huang Fei, was my superior, Liang Zhenguo responded, then leaned in closer to Aunt Lu and Manager Lu, saying, actually, I'm here to assist a friend in selling wild boars. They managed to catch 2, and I'm bringing one to our factory to sell at the same price of 2 yuan per jin. However, since our dealings have always been pleasant, and you've been so kind to me, I decided to sell this one to you. If our department head dines here, please don't mention that I sold this wild boar to you. Rest assured, we'll keep your secret, Manager Lu chuckled, readily agreeing to the request. However, I am quite familiar with your department head. He knows, and it doesn't matter, as long as you haven't completely forgotten your factory, he won't say anything against you. Huang Fei and Sun Jinwen frequently dine at this state-run restaurant, and over time, he has developed a good friendship with the 2 of them, particularly with Huang Fei. If Zhenguo dares to speak ill of you, the next time he comes for a meal, I shall reduce the portion of the dishes they order by half, exclaimed Aunt Lu with a commanding tone, then added with a smile, furthermore, Zhenguo, if you wish to enjoy any dish in our restaurant, feel free to come by. I will have Master Tan prepare it for you free of charge. Of course, you'll need to bring your own ingredients. For even the most skilled chef cannot create a meal without the necessary provisions. Today, Liang Zhenguo's actions and words have greatly enhanced her impression of him. Such a fine young man should not be bullied by Huang Fei. Thank you very much, Aunt Lu. Liang Zhenguo expressed his gratitude immediately. Now, let me call someone to prepare for the pig slaughter. You and Uncle Lu can go to the office for tea and conversation. Once the 4 happiness meatballs are ready, I will come to fetch you, Aunt Lu said, patting his shoulder with a hint of familiarity. All right, Zhenguo replied. Let's head to the office, Zhenguo. Manager Lu chimed in appropriately. Once they settled in the office with tea, Manager Lu curiously inquired, Zhenguo, how did you manage to get into the steel mill? He remembered that when Liang Zhenguo first came to sell wild boars, he was not acquainted with Huang Fei, hardly exchanging a few words. Yet now he was part of Huang Fei's security department, which was indeed unexpected. It was introduced by Director Sun. Liang Zhenguo briefly explained the matter regarding work quotas. Since they were already acquainted, there was no need to fabricate other reasons. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu looked at the young man before him with newfound respect. He recalled that last time, Zhenguo seemed unfamiliar with Sun Jianwen, yet this time he directly referred to him as Uncle Sun, indicating their improved relationship. The fact that Sun Jianwen requested Huang Fei to reserve a work quota for him also spoke volumes. Sun Jianwen was a particularly upright officer. For him to assist Zhenguo, he had to be someone he recognized and trusted. This revealed a certain social acumen as well. Moreover, this young man possesses extensive connections. To exchange 1,000 pounds of meat for a work quota, and to have accomplished it in such a short period, implies he must know several formidable hunters, with whom he has established solid relationships built on trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure a quota at the steel mill. For instance, entrusting him entirely with selling wild boars indicates a profound level of trust. Such capable individuals are certainly worth cultivating a good relationship with. Just like his elder sister, with whom he has a good rapport. When wild boars come into play, she thinks of their restaurant. Indeed, an elder sister is still an elder sister. Unbeknownst to Liang Zhenguo, Manager Lu was lost in his own thoughts, while the affable Mediterranean gentleman before him continued to exude warmth. After chatting for a while, Liang Zhenguo remembered his most pressing purpose for the day. Manager Lu, are there plans to hire another waiter at your restaurant in the near future? I've noticed that some state-run restaurants have 2 or 3 waiters. Manager Lu regarded Liang Zhenguo thoughtfully and nodded, yes, within the next 2 months. They indeed had an opening for a waiter, but due to a lull in customer traffic recently, they had not considered hiring anyone. Lu manager's remark about hiring in the next 2 months was clearly a recognition of Liang Zhenguo's interest in the quota. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked that question. Liang Zhenguo's heart soared with joy. He hadn't expected there to be an opening after all. He decided to be straightforward. Manager Lu, to be honest, I am very interested in that quota. If a person has not been determined yet, could you possibly sell the quota to me? Of course. If it has already been set, then that is understandable. Based on Aunt Lu's and Manager Lu's interactions, along with their shared surname and somewhat similar appearance, he had yet to inquire but could surmise they were siblings. Thus, it was quite possible the quota would be reserved for their family. However, they might also be willing to sell the quota. Manager Lu smiled slightly, finding the young man refreshingly direct. Without beating around the bush, he nodded and said, certainly. I will reserve the quota for you, as long as you bring 2 wild boars of similar size to what you brought today within the next 2 months. This quota was not earmarked for anyone in particular. Since they wished to develop a good relationship with Liang Zhenguo, they decided to sell it to him directly. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned not hiring anyone. Absolutely. I am truly grateful, Manager Lu. Liang Zhenguo exclaimed, his spirits lifted, genuinely thanking Manager Lu. He thought to himself, whether or not one has jujubes, one must swing the bat. He never anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. Of course, he understood that Manager Lu was deliberately cultivating a rapport with him. Otherwise, the quota had numerous candidates. After all, even if it were not for their family, there were several good neighbors who could be called upon for favors. Moreover, the price of 2 wild boars was quite reasonable. Thus, he promised, Manager Lu, in the future, if my friends have any game, I will certainly not forget your restaurant. Haha, Zhenguo, I want to be polite with you. Every restaurant is in need of meat these days, Manager Lu replied, beaming with a smile. Although it was merely a promise, he believed Liang Zhenguo would uphold it. After all, previously, just because his elder sister had a good relationship with him, he hadn't forgotten their restaurant. This time, with an additional favor in play, he would surely be even more conscientious. Manager Lu was confident in his ability to assess character. Chapter 145, continuing to sell wild boars for profit. After finalizing the work quota, Liang Zhenguo and Manager Lu enjoyed a delightful conversation, and now he found Manager Lu's Mediterranean hairstyle particularly pleasing. This naturally classic hairstyle radiated simplicity and elegance. The unique silhouette atop his head resembled an expansive ocean, evoking thoughts and imaginings. Zhenguo, the 4 happiness meatballs are ready. Aunt Lu's sudden voice interrupted Liang Zhenguo's admiration for Manager Lu. Following this, Aunt Lu entered with the lunchbox he had provided. Inside the box were 4 enticingly colored large meatballs, precisely the 4 happiness meatballs he had requested. Thank you, Aunt Lu, Liang Zhenguo expressed politely. The sight of those meatballs was mouth-watering. It seemed he should prearrange a dish with Master Tan whenever he brought game to their restaurant in the future. You are far too courteous. This is not our first encounter. In the future, feel free to bring anything you wish to eat. Master Tan will surely assist you whenever he isn't busy. Liang Zhenguo accepted the lunchbox, saying, all right then, I apologize for the trouble. Being polite is only natural. Aunt Lu, how much do these meatballs cost? This time, I want to charge you. We can settle it next time. Aunt Lu replied with a smile, shaking her head. Liang Zhenguo saw that she was not merely pretending to be polite, so he did not refuse. Thus, he decided to be gracious this time. He intended to sell more wild boars to them in return. Manager Lu, Aunt Lu, I will take my leave now. I still need to head to another location to collect that wild boar from the factory. Until next time, rest assured I will reserve the quota for you. Whenever you have time, do come by to eat at Aunt Lu's, Aunt Lu said as she chatted while seeing him to the door. After Liang Zhenguo rode off, Aunt Lu returned to the office. De Zhuang, did you just say you gave that quota to Zhenguo? Manager Lu replied, yes. He is exchanging it for 2 wild boars. Aunt Lu nodded, that sounds reasonable. Besides, we currently have no use for that quota. Selling it to Zhenguo is fine. I find that lad quite likable. A few neighbors had inquired about the work quota, but fortunately, I did not agree. Otherwise, it would have been difficult now. It is indeed more advantageous to sell to Liang Zhenguo at this juncture. Firstly, with the presence of wild boars, the business at the restaurant will flourish even further. Although the restaurant is state-owned, it significantly benefits manager Lu, who, as the eldest sister, naturally welcomes this development. Secondly, it alleviates the burden of indecision regarding whom to allocate the recruitment quota for the sale. It remains a mystery who initially let the cat out of the bag. Now, however, a legitimate reason exists to decline. If they had someone willing to supply the restaurant with 2 wild boars, the quota would have already been theirs. As Liang Zhenguo pedaled onward to the canning factory, he neatly stored the 4 happy meatballs and the 488 yuan earned from the sale of the wild boar in his bag. Upon nearing the factory, he released the wild boar. Currently, he possesses 11 large wild boars, of which 2 are sows that he intends to keep. The remaining 9, with 3 or 4 reserved for breeding, can be sold without any pressure. The remaining wild boars are sufficient for him to exchange for quotas, and in a few days, the 6 young boars will have grown as well. It is unfortunate that among the 6, only 1 is a sow. Otherwise, his breeding stock would expand at a faster rate. Upon arriving at the canning factory, Liang Zhenguo noticed that the guard at the entrance was not the previous comrade Zhao Yuki, but a new security officer. Upon seeing Liang Zhenguo, who was also clad in a security uniform, the officer promptly approached and inquired, "Comrade, which factory are you from? Do you have business at the canning factory?" Liang Zhenguo glanced at his own attire and realized he had somewhat miscalculated. Selling wild boars to a state-run restaurant was manageable since Section Chief Huang was already familiar with him. This was not a significant issue, and he had even sold them his work quota, leaving no room for complaints. However, the canning factory presented a more complex situation. The notion of a guard from the steel mill selling wild boars at the canning factory could lead to quite an embarrassing scenario. Perhaps Section Chief Huang would not raise any objections, but it was uncertain whether other leaders at the factory would feel the same. After all, he was relying on his position at the steel mill. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, he thought, what does it matter? The wild boars are mine. Regardless of whom I sell them to, I must adhere to others' wishes. Thus, I might as well return to Xiling village. Moreover, he was not withholding from the steel mill. His decision to sell to the canning factory was not solely for monetary gain. It was also a gesture of goodwill towards old man Lin. If it were merely about the money, he would have undoubtedly sold to the steel mill, where the price was higher. Regarding the guard's inquiry, Liang Zhenguo chose to sidestep the question, instead offering him a cigarette with a slight smile, saying, "I am here to deliver wild boars to old man Lin." "Your logistics director, delivering wild boars?" The officer accepted the cigarette, placing it in his breast pocket, and looked at Liang Zhenguo with a mix of surprise and intrigue. "Comrade, let me assist you." Although he found the situation somewhat odd, he quickly opened the door for Liang Zhenguo. How could he refuse someone bringing wild boars to the factory? That would be foolish. As they pushed the wild boars into the canning factory, Director Lin soon arrived upon hearing the commotion. "Zhenguo," Lin Director exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Liang Zhenguo's security uniform, though it was clear that this was not the time for inquiries. After weighing the wild boars, the two proceeded to the office. "Zhenguo, have you become a security officer?" Lin Director asked as they entered. Liang Zhenguo saw no reason to hide the truth, responding, "Yes. Old man Lin, I just joined the security department at the steel mill last week." "Well done," Lin Director remarked. "The steel mill is considerably larger than our canning factory, and the benefits are much better. Most importantly, you now have a formal job." Lin Director expressed his satisfaction. In fact, if Liang Zhenguo were to consistently supply the factory with meat, Lin Director would request a procurement position for him, as it would demonstrate his capabilities, and the factory would be more than willing to bind him to them with such a position. However, he never anticipated that Liang Zhenguo would secure a job so swiftly. Lin Director then glanced outside, puzzled, and asked, "So, what brings you here?" Liang Zhenguo, understanding the inquiry, smiled and explained, "Yesterday, a friend of mine hunted a wild boar, so I came to retrieve it for our factory. Initially, it was supposed to be one, but upon arrival, another was brought along. So I decided to share one with you, old man Lin, given our friendship." Lin Director had significantly aided him in the past. Without his assistance, Liang Zhenguo would have been unable to utilize his funds effectively. Additionally, it was Lin Director who had facilitated his initial exchange of flour with the canning factory. Though it was a transaction, if Lin Director had not been attentive, it would have been futile, and thus, Liang Zhenguo always remembered this kindness. Hearing this, Lin Director smiled with satisfaction but still expressed a hint of concern, asking, "Will this have any repercussions for you?" Liang Zhenguo shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "What repercussions could there be? I am a security officer, not a procurement officer, and I am not obligated to perform procurement duties. Besides, the wild boar from the factory is one I voluntarily brought in, and it is even larger than this one. They should be grateful to me, if anything." While that reasoning held merit, it was best to keep such matters discreet. It's advisable that others remain unaware. It could negatively impact you, Lin Director cautioned. Shaking his head, he then patted Liang Zhenguo on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Let us skip the pleasantries today. Besides cash, is there anything else you wish to exchange?" Liang Zhenguo rubbed his hands together playfully, replying, "Naturally, the canning factory aims to trade for canned goods. My sister has already consumed all of the previous supplies. The last 2 exchanges yielded only 5 jars, and we have long run out. In this era, canned goods are both healthy and delicious, so I certainly wish to acquire a larger quantity this time." After conversing with Lin Director for half an hour at the canning factory, Liang Zhenguo departed with 504 yuan in hand, along with 10 jars of fruit preserves and 2 jars of beef stew. The beef stew, in particular, was considerably more expensive than the fruit preserves. Nowadays, beef stew not only contained meat but also various vegetables, making it a delectable dish when served. Out of gratitude towards Liang Zhenguo, Lin Director generously gifted him 2 jars for him to take home and enjoy. Upon leaving the canning factory, Liang Zhenguo checked the time and realized that only a little over an hour had passed since departing from the steel mill. It was still early. Thus, he continued to ride through the streets, eventually spotting the Xinhua bookstore at Wangfujing. With nothing pressing to do, he decided to enter and browse. Inside, the bookstore was brimming with a plethora of titles, spanning subjects from astronomy and geography to biographies, lengthy novels, the 4 great classical novels, and even illustrated children's books. He paused at a shelf filled with illustrated stories, curiously flipping through a book titled The Achievements of the People's Police, finding it quite engaging. It seemed a pleasant way to pass the time, and these illustrated books from this era might hold considerable value in the future, if preserved well. They could fetch tens of thousands. Some rare editions could be worth even more, as he had heard from some elders. Regardless of future value, his interest piqued. He began selecting books from the shelf, knowing that Xiao Yu, at her age, would surely enjoy them. He examined each book, reading a few pages, and if it appealed to him, he added it to his growing stack. Titles like The Great Cover Mountain, Railway Gorillas, The Transformation of the Mountain Village, The Feather Duster Letter, The Young Hero of the Lotus Marsh, and Two Little Eighth Root Armies soon accumulated to over 40 books. Nearby young patrons stared in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. Noticing their gaze, Liang Zhenguo chose to ignore them and moved to the shelf of lengthy novels. He understood that his young wife had received an education, recognized most characters, and likely enjoyed reading, as she had brought a book as part of her dowry. Thus, Liang Zhenguo selected 3 lengthy novels for her, namely New Heroes and Heroines, The Heroes of Luoyang, and The Story of the Iron Barrel, along with a complete set of the 4 great classical novels. He intended to purchase these first, and if she had any preferred genres, he would bring her back to choose more next time. After making his selections, Liang Zhenguo turned around and noticed a woman in her 40s furrowing her brows and glaring in his direction. "Comrade, why are you causing a ruckus here?" he thought. Looking around, he realized the woman was indeed addressing him. "Sister, I'm not causing any trouble." The term sister softened much of the woman's ire. Although his handsome face was quite endearing, she still made an effort to maintain a stern expression, pointing at the pile of books he had chosen and remarking, "If you're not causing trouble, then why are you haphazardly placing books about? Sister, I assure you, these books are what I wish to purchase. All of them." The sheer volume of books made the woman skeptical. In these times, anything related to paper was not inexpensive. Purchasing 40 to 50 books would likely cost her at least 2 months' salary. Moreover, who in their right mind would buy so many books at once? "Sister, I truly intend to buy them. I have several younger sisters at home, and a wife. I want to bring these back for them." Once she was convinced he wasn't causing trouble, Liang Zhenguo repeatedly addressed her as sister, which brought a smile to her face. "You're spending so much money on these books. Won't your wife be furious?" She joked. "My wife is quite gentle, and our relationship is particularly harmonious. She wouldn't dream of being upset." Liang Zhenguo flashed her a grin, and amidst her speechlessness, he inquired, "Sister, do you have any dictionaries?" "Yes. But are you sure you want one for 15 yuan? "Yes. It is indeed a bit pricey, but it remains necessary." My young wife can look up unfamiliar words in it. And besides, my little you will be heading to school next year. Though she won't teach much yet. It's better to be prepared. Very well, I'll fetch one for you. In the meantime, please move these books to the checkout. All right, thank you, sister. Ultimately, at the checkout, he spent over 60 yuan. Translated into pork, that would amount to several dozen pounds. He meticulously packed the children's books into a bag, while the cashier watched him with an incredulous expression. Aside from the Xinhua dictionary, everything else was merely leisure reading. She was unsure whether to commend his love for reading. Upon exiting the bookstore, he navigated through the bustling street for about 7 or 8 minutes until he arrived at a dead-end alley, where he stored his newly acquired books in a spatial compartment. Having spent considerable time selecting books, he realized it was nearly time to return to the factory. Just as he contemplated this, he unexpectedly spotted Tongrentang ahead. This pharmacy had been in operation for nearly 300 years and was renowned throughout the city. Remembering the deer whip and deer antler in his spatial compartment, which were excellent for making medicinal wine, he knew that concocting such a brew required specific knowledge of herbal combinations, of which he was utterly ignorant. Now that he was at Tongrentang, he felt compelled to consult their seasoned traditional medicine practitioner. Whether the practitioner would be willing to share his knowledge depended on how he approached the situation. After some reflection, Liang Zhenguo retrieved a deer whip and deer antler from his space, wrapped them in cloth, and then parked his bike to enter Tongrentang. Upon reaching the counter, which resembled a pawn shop's, albeit much taller than contemporary counters, he observed 2 individuals, one male and one female, both engrossed in their tasks with their backs to him. Liang Zhenguo tapped the counter, and when they finally turned to face him, he unveiled the wrapped deer whip and antler, inquiring, "Hello, do you buy medicinal materials?" "Hello. We don't accept ordinary items." Upon hearing that he was there to sell medicinal materials, the man immediately scoffed and returned to his work without uttering another word. While the woman, approximately 30 years old, responded, "We do accept deer antlers." Liang Zhenguo glanced at the woman, hesitated for a moment, and then added, "And this deer whip. Look at its length." He proceeded to unwrap the cloth, revealing the fresh items, which caused the woman to blush slightly. Meanwhile, the man, who had been working, stood up, glaring at Liang Zhenguo. Noticing that his uniform was not from the police force, he erupted with curses. "You bastard, come here to spout nonsense. Do you want a beating? How is the deer whip nonsense?" Liang Zhenguo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden outburst, and his expression turned icy. The woman quickly tugged at the man. "What are you doing? This person genuinely has a deer whip." Upon hearing this, the man looked at the counter and saw the long deer whip and antler, his anger momentarily dissipating. However, he still shot a disdainful glance at Liang Zhenguo, attempting to return to his work. Yet, Liang Zhenguo, feeling unjustly insulted, swiftly grasped the man's collar, yanking him closer. "Did you eat breakfast in a cesspool? You start with filth." Enraged by the unwarranted insult, Liang Zhenguo, disregarding the deer whip wine recipe, slapped him across the face. How is mentioning a deer whip in any way vulgar? This is utterly nonsensical. And what else with that sour face? Do I owe you money? Damn, comrade. I apologize on his behalf. The woman urgently pulled at Liang Zhenguo. He shot her a glance. She had initially been quite amiable, but now that his anger was spent, he released the man. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion outside? At that moment, the door of an office nearby swung open, and out stepped an elderly man accompanied by a middle-aged man. The elder, despite his years, walked with remarkable vigor, indicating his robust health. However, Liang Zhenguo was somewhat surprised to see the middle-aged man. It was none other than Tang Qingshan. What a fortuitous encounter. Just yesterday, he had been discussing him with Grandpa Sunday. Upon seeing the elderly man emerge, the man immediately wore a woeful expression and pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Zhenguo, exclaiming, "Li Lao, this brat came into our shop and started hitting people. He is simply lawless." Tang Qingshan, recognizing Liang Zhenguo as the instigator of the disturbance, was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Liang Zhenguo was not one to bully the weak or cause unnecessary trouble. "Grandpa Tang, you're here too." Liang Zhenguo merely cast a cursory glance at the man's accusations, then greeted Tang Qingshan. Although he was aware of Tang Qingshan's status as the deputy chief of the police bureau, he felt no need to be overly deferential. "What are you doing here?" Tang Qingshan, undeterred by the man's one-sided claims, gestured for Liang Zhenguo to come closer. "Are you here to buy medicine? And why does this comrade claim you assaulted him?" The man, realizing Liang Zhenguo was acquainted with Tang Qingshan, felt a rush of panic. Though he was unaware of the middle-aged man's status, the respect shown by the elderly man indicated that Liang Zhenguo was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, he recalled the visitor from the morning who had arrived in a car. Li Lao cast a puzzled glance at Liang Zhenguo as he approached. Liang Zhenguo politely nodded at him before addressing Tang Qingshan, saying, I have come to sell some medicinal herbs and, in passing, to inquire with the local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner about the preparation of deer antler wine. Naturally, I also purchased some complimentary herbs from the store. After stating his purpose for visiting, he turned to the man whose expression was rather awkward and added, as for him, I came here to sell herbs, and he completely disregarded me. Not only that, he even hurled nonsensical insults at my family. Old sir, do you think I should give him a good thrashing? He is tarnishing the reputation of your store. If you don't believe me, you can ask that lady over there. Liang Zhenguo gestured towards the man's wife. Xiaoying, is what he said true? Li Lao immediately turned to the woman. Upon hearing this, she glanced at Li Lao and then at her husband, lowering her head in silence. However, her demeanor made it abundantly clear to any discerning observer that Liang Zhenguo was not lying. Li Lao's expression darkened as he scolded the man. You deserve to be beaten. How dare you come to me with complaints? Not everyone will tolerate your foul mouth. If you dare to clash with customers again, I suggest you go home and reflect on your actions. Now apologize to this young comrade and return to your duties. While he scolded the man, Li Lao recognized him as a semi-apprentice and valued their relationship, so he sought to resolve the matter amicably. Tang Qingshan observed quietly from the side, showing no interest in this trivial affair. After all, Li Lao was the owner of the establishment. He was merely here at the recommendation of a friend to seek Li Lao's expertise in herbal remedies for his health. The resolution was left entirely to Li Lao. Young comrade, what do you think? Liang Zhenguo had already vented his anger and received an apology, so he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, verbal insults could not be reported to the authorities, and thus, settling it this way was the only option. The man then sincerely apologized to Liang Zhenguo, who merely nodded, uninterested in engaging further with such a person. With the issue resolved, Li Lao smiled and inquired, Young comrade, what herbs are you looking to sell? Let me take a look. I appreciate your assistance, old sir, Liang Zhenguo replied as he returned to the counter to retrieve his deer antlers and deer velvet. This is freshly killed and not yet properly processed, Li Lao remarked, glancing at the long antler with a touch of disbelief. Liang Zhenguo chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I was worried I might mishandle it and affect its medicinal properties. Indeed, that is a valid concern, Li Lao agreed. Both deer antlers and deer velvet are highly precious medicinal materials. We can accept them, but since they are not properly processed, the price will undoubtedly be lower. That is quite acceptable, old sir. In truth, the price is not my primary concern. I came to the pharmacy to understand what herbs are needed for preparing deer antler wine, tiger bone wine, and tiger whip wine, as well as any precautions I should take. I wonder if you could enlighten me? Despite having just had a confrontation with the staff, Liang Zhenguo could not help but boldly ask the venerable old doctor, who clearly possessed a wealth of knowledge. The medicinal wines you mentioned all possess the virtues of nourishing the kidneys, enhancing vitality, strengthening tendons and bones, and replenishing qi and blood. Li Lao observed Liang Zhenguo closely before stating, your spirit is vibrant, and your qi and blood are robust. There is no need for supplementation. Liang Zhenguo felt a bit embarrassed, knowing full well his own physical condition. He certainly did not require any enhancement for his vitality, and as for his kidneys, his young wife and sister Qin were well aware that he was quite sufficient in that regard. You, young man, display great filial piety, Li Lao nodded in appreciation, finding Liang Zhenguo increasingly likable. As an elderly man, he held a fondness for respectful and dutiful younger generations. Regarding the medicinal wines, he had some exclusive formulas that were not the run-of-the-mill concoctions found in ordinary pharmacies. If it were an average person, he would have outright refused or merely offered some basic formulas. However, given that the young man before him was acquainted with Director Tang, Li Lao decided to extend him some courtesy. I can write out the formulas for these medicinal wines for you in exchange for the herbs you have. However, these formulas are not to be disseminated indiscriminately. They are my family's heritage and cannot be used for profit in the future. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Li Lao. Liang Zhenguo responded without hesitation. Trading 1 deer antler and 100 grams of deer velvet for an old doctor's family recipe was certainly worthwhile. Once Liang Zhenguo agreed, Li Lao efficiently instructed them to continue their conversation while he took the deer antler and velvet to have the previously rude man process them, and then proceeded to write the formulas. Afterward, he would need to continue examining Tang Qingshan's health. Tang, are you feeling unwell? Reflecting on yesterday's speculation from elder son, Liang Zhenguo was tempted to ask Tang Qingshan if he was considering adopting his 2 precious younger sisters as goddaughters. But he did not know how to broach the subject, so he shifted to inquiring about his health instead. It's an old ailment from my youth during the war. I came to have Li Lao help me with it, Tang Qingshan replied candidly. Liang Zhenguo felt a surge of respect at this revelation. The peace they enjoyed today was hard-won through countless bloody battles. By the way, Zhenguo, you should be free this Sunday, right? I have no plans, he replied. as he had no intention of returning to the village that week. That is excellent. If it's convenient for you, this week, Aunt Lin and I plan to visit your home. She has been quite bored in the city and wants to see your sister since she learned you brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Er into town last week. Tang Qingshan continued. Visit? To see my sisters? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhenguo immediately suspected elder son had been right. After all, why would a deputy director like him come to visit a mere guard? Despite calling Tang Qingshan uncle, their relationship was evidently not as close as that with elder Sunday. However, given the deputy director's courteous demeanor, Liang Zhenguo had no choice but to graciously respond. That would be wonderful. You and Aunt Lin are always welcome. Oh, my home is at number 12 Courtyard, Dong Bai Kiao Hutong, Nanla Guxiang. I know that. I am friends with Niu Shan's father and inquired about it with him a few days ago, Tang Qingshan replied. Liang Zhenguo mentally scoffed, realizing that it wasn't he just elder son who had been inquiring, but also the hulking Niu Shan. What had previously been a mere suspicion was now nearly confirmed. A flicker of discomfort washed over him. Although he understood that with Tang Qingshan's status, it was entirely normal for him to conduct some background checks before engaging with others. He was a man of secrets. The origins of many items he possessed could not easily be explained, such as the food supplies from his grandparents' home. If someone delved too deeply, it could lead to considerable trouble for him. Thus, he harbored a strong aversion to any inquiries about himself. This was also one of the reasons he was reluctant for his sisters to recognize Tang Qingshan and his wife as godparents. Their status would inevitably draw unwanted attention to his family, which he preferred to keep under the radar. Why not just lead a carefree life while making some money? Fortunately, Tang Qingshan was merely probing into his family situation through elder son and Niu Shan, which wasn't too concerning. After all, elder son didn't know much. He had only informed Tang Qingshan that Liang Zhenguo had once been a hunter, that he had grandparents, and that his relationship with his adoptive father was now independent. As for Niu Shan, he was even less informed. However, that oaf hadn't even mentioned to him that Tang Qingshan had inquired about his background. What a blunder. He should find an opportunity to spar with him and teach him a lesson. Zhenguo, don't overthink it. My inquiries with Dashi and Director Sun were indeed for some matters I wish to discuss with you, but let us save that for Sunday, Tang Qingshan. Possessing keen insight to have attained his position as deputy director, discerned from Liang Zhenguo's subtle reactions that he might have learned something. He likely discovered his identity and that inquiries had been made about his family through Elder Sunday. To prevent him from overthinking, Tang Qingshan offered this clarification. As for whether Liang Zhenguo was aware of their intention to establish a godparent relationship, he could not glean it from Liang Zhenguo's expression. Nor could he fathom his inner thoughts. However, given that they were visiting on a Sunday, it was evident that they wished to formalize this connection. His wife had made the decision after learning about his family's situation a few days prior. The circumstances of Liang Zhenguo's household were indeed conducive to such an arrangement. With both children being young and lacking a mother, and their father having severed ties, it was only natural that if they treated the girls sincerely, their bond would flourish. Lord Tang, Liang Zhenguo said with a smile and a nod towards Tang Qingshan. Although he had no desire to formalize the relationship, the setting was not suitable for further discussion. He held a deep respect for heroes like Tang Qingshan and his comrades, who had risked their lives for the nation. It would be preferable if they refrained from prying into his affairs henceforth. The two continued their light-hearted conversation on other topics, and before long, Old Li had completed the prescription for the medicinal wine. Take good care of it, if you lose it. I want to rewrite it for you, unless you bring me more deer antler, he chuckled. All right, thank you, Old Li. Liang Zhenguo glanced at the prescription, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he placed it into his satchel and subsequently secured it within his storage space. Keeping it in the bag could lead to loss, but storing it in the space alleviated that concern. Now then, Old Li, Lord Tang, I shall not disturb you any longer, he said. After consulting with Old Li regarding the handling of certain herbs, he took his leave. As Tang Qingshan watched him depart, he suddenly realized that this young man should have been at the factory working, not out selling deer whips. Director Tang, let us head inside. I'll give you another checkup so we can tailor your treatment accordingly. Very well, thank you, Old Li. Liang Zhenguo pedaled swiftly towards the steel rolling mill. Having sold 2 wild boars that morning and visited a bookstore and a pharmacy, time was of the essence, and the wild boar destined for the factory needed to be returned, lest he miss his morning shift entirely. Approaching the factory entrance, ensuring no one was watching, he placed the largest boar from his storage onto the bicycle seat. This wild boar weighed approximately 350 pounds, significantly more than those found in state-run restaurants or canning factories, a slight indulgence for the steel mill. Brother Zhenguo. Upon reaching the factory gate, he was greeted by a security officer from the second team. Liang Zhenguo had gained a modest reputation within the factory's security department, so it was not surprising that he was recognized. Brother, come lend a hand. This is a wild boar my friend sold to the factory. Sure thing. The security officer readily slung his gun over his shoulder and eagerly rushed over to assist with the bicycle. Liang Zhenguo had not boasted about fetching the wild boar, so only Chief Huang and those from the third team were aware. Naturally, since the boar had yet to be seen, they would not spread the word. After all, if the boar were not successfully brought back, the embarrassment would not fall solely on Liang Zhenguo. Having delivered wild boars twice before, Liang Zhenguo was now quite familiar with the process. As a member of the factory, the logistical and financial personnel were aware that he was specifically bringing his friend's wild boar to sell, and they expedited the process without needing Chief Huang's intervention. In no time, he received the purchase certificate and settled the payment of 696 yuan. Comrade Zhenguo, in the future, when your friend catches more wild boars, please have them sell them to our factory. Our purchase price is certainly among the highest in the city. The logistics director of the steel mill, a tall and lean middle-aged man, had just emerged from his office when he learned that a security officer had assisted in bringing over a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds. Upon inquiry, he discovered that it was the same young man who had previously exchanged 1,000 pounds of meat for a quota. Director Chun, I've already informed them that when they catch prey, they will notify me, and I'll bring it to our factory. Liang Zhenguo readily assured. Excellent. The logistics director beamed. If the factory frequently had meat, the small cafeteria would not have to worry about lacking good dishes to serve visiting leaders. After some thought, Liang Zhenguo made a small request. However, they hoped that next time they sell meat, they could exchange some grain from the factory, nothing excessive. Just about 20 to 30 pounds each time. You know the current grain harvest is poor, and even if they have meat, the other villagers are reluctant to trade grain for meat. As long as it's no less than 200 pounds of meat each time, I can apply for the exchange. After pondering for a moment, the logistics director agreed, although he stipulated a weight requirement. Thank you, Director Chun. I will relay this to them. The reason for exchanging grain with the steel mill was not for his personal gain, but because after the busy farming season, Xiling Village typically organized hunting trips into the mountains. If they caught prey, he could conveniently assist them in exchanging for grain, subtly confirming the existence of his hunter friends. After exiting the logistics office, Liang Zhenguo first reported back to Huang Fei before returning to his own office. A glance at the money in his storage revealed that the sale of the 3 wild boars had elevated his cash on hand to 2,004 yuan, sufficient to sustain him for a considerable time. After all, he had nearly completed his major purchases for the household, with only a sewing machine and a radio remaining, which would only cost around 400 to 500 yuan to acquire. There were no other significant expenses on the horizon. Just as he poured himself a glass of water, members of the third team returned from their rounds. Upon learning that he had brought back a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, they all expressed great delight, even if their share would likely only be a few slices of meat. Chapter 149, Buying a Sewing Machine. By noon, although Liang Zhenguo had returned with the wild boar rather late, they still managed to enjoy meat for lunch as desired. The workers in line behind them erupted in cheers upon learning that the cafeteria was serving meat that day, especially for those working in the workshop. Their tasks were far from easy, yet the aroma of meat wafting from the cafeteria brought smiles to every face. Liang Zhenguo felt a surge of sentiment. The times were indeed harsh, yet the people were easily satisfied. In the afternoon, Liang Zhenguo had little to occupy him aside from mediating a dispute between 2 workers in the workshop, patrolling the factory, and engaging in a shooting contest with the rotund Jean Dabo. It must be said, Jean Dabo was indeed a naturally gifted marksman, hitting every target within 200 meters. However, compared to Liang Zhenguo, whose prowess seemed almost supernatural, there remained a marked disparity. He had shown some restraint. Otherwise, he might have left the chubby fellow thoroughly defeated. After all, even without the assistance of mental perception, his physique, several times stronger than average, enhanced not only his strength, but also his vision, reflexes, and control. Thus, in terms of speed and accuracy, they were not on the same level, making any comparison futile. After finishing the contest with Jean Dabo, Liang Zhenguo took the opportunity to slack off until the end of the workday. Once the other workers had departed, he too left the steel mill. After several trips with Niu Shan, the fellow now waited at the entrance for him to give him a ride. Although this fool had betrayed him, considering the decent flavor of the tea leaves he had gifted, Liang Zhenguo begrudgingly allowed him to continue riding along. But he would still have to teach him a lesson when the opportunity arose. After dropping off Niu Shan along the way, Liang Zhenguo headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Zhao, do you have any sewing machines? Upon arriving at the cooperative, he was greeted by Zhao Fong at the front desk, the same person he had met on his previous visit. He had not noticed before whether the cooperative sold sewing machines. Yes, we do. Are you looking to buy one? Zhao Fong nodded. Indeed. Liang Zhenguo nodded, and then produced the sewing machine voucher awarded by the factory. All right, We have 3 types here: Fishin, Butterfly, and Huanan. Which one do you prefer? Zhao Feng cast an envious glance at the sewing machine voucher in Liang Zhenguo's hand, while guiding him into the supply and marketing cooperative, introducing the options. This sewing machine voucher was rare and quite expensive. This young man's family background was evidently more affluent than she had imagined. Following Zhao Feng to the section displaying sewing machines, Liang Zhenguo scanned the selection before choosing the Butterfly brand. He was unaware of the quality of the other brands. But the Butterfly sewing machine was renowned for its saying, "Once the butterfly takes flight, the family's clothing worries vanish," celebrated for its superior quality and stable performance. Choosing it was undoubtedly a sound decision. However, the Butterfly sewing machine was not inexpensive, costing 200 yuan, 20 yuan more than the bicycle he had purchased. Yet, having sold several wild boars, he was not short on money. Once he made his selection, Liang Zhenguo promptly paid for both the machine and the voucher. At the entrance of the cooperative, he sought out a cartman. "Comrade, what do you need to haul?" "Where to?" The cartman wiped the sweat from his brow with a rag and inquired. "A sewing machine. Follow me." "All right." Liang Zhenguo accompanied him inside to lift the sewing machine onto the cart, then led the way. The cooperative was not far from Courtyard 12, so the pair arrived swiftly. At this hour, people were finishing work, and several neighbors from Courtyard 12 noticed the cartman and Liang Zhenguo unloading the sewing machine, including Zhang Wei. Observing the sewing machine, Zhang Wei scoffed even more at his previous claim that Liang Zhenguo was merely a rural boy. He has a bicycle, a wristwatch, and now a sewing machine? Are you telling me this is just a lucky rural lad who has recently moved to the city? No household in Courtyard 12 is better off than his. Here's 30 cents. Can you help me carry it inside, big brother? Liang Zhenguo handed the cartman 30 cents directly. No problem. The cartman accepted the money, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. For such a short distance, 30 cents is generous. This comrade is quite magnanimous. No wonder he can afford a sewing machine. Seeing Liang Zhenguo preparing to lift the sewing machine with the cartman, Zhang Wei hurriedly stepped forward to assist. "Brother Zhenguo, let me help you with that. You can bring your bicycle into the courtyard. If it gets stolen, it'll be a disaster." Ever since the last incident, he had been seeking an opportunity to improve his relationship with Liang Zhenguo. Now, with the chance to lend a hand, it was a perfect opportunity. The neighbors who had returned with him found Zhang Wei's sudden enthusiasm puzzling. They all knew him well. He was not the type to willingly help others, often making excuses when they asked for small favors. So witnessing this scene, they began to question whether it was truly Zhang Wei who had been bragging just moments ago. Liang Zhenguo was equally taken aback, watching the unusually eager Zhang Wei beside him. "What has caused this transformation? He never showed me any kindness while drinking before. It's quite disconcerting." Clearly, the previous warning had made an impact. Grateful for the assistance, Liang Zhenguo relinquished his hold on the sewing machine to let Zhang Wei take over. "Then I'll trouble you, brother Zhang. We're neighbors, it's only right. We should help each other," Zhang Wei replied with a smile. Feeling relieved that their relationship was easing, Liang Zhenguo chuckled. "You were not like this before, uncle." After exchanging greetings with the other neighbors, Liang Zhenguo pushed his bicycle and followed Zhang Wei and the cartman into the courtyard. Upon entering, the children and adults alike gasped in astonishment at the sight of Zhang Wei carrying the sewing machine. Did Zhang Wei's family secretly buy a sewing machine? "Oh my. Zhang Wei's wife, your family actually bought a sewing machine. How did you manage to keep that a secret? We hadn't heard a whisper about it." Zhang Wei's wife felt awkward and was at a loss for words. She knew all too well how little money her husband had, making it impossible for them to afford a sewing machine. "He doesn't even have the sewing machine voucher." With the loud chatter, Zhang Wei naturally overheard them. As he continued to carry the sewing machine into the courtyard, he called out, "This sewing machine isn't mine. It's Brother Zhenguo's. I'm just helping to carry it inside." "Brother Zhenguo? Oh, he must be the new neighbor from the back courtyard." "Yes, here he comes." Liang Zhenguo smiled and nodded at the neighbors who looked his way, not pausing as he followed them into the central courtyard. Upon entering the central courtyard, the scene of astonishment repeated itself. In 1960, very few households owned sewing machines, so it was only natural that their curiosity was piqued, especially among the women. Their eyes sparkled with envy. While they recognized Zhang Wei, they understood that since he was carrying the sewing machine into the central courtyard, it certainly did not belong to his family. Surely, he wouldn't show off by parading it around and then return to the back courtyard, would he? Chapter 150. Old Zhang really owes. The second pot returned. Today, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer were bored in the back courtyard, and when Qin Wan saw children in the central courtyard, she sent them out to play. The two were playing with old Zhang's granddaughter when they suddenly heard a group of adults exclaiming and looking toward the middle of the yard, prompting them to join the commotion. Then, the sharp-eyed Xiao Yuer spotted Liang Zhenguo as he entered, quickly darting towards him. "Did you listen to sister-in-law today?" Liang Zhenguo chuckled, watching the little one who had rushed to hug his thigh. looking up at her chubby little face. He instinctively pinched her cheek and then crouched down to lift her onto the bicycle seat. With Xiao Yuer holding onto the bike seat, she joyfully exclaimed, "Second brother." Xiao Yu ran over as well. Liang Zhenguo affectionately patted the little girl's head. At that moment, the people in the courtyard learned from Zhang Wei that the sewing machine belonged to Liang Zhenguo. Young Liang is truly remarkable. He has managed to buy a sewing machine so quickly, an elderly lady remarked with admiration, and others chimed in with compliments. Liang Zhenguo had no conflicts with the people in the courtyard, and due to his good relationship with old Zhang, who often spoke highly of him when chatting with others, everyone held a favorable impression of him. Grandma Li, Liang Zhenguo greeted the elderly lady he recognized, old Zhang's wife. His interaction with her was more relaxed compared to his demeanor with old Zhang. He politely greeted everyone else as well. Glancing around the crowd, he noticed old Zhang was absent. Perhaps he had gone fishing. Grandma Li, everyone, let us chat later. I need to set up the sewing machine. Go ahead. We'll talk when you have time. The others replied. A capable young man like him was someone they were eager to befriend, especially as neighbors. After all, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. It's always wise to nurture good relationships. All right, Liang Zhenguo responded with a smile. Then pushed the bicycle while conversing with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, why are you in the central courtyard? Sister-in-law sent us to play. We were just with Dong Li. Xiao Yu replied. Who is Dong Li? She is old Zhang's granddaughter. Dong Li calls old Zhang grandpa. Liang Zhenguo nodded, noting how quickly the two little girls found playmates. He then corrected Xiao Yuer, saying, from now on, you should also call old Zhang grandpa, just like your sister. He teased me today. I want to call him grandpa. Xiao Yuer pouted her little face in displeasure. Liang Zhenguo chuckled and curiously asked, what did he do to tease our little Xiao Yuer? He refused to feed me the little fish. Liang Zhenguo was somewhat puzzled by what the little fish was saying. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, added, at noon, Grandpa Zhang used a little fish to tease my sister. Every time she was about to grab it, he would raise his hand high, and eventually, he nearly made her cry before he was ready to give it to her. In the end, it fell to the ground, which caused my sister to burst into tears. Xiao Yu expressed her dissatisfaction, still referring to him as Grandpa Zhang, but clearly irked by his antics towards her sister. Liang Zhenguo found the situation both amusing and exasperating. This old man was indeed troublesome. He knew that Grandpa Zhang meant no harm, and the little fish falling to the ground was certainly accidental. Nowadays, the elderly treasure their food greatly. How could he possibly waste it? Nevertheless, he continued to speak to the little fish, saying that if Grandpa Zhang teased her again, she could refrain from calling him Grandpa Zhang, but she should address him as such at all other times. The little fish agreed to be a polite little darling. Yes, regarding her second brother's words. The little fish obediently nodded her little head, deciding to call him Old Zhang when he teased her in the future. So well behaved. As a reward, Liang Zhenguo smiled and patted his satchel. Inside, he had placed 4 happiness meatballs made by Master Tan from the state-run restaurant, along with 3 long novels by his little wife and several comic books. Yay, second brother is so nice. Upon hearing about the food, the little fish instantly forgot her earlier unhappiness. Thank you, second brother. Xiao Yu chimed in, skipping alongside him. Liang Zhenguo chatted with the 2 little girls as they walked, and by the time they returned home, Zhang Wei and Ban Yi had already set the sewing machine in their yard. Qin Wan was also present, evidently waiting for him. Brother Zhenguo, what's going on? They said this is something you bought. Qin Wan approached him and inquired. Yes, Liang Zhenguo nodded. With outsiders present, he refrained from elaborating and turned to Zhang Wei, saying, thank you, brother Zhang. Although he held a low opinion of people like Zhang Wei, he felt it necessary to express gratitude for the assistance rendered. No need for thanks. We're neighbors. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Ban Yi, standing nearby, then asked, comrade, do you need help carrying it inside? If not, I'll be on my way. No need. Just like this. Thank you, big brother. The sewing machine was not heavy, and once they decided on its placement, they could manage to carry it themselves. All right, I'm off then, Zhang Wei said at the appropriate moment. Brother Zhenguo, I'll head back now. Let us drink together sometime. No problem, he replied, though whether they would find the time was uncertain. After Zhang Wei and Ban Yi departed, Liang Zhenguo turned to his little wife with a smile. Wife, where should we place this? After all, it will be for your use. With no outsiders around. Qin Wan's eyes sparkled as she touched the sewing machine, her joy evident. A sewing machine. I never imagined we would acquire one for our home so soon. What can I say? Your husband excels in every aspect. This sewing machine ticket was a reward for my good performance at the factory, so I bought it directly. Liang Zhenguo boasted, wrapping his arm around her slim waist. Qin Wan rolled her eyes at him but did not refute his claim. In her heart, she truly believed her husband was the most capable in the world. Let us place it next to the wardrobe. That way, it won't take up much space. That works. Liang Zhenguo had no objection. Initially, he intended to carry it inside by himself, but Qinwan worried it might get damaged. So they decided to lift it together. With such a short distance, she still had the strength to help. Xiao Yu and the little fish followed closely behind, curiously asking, "Second brother, what is this?" "This is for sister-in-law to make clothes. In the future, sister-in-law will use it to make beautiful clothes for the little fish and Xiao Yu," Qinwan replied with a smile after positioning the machine. "Sister-in-law is so nice." The two girls exclaimed with joyful smiles. Qinwan doted on her two younger sisters as if they were her own daughters, which endeared her even more to Xiao Yu and the little fish. "Wife, I also bought you a few books. If you feel bored at home, you can read them. If you don't like these long novels, I can take you to the bookstore to buy some when I get off work." Liang Zhenguo took out the books from his satchel and handed titles like The New Heroine to his little wife. "Thank you, brother Zhenguo. I love them." Qinwan beamed as she received the books, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked up at Liang Zhenguo. She truly adored reading, and this gift touched her heart deeply. Seeing his affectionate little wife, Liang Zhenguo leaned down and whispered mischievously in her ear, "If you want to express your gratitude, put in some effort tonight." Chapter 151. Drinking ordinary green tea as to Hong Pao. "Get lost. All you do is bully me." His little wife shot him a charming glare, playfully pinching his waist. After a bit of playful banter with his little wife, Liang Zhenguo continued to take out a few comic books, smiling as he handed them to Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, these are gifts from your second brother." Xiao Yu curiously opened one of the comic books, and, upon seeing the vivid illustrations, her face lit up with delight. "Thank you, second brother." Xiao Yu joyfully bounced around, hugging Liang Zhenguo's leg twice. "I'm glad you like it, but don't read it at night. It's not good for your eyes." Seeing Xiao Yu so happy made Liang Zhenguo smile as he ruffled her hair. Still, he reminded her that children often lose control when they receive gifts, worrying it might affect their eyesight if they read too late. "Okay, I'll only read it during the day, second brother." Xiao Yu nodded obediently. "What about my gift?" "Sister and sister-in-law both have theirs, but I don't have anything." At this moment, the little fish stared at Liang Zhenguo's satchel, feeling a bit wrong that he hadn't produced a gift for her. "Sister's books you can read later." Xiao Yu quickly comforted her sister. Though she was just a little girl, she always thought of sharing good things with her youngest sister. Okay. The little fish was still somewhat unhappy. She didn't particularly care for comic books at her age, as she wouldn't understand the drawings. She simply yearned for the affection of the adults. "I have something for you. Second brother brought you delicious food." Liang Zhenguo, unable to bear seeing his sister upset, affectionately patted her little head and took out a box of 4 happiness meatballs, with the promise of food. The little girl's earlier grievances vanished as her eyes sparkled at the sight of the glistening meatballs in the box. "Sister is showing me the comic book, so the little fish must share the delicious food with sister, okay? All right." For dinner, his little wife only cooked white rice, while the dishes consisted of leftover wild chicken soup and the 4 happiness meatballs. Although Liang Zhenguo had said the meatballs were for the little fish, she still served one to everyone. However, seeing that she enjoyed eating, he generously gave her most of his portion. After a delightful dinner, Liang Zhenguo took his little wife and 2 sisters for a walk to help digest their meal, returning just as dusk fell. In the evening, while playing games in bed with his little wife, their passion was ablaze, nearly rivaling that of Sister Qin, which left Liang Zhenguo particularly content. After a session of intimate joy, he remembered the flashlight he had bought was still in the storage room. He gently patted his little wife, who was sprawled across his chest, signaling that he needed to fetch something. Propping himself up, Liang Zhenguo pretended to retrieve 2 flashlights from the satchel on the side table. "I also bought 2 flashlights today. If you wake up early tomorrow, remember to use the flashlight so you won't stumble in the dark." "Okay, let me see." After a brief pause, his little wife propped herself up, pulling the blanket to cover her chest, and took the flashlight, curiously playing with it. In her village, only one villager owned a flashlight, which was treated like a treasure, and she had only seen it a few times. "There are currently 2 items, one for personal use at home, and the other to take back to my grandparents on my next visit. Once I acquire more tickets in the future, I shall procure another to gift to my father-in-law. Yes, when the time comes for me to return with you, I shall present it to him, and I am certain he will be quite delighted." Since he had to report to the steel mill, Liang Zhenguo has yet to bring his young bride back home after their marriage, which leaves him feeling somewhat guilty. He has long desired one. Yet the tickets are scarce and rather expensive. "Thank you, brother Zhenguo." Qinwan was touched by his words and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek. For this man treats her with boundless kindness. She is well aware of the flashlight's considerable value. Her husband is willing to buy one for his parents. Though she feels a twinge of regret over the expenditure, she is even more overwhelmed by the love he bestows upon her. As for how Liang Zhenguo obtained the tickets, she never inquires. Not only that, but she seldom questions the origins of the items he brings home or how he acquires money. She only knows that he is safe and does not engage in wrongdoing. In the days that followed, the factory had no external tasks, allowing Liang Zhenguo to engage in a typical workday while spending his evenings with his wife and sister. Over the week, he became quite familiar with most of the neighbors in Courtyard 12. However, his relations with several families in the front courtyard remained rather lukewarm, particularly with the Qiao family, with whom he exchanged no greetings. He had previously thought Xiao Yong, that aimless scoundrel, might seek trouble due to their father's drinking episode. Yet he had hardly spotted him in recent days. In contrast, his rapport with the neighbors in the middle courtyard was considerably better, especially with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer, who frequently visited to play with old Zhang's granddaughter. His young wife has now fully integrated into the communal life of the courtyard, thanks to her amiable personality. And she has established good relations with the neighbors in the middle courtyard. However, her closest companion remains Suya, who works as a teacher and shares a love for reading, providing them with an abundance of conversation topics, often resulting in lengthy chats whenever they find the time. Consequently, Zhou Ziwen often accompanies Xiao Yu and her friends, remaining as quiet as a little girl. One wonders if Suya worries about him. As the factory whistle signaled the end of the workday on Saturday, Liang Zhenguo was met with a question from Deng Haihua. Zhenguo, are you really not going hunting this Sunday? After the workers had departed, the two rode home together, with Deng Haihua inquiring once more. This fellow had sought him out before the workday ended to arrange a hunting trip alongside Lu Yang and Yu Jinju, but he had to decline due to prior commitments. As an important official was visiting his home, he had informed them in advance, and thus could not afford to break the engagement. I truly cannot go. I have matters of great importance this week. I can only join you next time, Liang Zhenguo responded, shaking his head. All right then, so mysterious. Among us, you are the most seasoned. We've lost our strong support. Deng Haihua laughed heartily. Do not worry, there will be ample opportunities to lean on this strong support, Liang Zhenguo replied, as he routinely met Niushan at the door. As they neared the point of dropping him off, Liang Zhenguo recalled that Tang Qingshan was coming tomorrow, and they had no tea to properly host such a high-ranking official. Thus, he turned to Niushan and asked, Deshan, your family's tea is quite good. Might I exchange a bit for some? Zhenguo, I can't offer that anymore. There's hardly any left at home. And my father now guards it as if it were treasure. The last batch I took was pilfered from him, and I was punished with a beating that night. Niushan replied, Your father still punishes you even though you're married? He must be quite furious. Is that tea truly so precious? Liang Zhenguo inquired, attempting to gauge the situation. It's called Wei Mountain de Hong Pao, Niushan revealed. Wei Mountain de Hong Pao? Liang Zhenguo's voice rose in surprise. Though he was not a tea enthusiast, he had certainly heard of the legendary reputation of de Hong Pao, the finest among oolong teas, often deemed priceless. A pang of sympathy struck him as he realized that he had treated such exquisite tea as if it were ordinary green tea during his last visit with his grandfather. Yes, my father cherishes it dearly. I have tasted it, and while its flavor is decent, it hardly warrants such reverence. Niushan shook his head. Liang Zhenguo nodded in agreement, recognizing that while its taste might seem ordinary to him, true tea aficionados would consider de Hong Pao a treasure, making Niushan's father's devotion to it understandable. The thought of such a prize collection dwindling to just a bit due to Niushan's actions made him feel for the old man. If he were to discover that his precious tea had been consumed without due regard, he would likely have lashed out at Niushan and demanded its return. Nonetheless, though he had come to appreciate the rarity of de Hong Pao, there was no way he would relinquish it now. Given its value, it would undoubtedly confer great health benefits, making it a perfect gift for his grandparents. Since it is your father's cherished collection, I shall not covet it. I seldom drink tea, reserving it solely for guests, Liang Zhenguo stated. While I cannot offer you de Hong Pao, my family possesses other varieties of tea, Zhenguo. I can fetch some for you if you wish, Niushan suggested. Those teas, while not as rare as de Hong Pao, were plentiful in his household, and sharing a few with his brother Zhenguo would not be an issue. Let us postpone that for a time. I can trade you some meat later, Liang Zhenguo replied, feeling a touch of guilt for having Niushan steal from his father. He feared the repercussions, even though he had initially declined the idea. The tea was now in his possession, and he thought it best to wait until Niushan's father might forget about it. Perhaps then he could request some other tea in exchange for meat. As for tomorrow's hosting, he mused that it might be acceptable to forego tea altogether, for he did not currently know whom to ask for it. While there was tea in the office of Director Huang, it was uncertain if he would be present. As for old son, he had little to spare, and Liang Zhenguo felt too embarrassed to ask. All right, just let me know if you need anything, Liang Zhenguo affirmed, appreciating Niushan's brotherly spirit and deciding against seeking an opportunity to reprimand him. After Niushan dismounted, Liang Zhenguo did not return home immediately. Instead, he made a stop at Quanjude, where he spent 2 yuan and 80 cents on a roast duck. requesting that the shop prepare it into slices along with the carcass and some lettuce. Having heard from Yoshan that the roast duck here was delightful, he intended to bring it home for the family to enjoy over the weekend. Once the duck was packaged and hung from his bicycle's handlebars, Liang Zhenguo made his way back to courtyard 12. Yet upon entering, he felt a sense of bewilderment, for the yard seemed less populated than usual. As he reached the middle courtyard, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from the back, suggesting that the neighbors had congregated there. Peering through the flower-adorned gate, he indeed spotted numerous figures gathered in a circle around something. Liang Zhenguo furrowed his brow, for he discerned that the spectacle revolved around his own home. Zhenguo, something has happened at your house. Hurry inside. As he hastened his pace, he encountered old Li emerging from the backyard, who called out to him urgently. Upon hearing that trouble had befallen his home, Liang Zhenguo immediately set down his bicycle and dashed inside. Upon entering the backyard, he found a majority of the neighbors from both the front and middle courtyards gathered there, some standing in small clusters, observing intently. In the midst of his own yard, Qin Wan stood defiantly, holding the Type 38 rifle he had left behind, confronting the Qiao family, 3 members in total, while Aunt Zheng stood by her side. Attempting to mediate the escalating tension, Liang Zhenguo cast a fleeting glance around, noting the absence of his 2 younger sisters. He quickly initiated a mental probe and discovered that they were within the house, their eyes swollen and reddened, clearly having wept, though they bore no physical injuries, most likely. They were merely frightened by the commotion outside. Fortunately, Suya was present, offering them comfort, which alleviated his urgency to enter. Once more, his gaze fell upon the courtyard, and when he spotted the green-headed duck and the wild chicken in Xiao Yang's grasp, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Liang Zhenguo's eyes. He was all too familiar with these fowl, having retrieved them from his space on Monday. They had consumed 1 wild chicken on Tuesday, leaving the remaining chicken and the green-headed duck unharmed, as Qin Wan had been keeping them in the yard. Zheng Dama, please adjudicate this. This rogue has invaded my home to pilfer my duck and chicken, and even damaged our kitchen door. He is a bandit and a thief. If I were to shoot him, he would have it coming. Qin Wan exclaimed, her rifle leveled in anger at Xiao Yong. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor around Liang Zhenguo, she now appeared fierce, embodying the spirit of a soldier. However, Xiao Yong dismissed the threat of her weapon with arrogance, scoffing, just because you claim them as yours. Does that make them yours? I'm the one residing in this house. These fowl are clearly mine, accidentally straying into your backyard. How shameless of you to assert ownership. His tone dripped with disdain, his eyes occasionally glancing at Qin Wan with unwelcome interest. Having spent little time in the front yard and relying on Liang Zhenguo for water, it was only now that he recognized how stunning Xiao Yang's wife truly was. In an instant, he felt his heart flutter. Although he had yet to secure a wife of his own, he often reveled in the company of raucous friends, indulging in fleeting pleasures. But none compared to the beauty before him. Even Suya, whom he had long admired, paled in comparison to Qin Wan. Qin Wan, incensed by Xiao Yang's brazen lies, felt a surge of indignation. She had never encountered such shamelessness. Moreover, the way he looked at her filled her with revulsion. Before she could retort, Xiao Ziqiang, standing nearby, interjected, Miss, do refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. Your family has only just moved in. I have yet to hear from the neighbors about your possession of wild chickens or green-headed ducks. Xiao Ziqiang, aware of his son's foolishness, felt a surge of anger within him. He had previously advised Xiao Yong to avoid provoking this family, yet here he was, stealing and causing havoc, and now caught in the act. However, faced with the current predicament, he felt compelled to defend his son. Yet, he had not heard of any wild chickens from Liang Zhenguo's household. It seemed the other neighbors were equally unaware, as he had gleaned from their murmurs. Gazing at the rifle in Qin Wan's hands, he continued, moreover, possessing firearms and threatening others with them is against the law. If reported to the authorities, both you and your husband could find yourselves in a reform facility in the Northwest. Out of neighborly consideration, I shall refrain from reporting you. But do not provoke me further. Xiao Ziqiang sought to leverage this threat, reasoning that Liang Zhenguo would likely choose to avoid conflict and endure this silent humiliation. Perhaps he could even exploit the situation to claim their house. Furthermore, you must apologize to me, or I shall not be in a good mood, Xiao Yong added smugly, casting a triumphant glance at Qin Wan, undeterred by her evident disdain. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, an enraged roar thundered in his ears. How dare you trespass in my home? Without a moment's delay, Xiao Yong felt a sharp pain at his waist, and before he knew it, he was sent flying through the air. Chapter 153. Lawlessness. Upon hearing the furious shout, Xiao Ziqiang turned to see Liang Zhenguo, his face a mask of fury. Yet before he could utter a word, he watched in horror as his son collided with him, both crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Oh dear! What are you doing, hitting people? Master, Xiaoyong, are you alright? Xiao Ziqiang's wife, startled by the unexpected turn of events, rushed forward to assist them. The murmurs of the surrounding neighbors fell silent, as if the entire courtyard had been muted, the only sounds being the cries of Xiao Yong and his father, alongside the concerned voice of Xiao Ziqiang's wife. They had failed to notice Liang Zhenguo's sudden return, nor his fierce demeanor as he had sent Xiao Yong flying. The stark contrast between this fearsome figure and the typically amiable Liang Zhenguo was striking. After dispatching Xiao Yong, Liang Zhenguo paid no heed to their cries. Striding directly toward Qinwan, the ferocity that had marked his earlier demeanor dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as he took the rifle from her. He gently caressed her hand, murmuring softly, "You handled yourself admirably just now. Allow me to take care of the rest." With Liang Zhenguo's return, Qinwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The strength she had earlier summoned began to fade, her eyes misting as she replied softly, "Yes. Now, tell me the details," Liang Zhenguo urged, tenderly brushing her hair back. Having gleaned the general situation from the snippets of conversation, he still sought the specifics from her account. All right, she steadied herself, her anger and frustration bubbling forth as she recounted the events in their entirety. It transpired that while Qinwan was at home mending clothes with a sewing machine, she had suddenly heard the commotion of quacking fowl from their yard. Upon investigation, she discovered Xiao Yong pilfering their chickens. Alarmed, she had rushed to fetch a gun, fearing that Xiao Yong might become violent if he realized he had been spotted. Xiao Yong, engrossed in his theft, had been oblivious to her presence. After stealing the chickens, he assumed the house was empty and kicked open the kitchen door, intending to snatch some grain. It was then that Qinwan confronted him with the rifle. Initially flustered, Xiao Yong quickly regained his swagger, denying the theft and claiming that the door had been kicked in by someone else, insisting that he had merely entered after the culprit had fled, and even went so far as to suggest she should be grateful to him. Alongside his nonsensical claims, he began to flirt with her, only to temper his behavior when the neighbors arrived on the scene. As Qinwan recounted the story, Liang Zhenguo's expression grew increasingly grave. He had already caught wind of Xiao Yong's audacity and the perverse way in which he had gazed at his wife through his mental probing. The audacity of this man, not only stealing but also daring to harass his wife, was infuriating. Had it not been for the neighbor's timely arrival and the presence of the gun in Qinwan's hands, he would not have hesitated to take action. Once Qinwan finished her account, Liang Zhenguo turned his icy gaze toward the Qiao family, his expression utterly devoid of warmth. Standing with the support of his wife, Xiao Ziqiang and his son had managed to regain their footing. Though Liang Zhenguo's kick had sent Xiao Yong flying, he had tempered his strength, ensuring only minor injuries were inflicted. Otherwise, a full-force strike would have left the man incapacitated. Despite the urge to eliminate the man who dared to disrespect his wife, Liang Zhenguo restrained himself in the presence of witnesses. To act rashly would only lead to his own entrapment in the law, a situation that would yield no benefit. Moreover, he could effortlessly orchestrate a silent demise if he so desired, avoiding the pitfalls of a public spectacle. Madame Zheng and the neighboring residents in the backyard were well acquainted with the unfolding circumstances. They simply could not believe that Qinwan had fabricated such a tale on the spot. It was evident that Xiao Yong was committing burglary. Moreover, Xiao Yong's feeble attempts at justification were met with incredulity. No one had ever witnessed Liang Zhenguo bringing chickens and ducks back into the yard. So Xiao Yong's insistence that they were has left them at a loss for action. Under the piercing gaze of Liang Zhenguo, Xiao Yong felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retreated behind his father. Earlier, his father had warned him that this man was no ordinary security guard and advised him to avoid confrontation, advice Xiao Yong had scoffed at. Having encountered Liang Zhenguo before, he saw nothing particularly remarkable about him apart from his handsome visage. Today, however, he intended to teach him a lesson for attempting to steal from his home, demanding that he vacate the room. As for his lewd remarks towards Qinwan, they were merely the result of his lustful impulses. He thought little of it, believing that since he had only verbally teased her and merely glanced at her a few extra times without gaining any real advantage, Liang Zhenguo would be unable to hold him accountable. Yet, the coldness in Liang Zhenguo's eyes filled him with trepidation. This man seemed more formidable than anyone he had encountered in the black market. "Xiao Yong, is it?" Liang Zhenguo's voice was low, yet carried an immense weight. "I shall ask you once more, whose chickens and ducks are these?" "They belong to me," Xiao Yong replied defiantly, though his voice lacked conviction. "Excellent. You have quite the audacity," Liang Zhenguo nodded. Then, without warning, he lunged past Xiao Ziqiang and delivered a swift, powerful kick to Xiao Yong's abdomen. The blow was executed with the precision and fury characteristic of a soldier, fueled by an uncontrollable rage. Though he could not afford to incapacitate him, venting his anger was imperative. With a resounding thud, accompanied by Xiao Yong's pig-like shriek, he stumbled backwards several paces before collapsing onto the ground, curled up and clutching his stomach in agony. "My son!" Qiao Ziqiang's wife shrieked as she rushed forward. Qiao Ziqiang, just regaining his composure, was incensed and pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Zhenguo. "Liang Zhenguo, how dare you strike again? You are utterly lawless." The fire within Liang Zhenguo did not subside with that kick. Rather, it flared even more violently due to Qiao Ziqiang's words. He pointed at the crumpled figure of Qiao Yong on the ground and coldly declared, "I am lawless? Your son was caught in the act of burglary, breaking in and robbing. He dares to distort the truth and slander my wife, not to mention his lewd behavior towards women. Who here is truly lawless? Not only will I punish him, but I will also have him taken to the police station." "To the police station? I dare you." The first to react was Qiao Ziqiang's wife, who had previously seemed reasonable. Upon hearing the mention of the police, she sprang up from the ground like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, lunging at Liang Zhenguo with claws bared. "He's just a child. You strike my son and dare to threaten him with the police. You will regret this." Chapter 154, continuing the ruckus. Initially, it seemed that among the Qiao family, only this aunt had any sense, as she had remained silent during the earlier incident. However, witnessing her reaction, it became clear that she was the one most indulgent of Qiao Yong. Truly, one cannot escape the familial resemblance. Qiao Ziqiang had completely torn off the mask of civility. His eyes reddened with fury as he shouted, "Liang Zhenguo, don't think you're impressive just because you can bully a few ruffians. You think you can act with impunity in our yard? No way. If you do not apologize and cover my son's medical expenses today, I will not let this go." He rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. "Like father, like son, you are no better," Liang Zhenguo scoffed at the posturing of Qiao Ziqiang. Seeing the Qiao couple about to come to blows, Qin Wan's heart raced, and she instinctively stepped forward to stand beside Liang Zhenguo. However, he swiftly shielded her behind him. As Qiao Ziqiang's wife lunged at him, Liang Zhenguo merely sidestepped her, causing her to tumble awkwardly to the ground. "Am I the one causing trouble in the yard?" asked the neighbors. "Since moving in, have I ever acted inappropriately with anyone?" Liang Zhenguo sneered, his gaze sweeping over the blustering Qiao Ziqiang. Then addressing the onlookers, he continued, "Your son came here today to steal my chickens and ducks. Tomorrow he may decide to pilfer from the other neighbors. Money and goods do not bear names. Will he claim he brought them from your house to another's as well? With people like you who blur the lines of right and wrong and shield thieves, there is no reasoning to be had. Your son must pay for his actions today. Otherwise, will he think he can steal from anyone at will in the future?" Upon hearing this, the neighbors began to murmur among themselves, and suddenly a voice emerged from the crowd. "Indeed, we cannot let theft go unpunished. Otherwise, none of us will feel safe in this courtyard." With someone leading the charge, others chimed in. "Absolutely. This is no petty theft. One wild chicken and one duck. And he even attempted to invade the kitchen. This is tantamount to robbing a household blind. We might as well report him to the authorities. With such a person in our midst, every household will live in fear." Realizing the tide had turned against them, Qiao Ziqiang's wife, just having regained her footing, plopped down on the ground once more, wailing and pounding her thighs. "What cost do you expect my family to bear for this unfounded matter? And what about my son? You struck him. You dare to say you'll send him to the police? How can we live with this? The new arrival has physically assaulted him, bullying my innocent boy and even attacking a woman. Everyone, look at this." Liang Zhenguo paid no mind to the woman throwing a tantrum and observed the increasingly ashen face of Qiao Ziqiang, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Although the neighbors had previously recognized the Qiao father and son's fabrications, they hesitated to confront them due to Qiao Ziqiang's position as the courtyard's overseer. However, Liang Zhenguo's words were not without merit. This issue concerned everyone's interests. If Qiao Yong was allowed to steal with impunity, how could they continue to live their lives? Thus, under the leadership of a few, more voices joined in support of Liang Zhenguo. His gaze subtly flitted over to the elderly Zhang, who had instigated the ruckus. The noise had been chaotic, but he knew it was this old man who had rallied the crowd. "Liang Zhenguo, what evidence do you have to prove that these wild chickens and ducks belong to your household? Do not slander us." Qiao Ziqiang, now backed into a corner, could only stubbornly deny the truth. "Huh, how amusing. In my lifetime, this is the first time I have encountered a thief demanding the homeowner to provide proof. And that too in a situation where he was caught red-handed. You claim I am lawless? It is your family that is truly without restraint in this courtyard." Qiao Ziqiang could feel the peculiar stares of the neighbors upon him, his face flushed with shame. His family's reputation had suffered a significant blow in the courtyard, and from now on, his authority as the overseer would surely be undermined. Yet, he could not concede, even if it was an attempted theft. Reporting it to the police would likely result in Qiao Yong's detention. That was secondary. The primary concern was the tarnishing of his son's reputation. If a solid case were established, finding a bride in the city would become exceedingly difficult. Then you have no evidence. Xiao Ziqiang pressed on defiantly. Evidence. Your precious son claims that the wild chicken and the mallard are his captures. Let me ask you, where exactly did he catch them? Was it from under the covers or beneath the bed? The crowd erupted in laughter. While Liang Zhenguo had been in the courtyard for only a short time, the other residents were well aware that Xiao Yong was notorious for either gallivanting outside or sleeping soundly at home. Moreover, the son claimed that the wild chicken and the mallard had run from the front yard to our home. So, you should inquire with the others in the courtyard. How could a chicken and a duck traverse from the front yard to the back without a single person noticing? Are you suggesting that everyone is blind? Liang Zhenguo added. I cannot prove that these belong to your family. Xiao Ziqiang retorted defiantly, having already lost face enough. I can prove it. Suya, who had been comforting Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer inside, stepped out. She had overheard the previous conversation clearly and could no longer tolerate the shamelessness of the Qiao family. The wild chicken and the mallard indeed belonged to the Jin family. They had been tied up in the yard for several days now. Miss Su, you must not speak recklessly. Xiao Ziqiang shouted in anger. When he returned from work, Suya had already gone inside to comfort Xiao Yu and the others, completely unaware of her presence, and now she was siding with Liang Zhenguo. They had always treated her well. Liang Zhenguo nodded at Suya and then disdainfully addressed Xiao Ziqiang. You demand evidence, and when someone steps forward, you dismiss their testimony as nonsense. Do you think the police station is under your control? Are we to simply take your word for it? This wild chicken belongs to Xiao Yu's family. I played with her and the little chickens just yesterday. Zhang Laoda's granddaughter, Zhang Dongli, called out from among the crowd next to her grandfather. Most of the adults' words were beyond her comprehension, but she knew that the wild chicken belonged to Xiao Yu's family. She had seen it several times. Uncle Xiao, you wouldn't dare say that this little girl is speaking nonsense, would you? Liang Zhenguo mocked with a smile. Xiao Ziqiang felt a surge of anxiety. With witnesses and evidence, if Liang Zhenguo reported him to the police, his son Xiao Yong would truly be in trouble. As his mind raced in desperation, he suddenly caught sight of the gun in Liang Zhenguo's hand, and his eyes lit up. Lowering his voice, he smugly declared, Liang Zhenguo, don't be so arrogant. If you dare report me to the police for my son, I will report you for possessing illegal firearms. Your wife has threatened others with it. And the neighbors all witnessed it. If the police find out, both you and your wife will end up at the station. You would be inflicting 1,000 in damage upon your enemy, while harming yourself 10,000 times over. Liang Zhenguo burst into laughter, his voice rising even louder. Are you admitting that your son is a thief? Using this weapon to threaten me into silence? You must not know what I did before becoming a security guard. I was a hunter, and this gun has long been registered at the police station. Just wait for your son to visit the police station. Xiao Ziqiang was instantly dumbfounded. He thought he had caught Liang Zhenguo off guard and threatened him from reporting to the police, even considering extorting him, for instance, with the flapping wild chicken and duck. But the gun was legally owned? Chapter 155, Apologies and Self-Inflicted Punishment. Father, I don't want to go to the police station. Think of a way out. Xiao Yong, clutching his stomach, panicked at the side. He was too afraid to speak to Liang Zhenguo, fearing another kick, and could only plead with his father. Xiao Ziqiang glared at Xiao Yong with disappointment. He too felt a headache coming on, as Liang was proving to be quite troublesome. If it were any other neighbor, he could appeal to their emotions, and they might overlook his son's misdeeds given his status as the courtyard's manager. But with Liang Zhenguo, their relationship was too strained. Merely talking would not suffice. Head of the household, you cannot let our son be captured. Xiao Ziqiang's wife, seeing her tantrums ineffective against Liang Zhenguo, and the neighbors merely enjoying the spectacle, could only place her hopes on her husband. What could Xiao Ziqiang do but begin to soften his stance? He turned to Liang Zhenguo and inquired, Liang Zhenguo, what must my family do to avoid police involvement? Liang Zhenguo regarded the Qiao family with indifference, contemplating briefly before feigning generosity. For the sake of our neighborly ties, I can refrain from reporting you this time. Before the Qiao family could breathe a sigh of relief, Liang Zhenguo continued. However, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside, otherwise I would agree. But the neighbors would certainly object. A profound lesson must be imparted to your son, teaching him that stealing belongs to others carries severe consequences. What do you want? Xiao Ziqiang knew Liang Zhenguo was not going to let his son off easily. You mentioned before that he should apologize. Liang Zhenguo chuckled, recalling how Xiao Ziqiang had insisted on an apology. Reporting to the police was out of the question. Had he wanted to do that, he would have sent someone to report it directly instead of engaging in this lengthy conversation. Yet, the police's punishment was too lenient. They would not send Xiao Yong off to the far northwest for such a trivial matter, at most detaining him for 10 days or half a month. But what would that achieve? Detaining him would merely mean waiting for Qiao Yong to be released before he could seek revenge. He could not afford to wait that long. For Qiao Yong's theft of a chicken and duck, he merely intended to make him pay the price. However, he could never tolerate the humiliation of his wife. That was a slight he could not endure. Yet, prior to enacting his revenge, the facade of punishment had to be maintained, allowing others to believe that the matter was resolved. Otherwise, should anything occur, the entire courtyard would suspect it was his doing. Thus, Liang Zhenguo raised his finger and asserted firmly, "First, today's events frightened my sister, and your family has slandered my wife. You owe me an explanation on this matter. Second, my kitchen door was damaged by your son's kicking. Have it repaired before nightfall, or I will report you to the police. Third, your son cannot control his tongue and has spoken disrespectfully towards my wife. He must slap himself 5 times. Alternatively, I could do it, but I might not be able to control my strength, so any repercussions cannot be blamed on me. You have 1 minute to contemplate whether you prefer me to report to the police or fulfill my conditions." Qiao Ziqiang glared at Liang Zhenguo with suppressed anger. The first 2 conditions were acceptable, yet the third would undoubtedly make his son a laughingstock throughout the alley. However, he knew that Liang would not entertain any negotiations. So Qiao Ziqiang gritted his teeth and ultimately nodded. "We agree to all the conditions. I will have someone come to fix the door shortly, and as for the money, I will compensate you with 1 yuan. That won't do." Liang Zhenguo immediately interrupted Qiao Ziqiang. 1 yuan is what you would offer a beggar." He pulled out 50 cents from his pocket and shouted to the onlookers, "I will give 50 cents to whoever runs to the police station for me." As soon as he finished speaking, several children in the crowd perked up. 50 cents was more than they had ever received as pocket money. They immediately turned to run towards the police station. Seeing this, Qiao Ziqiang hurriedly called out, "Wait, I can offer 10 yuan." Liang Zhenguo showed no reaction, waving the 50 cents to the crowd, signaling them to go alert the police. "How much do you want?" Qiao Ziqiang asked darkly. 10 yuan was already quite generous. Enough to buy both the wild chicken and the mallard. Liang Zhenguo remained silent. If he stated a sum, he could be accused of extortion. Thus, he quietly observed Qiao Ziqiang, allowing him to make an offer. 20 yuan. Liang Zhenguo remained unmoved. 30 yuan. He continued to maintain his silence, watching Qiao Ziqiang. Qiao Ziqiang was so infuriated that he felt his teeth grinding. The neighbors in the courtyard were also wide-eyed, realizing that Liang Zhenguo was truly unyielding, refusing to let Qiao Yong off even for 30 yuan. 40. I will give you a maximum of 40. Qiao Ziqiang shouted. This was already a month's worth of his salary. Liang Zhenguo was unaffected by the gazes of hunger directed at him, chuckling as he pocketed the 50 cents. 40 yuan is acceptable. When it comes to apologies, it's about sincerity, and now I see it. Now, apologize, then slap yourself 5 times. And have someone repair my door, and this matter will be settled. With 40 yuan already designated for the task, Qiao Ziqiang instructed Qiao Yong to comply, yearning only to depart swiftly from this place that had long since filled him with disdain. Qiao Yong, too intimidated to refuse, swallowed his indignation and bore the humiliation, slapping his own face as commanded. Afterward, a burning sensation lingered on his cheeks, not from pain, but from the disapproving gazes of the neighbors, making him wish fervently to sink into the earth. Following their apology, the Qiao family departed the backyard in a state of disarray. The onlooking neighbors, having witnessed the scene, gradually dispersed, but their perception of Liang Zhenguo deepened. He was no longer merely the naive and amiable young man they had once known. Before long, Qiao Ziqiang summoned a skilled craftsman from the neighboring yard, who promptly repaired the door. It had not been broken, merely dislodged. Thus the reinstallation was a straightforward task. After leaving behind the 40 yuan, he departed without exchanging pleasantries. "Wife, take this." Liang Zhenguo cheerfully handed the money to Qinwan. "Brother Zhenguo, is this all right?" she queried, a hint of concern in her voice about having offended the Qiao family too deeply. "It's nothing. To dare come to my home to steal and bully my wife is already a light punishment for them." Liang Zhenguo waved dismissively. He then turned to Suya. "Sister Suya, thank you for your support today." Suya had assisted in certifying the incident, thus naturally incurring the Qiao family's ire, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. "That woman is quite remarkable," Suya remarked with a light laugh. "There was no way I could stand by while that Qiao family bullied others, especially considering my close relationship with Xiaowan." In the yard, only the couple, Suya, and the newly arrived Zhou Zaiwen remained, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuer dashed out from the house. Xiao Yuer clung to Liang Zhenguo's leg, pouting as she complained. "The bad man, Ergua, yelled at us for stealing our little chickens." Liang Zhenguo's expression hardened. It turned out the little girl had been threatened by Qiao Yong, and this added fuel to his already mounting reasons for retribution. Such ruffians easily forget their wounds. and failing to impart a lesson they would never forget would only embolden them further. Chapter 156. An invitation to dinner with Suya. Yes, brother, I understand. I've already given him a thorough lesson. He won't dare threaten Xiao Yuer again, Liang Zhenguo reassured her. Indeed, Ergua did well. Xiao Yuer had just watched her brother deal with the bad man, and, had it not been for Sister Suya urging them to stay inside, they would have rushed out to witness the confrontation. Ha ha ha, Liang Zhenguo chuckled at Xiao Yuer's adorably fierce expression. Is Xiao Yu all right? He inquired, turning his attention to another sister. I'm fine, brother. That bad man only shouted at me. Good. I've taught him a lesson for you, he said, ruffling her hair. Suya observed the family with a smile, her eyes glimmering with reminiscence, her thoughts drifting. When she looked at Liang Zhenguo, a peculiar glint sparkled in her gaze. No wonder Xiao Wan always spoke of him with such joy and sweetness. Having a man who fiercely protects and cherishes her is indeed worth entrusting one's heart to. Sister Suya, it's getting late. Why don't you stay for dinner? I just picked up a roast duck from Quanjude. Is Ergua's roast duck delicious? Before Suya could respond, Xiao Yuer craned her neck, her little face brimming with anticipation. She had never tasted duck before, let alone roast duck. Ha ha ha, it's delicious. Brother will take you to get it for home. Liang Zhenguo scooped her up and headed towards the courtyard, having just hurried out due to the earlier commotion. Zhenguo. No need, Suya interjected. Sister Suya, just listen to Brother Zhenguo. I haven't yet thanked you for looking after Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yu. Qin Wan said with a smile, pulling Suya into the kitchen, with Xiao Yu following closely behind. Realizing she could not decline, Suya reluctantly accompanied Qin Wan to assist in the kitchen. The young wife was also deeply appreciative of Suya, for aside from her and Grandpa Zhang, everyone else had merely spectate during the earlier incident. Although it is human nature, it would certainly help her discern the bonds of kinship and distance within the courtyard in the future. As Liang Zhenguo carried Xiao Yuer and had yet to exit the backyard, he spotted Grandpa Zhang wheeling his bicycle toward him. Young man, I brought your bike back. And it smells deliciously of roast duck. Aren't you worried about it being stolen? Grandpa Zhang chuckled as he approached Liang Zhenguo. Today's events had greatly impressed Grandpa Zhang. A personal matter had united the entire courtyard community against a common foe, displaying both courage and wisdom. Liang Zhenguo laughed heartily. That's wonderful. I've just gained another 40 yuan. Ha ha, you rascal. Grandpa Zhang shook his head, amused. If Qiao Ziqiang were here, he'd surely be furious. Previously, Xiao Yong had never resorted to theft, but it seemed that your family moving in had stirred their resentment over the house they coveted, prompting his misguided attempts to annoy you. The neighborhood was well aware of the Qiao family's interest in the backyard property, and Grandpa Zhang had assumed they had given up, especially since others had already moved in. However, Xiao Yong's antics revealed his discontent, leading him to seek vengeance on Liang Zhenguo, only to encounter a formidable opponent, resulting in a significant loss for his father and a considerable blow to his pride. Acknowledging Grandpa Zhang's subtle warning, Liang Zhenguo nodded. I suspected as much. Last Sunday, Qiao Ziqiang tried to persuade me to vacate the house, but I issued him a warning. I never anticipated his son would cause trouble today. Oh, so there was prior conflict, Grandpa Zhang mused, surprised to learn of their previous altercation. However, after this incident, as long as Qiao Ziqiang isn't foolish, he won't dare provoke you again. I've delivered the bike to you. I must return home for dinner, Grandpa Zhang stated, handing the bicycle over before turning to leave. Grandpa Zhang, let me share some roast duck with you. Liang Zhenguo called after him, recognizing the elder's assistance today. Just give those little ones a few more pieces. My old teeth can't handle it. Next time, let us go fishing together. Grandpa Zhang waved his hand without looking back as he returned to the courtyard. What an old man, Liang Zhenguo thought, shaking his head before heading back. In the kitchen, Suya inadvertently caught sight of the abundant white flour and rice in their home and couldn't help but exclaim silently. Goodness! Xiao Wan's family enjoys finer grains than even Grandpa Xiao Yuan's. Was it truly the case that Liang Zhenguo had once been merely a hunter? Since moving in, the two families had developed a good rapport, yet they had never visited each other's kitchens, unaware of each other's daily fare. Although she often caught whiffs of their cooking at mealtimes, she had not imagined they were so well off, with their pantry filled with premium fine grains. However, despite her astonishment, Suya refrained from asking questions, understanding that the young couple regarded her as a close friend, and she felt no jealousy. Liang Zhenguo returned to the yard, stowed his firearm in his room, and then made his way to the kitchen. Spotting Xiao Yu and Zhou Ziwen squeezed into the small kitchen, eager to help, he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He retrieved a piece of duck bone with a bit of meat from the oil paper wrapping and handed it to Xiao Yu to gnaw on, then offered 2 pieces to Xiao Yu and Zhou Ziwen, encouraging them to go play outside. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Ziwen beamed as he accepted the duck bone and dashed out with Xiao Yu. Brother Zhenguo, what are you doing here? Sister Suya and I can manage. Qin Wan remarked. The roast duck has cooled a bit. I just wanted to warm it up for you. And I brought the duck bones to see how you'd like to handle them, Liang Zhenguo explained, holding the oil paper as he attempted to place it inside. Given the kitchen's cramped space, he had to pass closely by Suya, brushing against her as he maneuvered through. In that fleeting moment, the sensation compelled Liang Zhenguo to lower his gaze, and his eyes were met with the strikingly shapely silhouette of Suya. Instantly, a multitude of vivid images flooded his mind. He hastily shook his head, casting aside those inappropriate thoughts, and quickly made his way through. Was it already too soon for his thoughts to be so restless, merely 2 days after Qin Wan's relatives had arrived? What he failed to notice was that during his brief pause, Suya's ears had already flushed a deep crimson. After placing the items down, he ventured out again. But this time he dared not face Suya, for he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rising emotions. Upon his departure, he sensed the uncharacteristic shyness of Qin Wan, who shot him a fleeting glance. Yet with Suya present, she felt too bashful to engage in flirtation. Liang Zhenguo chuckled softly to himself and exited. In his mind, he found himself inexplicably comparing the two alluring forms. And he could not deny that the fully ripened apple that was Suya possessed a unique allure. Dinner was a simple affair, consisting merely of duck bone soup. The three little ones were not fond of the lettuce and duck meat wraps, prompting Liang Zhenguo to serve each of them a slice of duck. He primarily catered to the shy Zhou Zaiwen, who was dining here for the first time. Although he was visibly tempted, he hardly touched his chopsticks. Liang Zhenguo instinctively served his little wife some food, but realized he had overlooked Suya, so he decided to offer her some as well. Suya glanced at him and graciously expressed her gratitude. The roast duck was delectable. After taking her first bite, Xiao Yuer began to swing her little feet on the stool, nodding her head in approval, a clear endorsement of Quanjude's roast duck. The sight of Xiao Yuer's adorable antics brought smiles to the three adults, and the meal unfolded in a delightful atmosphere. Chapter 157. Following in the dead of night. Liang Zhenguo, embracing his little wife in slumber, opened his eyes. He intended to make a trip to the pigeon market tonight. After his little wife's relatives arrived on Thursday, he had ventured to the market that evening, hoping to strike luck and unearth some antiques to further enhance his constitution, and to see if old Chow would be waiting for him at the previous trading spot. After all, his antique acquisition plan still required old Chow's implementation. However, he found nothing, not even a genuine antique. This evening, he planned to return, as Saturday nights drew larger crowds to the pigeon market, increasing his chances of encountering old Chow. As for Qiao Yong, despite his eagerness to act, he decided to restrain himself. After all, a conflict had arisen that afternoon, and with an inexplicable incident occurring that evening, the police would undoubtedly come looking for him. While he was not afraid of revealing his true colors, he found the prospect bothersome. Liang Zhenguo dressed quietly, advising his little wife, who had been awakened by him, to ensure the door was securely closed before returning to sleep, and he tiptoed out of the backyard. Meanwhile, in the front yard, in the adjacent room of Qiao Ziqiang and his wife, Qiao Yong stealthily rose from his bed, rubbing the remnants of bruises on his abdomen. He muttered curses at Liang Zhenguo, who among his peers would dare to provoke him back in the courtyard, let alone being forced to slap his own face. This was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss, and in front of Suya, no less. Sooner or later, he would reclaim his honor. Yet, thinking of Suya made him even angrier. He had pursued her for so long, only for her to defend Liang Zhenguo today. This had cost his family 40 yuan. Were it not for her being a stunning beauty and his own career prospects, along with relatives who might hold high positions, he would have considered abandoning his pursuit of her. However, this was not the time for such vexing thoughts. He had a good deed to attend to that night. Having arranged to meet a married woman named Lu Erniang, whom he had recently seduced. Lu Erniang's husband, Hu Lao Si, was a notorious gambler, and they were old acquaintances. Through acquaintance, he had learned to woo her while her husband was away, although betting her would require some expenditure. He had already confirmed with Hu Lao Si that he would be out gambling that evening, and knowing the man, he would likely be engrossed in the game all night. This provided him with a golden opportunity. He had arranged to visit Lu Erniang's home at midnight. Thus, even though his abdomen was still sore, the allure of his desires propelled him to venture out. Estimating the time was right, Xiao Yong stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. Under the impression that he was undetected, he had no inkling that Liang Zhenguo's figure had just slipped out from the shadows nearby. Intriguingly, Liang Zhenguo chuckled softly at the sight of Xiao Yong's retreating form. Although he had no intention of acting tonight, if Xiao Yong presented an opportunity, it would not be beyond reason to take action. Thus, he too exited the courtyard, silently trailing behind Xiao Yong, eager to discover what mischief this scoundrel was up to at such an hour. As his attire suggested, he was not venturing to the pigeon market or the black market. Xiao Yong meandered through familiar paths, stealthily making his way into the alley where Lu Erniang resided, glancing furtively around. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly halted and concealed himself behind a wall. Liang Zhenguo, crouched in the shadows, found Xiao Yong's behavior peculiar. If he were engaging in theft, he would not be inclined to knock. Unsure of what to make of it, he activated his mental probing. Instantly, everything inside the house materialized in his mind. Inside, a burly man was donning his clothes, while on the bed lay a disheveled woman of average appearance, yet her bosom boasted two formidable peaks, exuding a certain allure. The woman bore a flush upon her face, indicative of recent activities between the two. Initially, Liang Zhenguo had assumed the woman was merely a coquette, considering Xiao Yong's intent to knock at her door. Yet their ensuing dialogue refuted his assumptions. "Dear, could you refrain from gambling so late?" the woman implored, "and you've had quite a bit to drink tonight." "Tonight? My luck is bound to turn. Stop your nagging and get some sleep," the man replied impatiently, exhibiting a rather irritable temperament. As he turned to admire the woman's exposed beauty, he could not resist giving her a firm squeeze before reluctantly stepping out. Liang Zhenguo noted the direction the man departed, then continued to observe Xiao Yong's next move. 5 minutes after the man's exit, Xiao Yong finally emerged from behind the wall, cautiously scanning the surroundings before gently knocking on the door and calling out, "Erniang." In no time, the door creaked open a crack, and he slipped inside. Liang Zhenguo let out a cold laugh. This rascal was truly despicable, stealing from others in the afternoon and sneaking out to pursue another man's wife in the evening. Upon entering, Xiao Yong eagerly reached for the woman, inquiring, "Why did Hu Laozi leave so late?" "That gambling fool drank quite a bit and only just woke up," she replied. "He dragged me into it for a while." "Damn," Xiao Yong retorted. "Does he think he can compete with me?" The woman rolled her eyes, "As if you're so enduring. It was barely 3 minutes. Hu Laozi at your age lasts longer." Had it not been for her strong desires and the need to earn a little money, she wouldn't have given this silver-tongued charlatan a second glance. Moreover, wasn't he the one pursuing someone else's wife? As the two continued their banter, they tumbled onto the bed, soon shedding their garments, performing a lewd display right beneath Liang Zhenguo's very eyes. Initially, Liang Zhenguo watched with keen interest, but upon hearing Xiao Yong exclaim Suya's name in a moment of fervor, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. For this scoundrel was audaciously calling out both Suya and his wife's names. While shouting obscenities, he restrained his fury, for had he not done so, he would have stormed in and dismembered the man. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Yong lay helplessly atop the woman. "Let me rest for a moment." Since he had just shouted another woman's name during their intimate encounter, Lu Erniang, displeased, retorted, "If you can, then do it. If not, what does rest mean? Go home." "Oh, it's just that you're so alluring. I got carried away too quickly. It's still early. I assure you, I will satisfy you." Xiao Yong felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, for it is a shame for any man to be deemed inadequate by a woman, especially after he had boasted not long ago about another's inadequacy. Yet, in pursuit of future pleasures, he swallowed his anger and spoke sweetly. Outside their residence, Liang Zhenguo suppressed the ferocity in his gaze, contemplating his next move. He chose not to raise any alarms and turned to follow the direction in which Hu Laozi had vanished. This unfolding drama would be far more entertaining with his presence. Chapter 158, The Betrayal Unveiled. Hu Laozi viciously assaults Xiao Yong. Liang Zhenguo, tracking Hu Laozi's path, engaged his mental faculties and eventually discovered him in a secluded house several hundred meters from Hu Laozi's abode. This modest dwelling served as a covert gambling den. Concealing his visage, Liang Zhenguo evaded the lookout from another angle and scaled the wall to enter. Inside, he encountered numerous fellow gamblers shrouded in anonymity, so no one found his presence peculiar. Liang Zhenguo, devoid of interest in their games, advanced directly to Hu Laozi's rear, deliberately placing an intermediary between them. He tapped Hu Laozi on the shoulder, only to be met with a furious outburst. "What are you touching for? Can't you see I'm gambling? Damn it." Liang Zhenguo nearly succumbed to the impulse to strike him on the forehead. Yet, considering Hu Laozi's current misfortune and his own ulterior motives, he chose to overlook the slight. He feigned recognition, his tone laced with confusion. "Hu Laozi, is that truly you? I just passed by your house and noticed your wife conversing with a man inside. I thought you wouldn't be coming back. If you're here, who is the man in your home?" An eerie silence enveloped the gambling den as all eyes turned to Hu Laozi. Already agitated from his gambling losses, Hu Laozi spun around, eyes aflame, grabbing the collar of the nearest gambler, bellowing, "What did you say? Repeat that." The gambler, bewildered, was unsure why he was being blamed. Yet since he had heard Liang Zhenguo's words clearly, he offered a sympathetic glance at Hu Laozi, advising, "Old four, if you want to live well, you must keep your head on straight. Get lost." Hu Laozi shoved him aside, intending to leave the gambling den, but recalling his placed bets, he hesitated and turned back. Upon seeing the cards, his rage surged anew. He had lost yet again. Fueled by fury, Hu Laozi stormed out of the gambling den. Liang Zhenguo smirked, then silently disappeared into the shadows. He emerged from the den after Hu Laozi, but was swift enough to circle back to his vicinity. Using his mental acuity to discover that Xiao Yong and Lu Erniang had resumed their activities, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hu Laozi did not keep Liang Zhenguo waiting long. He sprinted back in mere moments, kicking the door open without knocking. Soon, the room was filled with Hu Laozi's furious shouts and the woman's terrified screams. Liang Zhenguo could hear Xiao Yong's panicked pleas for mercy, followed by the sounds of fists striking flesh and objects crashing. Clearly, the affair had been uncovered, leading to an all-out brawl. Fourth brother, stop hitting. I have money. My family is wealthy. Oh, please, don't. Xiao Yong, caught off guard by Hu Laozi's early return, was petrified. You bastard. You called me brother during the day, and now you sneak into my home at night to steal my wife. Damn it. No wonder you've been visiting every day. If I don't deal with you today, I want to be surnamed Hu. Hu Laozi slapped Lu Erniang across the face as she attempted to intervene, then unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon Xiao Yong, particularly targeting his head and groin. Despite clutching his clothing to shield his modesty, Xiao Yong evaded with difficulty, his nakedness further exacerbating his vulnerability. Although Hu Laozi's intimidation caused him to shrink in fear, he knew he had to endure this trial first. With the door wide open, he gritted his teeth, reasoning that it was dark outside and no one would witness his escape. Thus, he began to retreat while dodging. However, Hu Laozi's rage was underestimated. Having already lost money, now his wife was being stolen away, and with a crowd of gamblers as witnesses, his sanity was nearly depleted. Upon spotting Xiao Yong making a run for it, he pursued relentlessly. Liang Zhenguo followed with keen interest. Xiao Yong, barefooted and exposed, ultimately could not outrun the wrath of the enraged Hu Laozi, who cornered him in a dead end, initiating a confrontation between a naked man and a robust adversary. Yet, Xiao Yong proved too feeble, collapsing after just a few exchanges. His primary concern remained his modesty, so he curled his body to shield himself, allowing Hu Laozi to pummel him mercilessly. Hu Laozi, consumed by fury, continued his relentless assault for several minutes, striking Xiao Yong into unconsciousness before finally pausing. Realizing the man had ceased to move, still fraught with rage, he glanced around to confirm he was alone, then hastily fled the scene. After Hu Laozi's departure, Liang Zhenguo appeared in the alley, crouching down to ascertain that Xiao Yong was merely unconscious. Despite the prolonged beating, Xiao Yong had sustained no serious injuries. He was simply a weakling. The wounds he bore would amount to nothing more than a mild concussion, with other bruises healing in a month, leaving him as vigorous as ever. However, this was fortuitous, as it provided Liang Zhenguo an opportunity to vent his frustrations. He used Xiao Yong's clothing to muffle his own mouth, covering his face as well. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes, with enhanced physicality. He delivered a single crushing kick that shattered one of Xiao Yong's legs. The excruciating pain jolted Xiao Yong awake. However, with his mouth stuffed with clothing, he could only emit muffled sounds. Liang Zhenguo did not knock him unconscious, instead continuing his cold assault by breaking the other leg, sending fresh waves of agony coursing through Xiao Yong, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, until he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yet Liang Zhenguo was relentless. He covered the lower half of Xiao Yong's body with his trousers and delivered a decisive kick that severed his manhood, even if his thoughts had strayed to his wife. If he could not control this part of himself, it was better to eliminate it entirely. Xiao Yong, as if hearing the sound of his own demise, stirred from his stupor, wishing fervently to slip back into unconsciousness, as the pain below his waist was unbearable. Liang Zhenguo crouched down, although Xiao Yong could not see him. His gaze remained icy as he observed the writhing figure on the ground, slowly placing 2 fingers upon his throat. With a mere twist, he could extinguish Xiao Yong's life. Yet, witnessing his torment, Liang Zhenguo released his grip, allowing a silent chuckle to escape. It was not compassion that softened his heart, but rather the realization that this outcome was far more fitting. Let him spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. A disabled eunuch. There could be no cruelty greater than that. Originally, Liang Zhenguo had merely intended to resolve matters swiftly or incapacitate him to eliminate future troubles, thereby safeguarding his own wife from peril. He never underestimated the depths of depravity a scorned lechayer could descend to. Such individuals would resort to any despicable means. However, the mere thought of him fantasizing about his wife while engaged with others was utterly intolerable, prompting him to violently crush his thigh and subject him to torment. It now seems unnecessary to end his life, Given the current medical conditions, his injury will remain unhealed, allowing him to endure a painful existence. This will also provide that scoundrel Qiao Ziqiang with a lingering reminder, preventing him from recklessly provoking me again in a fit of madness. Liang Zhenguo withdrew the fabric that had been stuffed into his mouth, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from Qiao Yong. He emulated Hu Laoxi's deep voice, enunciating each word with venomous intent. I, Hu Laoxi, have proclaimed, if I do not ruin you today, I shall not bear the surname Hu. With that, he departed with an air of triumph.